As he spoke, images of the world's destruction appeared. Thinking of everything being shattered, the fire energy enveloping everywhere, Augustin asked with some bitterness. So that's how it is. The destruction of the world, after all, cannot be avoided. I never expected that even I, who reign supreme in the 9 realms, cannot bear the fate of my world. As he spoke, his voice became more and more melancholy, and he could only place this burden on a female martial god named Ma Li Ligian. How unwilling I am, Ye Hao then comforted. Although the destruction of the world is inevitable, as long as you leave before the world is destroyed, you still have hope of survival in this world. And Father of the Gods, you will definitely find a way to do this, right? Hearing this, Augustin suddenly woke up and laughed loudly, then replied, Yes, I am indeed an old fool, falling into this kind of negative emotion. Thank you, Ye Hao, for waking me up. Ye Hao humbly said, No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Then Ye Hao, holding the spear, asked, Right, can I borrow the 2 halves of this eternal spear? Augustin hesitated, replying, But it's broken, and its divine power is more than halved. I doubt it can become your combat power. However, Ye Hao confidently asserted, It's fine, I'll fuse it with the king's sword to repair it. Don't forget you granted me the divine smith power before. With that, a surge of power enveloped and harmonized the 2 items. The next second, he was in his ultimate crimson flame demonic human form, holding the brand new spear and declaring, Then, it's time to end this battle. Tessu, on the other side, was left with only 30% health after the fierce fight. But he kept laughing and said, Awesome. To be able to fight someone of your strength, I wouldn't mind fighting until the heavens and earth collapse. The complete flame demon body had only 40% health left. Hearing Tessu's words, it denied the connection. Who's your kind? I have no interest in fighting until the heavens and earth collapse with you. My purpose is just to buy time. Now after saying that, the complete flame demon body shouted, You can die now. It was so bold because Ye Hao had appeared gallantly at this moment, spear in hand, charging directly towards Tessu. His attack landed successfully, creating a large hole in Tessu's chest. Seeing this, Tessu couldn't help but sneer. Is that all? This ticklish attack has no effect on me. Hearing this, Ye Hao wasn't angry at all, only holding the power he had just obtained in his hand and replying, Really? What if I use the eternal spear to separate your power? Would you still be so stubborn? Seeing this scene, Tessu began to panic and shout, Bastard! My eternal flame, I'll kill you! But before he could grab Ye Hao, a hand of the complete flame demon body pierced through the hole in his chest. Immediately after, the complete flame demon body's voice rang out. You don't have that chance anymore. With that, it tore Telessu in half. The blaze flame giant god king was depleted of his health and died just like that. Thousands of flames from its body fell to the ground, one after another. Augustin looked at the scene before him, lost in thought. Is this the true strength of the strongest in a world? Even I, in my prime, probably couldn't reach this level. At this moment, the system also sounded the notification. Defeated boss FedEx. Received 1 billion experience. 500 million gold. You received equipment. Immediately after, a list of rare items appeared. First was the Dusklight Sword. This was a heavy sword made of creation stone that fell into the blaze flame domain. After countless years of self-forging, it contained the extreme blaze flame fire. With extremely high temperature, it could cut through space and dimensions. Next was the blaze flame battle axe. Although it was a battle axe made from fragments of creation stone, its power was also of high-level divine artifact. The axe body was heavy, and without extremely high fire attributes, it could not be controlled. Defensive items, such as the blaze flame shield wall, were indispensable. It was a fire-blocking divine shield formed by inlaying fragments of creation stone, tempered by extremely high temperature. It possessed extremely high defense and extremely high attack power at the same time. In addition, there was the Demon Archer Bow. Using it did not require consuming arrows, and it could fire hot arrows like Mars. Attack power coexisted with accuracy. Beside that was the Blaze Flame Magic Staff that could summon a powerful Blaze Flame demonic territory to fight for it. It could summon up to 5 at the same time. Next was the Flame-Burning Ruin Crown. It was once the proof of a king. Finally, the most valuable item, Eternal Flame, known as the Fire of Creation and Chaos. It offered a flame to dust, and it burned to become earth. Hot gas burned and rose to form the sky, invisible but eternal. Ye Hao received a pile of these items and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a level 900 boss. The experience points and god-tier equipment are enough to make my hands cramp. Awesome." But as he landed near Augustin, he kept reminding himself, "Now, I've only completed the first step of the plan. It's not time to be happy yet, because of the next plan." Thinking this, he looked towards him and said extremely seriously, "Father of the gods, I still want to request you to grant me another special divine power." Hearing this, Augustin was slightly surprised. "Divine power? You're already this strong. Do you still need my divine power?" Not long after, underground, in the blaze flame furnace domain, Lu Chao looked at the cube person in front of her and said happily, "My darling, did you hear the earth-shattering battle sound outside? It must be the father of the gods fighting the blaze flame giant king. Our plan has progressed another step." But the cube person said worriedly, "Now the battle sound outside has disappeared. It seems that the victory and defeat have been decided. I'm just worried whether that pawn Tessu can really defeat Augustin." Let's go and confirm," Lu Chao hurriedly reassured. "I gave Tessu the eternal flame. He will definitely not lose. You are still uneasy in my arms," she added. Because the father of the gods relied on gathering all the power in the divine realm to subdue Tessu. Now he's old and can't win even more. There's nothing to worry about. As long as we absorb the power of the outer god in Ma Lilian's body, then we can start destroying this world. By then, I can be eternally indestructible with you, transcend infinite dimensions with wings, and do what I want. Suddenly, a sad voice came from behind her. "Great Lord Lu Chao, do you want to abandon me?" She turned around, exclaiming in surprise. Gelun, Ye Hao, in Gelun's form, responded, clutching his bloodied arm. "That's great. I've finally found you. I'm tired of fighting. I'm weary. I don't want to sink any deeper." He put on a regretful expression and said, "Now I understand that Lord Lu Chier was right. I rejected your confession before because I was too foolish. Now the only person I want to rely on is you. Are you still willing to accept me?" Then he looked at the cube person and asked, "This person looks exactly like me. Is he an illusion created by Lord Lu Chier? I didn't expect my rejection to cause you such a deep wound. I'm very sorry. But rest assured, I will definitely repay you twice as much in the future." Lear was still not free from her own doubts. She pondered. The aura and divine power on this person's body are no different. There is no doubt that he is Gelun, and even if someone else impersonated him, they wouldn't know that my confession to Gelun failed. But with Gelun's strength, it is impossible to come here unscathed through the Liayan domain. This kind of thing looks fake. Thinking of this, Lu Chier clutched her head and wondered, "Why is my heart so chaotic and struggling?" Seeing that she was not well, the cube person behind her spoke up decisively. "No need to struggle, whether he is real or fake. Just kill him, don't let him hinder our plan." But Lu Chi fell silent upon hearing these words, without a word of response. Seeing this, the cube person became even more anxious, quickly pointing his sword at the Gelun, impersonated by Ye Hao, and said bluntly, "Lu Chier, what are you hesitating about? Do you need me to take action personally?" But very quickly, Lu Chier reacted, hurriedly moving to block his attack. Seeing this, the cube person couldn't help but get angry. "What are you doing, Lu Chier? Why are you stopping me from killing him?" she replied distractedly. "He can't die yet. I have my own arrangements with him." Not enough. Ye Hao hurriedly ran towards Lu Chier, calling out as he ran, "Lord Lu Chier." He, in Gelun's form, gently embraced her and began to whisper, "Thank you for not giving up on me. I'm tired of my own incompetence. When fighting in the giant domain, I realized my own insignificance. A small and weak body like mine, no matter how hard I try, there will always be enemies I can't defeat. So I don't want to try anymore. I just want to be by your side. You will definitely protect me. Right?" Lissei was moved. Her hands involuntarily tightened around the person in front of her, secretly thinking, although everything is full of unreasonableness and illusion, the feeling of this embrace is very real. Thinking this, she spoke to comfort him. "It's okay if you don't want to make an effort. Just stay by my side. I guarantee that no one can hurt you." At this point, Ye Hao didn't bother to pretend anymore, directly saying with an icy expression, "Really? Then I must thank you, Lord Lu Chier." With that, he mercilessly struck a blow through Lu Chier. She cried out in pain and shock. "Gelun, you?" Ye Hao gripped Lu Qi's head tightly, returning to his own form, and mockingly asked, "How does it feel to be deceived, Lord Lu Qi? You must have forgotten everything by now, but I once said—" Ye Hao withdrew his hand from Lu Qi and coldly declared, "Your lies and schemes, I will definitely repay you twice as much, with twice the pain on both your body and mind. Are you satisfied?" Her health points had dropped to 20% at this time. Despite the wound, Lu Qi still couldn't accept the reality before her and roared, "Impossible!" She quickly stood up, regained her composure, and questioned, "Absolutely impossible. How could the disguise of a mere mortal deceive my eyes? Who are you really? How do you have the ability to transform that even I can't see through? And how do you know about me and Jialun? How do you know?" The cube person behind her, seeing Lu Qi's extreme anger, spoke up to remind her, "Don't be careless. If he can seriously injure you with one blow, then he is definitely not an ordinary person. Let's retreat first." With that, he embraced Lu Qi. Very quickly, her health points were restored. But Lu Qi was not easily going to listen to what the cube person had just said. She gritted her teeth, saying each word distinctly, "No way, daring to transform into Gelun's appearance to deceive me. I will definitely not spare him." Ye Hao, hearing this, was not worried at all, still focusing on mocking her. "The scheme of a god tricked by my scheme, the feeling is not pleasant, is it? You are curious about how I know about you and Gelun, but I won't tell you." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Qi couldn't restrain her anger, immediately dividing herself into countless clones surrounding Ye Hao and shouting, "You wretch, how dare you underestimate a god like me? I must inflict the most painful method on you, making you live a life worse than death for thousands of years." Hearing this, he mockingly asked back, "Really?" Very quickly, Ye Hao had already used his sword to kill many of Lu Qi's clones, fighting as he said, "If it were before, I would believe these words." Coming to this point, he gently focused his energy on the blade of his sword and said, "But now." Layers of energy quickly enveloped the sword. Ye Hao stretched his body, taking momentum, and declared one last time, "You no longer have this opportunity." Then, amidst countless clones, he was able to accurately stab Lu Qi. She couldn't help but be stunned. "Why can you see my true form?" Ye Hao coldly replied, "You are about to die, no need to know too much." Seeing the dire situation, the cube person hurriedly pulled Lu Qi back. "I told you, don't act rashly, this small matter is nothing compared to our grand plan." But she resolutely refused to listen, struggling hard. "Let me go, I must kill that brat, let go." Just as Ye Hao was about to deliver another strike, a green light flashed, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. "Ran away again." Looking at the space before him, Ye Hao sighed slightly. The energy body that looks like Gelun is quite cautious, probably a tough opponent. Meanwhile, in a different underground Li Yan domain, the cube man carried the cube containing Luo Qi on one side, while dragging Li Yan along. Luo Qi still didn't give up her ambition, screaming madly, "Why? Why stop me? I was played and suppressed by a mortal. I must take revenge." "I must take revenge," he patiently reminded. "Don't let hatred diminish your wisdom, Luo Qi. The more furious you are, the easier it is to fall for his tricks. Our strength clearly has a gap with him. It wasn't a good opportunity to fight directly before." At this time, they also completed the energy extraction process. Only the final step of merging with the original body remains. Luo Qi angrily replied, "I know he is very strong, but I can't stand his deception, and I can't bear to run away." The cube man, after the merging process, finally has a body of his own. At this time, he spoke to Deny. "Who said I wanted to run away? I just felt that absorbing the original body was about to be completed, and I was returning to take over the body. Now the power of the outer god in Ma Lilian's body completely belongs to me. No one in this world can beat me anymore." Seeing the cube man now transformed, Luo Qi happily cheered. "Great, our plan succeeded. This unprecedented pressure far surpasses Augustine at his peak." Unexpectedly, Mama Lilian's energy contained such terrifying power. She, with a very sinister face, assumed that everyone thought like her and said that Ye Hao and Ma Lilian got so close, probably because they saw this power of hers, right? Now that the power has been drained, turning her into a waste, his purpose is also gone. I'm eager to see his defeated look, to relieve the hatred in my heart. With that, Luo Qi laughed heartily. But very quickly, that smile had to fade, because at this moment, Ye Hao's voice unexpectedly rang out from behind.
Thank you, you guys really did me a great favor.
Originally, I didn't know how to handle the unstable power in Ma Lilian's body. Seeing him suddenly appear, she couldn't help but be stunned. What? Ye Hao rubbed his hands, preparing to get into a fighting stance, and mockingly asked, "But now that you've drained it all away, I don't need to worry anymore. Are you ready to receive my return gift?" Luo Qie's eyes widened, not believing the figure standing in front of her. She secretly wondered in her heart, how is it possible? This haunting man chased after me, and he doesn't care about the power of the outer god on Ma Lilian's body. The aura on his body radiates an overwhelming power. It doesn't seem like he's joking. What to do? I'm not his opponent. Should I run away again? Seeing her useless appearance, the cube man spoke again to remind, Luo Qie, what are you worried about? Now I am the strongest existence in this world. Defeating him is as easy as turning your hand. But the grudges between you two are for you to settle yourself. With this great power of the outer god, don't disappoint me. With that, he transmitted a huge amount of power to Luo Qie. Immediately afterwards, her body transformed, becoming a bizarre shape with many snakeheads below. Luo Qie was very satisfied with this transformation, laughing incessantly. My injuries have recovered, and I feel like my whole body is filled with great power. This is truly an unprecedented joy. Come here, mortal, you're sticking so close to me, then I'll play with you. You must know that the reason she is so loudmouthed is because now she has reached level 900. Luo Qie quickly rushed over, using a snake leg to slam into Ye Hao, declaring very aggressively, with this source of power, I'll play whatever you want, but can you afford the price of losing your flesh and soul? Her blows successfully sent him flying into the rock wall behind. Luo Qie smiled somewhat arrogantly. Why aren't you fighting back? Weren't you very capable just now? Are you now frightened by my great power? Her elation reached its peak. She controlled all the snakeheads to point towards Ye Hao and shouted in joy, "It's too much! It's too much! Is this the feeling of looking down on all living beings? It's so wonderful, murder. I want endless murder." Luo Qie, taking advantage of her momentum, launched a huge source of energy onto him, not forgetting to mock, "What's wrong? Resist. Resist a little. Killing people. Like crushing an ant like this, I really feel very boring." The cube man observed the situation on the side and commented, "There's no way he can fight back, even if that mortal had a way to defeat Luo Qie before, but she has changed now. There is no reason to lose anymore. That mortal probably doesn't even have a corpse left now." Suddenly at this moment, from the position where Ye Hao was standing, sparkling rays of light appeared and radiated around, which made him a little stunned. Wait, that light is? At this time, Ye Hao was in the Crimson Emperor level 999 state. He calmly explained the doubts of the group. The reason I didn't fight back was because I was very curious how powerful the combined power of the main god and the outer god could be. But from the results, it's just like that. Seeing that Ye Hao only lost 20% of his health, Luo Qie hugged her head in panic. Impossible! I clearly used all my strength, only causing such small damage to you. I don't believe it. Absolutely don't believe it. Her anger had swallowed her reason. Luo Qie hurriedly shrunk back, concentrating her energy. She made up her mind, shouting, "I can't spare you. I absolutely won't spare you, even if it costs more." Immediately afterwards, Luo Qie's petals opened, accompanied by a terrifying source of power, from which it shot straight down to the position where Ye Hao was standing. She frantically screamed, "I must kill you too!" He didn't flinch at all, just calmly looked at the energy preparing to hit him directly and said, "I said it, right? You don't have this chance anymore." Because when that energy was close to touching Ye Hao, it was blocked by an invisible shield. Unable to continue, it had to flash around. Seeing this, the cube man couldn't help but think, this mortal's strength exceeds my expectations. Luo Qie can't defeat him. It seems my investment was a failure. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts, incinerated by the burst of power, cried out in pain. What's happening? The entire blazing domain is about to collapse. Run! At this moment, Ye Hao gently raised his sword, caressing it, as he said, "This turn-based game should be my turn to counterattack. Ultimate Annihilation Dual Universe / I'm not reconciled. How could you be so strong?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Hao continuously slashed at Luo Qie with the Ultimate Annihilation Dual Universe / She screamed in despair and pain. "I can't accept this." Looking at Luo Qie, barely alive with 20% health left on the ground, Ye Hao mocked, truly pathetic and wretched. Luo Qie abandoned her esteemed status as a god, fell into darkness,
and ultimately gained nothing.
Is this the karma for evildoers?
Inevitably reaping what they sow? How could she endure this humiliation? She angrily roared, "Screw this esteemed god status. This kind of restrictive identity has long bored me. I want to indulge in playing games, indulge in deceiving." Even Lei Shen, Thunder God, and Bing Chang Juren Wang, Ice Giant King, were deceived by me. How could I not deceive you, even if my combat strength is inferior to yours?
Saying this, Luo Chier dragged the unconscious Lian Lian over and declared,
"I can still use schemes to strike directly at your weaknesses, making you regret being born."
Finishing her words, she prepared to perform the Luo Qi torture on the clone,
but Ye Hao reacted very quickly. "You think I'm only focused on fighting you and have no way to protect Ma Li Lian? Your trick is too lowly."
But before Ye Hao could act,
another force appeared and controlled her.
The cube man withdrew his hand after the attack and said, "Don't touch that woman. For Luo Chier at this point, any scheme is meaningless."
Luo Chier was stunned for a moment when she realized he was the one who attacked her, but quickly roared, "You're attacking me! Why, I clearly gave everything for you. Besides you, I have nothing. Why are you betraying me?"
The cube man calmly replied, "It's because you disappointed me too much. Having obtained the power I bestowed, you can't even defeat a mortal. It seems that only Ma Li Linwan, who possesses external power, is the woman who can go to the end with me."
Hearing this, Luo Chier panicked. "No, you can't treat me like this. You must be joking. Right, I did so much for you. How could you abandon me?"
The cube man, hearing these words, replied with some self-mockery, "Feelings, devotion, these things have no value to me. I only care whether the person who allies with me has the ability to achieve my goals."
Not waiting for her to respond, he continued with disgust, "Your current state clearly can't control the outer god's power in your body. You're already useless, so don't hold me back. Considering your previous contributions, I won't kill you, but if you dare to continue hindering me, then you must die." As soon as he finished speaking, a formation appeared above Luo Chier's head, draining her blood. At this moment, she only had 2% health left. Luo Chier used her last bit of strength to mock herself. "I've spent my whole life using schemes, telling countless lies, and in the end, my only sincere devotion is repaid with this outcome. How laughable. I've always mocked others for being fools. But it turns out the clown was myself." After she completely disappeared, the cube man looked directly at Ye Hao and declared war. "The next battle is between you and me. You are my only obstacle in this world. As long as I kill you, my goal can be achieved." Hearing this, Ye Hao asked curiously, "Letting Luo Chier disappear at this moment is also part of your plan?"
The cube man rushed towards him, saying, "No, I have absolute strength and never play tricks. She was just a useless pawn, she can be discarded." Hearing this answer, Ye Hao didn't completely believe it. He thought to himself, "Things are definitely not that simple. Even if he doesn't have a trick, based on Luo Chier's style, she definitely won't give up like this." Over by the Tree of Life, Luo Chier suddenly appeared, laughing maniacally and declaring, "If my destiny is destined to be a joke, then I will destroy this world." She touched the tree trunk, and a lot of dark energy surged around. Hatred fueled Luo Chier's intention to make everyone unable to laugh anymore. Meanwhile, the cube man floated into the air, concentrating energy into a whirlwind as he said to Ye Hao, "Mortal, to this world, we are both outsiders. I know you possess some kind of special power, but your power cannot be a basis for resisting me, because the existence of the two of us is separated by too many levels." Afraid that he wouldn't understand, he carefully gave an example. "If you compare the world to a box, you are just a mouse inside one box moving into another, forever unable to jump out of the confinement of this box, while I am an existence that has escaped the constraints of the world, looking at thousands of worlds from outside the dimension." Finishing his words, the cube man launched a lava burst towards Ye Hao. The massive magma energy lifted him into the sky, as he arrogantly affirmed, "You and I are not on the same level." Ye Hao, propelled by the lava burst, stood parallel to the cube man. He lazily spoke up, all right, I get it, you think you're hot stuff. Otherwise you wouldn't say something so stupid. Knowing I have fire affinity and using lava to wash my feet, your combat experience is still a bit lacking." Hearing this, he immediately got angry. "What? You dare to boast when you're about to die?" Saying that, the cube man used his Dark Abyss move, creating a deep vortex, and then said, "Looks like you didn't understand what I said, and you don't understand the power of super dimension? In words you can understand,
I can not only kill you in this world. At this point, he fully revealed his sinister and treacherous nature. But also, go to your world, destroy everything in that world and everything you care about. Seeing the cube man like this, Ye Hao was not willing to give in. He quickly used Fiery Storm to create a huge energy vortex and mocked,
Really? In that case, this super dimension is indeed very powerful, but I won't give you this chance.
As soon as he finished speaking, the energy vortex rushed like a storm towards that deep vortex. As expected, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. This scene made the cube man sigh. You can actually fight me on equal terms. Seems like I underestimated you a bit. Ye Hao did not relax his vigilance, holding the sword in his hand while rushing towards him and said, This is what fighting is. Anyone who uses what I care about to threaten me.
Fast as lightning, he slashed a fatal blow down on the cube man, not forgetting to remind, usually they die miserably, you are no exception. He also quickly blocked this blow, and then arrogantly asked, Really? With your current strength, maybe you really can do it. Remember, your opponent is me.
As he said this, a special formation appeared behind the cube man, and light poured out from it towards Ye Hao continuously.
He bluntly declared,
Your past experience is all useless. He froze for a moment, calculating in his mind. The light, like the universe beside him, is extremely strange. It seems to be able to distort time and space. I must increase the distance.
Seeing that Ye Hao didn't respond, the cube man, Jiang Ming, had hit his nail on the head, so he continued. Although you are very strong, but looking at your appearance, you have only lived for more than 10 years. You can't fully understand the truth of this universe. At this time, Ye Hao curiously spoke up. What is the truth of the universe? As if waiting for him to ask this question, the cube man answered without thinking. Destruction. Destruction is the ultimate destination of the universe and all things. I am just helping you fools choose the correct method of destruction. This is something only someone who can surpass dimensions like me can do. Recalling what he had experienced from the past to the present, he began to tell. We were born at the same time and dimension. Originally, I was just an observer, recording without my own consciousness, but after witnessing the rise and fall of different dimensions, I gradually had my own consciousness. Without waiting for him to ask curiously, the cube man continued. After experiencing endless observation, I came to a conclusion. Different dimensions and civilizations, although constantly being born, will eventually lead to destruction, and they are all extremely stupid ways of destruction.
According to his story, waves of destruction gradually appeared, such as war, to chemicals. Even heavy weapons can also become the cause of everything's destruction. At this point, his voice appeared a bit dissatisfied. I have wisdom that surpasses dimensions. The most annoying thing is stupidity. Instead of letting them destroy stupidly, it is better for me to use the method I like to destroy. It's a pity that although I have the wisdom and power of transcending dimensions, I can only observe the dimensions, not interfere with them. Soon, the feeling of dissatisfaction was replaced by excitement. The cube man happily recounted.
Until I discovered in the universe a group of people who contrasted with my abilities and rights, the outer gods. Although they do not have the power of transcending dimensions, they have the ability to influence dimensions.
At this time, he revealed his sinister intentions. So if I now draw the power of the outer god from Malalilian's body and still can't kill you, then I will directly summon its true form.
As soon as the words fell, a burst of purple power was released from the cube man's body, flying straight into the sky. Quickly, a large hole appeared in the sky above, from which 4 bizarre eyes suddenly appeared and asked, Who is summoning me? The cube man hurriedly replied, It is me, give me all your power, remnant shadow, god of destruction. Then I looked at him and approved. Someone like me, but different, but it doesn't matter. Whoever summons me is the same. Now start destroying. As soon as the words fell, a rain of power flowed down from the eye, pouring on the cube man. He happily shouted, Great! This is the power to control dimensions that I want. From beginning to end, everything is in my plan. The cube man's body immediately became extremely powerful, clearly feeling every stream of power wrapping around himself, then said with satisfaction, I have seen so many years, met countless destructions. Now finally it's my turn to take control of everything. But man proposes, God disposes. The eye above mocked after hearing the cube man's words. Leading all destruction? No. This is not something you should do. The only thing you have to do now. At this point, it controlled the power cords to hug the cube man's body and said,
is to dedicate this body to me, to become a stepping stone on my path to rebirth. The cube man didn't expect this result. He panicked and shouted, "Wait! What's going on? The power of the outer god is crazy. Fall is corroding my body. Stop it! Stop it! This is not the result I want."
Soon he could no longer speak because his body had been completely occupied. The god of destruction who took over the cube man's body laughed gleefully. "Destroy! Destroy! The more the world is destroyed, the faster I can be reborn." He quickly made a decision. Destroy everything, starting with this world. Immediately afterwards, everything around him was cut horizontally and vertically until it shattered. Looking at the person in front of him, Ye Hao couldn't help but wonder. Remnant Shadow, god of destruction. Isn't this the destruction angel that was split apart by the Dark Shadow Monarch? There was not much time left. He hurriedly held his sword and rushed towards him. His mind had already begun to calculate. If this is true, then it's not good. Unexpectedly, the god of destruction is also looking for a chance to be reborn. Must stop it here. Can't let it use the destruction of this world as an excuse to become a springboard for rebirth. But as soon as Ye Hao approached, before he could make a move, the god of destruction attacked first, hitting him and sending him flying away. He said disgustedly, "You have a smell that I hate." Ye Hao was pushed against the rock wall behind him, the impact causing a shower of rocks and dirt to fall. He cursed inwardly, furious. Damn it. After taking that hit, Ye Hao began to feel things becoming more complicated, he thought, bewildered. This overwhelming power is definitely the god of destruction. Even with just a remnant, he can easily blow me away in my current state. This is going to be tough. The eye on the god of destruction suddenly lit up, staring directly at Ye Hao as he said, "The scent on you is similar to one of my enemies, but I already killed him." "So, regardless of coincidence or other reasons," he continued, his voice filled with arrogance, "your destruction is warranted in this world." With those words, he unleashed the otherworld meteorite shower, a barrage of massive rocks raining down. Ye Hao, hearing this, was surprised and thought, "He can even detect the Dark Shadow Monarch within me. Truly terrifying." He then glanced anxiously at the resting Lilian. "Although I protected Ma Lilian with a white shield, can I withstand his attacks next? There's only one way now, and that's to absorb the power of this blazing domain hot milk, then give it my all." Alright. Immediately after, Ye Hao, in his dark blaze form, resolutely thought, "This is the final battle." But the stones continued to fall from the sky. Without hesitation, Ye Hao used a powerful move to cleave them in two. He calculated in his mind, "Facing such a strong foe, I must end this quickly. I can't drag this out. I need to use a big move to solve this." No sooner said than done, he transformed into his crimson blaze dragon form. Seeing this, the god of destruction couldn't help but exclaim, "Facing my attacks, you still have the strength to evade. You are strong, reminding me of my past enemies, but you will all meet the same end," he shouted gleefully, "and that is to be destroyed by me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the dragon Ye Hao lunged forward, trying to swallow the god of destruction, who immediately resisted with all his might. Immediately after, several dragon pearls appeared, flying towards the god of destruction like shooting stars. Without a second thought, he flew up to avoid them, but the dragon pearls wouldn't let up, quickly giving chase. The god of destruction couldn't help but be astonished. Still chasing me. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Ye Hao thought, "My body's strength isn't enough yet. I must use it carefully against him." Very quickly, the god of destruction was bound by the dragon pearls. Ye Hao mocked him, saying, "Where do you think you're going?" Immediately after, a massive surge of power erupted from beneath the earth, as if to engulf him. The god of destruction wasn't afraid, but instead excitedly sensed it. "This fiery power reminds me of the warmth when the universe was first born." At this moment, the god of destruction connected all the actions and asked, "You were planning to condense all that massive energy just now. This method of fighting won't work on me." Ye Hao coldly summoned thousands of blazing flames and replied, "Whether it works or not, you'll find out soon enough." The blazing flames quickly gathered together. He said steadfastly, "God of destruction, you were born in the universe. Then I'll use all the power of the blazing flames to create a star and decide our victory." Seeing the star getting closer and closer, he began to panic. This power isn't just for show, it's bad, and I can't escape the restraints. But the god of destruction could only brace himself as the star approached to crush him. When the great explosion occurred, Ye Hao also suffered a significant backlash. A system notification sounded in his ears, warning, "Host,
You have exhausted all the power of the Crimson Blaze in an instant, causing physical exhaustion and a massive backlash. You cannot use any accounts anymore. Please withdraw from the battlefield immediately. As the dust settled, the god of destruction was now a cripple, missing a wing and an arm. His health bar was only at 15%. Yet, the god of destruction laughed and said, "You startled me. I thought I was going to die in your hands." Then he easily broke free from the dragon pearls and quickly lunged toward Ye Hao, saying, "You should feel lucky. This immature body of mine gave you too many chances to show off. Now, you can die in peace." Only now did he realize in horror that he was in trouble, unable to move his body. But before he could touch even an inch of Ye Hao's skin, a blinding light shone, accompanied by an angry voice. "Who gave you the guts to touch my brother?" From the direction of the voice, a majestic army appeared, led by Augustin and Sono. Augustin praised, "Ye Hao, well done. Thanks to you absorbing all the temperature of the blazing domain, we were able to come here to support you. Leave the rest of the battlefield clean up to us." Then he ordered, "My soldiers, listen up. Help our hero give the enemy from beyond a fatal blow." Very quickly, everyone responded in unison. Yes. With that, everyone charged forward. The god of destruction still stubbornly declared, "You ants are not enough, no matter how many of you there are." Sonos impatiently interrupted him. "Shut up. My big hammer has been starving for too long." As expected, the god of destruction quickly faltered, his health bar now only at a meager 5%. Seeing this, he angrily cursed, "Damn it. These bandits are endless to kill. I'm completely overwhelmed by numbers. I have to find a way to escape first." Augustin focused his energy and struck a powerful blow towards the god of destruction. "Get out of our world, you evil being from beyond. This is not a place you should be," he gasped. "Damn it, I finally had a chance to be reborn." But just then, the cube unexpectedly appeared. "I thought one blink, and I'd be in the next world." The god of destruction was surprised to find himself inside the cube. "What's going on?" "I was fighting, and then I got saved. Great. Thanks to you guys, I finally escaped the control of the outer god's power. Once I get out of this dimension, you low-level creatures won't be able to chase me anymore." While he was babbling, the cube seized the opportunity to prepare to enter the wormhole. But before it could pass through, Sun Tzu's hammer rushed in and smashed it. He angrily said, "So your true form is that thing from the giant's domain. Lu Zihi used that cube to torment me. I finally got my revenge. You think you can escape so easily?" As soon as he finished speaking, the fragments that flew out from the previous blow tried to escape. Sun Tzu exclaimed in surprise, "Heavens, some fragments are running away." Ye Hao was stunned by this scene, and a conspiracy theory quickly flashed through his mind. Wait, the fragments are escaping? It feels just like the fragments that infiltrated the stronghold before. But the causal loop of this series of events is linked together now. Before he could finish thinking, the power of the outer gods was approaching Li Lian. Ye Hao panicked. Not good. That terrifying power of the outer gods is returning to Ma Lilian's body. A soldier saw this and offered a solution. "Father of gods, we all know the terror of that power. We must deal with her now before Ma Lilian loses control, to prevent future troubles." The person next to him resolutely continued, "For the safety of the 9 realms, we can only sacrifice Ma Lilian. If she has chosen to become a martial goddess, she must have already realized the possibility of sacrifice." Hearing these desires, Augustine fell into silent thought. But at this moment, Ye Hao spoke up, criticizing, "No, you can't do that. Even if you are gods, you don't have the right to decide Ma Lilian's life or death. But if you forcibly take action, even if I am weakened, I will risk my life to stop you." Augustine was a little surprised to hear him say this, then hesitated and called out, "Ye Hao!" He walked closer to him and began to persuade. "You said earlier that Ma Lilian is the key to determining the fate of the world. Is it because of the power of the outer gods in her body? This power is extremely dangerous. This concerns the safety of the 9 realms. I can't ignore it." Seeing the meaning in Augustine's words, Ye Hao reassured, "In different timelines, it is this power that destroys the world. My appearance is precisely to avoid such a result. You must believe me." He once again fell into contemplation. The soldiers beside him had long lost their patience. Someone said firmly, "It's not that we don't believe you, but letting such a big threat go unaddressed makes everyone uneasy.
The person next to him quickly agreed. That's right, it's not that we don't believe you, but we don't dare to bet that we can protect both Mali Lilian and the 9 realms. The odds are too small. At this time, Sun Tu and Ge Lun stood on Ye Hao's side. Sun Tu said seriously, "Brother, ignore them, I believe you. No matter what you do, I will support you." Ge Lun quickly followed. "Me too." Seeing this, the ancient god flew into a rage and shouted,
"Sun Tu, Ge Lun, how can you act on emotions? The survival of the 9 realms is not the time to talk about personal feelings." While neither side would yield, Li Linyan suddenly stepped forward and spoke. "Don't argue over me anymore. I finally remember who I will become." Ye Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ma Li Linyan. She is starting to remember her memories," and recounted, "Originally, I had all the memories. From the moment I opened my eyes until now, only a few memories were forcibly hidden by myself. Now I remember. I am not from this world. I came to this world with a shooting star. From the moment I opened my eyes, there was always a voice in my head. That voice kept repeating destruction and annihilation." The image of Lian Lian being held in the village chief's arms gradually appeared as she spoke. She said with some emotion, "It was the young village chief who discovered me while hunting and brought me back to the village."
Recalling her mischievousness as a child, Lialian's voice became a little more cheerful as she continued. "Even when I was a child, because I was quick-tempered, easily angered, and unable to control my power, I brought a lot of trouble to the village. But the village chief and his wife always tolerated me. They treated me like their own daughter, and I was gradually moved by this. I regarded them as my parents, and the murderous intent on my body mostly subsided."
Imagining the scene of that fateful day, Lian's voice choked. "Until I was 10 years old, I went up the mountain with my mother to chop firewood and encountered a magical beast attack," she added bitterly. "In a moment of urgency, I once again used my power. But because I couldn't control it, I killed my mother while killing the magical beast. I sealed my power and that memory out of grief and regret. It wasn't until just now, when the power of the outer gods was awakened back in my body, that I remembered all of this."
Here, Lialian stood nervously in front of Ye Hao and admitted, "I am the one who was sent to destroy this world. I am a bad person. I am not worth saving. Do as they say. But I hope that you can end my life with your own hands, Ye Hao." Hearing these words, Ye Hao felt that everything he knew about Lilian before was no longer correct. He hurriedly asked, "System, why did you hide Ma Lilian's true identity?" It quickly explained, "I didn't hide it. It's because the power of the outer gods in Ma Lilian's body interfered, causing her to have a hidden destiny that no one knew about. But it was also the appearance of the new host that led to this hidden destiny. From then on, the task completion rate can reach 100% perfection, and there will be special rewards." Hearing this, Ye Hao didn't care much and thought, "Whatever the reward, I'll worry about it later. The important thing now is..." Then he turned to grab the girl's shoulders in front of him and said, "Ma Lian, to me, you are the most worth-saving person in this world. The only reason I came to this world is because of you." Ye Hao spoke with all his sincerity. "You once saved me when I was in despair. If I can't save you this time, then all of this becomes meaningless." Hearing these words, Li Lian's cheeks quickly flushed red. She said shyly, "Ye Hao, it's clear that you have been encouraging me and saving me all along. When did I save you?" He replied without thinking, "In my past, your future. It's a long story, you just need to believe me." Seeing the two of them talking ambiguously, Sono approached and nudged Ye Hao, teasing, "My man, you're keeping secrets from me. We're not outsiders here. Tell me quietly what's really going on between you and Ma Lilian." Augustine quickly interjected to cut off the awkward situation. "Sono, don't pry into things that don't concern you. Now, in the name of Augustine, Chief God, I declare the operation officially over. We won." As soon as he said that, the ground suddenly shook violently, cracks appeared everywhere, and everyone panicked. Someone shouted, "What's with this earthquake? Weren't the enemies already eliminated? Why is it still?" Meanwhile, in the human towns, countless roots grew out from the ground, fiercely attacking the people. Screams echoed everywhere. "What on earth is happening? What are these crazily growing roots?" someone said desperately. "Our towns, our homes are all destroyed." Jilina stepped forward, leading,
Everyone, follow me quickly. We must quickly run to where the roots aren't attacking.
She gently helped Ma Lilian's father, who had collapsed to his knees on the ground. He said worriedly, "Heavens, what on earth is happening? Is doomsday coming, gods? Please protect us." Ji Na was equally uneasy, looking into the distance with suspicion. Could something have happened on Ye Hao and Ma Lilian's side? No matter what, you all must survive. At the same time, in the Golden City, there were also many roots growing out of the ground, constantly attacking the city. Everyone was in a state of panic. Someone shouted, "The Golden City of the Chief God. This is bad. The Golden City is about to fall, but the chief gods and the main gods are not here. What should we do?" Looking at the roots crazily battering the city, the soldiers around couldn't help but wonder, what are these roots anyway? The Golden City has always been protected by divine power and artifacts. It's incredibly solid. How can it be destroyed by them? In the Scorching Flame realm, the situation wasn't any better. Everyone had quickly retreated into the protective layer, but the surroundings were completely controlled by roots. Someone affirmed, "These are the roots of the Tree of Life, but they're now corrupted." The person next to them heard this and wondered, is that true? The chief god, the Tree of Life, is the foundation of the 9 realms? The entire 9 realms relies on it for support. If it's really corrupted, the 9 realms will collapse. At this moment, they had 1,000 questions in their minds. Someone couldn't help but ask, but wasn't the outer god's power destroyed by us? The remaining power entered Ma Lilian's body? Where did the corruption of the Tree of Life come from? Not letting everyone wonder for long, Luo Jie appeared in a state of merging with the Tree of Life. She smiled bitterly and said, "Everything turned out this way. It's all because you forced me. If I can't live, you won't have it good either. Everyone must die. I'll drag the entire 9 realms down with me." So Gano quickly threw his hammer at her, not forgetting to shout, "Luo Jie, so you're behind this, daring to use the power of the outer god to corrupt the Tree of Life. This old man will take your life." Augustin also entered battle mode. "Songino, now is not the time to argue with her," he said, then ordered, "Gods, listen to my command. Join us in killing Luo Jie and stopping the destruction of the 9 realms." The gods unanimously shouted, "Yes, sir. Everyone must do their best to kill the traitor of the god race." With that, everyone rushed forward to attack Luo Jie, but at this moment, a strange scene occurred. The Thunder God's amulet and the Eternal Spear were knocked away by the roots as soon as they approached Luo Jie. She laughed gleefully and began to sneer. "Kill me? Even the Eternal Spear and the Thunder God's hammer can't hurt me? What could possibly work? Gods or humans, all of you go to hell. I will abandon my divine form and become one with the Tree of Life, all to destroy you." Seeing her like this, Sono couldn't help but wonder, what on earth happened? Luo Jie has become so crazy. In the prophecy of the gods, has the final twilight arrived? At this moment, Lilian unexpectedly stepped forward to volunteer. "Let me go. The power of the outer god originally came from my body. Everything is because of me. Even if I risk my life, I must suppress the depravity and frenzy of the Tree of Life." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Ma Lilian. Many people protested. The chief god and the thunder god joined forces, and even the strength of everyone couldn't do anything against it. "What can a female martial god like you do?" Seeing this, Sarno shouted, "Shut your mouths, now is not the time for infighting." Then he turned to Ye Hao and said, "That's right, my man. Aren't you able to control the threads of time? Why not just go back to the time before Luo Jie put her scheme into action, and start stopping her from that moment on?" Hearing this, Ye Hao's expression darkened, and he said apologetically, "Sorry, I intentionally hid some information earlier. In fact, the destruction of this world is already predetermined. No matter what we do, it can't be changed. This is already the best possible outcome." He looked firmly at everyone and gave his plan. "Next, Ma Lilian and I will do our best to control the Tree of Life, buying you all time. I believe the chief god definitely has a way to lead the people of the 9 realms to escape together." As soon as he said this, someone immediately spoke up to reject it. "Lead the people of the 9 realms to escape together? That's a pipe dream. Absolutely impossible." Augustine, after a moment of deliberation, said, "The godship heading to Platini, after transforming to its largest size, should be able to hold everyone, leading everyone to escape together." Seeing that there was a feasible path, Sono's face relaxed a little. This old man's way is good.
I can also use the weapons of the main god, the thunder god's hammer, and the eternal spear. Open the 9 realms, transmission gates, and get everyone on the ship." The gods around him heard this and chimed in, saying, "Great, even the chief god and the thunder god said so. Then it must be no problem." So Kino was a little uneasy at this moment, turning to Ye Hao and saying, "It's just whether this plan can succeed or not depends on how long you and Ma Lilian can hold out," he replied seriously. "Believe in us. You all go and carry out the plan." Hearing these words, Sono couldn't help but be moved, grasping Ye Hao's hand tightly. "Brother, I don't want to wait until the next life to repay your kindness to our world. You all must persevere. After everyone gets on the ship, I will use the Thunder God's hammer to come and pick you up like before." Keilun also seized the time to instruct Ma Lilian. "Even though she shoulders a mission that no one could have expected, I do not regret sending her into the ranks of the Valkyries. Her performance is worthy of the title of Valkyrie. Even if the destruction of the world is inevitable, I still hope this is not our last farewell. We will wait for you all on planet Platine." Unexpectedly, he would say these words to me. Li Lian was a little touched. Captain Keilun. Along with the light energy covering them, the group of Augustine gradually disappeared. He did not forget to give a final instruction. "Ye Hao, you are the hero of this world. A hero's story should not end too soon. We have never abandoned heroes either. We will be waiting for you." Ye Hao, like a savior, said, "Go, it is time to welcome the final moment."
As he said that, he reached out to the girl in front of him and called out,
"Ma Lilian." She quickly took Ye Hao's hand, trusting him immensely, and said, "As long as I am with you, even if all that lies ahead is destruction and despair, I am not afraid of anything." This intimate image of the two seemed to overlap with that moment of salvation that day. Lucochier at this moment split into many faces, all appearing intermittently on the tree's disk. She laughed and mocked. "Ye Hao, do you really think you can stop me? Not only is the person who just experienced the Great War weakened, but the outer god power in Ma Lilian's body is not under her control?
If she forcibly uses the outer god power to stop me, she might just go crazy and kill you with me." As she said that, she laughed extremely gleefully.
Very quickly, countless roots were released, and quickly rushed towards the two. Luo Chao still smugly spoke disparagingly. "A weakened good-for-nothing and an out-of-control madwoman, what can you two do? Don't struggle anymore. No one can escape in the 9 realms. For you to die together with me is already my greatest pity." But before it could even touch a strand of their hair, a sword light slashed and severed all of it. She shouted in disbelief. "What?" Seeing Lialian's whole body filled with the aura of outer god power, Luo Chier was shocked. "You still dare to use this outer god power?"
She was more worried for him than Li Lian was. "Aren't you afraid that the uncontrollable power will implicate Ye Hao?" Li Lian explained without hesitation. "This has nothing to do with the outer god power. The reason I went crazy and lost control," she raised the sword in her hand and said sharply, "is because in my heart I have always rejected this power, creating a conflict between the need for killing and destruction of the power. But now I have completely accepted this power, as long as I follow my heart. Even if this power constantly kills and destroys, that is fine." At this point, Liu Salian also put on a look of judgment and declared, "And the target I want to kill and destroy is you." After saying that, she slashed continuously at Luochier's roots, and she could only curse helplessly. "Damn it! Even though many have been severed, one of Luochier's faces still said forcefully, 'Even if you are more powerful, you cannot kill all my roots that have already spread throughout the 9 realms. You cannot buy time.' The face next to it also reminded, 'Don't waste your effort anymore. The destruction of the world is inevitable. Obediently wait for death. Welcome the destruction of fate.'" But Lilian did not take these words seriously at all. She used all her strength to stab a fatal blow into the root. "Who needs such trouble? Go and occupy your roots throughout the 9 realms. I just need to make you unable to grow." Very quickly, streams of power from within the Tree of Life poured into the sword's blade. At this moment, Luo Chixier realized the abnormality in a panic. She is absorbing the power and life of the Tree of Life through the sword in her hand. Thinking of this, Luo Chao could no longer restrain her anger, and cursed, "This evil bitch dares to absorb my power!" Ye Hao, who was observing from the side, thought with satisfaction, "The frantic growth of the Tree of Life has slowed down. It seems that my previous plan has worked." In his heart he began to calculate the next steps.
The system's mission is only to have Magali Lihan maintain her sanity and welcome the ending. It does not say that she cannot use outer god power next. I just hope that the dissolution action of the gods' assembly can be completed quickly. The life of the Tree of Life is increasingly exhausted, and many roots have withered and died.
At this moment, Luo Chinier could no longer remain calm. She shouted in a panic, "Stop it, Ma Lilian! You cannot withstand the immense pain brought about by the power of the Tree of Life when it dies." Seeing that she showed no sign of stopping, she questioned angrily, "Why are you giving so much for those who use and despise you? What Valkyrie representing victory is just a tool of the gods. There is no need to go to this extent."
Lu Quochier's face at this moment has completely merged into the root, revealing an even more withered appearance. She tried to use a divisive tactic to deal with Lilian. "Don't be stubborn. No man is good. Even Ye Hao, whom you love the most, is only using you. Once you are used, he will abandon you without hesitation. In the end, all the suffering you put in will be in vain."
Hearing these words,
Lilian did not doubt at all. She replied with an obvious look. "So what? As long as it is Ye Hao, I am willing to be used and manipulated by him, becoming his tool. You will never meet someone worthy of my sacrifice."
"Truly pitiful," Luo Chasir said.
"To the one who should give up is you. Your temptation is useless to me. What I bear is more important than suffering and destruction." At this moment, Luo Chier's face was so dry that it was almost devoid of life. She shouted in pain, "This bitch, you are going to die anyway. It is all destruction. Why stop me from taking revenge? I am not willing." As soon as the words were spoken, she was gone. Quickly, a fire broke out and burned the entire Tree of Life. Over here, where the godship Platini is docked, everyone is hurriedly moving onto the ship. Urgent announcements are constantly ringing out. "Hurry! Godship! This is the last group of people. Everyone hurry onto the ship. This world is about to collapse." Over here, Kaelina, after hearing everything that had happened, was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears, and asked again, "What did you say?"
"It really is Ye Hao and Ma Lilian. They are stopping everything, buying time for us to leave."
She collapsed sadly and cried, her voice choked with sobs. "No, why put this life or death burden on them? Ye Hao, Ma Lilishan. You two must not have anything happen. You must survive and return."
Sun Tu looked at the ship that had become crowded, and urged Augustine, "Old man, everyone is on the ship. Let's set off quickly. I will still use the Thunder God's hammer to pick up Ye Hao." Augustine listened and complied, quickly ordering the departure.
Over here, he saw the image of the godship flying in the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. Finally, it successfully set off. A familiar voice came from the ship. "Ye Hao, like last time, grasp the handle of the Thunder God's hammer, and you can be transmitted back in time. Remember, you must grasp the handle of the hammer to succeed." Hearing those words, a thought flashed through Ye Hao's mind.
"So Suotuo is communicating through the Thunder God Hammer's transmission."
Ye Hao lightly bumped his hand against the hammer and replied, "I won't be joining you guys. I have to stay with Ma Lilian. I hope you find a path to survival in another world. Suo Tukyo, I'm glad to have been brothers with you. I will never forget this memory." At the same moment, the system announced that the mission completion had reached 100%, and the escape pod from the current dimension was about to open. Teleportation gate countdown, 10 seconds.
Hearing this, Ye Hao walked towards Lilian and said, "Sorry, Ma Lilian," as the system's countdown echoed in his ears.
Ye Hao embraced her tightly, and sadly said, "I've made you suffer so much, but this is all I can do." Lilian was delighted by his action. She spoke to comfort him. "Ye Hao, you've done very well. This is the most perfect outcome we could have achieved. My only regret is not being able to stay by your side forever." But Ye Hao immediately dismissed that thought. "No, we can be together forever now. This is also my biggest goal in coming to your world." Lian contentedly rested her head on his chest and softly replied, "Whatever you say, I believe you." The system's voice sounded, counting down to 0, and the teleportation gate opened. Immediately afterward, the space was illuminated by a dazzling light. The two of them disappeared with it.
Soon, they arrived in the real world, the system happily announced, successfully teleported to the real world.
Ye Hao quickly commanded, "System, switch to the fallen goddess account." Lian quickly appeared. She said emotionally, "I knew you wouldn't lie to me. We really can be together forever."
Ye Hao, Lilian used only one sword strike to completely annihilate the little demons that were sneaking over, and didn't forget to warn, "Ye Hao gave me a new life. With me here, who dares to touch him?" Then she turned and softly said to him,
Ye Hao, we really will be together forever. He quickly replied, I promised I wouldn't let you down. The two of them held hands, Lilian said contentedly. Although we're together in this form, being able to protect you makes me extremely satisfied. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded again. God's domain is beginning to calculate the side quest mission. It started detailing the information. Mission completion progress, 100%. The Crazy Slaughter Debian account has been removed. Normal abilities can be used, triggering Lilian's hidden background reward. Forced gender bend Kaijo. The goddess can fight independently. Lilian's body gradually changed. The system quickly explained. The goddess fights independently. The rewards will be recalculated. Summon 50% of the goddess's power for 300 seconds. Summon 100% of the goddess's power for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 7 days. It didn't forget to remind with a warning. Summoning 100% power has extremely severe side effects. It will accumulate crazy corruption value. Please consider carefully before using.
Hearing this, Ye Hao's expression was extremely good. He cheered happily. Being able to withstand the goddess's full power transformation for 30 seconds, this is an existence that can destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. In his heart, he secretly added, but if there are side effects, it should only be used as a last resort.
Ye Hao was now as if he was wearing a crown of destruction, he thought to himself. This instance's harvest is huge. Not only did I get all kinds of powerful props and weapons, but I also got another ingredient for the potion from last time. This is too good. At this moment, the mutated cube in front of the two of them began to mutter, I remember. I finally remember. Because of traversing countless spaces, I forgot the purpose of my coming here. I came here to get revenge on that little brat. Looking at Lilian, it secretly complained. But I didn't expect him to come back to this world with Lilian. What's the point of doing business anymore? I have to run away quickly.
Thinking this, it tried to extend its vines to escape,
but before it could do anything, Lilian approached. Seeing her swing her sword to strike down, it panicked and begged, Wait, listen to me. Our conflict was in the previous dimension, let's leave it there. We've come to a new world, please spare me. Lilian didn't answer. She used action to reply. Because immediately after the cube finished speaking, it was slashed to pieces by Lilian. It cried out in pain. Why? Why must you pursue and kill me to the end? Damn it, you inferior space insects. Do you really think you can kill me? I am an immortal and indestructible entity that transcends space. Even if I'm chopped into dust, I will never stop becoming stronger. But very quickly, reality proved that its intention was impossible to realize. Because at this moment, the flames had engulfed it. The cube panicked instantly. Wait! These flames are the power of an outer god. You guys can actually inherit the power of an outer god.
It roared with the last of its strength. I am an immortal and indestructible entity. How could I be defeated by you? Saying this, the cube turned into dust, and the system announced, successfully removed the fragment. The profound superdimensional cube received 50 million experience points, 10 million gold coins. The item reward phase came quickly. This time the system announced, received a god-tier item, the minor superdimensional cube booster. This so-called minor superdimensional cube booster can be charged by collecting dimensional fragments. After successful charging, it can automatically travel to different levels of space, and dimensional fragments can be obtained in combat instances. Receiving such a high-quality item, Ye Hao was also a little happy, thinking, this divine artifact is exactly what I need most right now. Compared to passively entering instances unprepared, actively entering space will be much easier. But what exactly does this thing called dimension refer to? The outside world or instant space? If it's the outside world, then let's go get it.
At this moment, Lilian suddenly spoke with regret. Ye Hao, time's up, I have to go. Remember, I will always be by your side. Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life.
Ye Hao raised his hand to wave goodbye to her and replied, Me too. After Lilian disappeared, he sighed. Lilian's matter finally came to a perfect end. I finally didn't turn into a cross-dressing old man. Duisi appeared full of regret and said, what a pity. I thought I would get to see Master wearing women's clothes. In the end, it was just a little bit.
As always, every time it badmouthed, Ye Hao would take care of it with a few punches. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar movement, and couldn't help but wonder, why is he here again?
Very quickly, Ye Hao moved to the source of the movement. Seeing the figure lurking in front of the ruins, he hurriedly called out, Uncle! Xiao Chen was startled by his call.
While walking towards him, Ye Hao curiously asked, Uncle, Why did you come here? Xiao Chen tried to gloss over the matter.
Isn't it because I was worried, so I came to check up on you?
But I was attracted by these strange relics. Hearing this, he laughed inwardly. Worried, I think there's another purpose. You didn't even pay me back the last time you asked for the Muwei map. This uncle has a lot of secrets. Then Ye Hao concernedly asked Xiao Chen, did you discover anything from these ruins? He replied without hesitation, of course I did.
Before he could open his mouth, Xiao Chen took out a fragment and asked, Ye Hao, do you know what this is? Without thinking, he could answer, it's a fragment of the World Stone. Hearing this answer, Xiao Chen was surprised. You know about this too. But very quickly he regained his mysterious demeanor and said, since you recognize this thing, I think you will also know. The World Stone records the data and rules of creation for this world, but do you know its real purpose? Ye Hao pretended to guess.
Could it be related to restarting the world? Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god, that's great! Is there anything in this world you don't know? At this point, he put on a serious face and began to speak.
Our world is actually divided into 3 factions: the conservative faction, the restart faction, and the observer faction.
When mentioning the conservative faction, one must think of successful businessmen, Xiao Chen quickly explained.
The conservative faction advocates maintaining the status quo, maintaining their own power, and resources are all under the control of large corporations.
When talking about the restart faction, one can't help but think of mages or people with supernatural powers, he continued. The restart faction is a scattered team, but with a large number of people, hoping to reset the world, returning to the old Earth era. Whoever can restart it can rule the world.
Finally, Xiao Chen talked about the observer faction, which is a neutral faction. Without any specific goals, the organization is quite complex. The majority are wild people or collective forces, usually working for the 2 factions above to earn money.
After telling a long story, he commented, but no matter which side it is, they are all chasing after the Worldstone fragments. After all, whether it is to rebuild the world or maintain the old system, this thing is of great benefit to them. But Ye Hao didn't pay attention to this amount of information. What he had been paying attention to was Xiao Chen. With an expectant expression, he interrupted his story. Wait, uncle, why are you suddenly mentioning establishing the world? Don't you feel rushed? Although I'm a little surprised, but since you've said this much, I'm also very curious. Which faction are you from? Hearing this, Xiao Chen wasn't surprised, and asked back, then Ye Hao, which faction do you hope I'm from? But he wasn't so easily fooled. Without thinking, he replied,
Uncle, isn't this question you're asking taking the opportunity to ask which faction I'm from? Because if I'm from one faction, I would definitely hope to be from the same faction as you. Xiao Chen laughed heartily after hearing this answer. Smart. I really can't hide anything from you. You truly deserve to be the person that old man Mu Wei chose. Ye Hao was surprised. How was I chosen by Mu Wei? I have never met him.
He quickly explained to him. This has nothing to do with meeting. It's the old man's will entrusted on the map that chose you.
At this point, Xiao Chen asked, but it was more like an affirmation. Ye Hao, you can see the contents of the map, right? He replied, without hiding.
I can. Hearing Ye Hao being so straightforward, Xiao Chen cheered happily. That's right, didn't I borrow the map from you before? That map is just a blank slate in my eyes, but you can see the contents on the map, and the will of the old man Mu Wei hidden in that map. Ye Hao pondered for a moment, and then replied,
but the map only records some information in geographical details within a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Although it is indeed useful, I did not detect any existence in terms of will.
But Xiao Chen said meaningfully, that shows your research isn't deep enough. That old fox is cunning. He definitely hid more important information in the map. Ye Hao asked with some doubt. Uncle, why do you know so much? What's your relationship with Mu Wei?
He recalled his past and began to tell his story. I followed him for 20 years in the wilderness. You could say I was a useless disciple in his eyes. It's hard for you to believe. Disciple, Xiao Chen continued with a sigh. But later, due to different ideals, we parted ways, because the old fox Mu Xiaowei didn't approve of the existing 3 factions, and chose a completely new, difficult path. The rebuilding faction, Ye Hao asked curiously. The rebuilding faction, he began to explain. The rebuilding faction, as the name suggests, is about preserving everything that exists now, building order on the current foundation. Mu Wei believes that even if the pre-Oei era is opened, the world's crisis will not end, and the prohibition will not be broken. Fearing he wouldn't understand, Xiao Chen added, the Oei era now, although a crisis of extinction for humans, is also an opportunity for complete transformation. In this era, humans can not only obtain nearly endless energy,
but also science and technology from different dimensional latitudes, even magic. After the explanation, he gave the conclusion.
So Mu Wei believes that the current unfavorable situation is all because humans are fighting each other.
Everyone is not united in developing reasonably and systematically. What this world needs is not a restart, but someone powerful enough to lead everyone onto the right track. That's right, these words completely surprised Ye Hao. He wondered to himself, isn't the core idea of this rebuilding faction in line with the super safe zone theory I proposed? Now it can be seen as heroes, sharing the same aspirations. At this point, Xiao Chen's voice became several degrees more serious. Before, I just felt that the old man's idea was too delusional, so I parted ways with him. But now my thinking has changed.
He placed his hand on Ye Hao's shoulder and said confidently, "Because I met you, Ye Hao, you are the person powerful enough that the old fox Mu Wei wants to find. Someone as omnipotent as you might be able to realize the old man's ideal. This is something only you can do. Ye Hao, if you also choose the main axis, then I will do everything I can to help you,"
Ye Hao said without hesitation. Although what I'm doing now is compatible with Mu Wei's ideals, I don't have such long-term plans, let alone think about leading and controlling the development of the world.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't complain at all. "It's okay, there's no rush, and you can't rush it. No one can be sure about the future." Then he put his arm around his shoulder, talking intimately as they walked. "When you're done with things here, come back and continue drinking with me." Ye Hao suddenly remembered something and asked, "That's right, uncle. Do you know Mu Wei's current whereabouts?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know. But I'm sure he can't die, because the old fox is very strong, super strong."
The next day, in the safe zone, the voices of 3 people rang out in unison. "Boss, what did you call us here for?" Ye Hao displayed several item screens and said, "These weapons are for you to try out." Dian picked up a scepter. The feeling was so good that she cheered happily. "Yes, the scepter is so beautiful. Holding it, I can feel the great power it contains. What kind of weapon is this?" Yunfei tried the bow and arrow back and forth for a while and said with satisfaction, "This bow can fire rockets without arrows. I like it so much, you're so good to me." Luo Feng picked up the sword and shield and asked, feeling both satisfied and apologetic, "Boss, weapons of such a god level, can we really have them?" Ye Hao was very confident in his treasure trove of items and replied, "It's okay, I still have a lot of weapons like this. They're not too rare, just use them comfortably, so with these god-level weapons your level should also be upgraded a bit." Hearing this, the 3 of them turned and left. Dian said excitedly, "Got it, we're gonna level up, I can't wait to try this divine weapon." Luo Feng raised the sword in his hand. "Thank you so much, boss, let's go to the competition arena instance to level up. Now I have both offense and defense, this time I'm about to be invincible." Watching their figures leave, Ye Hao began to think in his heart, "Next, I should also find Mo Keher to discuss the super safe zone." Unexpectedly, a familiar voice rang out at this moment. Ye Hao saw the girl swaggering in, and he was a little surprised. "Shui Lu, why are you here and through the back door? You're not here to avenge me for destroying Huang Zheng, are you?" She replied without hesitation. "Whether Huang Zheng exists or not doesn't mean much to me. Without their constraints, I'm even more free. I'm not here for this." Hearing this, Ye Hao said with some joy, "So you're here to find me to pay you back. You lent me 200 million before, mostly as interest for you." As he spoke, his hands operated continuously on the screen. Soon, a notification appeared on Shui Lu's system. Ye Hao transferred 230 million to you. She didn't hesitate at all, and clicked directly on the word, reject. This action immediately froze Ye Hao. Is she? Before he could finish asking, Shui Lu spoke. "I don't need this money anymore, consider it a reward for you. I need you to do me a favor." Hearing this, Ye Hao suddenly had an ominous premonition. A favor? This favor is worth 200 million, it must be very difficult, right? To prevent him from guessing, she directly stated the mission. "Come with me to the next level 200 instance. There's something inside that I really want. Level 200 probably isn't a problem for you, right?" Thinking of the countless ferocious beasts waiting at the entrance of the instance, Zhu Lu shuddered slightly and said, According to the intelligence, the entrance to the large type instance is in the Devil's Rift near the Eastern District, but the entrance to the instance is very special, because it opens in 2 directions, which also means, at this point her voice became several degrees more serious. Not only can we enter, but the demons in the instance can also pose a threat to the surroundings. This instance was originally guarded by the Eastern District, but recently they finally decided to counterattack.
Shulu didn't intend to hide the confidential information and quickly explained the situation. They began to concentrate their teams to conduct the first large-scale offensive against this instance, and at the same time open the instance to the outside world. All individuals and teams willing to go, even mercenaries, can go, so the personnel for this instance battle will be very mixed, and the competition will be very fierce.
Speaking of this, she began to go into the benefits that would be obtained. This level 200 instance is dangerous, but it also means that there will be extremely rich rewards inside.
Afraid that these conditions weren't attractive enough, Shuelu immediately added, besides the benefits for the team, any individual who faces the final boss will also gain honor and status granted by the East Zone.
Therefore, this dungeon raid is an unmissable opportunity for capable individuals.
Seeing that everything was ripe, she turned to Ye Hao and probed, I believe someone as greedy as you won't refuse, right? Seeing him pondering without replying, Shuelu quickly took the initiative, turned around, and said, Let's go, we have to make the most of our time getting there, after all, it's quite far.
Seeing that she had taken a few steps but Ye Hao was still standing there, she asked in surprise, What are you still standing there for? Ye Hao replied with a faint smile on his face. Why are you so sure? I'll definitely go, I haven't said whether I want to go or not.
Seeing Ye Hao's appearance, Shulu quickly offered her thoughts. One more thing. Facing such generous rewards, how could you possibly refuse? Truth proves that it can happen. Because immediately after that, Ye Hao replied, That's right, I refuse. Shulu was so surprised that she was dumbfounded. Not believing what she had just heard, she stammered. What did you say? She seemed to go crazy, hurriedly talking non-stop by Ye Hao's ear. Why, aren't you very greedy? There's no reason to refuse. Are you deliberately trying to anger me? It can't be that you've suddenly become uninterested in wealth, right? That makes no sense. Or do you feel the reward for this dungeon isn't enough?
After Shuelu had voiced all her doubts, Ye Hao slowly spoke his mind. It's not related to any of these things. First, you haven't revealed your true purpose. Second, even if the reward is generous, I don't have the time. My super safe zone plan has just begun. I must put my energy into this. Furthermore, I have absolutely no interest in working for the East Zone.
Hearing this, Shuelu herself was convinced.
It makes sense. What he said makes so much sense. I can't refute it for a moment. In the end, she had to compromise and tell the truth. Fine, I can tell you my true purpose for going to this dungeon. Actually, I'm going to kill someone, Ye Hao asked with an expectant expression. Kill? Who? Zhue Luqia replied with killing intent. I want to go kill an old man named Tuku. He's the leading scientist researching genetic biology in the East Zone, and he'll also be at this dungeon.
Hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Isn't genetic biology an ancient science that has been lost? Xu Lu quickly explained. It's not just genetic biology, there are many related studies in the East Zone. Science is similar to this kind of lost art.
Here Ye Hao come to the main point. So what grudges do you have with this old man named Tungi Kuga? But she didn't answer this question. Instead, she angrily shouted, I've said enough. If you don't want to go, then forget it. I'll pay someone else to go.
Unexpectedly at this moment, Ye Hao spoke to smooth things over. If I'm so important to you, then wanting me to go along isn't impossible. It's just that you have to agree to 2 of my conditions. But Shuelu wasn't so patient. She held her sword to Ye Hao's neck and gritted her teeth. Are you teasing me? You clearly agreed to go. But not only did you inquire about my secrets, but you also want me to owe you a favor?
Ye Hao calmly advised. Don't be angry. If it's simply for money or benefits, I really wouldn't plan to go. But if it's a personal grudge that needs to be resolved like yours, then it's different. Here, his voice was full of concern. Besides, you sought me out, proving that completing this matter will be very difficult. I owed you a favor before, so of course I have to help you now. Hearing these sweet words made Shuelu's face unconsciously turn red, and she thought to herself, so that's how it is. Could it be that I misunderstood him?
But this thought was quickly dismissed because Ye Hao spoke up. Of course, I can't work for free. First, everything obtained in this dungeon must belong to me. In addition, after this matter is over, you must also join my formation." As soon as these words were spoken, she thought to herself annoyedly, "Looks like I didn't misunderstand him at all." With a little anger in her heart, Shui Lu said with arrogance, "I have no interest in what's obtained from the dungeon. You can have it all, but wanting me to join Han Mo, that's absolutely impossible. No matter what, I was once a member of Huangjing. Even if Huangjing collapses, I can't defect to the enemy. That's not my style." Ye Hao quickly corrected her, thinking, "It's not joining Han Mo, but joining me." These words successfully shocked Shui Lu. "What? Afraid that she wouldn't agree," he suggested. "How about you listen to my super safe zone fantasy before making a decision?" Shui Lu, hearing this name for the first time, couldn't help but be curious. What is this super safe zone? A moment later, after grasping all the information, she immediately shouted, "What, Ye Hao, you want to go this far? Can this really be done? If what you said is true, maybe it really can be done." At this moment, Shui Lu's impression of Ye Hao immediately changed. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect Ye Hao to have such lofty goals. Is this the ultimate reason why he's greedy? I really misunderstood him." Figuring it out, Shui Lu gently replied, "All right, I support your ideals. As long as it doesn't restrict my freedom, I'm willing to join." Ye Hao was very happy. Then it's decided. Soon, a plane appeared in front of the two. He called out to Shui Lu, "Let's go, let's set off." Looking at Ye Hao's mature figure in front of her, she had a thought. In a short period of time, his abilities and ambition have grown to this height. Even I'm starting to look forward to it. Where exactly is this man's limit? The plane quickly sped forward. Shui Lu was very comfortable on it, she happily said. "The feeling of sitting on a plane is really magical, Ye Hao." Shui Lu abandoned her arrogant form and cheered, completely different from the feeling of flying myself. So new, so exciting, so interesting. Ye Hao, who was next to her, heard these words, and had some thoughts in his heart. Hearing this laughter, it seems that Shui Lu is really excited. I didn't expect the iceberg goddess to have such a cute side. If so, then let her have more fun. Unexpectedly, a flock of demonic beasts flew over. Blocking their path, Shui Lu cried out anxiously, "Ye Hao, be careful!" A group of flying demonic beasts ahead. He quickly reassured her, "Relax, I'm here. Just enjoy the thrill." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Hao used the stealth maneuver, making the aircraft flicker in and out of sight, moving unpredictably, so the demonic beasts couldn't pinpoint its location to attack. Seeing this display, Shui Lu couldn't help but admire. The demonic beasts are being toyed with. "Ye Hao, how do you do that?" Ye Hao proudly explained. "This is a special ancient aerial maneuver, combined with the advanced capabilities of this fighter and my piloting skills. It's an eye-opener for these demonic beasts." Shui Lu became even more excited, and seeing the aircraft constantly circling, she curiously asked, "So thrilling, Ye Hao, you're amazing. What's this move called?" The demonic beasts outside kept attacking, but ultimately realized they couldn't hit anything. Inside, Ye Hao was still explaining to Shui Lu. It utilizes zero radius, or small radius turns, like a falling leaf, evading attacks with erratic maneuvers. Hearing this, the demonic beasts roared in anger. "Damn it, we see you as food, and you're using us as material to flirt with a girl. Brothers, tear him to shreds." But he was one step ahead. He continuously fired at them, then arrogantly proclaimed, "So what? Experiencing the wisdom of our ancestors is an honor for you demonic beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, all the demonic beasts were annihilated. Shui Lu was still incredibly excited inside. "That was amazing. I loved it. Thank you, Ye Hao, for giving me such a thrilling aerial combat experience." Ye Hao said with satisfaction, "As long as you're happy." Then, he quickly adjusted the aircraft's parameters and shouted, "I'm accelerating." The aircraft sped forward, causing Shui Lu to excitedly reply, "Okay." Meanwhile, outside the Devil's Rift dungeon, as expected, many devils were present. They approached the group outside the cave, greedily saying, "Fresh meat, fresh living humans, I'm so hungry." A level 102 devil laughed gleefully, declaring, "Meat delivered to our doorstep. No reason not to eat it. I'm going to devour them all." But they were effortlessly annihilated. Within 5 seconds, one soldier complained while slashing, "Captain, didn't you say this was a major dungeon? Isn't this a bit too easy?" The person next to him chimed in, "Yeah, Captain. Command was worried something might happen and sent us here. Isn't that an overreaction?" Hearing these complacent remarks, Shu Wen reminded them,
Don't be careless. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Command arranged it this way for a reason. No matter what, we must be careful. Soon, the subordinates returned to report. Captain, the devils at the dungeon entrance have been cleared. Shu Wen praised them generously. Well done. You've all worked hard. Suddenly, Tu Kung-ku appeared, rudely rushing over and yelling, You idiots! Wei Shu Wen, what have you morons done?
Why did you kill them all? The purpose of my coming here is to research and obtain the devil's important genes. You killed them all. What am I supposed to research now?
Shu Wen was also a little angry, but he still replied with a friendly expression. Doctor, don't be angry. There are plenty of specimens left in the dungeon. We'll go catch some more. Don't worry about these little monsters. But in his heart he was secretly complaining. So hard to please. Damn, Mur, who does he think he is? If it weren't for our Phoenix Squad's mission to protect him, I wouldn't bother with him. Thinking this, Shu Wen turned to remind him. Also, Doctor, it's best not to casually reveal the purpose of our trip. It will be better. It might not be good if outsiders hear it. But he paid no attention, still angrily asking, So what if they hear it? Tu Kung-ku bluntly pointed at the group behind him and said, What good would it do, even if they knew our purpose? What do they know about genes? This advanced science has long been lost. These barely evolved apes wouldn't understand, Shu Wen hesitantly replied. That's true. Suddenly, the level 195 killer god angrily stepped forward. Stop the nonsense. We are the Wild King Mercenary Corps from the end of the century, ranked 5th in the Eastern Wilderness. We have no interest in any devil genes. We only want money and equipment. We never intended to compete with you. As soon as he stepped forward, many cheers came from below. Captain is mighty. Tu Ku revealed his sinister expression and said, A wise decision. In his heart he was still sneering. Monkeys are monkeys. A little provocation is all it takes. These idiots can't read a few words and couldn't possibly retain the true value of the devil's important genes. At this time, the killer god turned to tease Fei Yan and her group. Such a beautiful group of ladies going into a devil's den is too dangerous. Why don't you wait outside? After we go in and make a fortune, we'll take care of you all. Hearing this, Fei Yan drew her whip without hesitation and retorted, I'm looking forward to it, but after you go in, you probably won't be coming back. It's still easier for us to go in and make money ourselves. The killer god easily grabbed the other end of the whip and playfully said, These little darlings are fiery. I like your type. Fei Yan was not to be outdone. She looked at him sharply and warned, Whether it's fiery or painful, we'll have to see if your little body can withstand the abuse. Suddenly, Ye Hao's aircraft arrived, making such a commotion that the people below immediately noticed. Its movements inadvertently stirred up the dust below. Someone angrily shouted, Too much dust! My brand new equipment is getting dirty! The first time I wear it out, it's not stained with monster blood, but dust from someone else showing off. Many people were disgruntled. Who doesn't want to be cool like that? We're here to run the dungeon to make money, and we haven't even earned any yet, and we're already eating dirt. Not long after, he and Xue Lu stepped off the plane. She gently smoothed her hair and sighed, We're here so fast. This is much faster than flying myself, Ye Hao. Take me flying again next time if you get the chance, he replied as he walked. Sure, once you join me, there will be plenty of opportunities. Sha Shen couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene. Damn it, with this fanfare I thought some big shot had arrived. Turns out it's just some brat trying to pick up girls. These two even dare to come and clear level 200 dungeons. Go pick up girls somewhere else. A one-eyed guy standing next to him chimed in. That's right, these little punks nowadays will do anything to show off in front of girls. They don't even care about their lives. What a pity, such a beautiful girl is going to throw her life away with him. Only Shu Wen was a little impressed with Ye Hao, he thought to himself. It's that kid, I wanted to kill him and steal the ancient god before, but Xiao Chen intervened. Now he's delivering himself to my door. I won't miss this chance again. Seeing Xue Lu staring at him intently with a murderous aura, Tu Ku was a little doubtful, thinking, This woman's gaze towards me is unfriendly. And why does she look so familiar? Where have I met her before? Forget it. The most important thing now is to get the demon gene. Everything else is unimportant. But in the end, he still chose to say it out loud. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll carefully gouge out your beautiful eyes and use them for experiments. Hearing this, Xue Lu just hated that she couldn't tear him apart right now. He also secretly assessed the old man in front of him. This fatty Tu Ku's level is only 150. Yet he can make Xue Lu so wary, it seems that he is hiding a lot of strength. At this time,
Fei Yan came over to greet them. A handsome young man has arrived. I hope we will have good interactions in this dungeon. Ye Hao didn't pay much attention to these words, but when he looked behind her, he was stunned. In front of Ye Hao at this moment was none other than Shuhei. He wondered in disbelief. That person is Bo Shuhei. Why is she in that team? And she's not only disguised her name and personal information, but she's also pretending not to know me. What is her purpose? Coming here as if thinking of something, he felt a little happy. Wait, Shu, he, Shu, Lu. Now the two of them have completely appeared together. The secret relationship between the two of them might be unraveled in this dungeon. At this time, Tukuku was already standing in front of the cave entrance. He shouted, "Everyone, I won't repeat the rules. You must remember, once you step into this dungeon entrance,
You are responsible for your own little lives. Don't come crying and begging others for help later." Someone couldn't wait any longer and shouted, "Of course! Don't dawdle anymore, you fatty. I'm already impatient." Tuno-kun quickly announced to everyone to enter the dungeon.
As soon as they entered, before everyone's eyes was a giant, gluttonous monarch level 200. It had countless ferocious mouths all over its body, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. Heavens! We've already encountered a boss as soon as we entered the dungeon. What kind of operation is this? Seeing this, Tukun reassured. Don't panic. Although it's a boss, it doesn't seem to have high-level intelligence. This ugly form is not the perfect demon form I want, he ordered. Quickly deal with it, then continue searching for a more ideal specimen, Shashen said with great interest. Just this appearance. But if it's a boss, then the rewards won't be bad. Don't you guys make a move? This big piece of meat is ours, Fei Yan said with a somewhat displeased expression. This boss looks too disgusting, you can have it. Shu Wen also offered to give it up. Our Phoenix Squad is not interested in this boss either, feel free to take it. He said this because he understood one thing in his heart. If it's not what Master Specimen wants, then we naturally don't need to make a move either. With these idiots acting as laborers clearing the way, we can take it easy. Waiting for these words, Shakshen took the lead and rushed forward, shouting excitedly, "You guys said it yourselves. Don't go back on your word. I'm not like you fancy show-offs. The first boss in this dungeon belongs to me." His subordinates also took the opportunity to cheer. Boss is mighty. Boss is wise and brave. Ye Hao looked at this scene and turned to Shui Lu and said, "I predict this dungeon battle will be very long, because I once saw in a book that people in the Western continent divide human desires into 7 types." Seeing that she was listening, he continued, "Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Gluttony is one of them." At this point, Ye Hao finally voiced the conjecture in his heart. If the demon bosses in this dungeon are also divided like this, then there will be at least 7 bosses. After saying a long string of words, he finally concluded with a question. "So, to avoid accidents, do you want to take care of Tuanku here right away?" Shulu replied with hatred for him. "No, if I just kill him like this, it would be too cheap for him. I must make a move. When he is happily thinking that he has achieved his goal, I must let him simultaneously suffer a triple blow of despair from his body and heart." Ye Hao quickly agreed. "Follow your plans. Anyway, I promise to help you. As long as you feel the time is right, I will make a move." In his heart, he couldn't stop wondering. "But I'm really curious. What deep hatred do Shui Lu and Tuku have?" Looking over again and seeing her gloomy appearance, Ye Hao had to put aside his curiosity. But if she is not willing to take the initiative to mention it, I don't need to ask. Just silently support her. On this side, that group of people was still frantically attacking the gluttonous monarch. Seeing it burning in pain, one of them happily shouted, "Boss, this boss is almost done for. It looks like we're about to get the first kill reward." Seeing this, Sha Shen ordered, "You little ones, quickly move aside. I'll give it the final fatal blow." The people around couldn't help but admire this scene of teamwork. As expected of the 5th-ranked mercenary group in the Eastern Wastelands, their coordination in this boss fight is very smooth. "Did we lone wolves come to the wrong place? Do we want to join them?" The person next to him also said, "Looking at their appearance before, I thought they looked absolutely unreliable. I didn't expect their actual combat experience and coordination to be so high." Some people secretly sighed, "Poor boss. It just entered the field and was met with such a fierce siege it's already about to collapse as soon as it came out." At this moment, the monarch, after the god of slaughter's decisive blow, has 10% of its health left. He was a little surprised to see this. Damn, it's still alive. But it's lost too much health already. "You brats, Let's kill it together. But Monak's next action puzzled everyone there. Someone shouted, "Boss, this boss is not right. Why is it starting to eat its own kind?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Monak finished eating, and it quickly expanded its body several times. The health bar that was just empty is now full, and the level has successfully increased to 230.
Cries of panic followed. Full health again, the boss has recovered to full health again, and the level has also increased. What's going on?
Not giving them a chance to attack, the Monak started to act. It kept swallowing people, and miserable screams kept ringing out. "No, help, boss, save us." The god of slaughter chose to turn around and blame the people behind him. "What the hell are you guys watching? Damn it, everyone came to fight the dungeon. Only my side is risking our lives." One person replied with a sneer, "Didn't you tell us not to take action?" The god of slaughter, cornered, could only lower himself and say, "Damn it, is the situation now the same as before? This boss has mutated. Wait until we are eaten, and then it will be your turn."
Shu Wen and his teammates rushed up without waiting to be reminded. He also carefully spoke to mediate. Now is not the time to argue. This boss's attribute seems to be that the more it swallows, the stronger it becomes. If we continue to ignore it, I'm afraid we will also fall into danger. Everyone, go. The teammates behind were also very determined. Brothers, follow the captain. Let us teach these hicks what real team combat is.
Seeing this, the people on Xi'an's side hesitated and asked, "Big sis, the Phoenix battle team has taken action. Then what about us?" Without waiting for her to finish, Xi'an ordered, "Sisters, support them. Today we'll let these useless men hang on our skirts."
Very quickly, a chaotic battle appeared. The solo players observed the situation carefully and said, "Look quickly.
The three major battle teams are cooperating to besiege it. The boss is suppressed again. They are determined. We solo players must also work hard. We can't let others look down on us."
Shui Lu asked Ye Hao with some surprise, "I don't have any requirements for this dungeon, so I didn't want to take action in vain. But aren't you going to participate in the battle either? The first boss kill reward of the Haoying Major Dungeon. With your personality, you shouldn't miss it."
But he only replied calmly, "No rush. Let them work for me for a while first." That's right. When the boss's health is low to 10%, "Can you help me chop it into pieces of meat, no more than 1 cubic meter?" she replied without hesitation. "I have no problem, but the previous attacks of those people have already beaten the boss like that, and it can still recover. Why do you want me to do such useless work now?" At this point, Ye Hao smiled playfully. "You just need to do as I say."
Not long after, the Monak was jointly attacked by everyone and had 10% of its health left. Seeing it standing still and not fighting anymore, voices of panic rang out around. The boss's health is low to 10% again. Could it be that it wants to? A warning voice appeared. "Everyone, retreat. Be wary of the boss entering a gluttonous state again. Don't let it eat you."
But before they could move, Zhu Lu Ka gently chopped the Monak into many pieces with her sword. This scene successfully shocked everyone there. Damn, what is this woman doing? Isn't she trying to steal the boss? But very quickly, the Monak linked itself back together. The fragments of the body gradually reconnected into their original shape. The crowd began to whisper again at this time, "How naive. This kind of attack is useless." I clearly saw with my own eyes that I suffered a loss earlier, and she still doesn't believe me.
Shu Wen saw this, and a thought flashed in his mind. This woman wants to ruin things. Thinking this, he quickly spoke to stop her. "Retreat quickly. If you are eaten by the boss, it will recover again."
As soon as these words were spoken, a heaven-swallowing black hole appeared and sucked the Monak in. Everyone was stunned. Damn, what is this? The boss's black hole hadn't even healed, and it was sucked in. You must know that the heaven-swallowing black hole is a small black hole in the universe, which constantly grows by devouring everything, and can eventually grow into an existence that can even devour the starry sky. The current stage can ignore levels and devour any substance not exceeding 1 cubic meter.
Very quickly, a system notification rang. The gluttonous boss has been killed. The first kill belongs to Ye Hao. The crowd went from one surprise to another, and someone couldn't help but shout, "This dungeon even has system notifications. And the first kill is gone again." On this side, the system whispered in his ear, "Received 10 million experience, 5 million gold." Next is the item part. The notification displays, "You have picked up an endless intestine pouch. This is an epic level equipment, which can increase the number of items carried." Next are 10 peculiar tentacles. It has a strange taste and is extremely savory. Each tentacle after eating can restore 100% hydrogen phosphide, increase strength by 30%, carry a hungry state, and last for 1 minute. What is indispensable is the gluttony fingerling, which is also an epic level equipment. The complete hook claw was made from teeth. A gluttonous demon, extremely sharp, instantly tearing apart enemies, increasing armor penetration by 30%, and reducing the opponent's defense by 20%. The scene just now happened so fast that the group of people hadn't dared to believe the result. Questioning voices rang out continuously. Heavens, what exactly just happened? Ye Hao walked towards the group of people like a god and said, "Gluttony is only so-so, my appetite is still bigger." Seeing him, the group of people immediately reacted, some surprised. "Heavens! So it's this show-off kid," Shashin, killing god, asked dissatisfiedly. "I worked hard to fight the boss and lose health, but you, kid, used this strange move to steal the monster. Do you not want to live anymore?" The subordinate next to him immediately suggested an attack. "Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's all go up and surround him." But Ye Hao quickly retorted, "Isn't this instance supposed to be open to everyone? Everyone steals bosses based on their abilities. Isn't that the old rule?" But how could Shashin care about these arguments? He rushed up angrily. "Damn it, taking an inch, wanting a mile. Do you really think you're something? It seems like I won't take action. You don't know your own weight? Talking about rules? Well, now I don't like the look of you. Killing you won't break any rules." But before he could go far, Shashin stopped again, looking at the team beside him standing motionless, and couldn't help but think suspiciously, wait, something's not right. After the monster was stolen, the Phoenix Squad and the Queen Squad were completely unmoved by this kid's provocation. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. With my intuition from too many years in the wilderness, there must be some risk here. What is this kid's background anyway? Seeing him facing everyone alone, he can still remain calm. There must be something wrong. I'd better not act rashly. Over here, the system is announcing to Ye Hao, killed gluttonous demon. Triggered a linked account with that man. A special quest to kill 10,000 demons. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Killed 10,000 demons? Are you kidding me? Very quickly, the identity of that man's account appeared in front of Ye Hao. He still felt puzzled, and asked, 10,000. Are there enough demons to kill in this instance? The system then replied, yes. Killing one boss is equivalent to killing 5,000 demons, Ye Hao said skeptically. Such a stuck number. Doesn't that mean I have to kill through the entire instance to kill enough 10,000 demons? The system quickly explained his confusion. That's right. To accumulate 10,000 demon kills, you have to combine instances to pass stages. Switching to that man's account can increase damage and earn rewards against demons. It provided additional information. Using finishing moves to kill demons will accumulate glamour points and demon fear points. The number increases, and the rating level is determined. From low to high, it's divided into D, B, A, S, 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 B levels. Glamour points, combined with demon fear points, can be converted to increase accumulated damage, which can be increased to a maximum of 500%. Here, it assigned the task with some expectation. In addition, using that man's account to kill 100,000 demons can unlock the upgraded account, Demon Destroyer. The system carefully provided additional information. Demon Destroyer has the advantage of using Demon Blood Jade, obtained in the Central God Realm Garter, into the Extreme Demon Dimension. The Extreme Demon Dimension is the lair of all demons, an intermediate-level demon instance. Inside, there is an ancient god-type demon as a rare boss. Hearing this, Ye Hao cheered happily. Ancient god, another trace of an ancient god. Although killing 10,000 demons sounds a bit troublesome, for the sake of this reward I have to kill through the instance. Over here, seeing Shashin standing still and not continuing to approach, a hesitant subordinate asked, Boss, are we still going to attack that kid? He angrily scolded, Attack what? Saying this was because Shashin was secretly thinking, as the saying goes, the gun shoots the bird that sticks its head out. If other forces aren't taking action against that kid, then I don't need to be the first one to touch the bad luck. Damn it, endure it. Shu Wen secretly looked at Ye Hao and muttered to himself, the Eastern District leader gave us the mission to protect the treasure trove this time. There's no need to start an internal war at this time, HMPH. It won't be too late to settle scores with this kid after passing the instance. At this time, an announcement echoed throughout the instance. Killed one boss. The instance's main teleport gate is officially closed. After killing the remaining 6 bosses, the new instance teleport gate will open again.
Each time a boss is killed, there will be a 30-second delay. After the delay time ends, the remaining attributes of the boss will increase by 10%.
Attributes that are too small will increase by 5%.
Calculating like this, the person who kills the final boss will have control over the instance and the power to decide the entire life form in the instance.
All control includes life. Some people were angry and complained after hearing this. Are you kidding me? If so, then the instance is hell difficulty. What's the point of fighting? But there were also many people who were happy, some excited, and said, the entire life form in the instance isn't just the people who entered the instance like us. Even these demons are counted. The person next to him excitedly said, heavens! Then if you kill the final boss, wouldn't you be able to control this instance at will? And you can control a large army of demons to do as you please? Shashin couldn't help but sink into thought. Damn it. Although the difficulty of this instance is very abnormal, the rewards are also very abnormal. I like it.
Then he glanced at Zhuhi, and a bad idea couldn't help but arise in his heart. Damn it, let's go for it. If you want to have fun to the skies. Only newbies make choices. Money and women and demons, I'll take them all.
Fei Yan frowned and thought after hearing the system's words. Control over everything. Interesting. After I control everything, I will kill all the men here. This world doesn't need men. It's best if all the men die. But that Ye Hao can be played with before killing. Shu Wen looked at Ye Hao and plotted extremely insidiously. As long as we get control of the instance, then no matter what methods this kid has, we won't have to worry anymore, kid. The time for your freedom isn't much longer. This time Xiao Chen won't appear to protect you like last time. Dooku on this side also couldn't escape the temptation of power. He smiled vilely and thought, I'm sure to get control of this instance, it's really a living experiment made for me. I must turn all the people here into materials for me to research and reform. Ye Hao smiled inwardly with a face as if he had seen through all the thoughts of this group of people. Looking at the perverted eyes of these guys, the instance hasn't even been cleared yet, and everyone has already started calculating on their own, dreaming about the things after having control of the instance. No wonder it's a demon-gathering instance. The 7 deadly sins grasp human nature very accurately. Thinking this, he turned to Shui Lu and said,
It seems that we have no turning back now, she replied without any worry. Suits me. At this point, a sky-high killing intent radiated from Shu Lu's entire body. This time, no one will escape. I must obtain control over this dungeon, adding another layer of insurance to achieving my goal. Seeing her like this, Ye Hao immediately felt worried and uneasy. Shui Lu has always been calm and full of anger. This is unusual. Leaving aside her hatred for Tu Kung Kit, this dungeon seems to amplify people's 7 emotions and 6 desires, fully exposing their negative sides. At this moment, Shu Wen suddenly spoke up. Everyone, from now on, it's best if we split up. Each team should go and kill a boss separately, then control the timing to delay for 30 seconds, aiming to kill several bosses at the same time.
He was so decisive because accumulating and raising the next boss's attributes would only increase it by 10%,
thereby reducing the dungeon's difficulty. As he spoke, he painted a picture of everyone working together to attack each boss one by one. Finally, Shu Wen imagined a dream result and said, the best-case scenario would be if we could simultaneously kill all the remaining bosses. At this point, he seemingly glanced at Ye Hao and continued, of course, if anyone feels their team can't defeat a boss on their own, they can suggest another team lead them to fight the boss.
Xia Shen, after listening to this long speech, immediately spoke up in support. That's right, we're a large team with many people, but you only have 2 people. Hole. Besides going into holes, you don't know anything else. Well then, if you kneel down and beg me, I might consider taking you along. His sycophant's praises still rang out as usual. Leader, you're truly a great philanthropist. Shu Lu bluntly crushed Xia Shen's newfound joy. She said without any restraint, empty-headed people love to pontificate. Tigers always act alone. Stray dogs are the ones who like to band together. With your performance of desperately attacking just now, are you trying to form a team to gift your lives away? Sorry, I'm saying too much, because with your level you probably don't understand what I'm saying. Xia Shen, hearing this, immediately flew into a rage and shouted, I think you're tired of living. Before he could make a move, a panicked voice came over. Leader, we've made a new discovery. A panicked subordinate ran over to report. Following your instructions, I scouted around, and I discovered that besides us and the demons, there are other people here.
Xia Shen couldn't help but be surprised. After hearing this, what did you say? The others were equally surprised. Shu Wen was the first to speak. Other people. Impossible. The dungeon's entrance has already closed. Wait, could it be that someone entered the dungeon before us? Hurry, let's go take a look. Not long after, they went together to a place that resembled a forbidden hall. There was a bizarre formation there, surrounded by skeletons guarding it, and in the center was a massive blood demon crystal. Unsurprisingly, inside the blood demon crystal were a group of people who had died long ago, leaving only white skeletons. Someone fearfully stammered. Blood sacrifice demon crystal. Withered corpses prostrating. What is this ghastly scene? Ye Hao was the one who reacted the most strongly. He shouted angrily. The Old World Advent Society, I never expected to encounter them here. After learning the origins of these people, many people cursed, damn it, this is really unlucky, to run into this. The people of the Old World Advent Society are a bunch of lunatics. None of them are normal. Someone quickly chimed in. These guys never do things logically. Their beliefs are cruel and extreme. You could say they're the dregs of this world.
Tuku looked at the scene before him and became somewhat interested, saying, Interesting, interesting. These withered corpses must be over 100 years old, yet they've managed to keep them from rotting.
Then he noticed the hole in the back of each corpse, piercing through them one by one. He exclaimed in surprise, What is this hole? Tuku thought to himself. There are traces of damage on the back of the bodies. It seems like something crawled out from inside these withered corpses. Is this why they haven't rotted?
This dungeon is more interesting than I thought. After learning the age of the things before them, everyone was stunned. Over 100 years. These guys came here 100 years ago. But what do they want to do here by making these things? Someone thought for a moment and replied, Who knows? We, in the Dongda district, have only heard about the evil deeds of the Old World Advent Society. We've never directly encountered them. Shu Wen also had to think for a moment before making a guess. Could it be that they're trying to summon a demon? At this time, Ye Hao spoke up to dismiss that idea. No, the goal of the Old World Advent Society isn't to summon a demon, but to summon an ancient god, which is a product of their failed summoning. And I speculate there are probably 6 more summoning formations like this, corresponding to the 6 remaining bosses. Hearing this, he couldn't help but blurt out in surprise. What? Shu Wen spoke up to confirm.
According to you, the people of the Old World Advent Society have summoned the 7 demon bosses in this dungeon, and they also want to summon an ancient god, Ye Hao replied without hesitation. That's right. Shu Wen, however, didn't believe this, and immediately retorted, Nonsense. Do you even know what an ancient god is? The Old World Advent Society summoning an ancient god? You must be daydreaming. He thought to himself, Who is this brat trying to scare? Unfortunately, we in the Dongda district have long gone deep into the research of ancient gods. The Old World Advent Society can absolutely not summon an ancient god. At this point, Ye Hao calmly said, Perhaps the abilities of the Old World Advent Society have surpassed the knowledge of you in the Dongda district, because I was once in the southwest safe zone and saw them summon 1/7 of an ancient god.
Hearing these words, the people around him were immediately terrified. What? The Old World Advent Society can really summon an ancient god? And you've actually seen an ancient god with your own eyes? Shu Wen gnashed his teeth in jealousy in his heart. He never expected this brat to have such an opportunity. Just how many secrets is he hiding? I need to be extremely careful when I make a move on him later. Ye Hao was also a little worried at this time. He thought to himself that the current situation really exceeded his knowledge. The existence of the Old World Advent Society has exceeded 100 years. But how do they know that there is an ancient god here? It seems that there must be a very powerful person in the Old World Advent Society. This organization is no longer a simple apocalyptic cult. As in my previous understanding, I must be extra careful of them in the future. At this moment, Shattering God walked over and knocked on the Blood Fiend crystal, mocking Ye Hao. You cultured folks, all you do is show off? What's the point of discussing this stuff? If these dried corpses are over 100 years old, what's so scary about them? Instead of wasting time discussing this heresy, shouldn't we split up and deal with the remaining bosses? With that, he stomped hard on the Blood Fiend crystal, not forgetting to say goodbye, dried corpses, bye-bye, I'm off to beat up some bosses. Unsurprisingly, the Blood Fiend crystal quickly cracked, and dried corpses and blood poured out incessantly. Shattering God was a little startled. Oh crap, what is this? Dukuz quickly spoke up, trying to stop him. You idiot, don't touch things here carelessly. Shattering God replied, feeling a bit guilty. I didn't expect this thing to be so thin. It's broken, so it's broken. What can I do?
Suddenly, the formation under the ground lit up red, and the ground began to shake. He panicked immediately. What is this again?
Soon, strange arms gradually emerged from the ground,
And these arms were everywhere. Someone quickly warned, "Everyone be careful, retreat back. Something's crawling out from underground." One person ran over, saw Ye Hao still standing motionless, and deliberately reminded him, "Kid, what are you still standing there for? Run if you want to live," Ye Hao calmly replied. This summoning formation isn't simple. It seems like living beings are buried underground to be sacrificed to the ancient gods. Very quickly, Ye Hao's words were confirmed. Countless mutated living beings appeared, blocking the retreat of the group. They screamed in panic. Heavens, mutated living beings really came out. The old world army's Lin Hui is really not a good thing, someone hurriedly reminded. Stop complaining. There are too many mutated beings. Let's get out of this cramped space first.
Xu Wen slashed a few with his sword and said, "A bunch of cowards. You dare to come to the dungeon for fun with so little courage and strength."
But the scene before him quickly made him panic. The mutated living being he had just slashed not only didn't fall, but continued to stagger towards him. Xu Wen asked in shock, "What's going on? It's been hacked like this and it's still alive." On the side, a beetle-like mutated living being was taking a huge bite out of someone's neck. The person cried out in pain, "It's sucking my blood, help me, someone help me."
Soon, they lost ground. There were too many mutated living beings, and they frantically rushed forward to bite and suck the blood of the survivors. One person complained in panic, "What the hell is going on? Whether the monsters can be killed or not, don't just wait for death. Fight back, fight back."
On the other side, Xuelu had just frozen several mutated living beings.
She frowned, thinking, bloodthirsty and unkillable. These guys are a bit tricky.
On the side, Ye Hao still didn't take any action. He calmly asked, "System, are these mutated monsters counted within the scope of the 10,000 demons?"
It quickly replied, "Yes."
Over here, Shattering God ran towards Ye Hao and said, "Kid, why are you standing aside doing nothing? Are you too scared to pee? Can't even move anymore? I'm luring monsters over here to toughen you up. Don't be polite."
Very quickly, the mutated living beings surrounded Ye Hao. Seeing him still standing still, Shattering God was a bit pleased. "Are you dumbfounded? Today I will expose you. You are just someone who likes to pretend to be someone." Before he could finish speaking, a huge force burst out from the entire space, killing the mutated living beings instantly. Seeing this, Shattering God was shocked. "Heavens, what happened?" "Don't worry," Ye Hao said slowly. "I will of course take action, but it's a bit of a pity."
At this time, the system also sounded a notification. Weapon warehouse delivered successfully. Host has successfully switched to that man's account. Please pay attention to the cooldown of the account. This small amount of demons isn't even enough for me to fill the gaps between my teeth, but whatever. Ye Hao excitedly took the powerful gun, quickly loaded it, and declared firmly, "The demon hunting feast begins now." At this time, the system reminded again. Warning, prolonged use of that man's account will accumulate a large amount of energy. Rage must use energy skills to vent on the battlefield. Otherwise, it will accumulate bloodthirsty cooldown. Host, please vent to your heart's content. Ye Hao seemed to be energized by these words, quickly firing continuously at the mutated living beings,
shouting excitedly, "Give it to me!" The mutated living beings couldn't get close to Ye Hao for a moment. They were all dealt with by his bullets.
Ye Hao fought and slashed and complained. "Is this all you've got? Not enough? Not satisfying enough?" Ye Hao was like he was holding a gun for the first time, shooting like crazy, and then called out, "Come on, gather towards me, I must kill all you demons," leaving no one alive. Over here, Xuelu was using ice to freeze most of the mutated living beings. One of them, seeing this, not only wasn't grateful, but angrily criticized. "She's clearing monsters for us. Boss, this is clearly looking down on our Phoenix squad." But seeing him rampaging not far away, he suddenly realized, "That's not right, she's helping that kid steal our monsters." Ye Hao, enjoying the shooting, said excitedly, "That's right, keep rushing towards me so I can kill more, and have even more fun." Immediately afterward, a huge explosion occurred.
Xue He, in a hidden corner, watching the two outside, one throwing and one catching, couldn't help but feel bitter. Thinking how well Ye Hao and that woman were coordinating. Damn it, why did I have this strange feeling of jealousy? I have to endure it. I have more important things to do. Xu Wen was also extremely shocked, thinking to himself, Although I knew this kid wasn't simple, I didn't expect him to be this strong. Absolutely can't underestimate him anymore. Dealing with him later must involve a more thorough plan.
At this moment, a subordinate stepped forward and said, "Boss, they're stealing our monsters again. Heavens, the monsters are about to be stolen completely."
Shu Wen gritted his teeth and replied, "If they want to take the monsters, let them. Anyway, our mission this time is to protect Dr. Tuku. Consider them as workers clearing monsters for us."
Not long after, a system announcement rang out. The little demon-type monsters in this area have been completely cleared, all killed by the host, a total of 665. The final evaluation is SSS, receiving a bonus of 20% gorgeous stats and demon fear stats. Hearing this, Ye Hao sighed inwardly. 665. This is really killing people with OCD. But suddenly thinking of something, he began to reason. I remember in the ancient West there was a tyrannical emperor. He was considered the incarnation of a demon, and his name corresponding to the number in the ancient language was 666. Therefore he was also seen by Westerners as a symbol of the devil. Thinking this, Ye Hao came to the conclusion, so the number of demons here must be missing one to be correct.
Just then, the dried corpses around the formation began to stir. Someone quickly noticed and shouted, "Look, those ghostly dried corpses around the formation seem to be moving." Immediately afterward, a scene of chanting appeared. The people around couldn't help but speculate. Those dried corpses seem to be chanting something. Don't understand. The formation is also glowing. Very quickly, the Phoenix Blood Jade released a strong force, sucking the dried corpses around it. This scene shocked the crowd. Heavens, this suction is absorbing all the corpses. It's too eerie. I have a bad feeling. At this moment, an Avestan of envy level 220 suddenly appeared. It howled in happiness. The ancient god has finally taken care of us. Heavens, such dense power, such a large body. Is this the power you bestowed upon us? I knew we were different from others. We are not aliens. We are the chosen ones. We don't have to fear that person anymore. Here, the Avestan's voice was full of hatred as it said, "Mu Wei, the name of that pursuer. She almost killed all of us. Heavens, mentioning this name makes me feel disgusted. Do you feel the same way?" Then it laughed like a madman and continued cheerfully. "This terrible feeling is still continuing. Disgusting, so disgusting. But finally, we don't have to fear her pursuit anymore. Really, thank you for bestowing strength. Thank you for bestowing courage." Ye Hao felt a bit familiar when he heard this name, Mu Wei. Isn't this name similar to Mu Dui? But it's probably not the same person, right? Shu Wen was startled and exclaimed, "Mu Wei, isn't she the person who suppressed the demon beasts 500 years ago? One of the 5 heroes who brought peace to mankind?" I didn't expect the name of a hero recorded in the East District Archive could be heard from the mouth of this monster. As soon as these words were spoken, Ye Hao understood some things. It seems that East District truly knows more history and truth. Mu Wei, Mu Dui. Just hearing the names, one knows that there must be some connection between these two people. Hundreds of years ago, if judging from this time they would be sisters, mother and daughter, the Avestan at this time stopped laughing. It asked proudly, "What year is it now? Can our former World Military Governing Council rule the world to welcome the ancient god and the former sun-glorious emperor?" Killing God spoke up, breaking its confidence. "Aren't you awake yet? Rule the world, my ass. I don't know how crazy your former World Military Governing Council was hundreds of years ago, but now you're just rats that everyone chases and beats." Hearing this, the Avestan became furious. It didn't believe what it had just heard, and asked again, "What? Our grand wish hasn't been achieved yet. How could it be? How could it be? You useless ants have occupied the world for 100 years. I envy you." One person, hearing this, retorted, "Envy? Envy my ass. Do you know how difficult it is for us to live in this world? Stop talking nonsense. Isn't it just a boss? Brothers, kill it." At this time, Ye Hao noticed what appeared behind the Avestan and thought, behind this boss, there is a dimensional rift. The system explained, ordinary people can't see this dimensional rift, because the host has the Phoenix Blood Jade, so can see it. At this moment, an eye suddenly appeared from within the rift. He was stunned. This is the eye of the ancient demon god. What does it want to do? As if the eye knew Ye Hao could see it. It stared straight at him. This made Ye Hao a little stunned, thinking,
This super strong sense of oppression? Even in my account state, I'm being suppressed by just one eye of the ancient demon god, to the point where I can't breathe. Then he turned around to observe the surrounding situation, and as expected, everyone was standing still and motionless. Ye Hao also realized this, thinking, everyone's movements have stopped, they probably can't see the ancient demon god, so it seems that I'm the one who's frozen. I must have been pulled into a solitary, frozen space by the god's eye. At this moment, the eye spoke to him. How could someone as lowly as you possess the demon blood jade? A lowly ant is not worthy of it, but since I've discovered it, your life won't last long. But if you obediently return the demon blood jade to me, maybe I'll consider letting you become a member of the demons. Ye Hao didn't back down either, quickly retorting, I don't need to be a demon, but rest assured, I'll bring the demon blood jade to find you. Hearing this, the eye was a little surprised. Come find me, you're really arrogant. Finding me isn't easy, can an ant like you do it? Ye Hao provoked it without hesitation. You don't need to worry about that, I have my own way. You just need to sincerely wait until the moment you kneel before me, acknowledge me as your master, and swear your allegiance. The eye couldn't help but be surprised to hear this, kneel, and acknowledge you as master. Very quickly, it seemed to hear something absurd, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, Is this the joke of a lowly creature? You're very interesting. I'll look forward to your arrival if you can live to see that moment. Ye Hao didn't pay much attention to the words he was secretly contemplating. This ancient god cares so much about the demon blood jade. It seems that this blood jade isn't just a key, it must hide other secrets that I don't know. I was really wise to choose the blood jade from the treasure trove of the father of all gods. Just then, space-time was restored, and the Vestin immediately rushed towards the crowd, tearing and biting. It happily said, Gods, can you hear that? The sound of the bodies of those who don't believe in you being torn apart, how wonderful. The others fled in disarray, some even shouting, The boss fight has started! The skilled ones go and hold it back! Xu Wen also quickly rushed forward, not forgetting to order, Phoenix team, maintain formation, time to show our strength, our team has arrived, follow me to pull the boss's aggro. The people behind him immediately responded, Understood, leader. The Fei Yan group was not to be outdone, already rushing into battle. Fei Yan shouted, Sisters, support them. While fighting, she thought, the boss hasn't been defeated yet. My goal hasn't been achieved yet. I can't let these stinky men die here now. Sha Shen also angrily stepped forward. Damn it, brothers. Quickly follow me. Don't let the Phoenix team take it all. You must remember to support me. In his heart, he was determined. I missed the first kill on the boss. This time I must seize it. Dunaiku stood aside, observing the situation, quickly revealing a sinister expression and saying, These mercenaries have some skills. After all, they can survive in the dangerous eastern region without relying on the Eastern Grand Protection Zone. Zhao Wei, don't kill too quickly. Wait until the boss's health is at 5%, then stop. I'm interested in its genes. It's an important research material. Xu Wen heard this and immediately replied, Understood. Saying so, he secretly complained in his heart, Our task is just to protect you. Does that damned Mu treat us like servant car? Ho ho ho, I must get the first kill on this boss. A reminder echoed through space. Everyone, don't let your guard down. You must firmly pull the boss's aggro. Someone fought hard while trying to respond. Captain, don't worry, we're pulling the boss's aggro very tightly. Even if we kill the boss with others, we'll take the lead. At this moment, Ye Hao suddenly appeared at the boss's head, quickly wielding the saw and performing the electric saw bone-cutting move, then sarcastically saying, That's not certain. Your attack method accumulates aggro too slowly. Aggro has to be pulled like this. Suddenly attacked, Avestan was shocked and screamed, It hurts! It hurts so much! I am protected by the gods! Why can I still feel this bone-piercing pain? It quickly transferred its aggro to him, its eyes filled with murderous intent, saying, Stop right there! I must eat you alive! You bastard! Ye Hao pretended to be innocent and replied, Don't blame me for this. Blame your paper-thin aggro stats. One stab and it's gone. Everyone was convinced upon hearing this. Someone unconsciously blurted out in agreement, Wow, what he said makes so much sense, we can't refute it at all. Very quickly, Xue Lu also rushed over. The two of them coordinated very closely, successfully reducing the boss's health to 58%. Fei Yan felt some emotion seeing this scene. The two of them coordinate so well, it can be said to be perfect. If there's a chance, I really want to teach them a lesson. She didn't know that Zhu He behind her was secretly clenching her fist at this moment because of her words. The boss endured all kinds of torment, and couldn't help but curse.
Bastards, why don't you all go die? To force me to this point, I will never forgive you. At this moment, its health was at 46%, and as soon as it finished speaking,
countless claws grew out of the ground, piercing through those who were blocking its path. Seeing this, someone immediately complained, "Heavens! The boss released a range attack ignoring aggro? Damn it, it's like gods fighting. Mortals are being affected." Sha Shen was also a little panicked seeing this scene. "Mom, I was careless. I didn't expect the boss to start releasing its ultimate move." As soon as its health dropped below 50%, Fei Yan couldn't help but speculate worriedly. Could it be caused by that kid's excessive aggro and attacks? Avestan was very proud of its achievements. It laughed very happily. "How's this move of mine? Because of you, so many people died. How do you feel? Is your conscience being condemned?" "Conscience being condemned? What are you joking about?" Sha Shen replied. "One's own life is one's own responsibility. Whether it's being trapped or being implicated, in the end you can only blame yourself."
At this moment, Sha Shen was also filled with resentment towards Ye Hao. He remarked that the kid was a lunatic, but Shu Wen spoke up to explain, "He's not wrong. The law of survival in this world is like that. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Everyone attack. Don't give the boss a chance to use its ultimate move."
At this time, the boss only had 20% health left. It was frantically attacking while yelling in a panic. Why, after 100 years, have humans only developed into selfish individuals like this? Why isn't the great love of the Old World Advent Assembly being promoted? Avestatan said painfully. Clearly the Old World Advent Assembly can make this world better. Why are you selfish ants mocking it?
As soon as these words fell, everyone was paralyzed mentally and unable to move. Shu Wen quickly realized the situation and suspected,
"This is a mental attack. The body is numb, can't move anymore." The boss went crazy. It angrily declared, "Your existence is disrespect towards countless comrades who voluntarily sacrificed themselves to rebuild the glory of the Old World Advent Assembly. Die." Unexpectedly, Ye Hao rushed over at this moment, taking a hit that Avestan was aiming at Shui Lu.
He said with some contempt, "I'm a rough guy. I don't understand your great love. Moreover, this great love coming from the mouth of you people from the Old World Advent Assembly, don't you find it ridiculous?" Seeing him like this, a trace of emotion arose in her heart. She whispered,
"Ye Hao." The boss was surprised to see him moving so smoothly. "You can still move. Why aren't you mentally paralyzed?" he calmly replied. "No need to be surprised. Don't think only you have trump cards. Coincidentally, I also have quite a few trump cards. I even have an immunity item against mental attacks."
Hearing this, Avestan became a little interested. "Very good. Among these people, only you are qualified to be my opponent. Next, I really want to drill into your head and fill it with great love so you can feel its meaning." Ye Hao was calculating his next move, he thought to himself.
Due to the level difference, the actual mental immunity effect of the item is only 60%. Next, I must fight quickly and win quickly.
Thinking this, Ye Hao quickly ran away, successfully luring Avestan to chase after him. Seeing this, Tuku spoke up to scold, "You little brat, what are you doing? It's an important experimental material for me." In his heart he cursed, "Damn it, even though I've undergone body modification, I still can't be immune to the boss's mental control. Fortunately, although the body can't move, the consciousness is still awake."
Ye Hao heard Tuku's words just now, and quickly replied, "You can still maintain a clear consciousness. You have some skill. But why ask me what I'm doing? Isn't this obvious?" At this time he stopped, looked around and said to himself, "This place is far enough away from the crowd. Next, use that move to solve the problem."
Immediately afterwards, Ye Hao snapped his fingers.
Very quickly, a special circle of characters appeared in the sky, from which a huge source of power poured directly onto Avestan. This point-blank Ghibelline's cannon successfully made the boss scream in pain and madness. No, Tuku witnessed this scene. His eyes and nose were wide open. He couldn't believe the scene before him, and shouted, "This is the Ghibelline's cannon! Impossible! Satellite weapons that still exist in this world have long become space junk outside the atmosphere. How can it be?" Hearing this, he generously gave Tuku a compliment, as expected of a drive, from the East Zone University who possesses lost ancient technology. "You really know a lot." At this time, the system rang out a notification. Moses linked madness account. The support skill Ghibelline's cannon firing complete. Cooldown time is 4 hours. Over here, Tuku couldn't hold back anymore. He angrily roared, "I don't care what background you have. Daring to kill my important experimental material, you're dead for sure." Avestan only had 1% health left. It used its last strength to cry out, "It's so hot, so painful." Ye Hao looked at the thing in front of him, and thought of Tuku's words just now, and sneered, "Kill! Isn't this boss still alive and well? Which eye of yours saw me kill it?" Tuku revealed a villainous expression. "It seems like you're at your limit too, right? Consider yourself lucky." Fortunately, the boss isn't dead. In his heart, he was thinking that there weren't many combinations of demon genes in humans, but only living organisms are valuable. Dead ones would turn into a useless pile of meat. At this time, everyone was freed from mental control, and the crowd seemed to wake up from a dream.
Sha Shen quickly saw Averstan's current situation. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell happened? Just now I seem to have lost consciousness. Wow, the boss is almost out of blood. Is there such a good thing?"
Without thinking much, Sha Shen rushed to slash wildly at Avestan, causing it to fall into hundreds of pieces. He said triumphantly, "I won't eat the meat delivered to my mouth. I must be an idiot or blind. The first kill of this boss, I'll take it." The secret realm system rang out a notification. "The jealousy boss has been killed. First killer, Li Sha Shen, received 1 million experience points." 5 million. Ye Hao's system also quickly spoke up. The host received 1/5 of the boss kill experience and 100 demons.
Sha Shen smiled happily. He quickly bragged, "The first kill of the boss is so sweet. 10,000 experience points. 5 million. This time I'm rich." "I, your father, am truly the chosen one," his subordinates quickly chimed in. "Even we've leveled up 5 times just by following you, boss. You're amazing, boss. You're truly amazing." At this moment, Tukun angrily approached, uttering each word with a growl to Sha Shen. Do you even know what you've done? You dare kill my important research materials?" His rage reaching its peak, Tuku turned and ordered, "Wei Shu Wen, kill this blind bunch for me." Immediately, Shu Wen interjected to advise, "Doctor, please calm your anger. You must not fall for that brat's trick." He deliberately had Li Sha Shen kill the boss to level up, closing the gap in levels between the mercenary group and our Phoenix squad, just to incite infighting among us. Then Shu Wen approached Tuku, whispering into his ear, "That kid named Ye Hao is no ordinary person. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with him. We'll use him as our vanguard, having him clear out the monsters for us, and then find an opportunity to deal with him from behind." Tunaku pondered for a moment before replying, "What you say makes sense. Then let's do that for now, Ye Hao. Sooner or later, I will run a series of experiments on you, transforming you into my most prized specimen." A sinister idea was forming in his mind. A moment later, Tuku turned to the others and said, "All right, let's split up and act according to the plan, dividing up to attack the bosses. Now the remaining 5 bosses have had their stats increased by 10%. We must kill them simultaneously." Sha Shen headed towards the left flank, his voice ringing out with determination. "Little ones, follow me. We'll head north and have a good time killing. Anyone else who wants to join my team, follow me quickly." Fei Yan moved towards the right flank, saying as she went, "Sisters, we're going south, keeping our distance from those dirty, stinky men." Shu Wen then spoke up, "I'll take charge of the east. Can the remaining west be entrusted to you? But there are only 2 of you. Can you guarantee you won't become a burden to everyone?" Hearing this, Ye Hao coldly replied, "Instead of worrying about me, you'd better worry about yourselves. Let's go, Shuelu." Not long after, in the western part of the dungeon, system notifications about the number of demons killed continuously rang out. 1001, 1200, 1500, and a notification, "Host, heading west, has killed 1898 demons." A moment later, the system wearily announced, "Host has accumulated 8,898 demons in the dungeon." The 2 of them just kept moving forward. Suddenly, Shuelu called out to Ye Hao. She asked a bit shyly, "Since I asked you for help, why haven't you asked me what grudges I have with Tuniku?" Shuelu thought sadly to herself, "Could it be that Ye Hao doesn't care about my affairs at all? He just simply wants to repay my favor?" He replied without hesitation, "Actually, I really want to know, but I don't want to make you feel pressured. I feel that when you're willing to talk, you'll naturally tell me." Hearing this, Shuelu's mood immediately brightened, and her face was filled with smiles as she said, "Ye Hao, you really are a very special person, both violent and gentle." Ye Hao looked directly into Shuelu's eyes and affirmed, "My violence and gentleness are both reserved for those who deserve it." Hearing this, she was stunned for a moment. Shu Lu seemed to summon all her courage to speak. "Then I have nothing worth hiding from you either.
She began to tell her story. Actually, I remember my childhood. I wasn't born from a mother's womb, but was created in a laboratory.
Here, Shuelu revealed the main issue. The person who proposed the plan and carried it out was Tuku Lei of the Dongdan district, she said with sorrow. Tuku used ancient gene sequence liquefaction technology to produce a large number of newborns. These newborns would be cultivated in the laboratory until they were 3 years old. After that, Tuku would order people to secretly send these children to wild concentration areas and other safe zones to let them fend for themselves. Shuelu's voice became increasingly hateful as she spoke. Of course, Tuku's is just a tool. The real mastermind behind this plan is the superficial leader of the Dongda district.
They did this to increase the population that had been drastically reduced due to the apocalypse, but in reality, there was an even darker and crueler purpose.
But what exactly that is, I haven't fully investigated yet. Pausing slightly to let her memories of survival battles pass, she continued. Therefore, I have absolutely no memories before the age of 3. But everything that happened after the age of 3, I remember very clearly. My memories started in the Southwest Wilderness concentration area. Perhaps because they were jealous of my great inheritance, I was able to kill my way here step by step. And now I have the strength I have today.
At this point, Shuelu's face darkened. Originally, I always thought I was just an orphan abandoned by my parents. But unexpectedly, I accidentally learned about my origins in a dungeon.
From that moment on, I was determined to become strong, just so that one day I could avenge Tuku and the leader of the Dongdae district behind him. Then she looked directly at Ye Hao and affirmed, Ye Hao, among the people you see now, who knows how many are products of the Dongda district's secret plan? Hearing her tell a series of secrets, he felt a bit sorry for her and thought, Shuelu's journey to adulthood has truly not been easy.
Instinctively, Ye Hao gently placed his hand on Shuelu's shoulder and said sweetly, Shuelu, thank you for telling me about your important past, but the past is just a driving force. The future is the most important thing. Based on your strength, the future will definitely be bright. Plus, you are my person. I also have a responsibility to help you achieve your goals. These words made Shuelu blush in confusion and ask, Your person? When did I become your person?
Ye Hao replied with obviousness.
Of course, as long as you join us, you are all my people. Seeing that she had misunderstood his meaning, Shuelu shyly replied, So that's how it is? What did you say? So that's how it is? At this moment, a Nafi demon merchant suddenly appeared, interrupting the romantic scene between the two of them. He even spoke with apology. I'm very sorry to interrupt the sweet atmosphere of you two, but the road ahead is dangerous. Are you sure you don't want to buy some top-quality weapons and props with you?
Ye Hao looked at him and became vigilant and suspicious.
A demon merchant.
Shuelu quickly rushed over, swinging her sword, ready to strike down. She said angrily, You demon, you dare take advantage of the situation, go die! Nafi instinctively recoiled to avoid the attack, and complained, Wait, why are you attacking as soon as you appear? Help! A beautiful woman wants to eat the goods of a poor merchant without paying, killing people and robbing goods.
At this moment, Ye Hao stopped her. Wait, Shuelu, seeing the sword's edge close to his face, stopped, and Nafi couldn't help but sweat profusely. But this performance of his was seen through by Ye Hao, he said confidently. This guy is not as simple as he seems. Don't even talk about robbing. Even when facing your sword's edge, he's just pretending. Hearing this, Nafi quickly explained, I'm not pretending to perform at all. This is just my natural personality. You guys are overthinking it.
Ye Hao didn't believe him at all and questioned, In this dangerous land of demons, am I supposed to believe the words of a demon? Nafi, right? Tell me, I know your identity, or I'll really kill you. Hearing these words, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he directly pointed at Ye Hao and said, Although I am a demon, I am even more of a merchant, and my special mission is to help challengers who have strayed into this world to deal with demons. Young man, if you are a real man, then spend money to buy equipment from me, and then rely on yourself to overcome the obstacles. Don't rely too much on the violence of women. Shuelu couldn't listen to these words anymore, and she angrily growled, Ye Hao, this guy is full of nonsense. We have nothing to say to him. Let me kill him, to avoid any further complications and ruin my plan.
You didn't intend to do that. Continuing to question Nappy, doesn't this contradict what you said? As a demon, you're helping a challenger kill demons. How can I trust you?
It was flustered by your counter-question. Not knowing how to explain it away, Nappy chose to give a nonsensical answer.
How would I know about something like that? I was given this mission from the start. I didn't care why. If you really want to know, go ask the one who created me. Though I don't even know if that person exists.
Seeing the situation getting tense, it started to be honest. Alright, the dialogue is over. Let's talk business next. With that, Nappy grinned, and quickly, a supersized screen appeared.
Looking at it, Shui Lu exclaimed in surprise. There are so many weapons and tools, even god-tier equipment? Could this guy really be a merchant? Nappy replied with a, "You're just realizing this now" kind of look, of course. Then, it arrogantly warned, "But don't fall in love with me because of it. Even though you're beautiful, I'm a super professional salesman, and women will only affect my sales volume. Consider yourselves lucky to have met me. After all, I'm a super rare hidden demon merchant. I don't appear in random locations regularly." Ye Hao was speechless at this. Nappy, whose sales style did you learn from? You're way too talkative.
Ye Hao picked up a random item to examine, saying suspiciously, "Wait a minute, something's not right with your goods." Because at this moment the item information for what you just picked up was displayed on the screen. Demon maggot can summon a succubus. You can use her to charm enemies,
or you can use her to serve you. It's the top choice for tools at home or when traveling. Do whatever you want. Price, 50 million. Ye Hao looked directly at Nappy with an incredulous expression, saying, "You're definitely a merchant, but you're a dishonest one." It smiled wickedly in response. Look who's talking. Demons are inherently the embodiment of all kinds of desires and evil thoughts. The responsibility of a demon merchant is naturally to satisfy those desires. I'm just asking if you're tempted. Are you buying or not? Ye Hao was actually persuaded by Nappy's words, hesitating. You make a very good point. I can't refute that, but do you have anything a bit more decent? Tools that are useful for combat and increasing strength.
As soon as the words were spoken, a proof of immortality appeared before Ye Hao's eyes.
Surprising you? Wait, this material is... Below the screen was its information. God-tier item. A contract from a fallen god who sold their soul, signed with the demon lord. It's proof of an immortal, containing the power to struggle free from the constraints of life and death. It's also an indispensable material for creating a god-tier resurrection potion. Price, 5 billion. After reading this series of information, Ye Hao couldn't help but sigh internally. To think this untrustworthy demon merchant would sell this kind of god-tier material. I already have the fruit of life and the crown of destruction. If I add this proof of immortality, the only thing missing for creating a resurrection potion is the aura of supreme power. No matter what, I have to buy it. At this point, you start to get a headache, but this sky-high price, the money you have, isn't enough.
Thinking this, Ye Hao turned to ask the person next to you, "Shui Lu, can you lend me some more money? I have to buy this material."
Shui Lu replied with some difficulty, 5 billion? It's not that I don't want to help you, but even if I give you all my assets, it wouldn't be that much. Besides, what is this tool? Why is it selling for such a sky-high price?
Ye Hao began to sink into thought again. Although you could think of ways to borrow from others in the instance, this demon merchant would definitely not stay and wait for you. This kind of rare, hidden merchant, if you miss them, the chances of meeting them again later are basically zero. Thinking this, you turn to negotiate with the fat demon.
I have my eye on one of your items, but I really don't have that much money, so can I trade you something for it? Anything on me, as long as you see it, I can trade with you. It quickly changed its surly attitude. What? No money? What are you talking about if you don't have money? Then Nappy, while hopping around, added, Young man, I'm just a small business, no credit given. Even if you trade, what good stuff can you take out? As a merchant, I've seen a lot. You definitely can't have anything I'd be interested in. Before the words were finished, Ye Hao threw out a piece of blood demon crystal, immediately stunning it. You teased a little. Don't be so sure, take a look first and then talk. It snapped out of its daze, immediately stammering, This is... In its heart, it was constantly screaming, Heavens, am I seeing things right? This kid actually has a demon blood jade? What kind of person is he?
Very quickly, Napai regained the demeanor of a merchant, saying, You really don't have anything I'm interested in, but if you're so sincere about wanting to buy something...
My professional merchant organization doesn't allow me to disappoint customers, so I'll reluctantly take this demon blood jade of yours as an exchange. However, at this moment, Ye Hao turned to leave, waving a hand slightly, saying,
Sorry, this is the only thing I can't part with. It seems our deal isn't going to happen. Napi immediately angrily shouted.
What? Then it hurriedly chased after you, pleading, Wait, business is business, but let's not lose the friendship. Don't rush off. I mainly see that you're very much to my liking. We can slowly discuss business. Looking at Nappy's appearance, Ye Hao thought with satisfaction. Finally, It took the bait, huh? It seems this demon blood jade is indeed something extremely important to demon-type creatures. Acting like you're showing it on purpose is the right way to do it. But on the surface, you still showed a difficult expression, asking it, I really want that god-tier material of yours. I really don't have money. What should I do? The demon merchant thought to itself, what should I do? What else can I do? This kid must have a big background. I definitely can't let him go easily. But I also can't give him such a precious thing for free. At this moment, a level 200 dung beetle suddenly appeared, shouting angrily, Nappy, I've been looking for you for so long.
You beast! You're going around selling goods to other races, killing demon comrades. Today I must tear you, the degenerate, apart.
As soon as the words were spoken, a ray of sword light and saw light flashed, and the surrounding space seemed to want to tear apart. When that light gradually faded, the dung beetle had been cut into hundreds of pieces, lying neatly at the feet of Shui Lu and Ye Hao. Seeing this, Nappy couldn't help but sigh internally. These two are so strong, they solved the elite demon, chasing after me in 2 hits. I've got an idea.
Thinking this, it happily said to him, you can also use devil spirits to exchange for that god-tier material with me, because you already have 8,899 of them now. Hearing this, Ye Hao was a little surprised. How did it know how many devils he had killed?
Then he asked, How many devil spirits do I need to exchange with you? Napai quickly replied, Not many, 100,000 will do. This made Ye Hao even more suspicious. Even the number coincided with his mission objective. What is this devil merchant up to? He then whispered to the system, if I make this deal with the devil merchant, will it affect the mission? It immediately replied, no. Hearing this, Ye Hao agreed to the condition. Okay, I agree to this deal, but how can I find you afterwards? After all, you are a rare hidden merchant.
Napit Pai, with an it's a piece of cake expression, replied,
simple. You take this bell. With it, you can summon me without time or space restrictions, but the number of uses is only 3. Since I've never given the green light to customers before, you're the first, so use it carefully.
Soon after, the system's notification rang in his ear. You have obtained the devil bell. Number of uses 3/3.
As Napai left, it generously added, Finally, I'll give you one more piece of free information. If you continue forward in this direction, you will encounter a powerful greater devil
who controls one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. This is an extremely difficult devil to deal with. With a lone man and woman, you must be sober. Ye Hao was surprised to hear this.
Lust. Many thoughts quickly went through his mind. Why lust? And why is she alone with Shu Lu? Is something going to happen?
Shu Lu looked at Ye Hao with concern, her brow slightly furrowed.
What's wrong, Ye Hao? You suddenly seem a little strange. He scratched his head in confusion, stammering, It's nothing. Let's keep going. She still felt doubtful.
Ye Hao was tense, the corner of his mouth twitching into a forced smile, reassuring himself.
Lust, huh? It doesn't feel right. I always have a bad feeling, but we've come this far. No matter what difficulties lie ahead, we can't retreat.
A figure cloaked in black secretly appeared behind the two.
Muzi looked at them with a cold aura, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, concentrating on guarding, observing, and responding.
These two are indeed not simple, so easily dealt with an elite devil. Good thing I'm good at being an assassin. My high-level stealth ability, if you don't use detection props, you can't detect me. She quickly reported back. Captain, Ye Hao and the others are continuing towards the boss, but there's one thing I have to report to you, Muzi explained in detail. Ye Hao and the others just met a mysterious person, claiming to be a devil merchant, and obtained a strange item, devil bell, from him. Shu Wen received the information and issued an order. Continue to follow them, but pay attention to keeping your distance. Don't let them detect you. Wait for them to exhaust themselves from fighting the boss, then you immediately carry out the assassination plan. She accepted the order. Yes.
He analyzed the problem. Ye Hao, I don't underestimate you, nor do I overestimate you. As long as I have worries and precautions about you, I still have a chance to kill you, and then steal the ancient god and the bell from that mysterious merchant.
Shu Wen reached out and turned off the control panel. Everything was under his control.
A subordinate clasped his hands respectfully and reported, Captain, the devils on our side have been cleared. Going further ahead, the devil boss is probably deep in the cave. Shu Wen calmly replied. Well done, you guys take a break for now. I'll contact the other teams.
He opened the control panel to contact the others. Teams? Report your combat situation now.
On the south side of the dungeon, Queen Fei Yan, with one hand holding a whip and the other on her hip, said arrogantly, her eyes flashing with pride, We have solved the elite boss before the boss fight. We can continue the boss battle after a little rest. You men, you shouldn't be slower than us, right? On the north side of the dungeon, the mercenary legion, Sha Shen, also reported. Same with us. We can start the boss battle at any time. But boss, we haven't beaten the elite monsters before the boss battle yet. God damn it, if you don't know how to talk, shut up. Aren't we about to win? Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets, his mouth slightly raised. We have slowed down the progress due to special reasons, and are now preparing to fight the elite monsters before the boss battle, Sha Shen shouted. What? His eyes were full of arrogant contempt, and his whole body exuded a fierce aura. Haven't even started on the elite monsters before the boss battle yet, and there are special reasons, suddenly can't do it. You're holding us back, and you dare make excuses. Are you actually okay?
Fei Yan smiled sarcastically, her eyes half closed with ridicule. Little handsome, why are you so handsome but useless? You've really let down my expectations of you, Shu. He stood beside her with a serious expression. She believed in him, and thought that Ye Hao couldn't possibly hold everyone back. There must really be something that delayed them. Suddenly, she remembered the image of him and Zhuai Lu. Shu He's face was gloomy, and her whole body trembled with anger. That's not right. Why should I worry about that guy? He's now experiencing a sweet two-person world. I don't know how happy he is. Shu Wenren's face showed obvious displeasure. He smirked, a contemptuous smile, belittling others. Ye Hao, it's okay if you don't have enough strength, but you didn't try hard at the beginning when we split up. Now you're holding everyone back because of your vanity. Our boss battle difficulty has increased. How are you going to compensate everyone? Dooku smiled sinisterly. His words were calm and pretended to be friendly, but he was adding fuel to the fire. Okay. That kid delaying things is also within expectations. No need to blame him too much. Now the most important thing is to prepare for the next boss battle. He laughed inwardly. It seems that the kid named Ye Hao is about to run out of steam from the previous consumption, but it's just right. I must take him as a material to carry out human body modification experiments. Zhuai Lu's eyes were full of anger, harshly accusing. Meow cries, hypocritical rat. This bastard definitely has no good intentions, and none of the others are any better either. Ye Hao smiled faintly but confidently, trying to soothe her anger. Never mind them. Let's focus on the matter at hand. The Black Desire Demon, with black horns, fallen wings, and seductive attire, flashed a provocative smile. Little sister, look! 2 more new pets have come to our door, and they're young and full of vitality. The White Desire Demon, with a similar appearance but wearing a shimmering white gold outfit, cast a look half provocative, half cunning, remarking, Their scent is so rich and sweet, I'm getting excited already. Zhuai Lu charged forward resolutely, drawing her sword, ready to fight. Ye Hao, don't interfere, or you'll be controlled by the succubi. The Black Desire Demon smirked maliciously, her fiery red eyes looking with amusement, both seductive and dangerous. Not just men, we can control women too. Truly, pets have no self-control. I, their mistress, haven't even given the order, and you've already eagerly come forward. You must be punished by shrinking. Zhu Lu activated her ice will, standing tall, gripping her hands tightly, as ice magic covered her, enhancing her resistance to qi. Her own will was further protected, effectively immunizing her against mental control from enemies of equal or lower level. The Desire Demon was shocked, her eyes wide and mouth agape. How can this be? You can resist my charm. The White Desire Demon smirked coldly, her golden eyes flashing with a look both contemptuous and intrigued. Stupid pet, daring to resist your mistress's teachings. Sister, let's awaken the lustful depravity deep within her soul together. Then, the Desire Demons began to act, both swooping down from above, their black bat wings spread wide, launching a barrage of attacks with whips. Feel the whip and the sting? You truly have no awareness of being food. Showing disrespect to your mistress's grace, you must be disciplined. Ye Hao's expression showed concern, his body lunging forward, preparing to join the battle. This is bad. With the coordinated attack of the 2 Desire Demons, Shu Lu is being suppressed. I have to step in to help her. Zhuai Lu smiled confidently, her demeanor calm and capable. Ye Hao, didn't I tell you? Don't interfere. In past battles you always took the lead. For me, this doesn't even count as a warm-up. This battle is finally warming me up. It should be over soon. The Black Desire Demon grinned menacingly, her face showing clear provocation. Little sister, this human pet is truly amusing. She dares to say such things. The White Desire Demon urged the attack. Sister, I think this pitiful pet wants to attract our attention this way.
How foolish, she doesn't even know how to please her mistresses.
Xu Lu exuded a cold and noble aura as she unleashed the magic star summon, ice and snow goddess.
Luminous shards of ice surrounded her body, radiating a frigid pressure as she smiled faintly, her eyes half closed. Is that what you think?
She glided forward, launching her attack.
Xu Lu slashed, sending the two desire demons flying.
Eternal freeze calamity, now let me show you if I am bragging. The black desire demon lay sprawled on the ground, almost completely exhausted. Little sister, this human woman is not simple. We underestimated her too much. We are no match for her. The white desire demon was tired, her eyes filled with astonished helplessness. Sister, I have an idea. Follow me.
If this woman is too strong, and we can't beat her, then we will attack the man standing beside her. We can control him to change the tide of battle. The two desire demons charged towards Ye Hao from above simultaneously.
Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their giant fallen wings spread wide. Streaks of light slashed horizontally and vertically like an electronic net, enveloping both sisters.
What? We were defeated by a human woman again. Sister, I am not reconciled.
He smiled lightly,
admiring Xu Lu. She was much stronger than before. Killing two elite level 190s alone, I think only she can kill the mastermind.
Xu Lu embraced Ye Hao, kissing his lips. The surrounding space seemed to light up, the radiance making the scene even more romantic. Ye Hao's eyes widened, his expression full of astonishment and confusion. He was not mentally prepared. What's going on? Why did Xu Lu suddenly...
His face showed clear bewilderment mixed with panic. Wait. This kiss isn't an ordinary kiss.
Ye Hao was sweating,
his body stiff, unsure what to do with his hands. This is bad. I can't use my strength. Could it be the lust demon?
Senji floated in the air, smirking, one hand covering her mouth mischievously. You are immersed in this endless lust. Are you excited? Are you enjoying it? Xu Lu still held Ye Hao tightly, kissing him, but only he was still conscious. She pressed closer, her voice both seductive and sarcastic. But you are not immersed enough. You should immerse yourself even more, or else you will waste my kindness, she whispered right next to the male lead's ear, her face full of joy and confidence. The two desire demons from before were just my bait, to make you exercise vigorously, and then continuously absorb the information elements I scattered in this air. Seiji, her face full of joy and confidence, said, This woman has absorbed a large amount of information elements. Now she is performing very well. Perfectly in line with my expectations.
Her face was arrogant, her smile seductive but full of hidden meaning. But you didn't participate in the battle, which surprised me a bit. She moved closer and closer, her lips gently touching Ye Hao's ear. So you were able to maintain your sanity, it seems. It really is because the information elements absorbed were not enough.
Seiji's face was sinister but full of excitement, her eyes shining brightly and her smile sly. Still trying to resist. Your willpower is truly beyond my expectations. Her eyes gleam with a red light, and the magic patterns on her body further enhance her aura. Then let this erotic atmosphere become even more intense. This is an unexpected harvest. Mu Zi approaches, exuding an unpredictable aura of majesty, secretly watching from afar.
Seems like she's very interested in you guys. It's a pity if she doesn't join in.
Seiji smirks evilly, her eyes sharp, her hand placed directly on her chest, a feeling of both control and seduction.
Come on, you've absorbed enough elemental information. Release yourself wholeheartedly.
Ye Hao's eyes widened in shock,
sweat running down his cheeks, stunned when he realized the truth. People from the Phoenix Squad? When have we been monitored by her? Damn it, careless? Didn't notice it all the way.
Mu Zi's face flushed red, her eyes half dazed, half shy, gently smiling seductively.
She pulls off her cloak to reveal a tight-fitting outfit. What's wrong? Why am I getting so hot and restless, and my body is out of control?
Mu Zi places her hand on her chest, clearly feeling her heart beating abnormally fast, both confused and a little panicked. Why is it that this man is clearly my assassination target, but he makes my heart beat this fast?
Ye Hao is trapped between the two girls, his face flushed. Senji mocks. Premarital embrace. Can you handle it? This is the scene I like to see the most. Don't suppress yourself anymore. Accept your truest self. Let go.
She lunges forward, pressing her cheek close to his, emphasizing for him to understand. Don't resist in vain anymore. I am the embodiment of desire. I liberate desire, I accept desire, both making me happy and satisfying you.
Ye Hao's eyes widen, his pupils tremble, sweating all over. He is both panicked and helpless, completely passive. I thought I'd seen everything, but today's scene is something I've never encountered before. The ominous premonition from before really came true. Can I only use the previous move to deal with the chairman of the Ultimate Poison Master Association? Ye Hao's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. That's right, there's another way, maybe I can try it.
Seiji adds more aphrodisiac powder, she grins, her eyes half provocative, half threatening. Even like this you can still endure. Looks like I can only use my ultimate move, aphrodisiac powder. Ribbons of pink powder winding and shining brilliantly around, both beautiful and dangerous. She rejoices. This is the powder of the flower of desire. It can stimulate extreme desire. It will lead you to bliss, to the deepest place in the world of desire. No one can resist its charm.
A dazzling golden light burst from Ye Hao's hand, piercing through the surrounding layer of pink powder. Her expression changes. You still want to resist this light? Could it be? Seiji's eyes widen, blood vessels bulging, her expression both horrified and furious. Devil blood jade, it really is devil blood jade. How do you have devil blood jade? How could you have something so important? Ye Hao's eyes are cold, his hands placed on the heads of the two girls in front of him, as if protecting and suppressing them. I hate being tested by desire and life the most. You guys really grasped the weakness of humanity accurately, but it seems like I also inadvertently grasped the weakness of you demons.
He smirked provocatively, his expression full of fighting spirit. The smile of someone who fears neither heaven nor earth. Want the devil blood jade? Then get rid of your dirty tricks. Come and snatch it fair and square. Senji laughs arrogantly, one hand covering half of her face, her eyes gleaming red. She laughs evilly, maniacally. I knew it, you definitely aren't an ordinary person. You really didn't disappoint me. The surprise you brought me is a very big one. She closes her eyes, her smile half dazed, half provocative, her lips slightly curved, exuding a seductive but terrifying feeling. It was always me stimulating other people's desires, but this time I clearly feel. Senji stretches out her arms, her head tilted back, showing satisfaction and madness, her body wrapped in tentacles and shades of red and purple, sharpness and a ghostly aura encompassing everything. The intense desire in my heart has been stimulated by you. This wonderful feeling is unparalleled.
System notification. The host has switched to that man's account. Ye Hao smirks, his eyes hidden mysteriously but full of imposing aura. He calmly adds a hint of mockery. Looks like that mutated body of yours seems to have seduced quite a few people to challenge you. Ye Hao is clad in shining metal armor, with a giant cannon in his hand, emitting bursts of dazzling golden lightning. If you've revealed your health bar, then I'll unleash all the suppressed desire, all of it, on you. The giant cannon in Ye Hao's hand explodes continuously, locking onto the target and firing, creating a series of violent explosions. He stands firm, raising the cannon towards Senji. She roars provocatively. Didn't you want to vent on me? Is your desire only at this level? Come on, open up all your firepower and attack me madly. Ye Hao pours all his strength. A giant beam of energy shoots straight forward, shaking the space. Don't be in such a hurry. You want firepower? That's the one thing I don't lack at all. He raises both hands high, controlling an earth-shattering barrage of firepower. Drone swarms appear in the sky,
simultaneously firing bullets and launching missiles, raining down a fierce storm of firepower.
Ye Hao's eyes are cold, holding a large gun in his hand that is spewing out streams of fire bullets.
I still have countless types of combined firepower attacks to satisfy you. You must endure. Sergi is hit by a series of laser beams, forming a dense network of target locks. She panics. Wait a moment. Precise laser targeting.
A large explosion occurs. Shockwaves and clouds of fire spread in all directions. Senji's painful roar resounds. Ye Hao holds the gun in his hand, his tone full of provocation and confidence. Stopping. What's wrong? Can't take it anymore already. Shouldn't be. She's still holding on. Her eyes are cold, her demeanor is enchanting, a black and red aura radiating around her body, sharp thorns protruding. It's a bit boring to only have you unilaterally attacking. If I don't actively cooperate with you, how can I fully enjoy myself? This kind of intense attack really makes me unbearable, but the more it's like that, the more excited I get.
From the giant red mass of flesh, a series of human-shaped but distorted creatures, with red eyes and sharp horns, gradually separate.
I can feel the depraved desires deep within your soul. So unrestrained and full of killing intent, only I can satisfy you." Amidst the fierce red lightning, a horde of demons appeared, their bodies colossal, muscles bulging, and sharp horns exuding power, to let humans fall under my lust.
They bared their fangs and growled, their speed extreme, the ground cracking beneath their feet as the pack charged forward.
"Let me guide you to the ultimate bliss of desire." Ye Hao held two massive chainsaws in his hands, a confident and challenging smile on his face, his eyes sharp and cold. "I was worried I wouldn't have enough demons to kill, but now you're providing me with so much material, I must thank you." He swung the giant chainsaws, the blades flashing with golden light,
each swing cleaving their bodies in two. See Hind's face twisted, both furious and terrified, she screamed. This guy is completely immersed in the pleasure of slaughter, completely suppressing the lust in his heart."
A cold smile was evident on Ye Hao's face. The demons were in extreme shock. "What kind of monster are you? Are you really human?" He smiled disdainfully at the demon. "You are the monster." An interesting joke. Ye Hao stood tall, trampling on the corpses of the demons, a giant, gleaming chainsaw great sword slung over his shoulder. "Is that all? I'm not satisfied yet."
See Helen's eyes were bloodshot, her face both resentful and trembling, uncontrolled, insane, indulgent, tyrannical, thoroughly enjoying the desire to kill. "How are you any different from us demons?" Her face flushed, her eyes manic, half fearful, half entranced. "No, you're more demonic than the demons themselves. A strong man indeed, I can't resist." See Hai reached through the head of another demon, sucking its life force, a seductive but cold smile on her face. "If combat prowess can make you happy, then I can only do my best to make you happy." Ye Hao stood towering atop the pile of demon corpses, his hands gripping the two giant combat chainsaws. His eyes darkened. Si Hin smiled proudly, her eyes gleaming with arrogance. A burst of light erupted, emitting countless swirling blood demon runes. "But how can ordinary methods bring our combat prowess to its peak?" She picked up the sword of lust, its patterns gruesome, engraved with the agonizing faces of souls sealed within. "As the incarnation of lust, I will surely use a weapon full of thrills to please you." Sword of lust, it transforms into its second form. "Lust Queen," she laughed, half challenging, half scornful, the dark armor clinging tightly, revealing curves that were both seductive and dangerous. "This sword inherently carries the attribute of mental paralysis. It will let you enjoy the battle in a state of numbness, reaching the pinnacle of pleasure." The system displayed a warning. "Mental control from the Sword of Lust detected on the host. Control level 20%. Please immediately leave the current area and create distance from the boss." Ye Hao thought to himself, "More mental control. Damn it, my equipment can't resist mental control at this level." The crimson sword in Seihi's hand slashed into the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" She spread her massive wings, unleashing a surge of dark power, and slashed fiercely with the crimson longsword. "If we want to reach the peak of combat, there can be no distance between us." Ye Hao donned his combat armor, unleashing two streams of destructive energy like light cannons. Si Hai raised her sword to block. "Don't want me to get close? Why are you suddenly so shy?" "Faced with my second form, suppressing lust is useless." She charged forward with her weapon, her expression both seductive and cruel. "Because unlike other desires, lust is the primal instinct of living beings. The more you suppress it, the stronger I become." His eyes widened, filled with fear, sweat rolling down his cheeks. From this amazing recovery and obsession, it shows that she is not lying. Is this her true strength? Sei lunged forward, unleashing a fatal blow, the sword piercing through the protagonist's body, blood splattering. Lust is the instinct and desire produced by all things to prolong life and reproduce. No living being can stop this instinct, unless he dies. The system notified. Mental control detected on the host. Control level increasing. Please immediately create distance from the boss. Now Ye Hao was pinned in her arms, his body weak, his eyes dimming, without the strength to resist. Seihia exuded power. She smiled alluringly, but treacherous. "I know you're unwilling, but facing me, an existence second only to the strongest wrath among the 7 demon lords, your defeat is not unjustified, but don't worry, you won't die just yet." The system notified that the host's contamination level is 80%. Please leave the current area immediately. Senji closed in, her crimson eyes flashing, a sneer revealing her fangs. She cupped the male lead's face in her hands, whispering in a voice both sweet and icy, "Because you're the man I've set my sights on. Before I've had my fun, how could I let you die just like that?" System announcement. Mental control at 90%. The host's body and mind are nearing their limit. Please leave the current area immediately. Seiji pressed her face close to Ye Hao's, her voice full of provocation. Moan with excitement. Looking at you now is truly pathetic. Don't struggle anymore, give up your last resistance. I'll give you pleasure, you satisfy me. It's only fair, isn't it? Just hand over the Phoenix Blood Jade, and I'll let you become my pet. To wallow with me.
His eyes still blazed with hatred, blood filling his mouth. Yet he roared with undiminished spirit. Ye Hao gripped the blade, piercing his chest, pulling it out.
Shut up, you won't tempt me. Towards demons, I have only one word. Kill.
System announcement. Mental control at 96%.
Seiji frantically blocked him. She hadn't expected him to do this. No, this isn't good. Be quiet, don't struggle. You're just forcing me to kill you and steal the Blood Jade. I really don't want to do that. She cradled his face, gently pressing close. The crimson demon sword still pierced through Ye Hao. Among the 7 deadly sins, my martial strength isn't the strongest, but I can become the second strongest. Do you know why? It's because lust, this primal instinct, cannot be suppressed or erased. Seiji stabbed with one hand, strangling his neck with the other. She was calm and cold. Humans can never overcome their own nature. It is predetermined. Or rather, that's only if humans are still alive. If they're dead, it's all over. System announcement. Mental control at 99%.
Seiji smiled wickedly, gripping Ye Hao tightly, the sword still embedded deep and stained with blood.
I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You were a rare material of lust. Farewell. Next, you won't need to suppress your humanity anymore.
Suddenly, a flood of memories surged back. The ultimate boss, cloaked in dark metal armor with gold trim, gleamed in the fiery sunset.
Humanity. I never had such a thing. My planet was occupied by demons, and its people were plunged into misery. After countless years, I finally wiped out the demons that devoured the planet.
He held a large gun in his hand. But the more demons I killed, the deeper I immersed myself. I was gradually consumed by the bloodlust of killing.
This is what it means for a demon slayer to ultimately become a demon himself. I'm not willing to believe this outcome.
He placed the gun on the ground tentatively. What do you think, Mosi? Ahead was a vibrant purple portal. A holographic projection, Mosi said. What do I think? Of course, I'm using my eyes to see, but congratulations, you've finally reached the last step. He gave off an aura that was both mysterious and terrifying. He smiled slyly, full of arrogance. The transdimensional communication device I gave you is also about to run out of energy. It's a pity I won't be able to witness you saving your planet in the end, or destroying it. An armored hand rose to cover part of his mask, creating a feeling of helplessness and self-doubt. This planet only has me left besides the demons. There are no other lives. Can it be saved? Does fighting so hard still have any meaning? Morsi smirked sarcastically, his eyes filled with disdain. Meaning is nothing more than an excuse to paralyze oneself.
Our purpose in doing things has always been to satisfy the desires in our hearts, isn't it? We only need to know our desires clearly. Aside from these, nothing else is worth a penny.
The ultimate boss sighed. This answer fits your usual villainous style. Mosai looked with sharp eyes. It's the same for you. You know it very well, don't you? You can persevere until now, not entirely because of the justice in your heart, even if you persevere in justice.
To put it bluntly, it's also a form of expressing the satisfaction of the desires in your heart.
Justice and evil are different manifestations of the desires within. He smiled slyly, his eyes sharp but confident. What you need to do now is to take back your weak and hazy thoughts, throw away that ridiculous pretense of humanity, and accept the changes and desires within your heart. It's that simple. The ultimate boss exuded toughness and determination, able to say such words. No wonder he's the crazy Mosik.
But your words have truly enlightened me.
System announcement. The power is about to run out, and the holographic projection will automatically close after 3 seconds. Morsi smiled arrogantly, appearing in the vibrant purple light. You can think clearly, and you haven't wasted my efforts. Go complete your mission. Farewell, friend.
The armored boss sat leaning against a rock wall, the sunlight shining on the cold armor, creating a feeling that was both heroic and stifled. I've always cared too much about this thing called justice and meaning. The kind of problems that only humans think about make me very miserable. He stood up and tore off his iron mask, his eyes blazing crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura. In the end, these things have no meaning to me, because I'm not human in the first place.
always wearing a mask to disguise my identity. Have I even blurred my inner self over time? He was a powerful, ultimate boss. He strode forward proudly. Clearly a demon. Yet he used the identity and weaknesses of humans to bind himself. It's truly ridiculous.
The crimson eyes shone like fierce fire, accompanied by lightning bolts surrounding him, highlighting the danger and terrible power. I'm just a demon who has awakened the desire for justice. There shouldn't be any hesitation. Now, I should follow my heart and unleash the desire for anger and killing. The crimson eyes flashed violently like laser beams, combined with a sharp helmet, exuding a feeling of coldness and destruction. My name is the Demon Destroyer, and I must kill all of this world. No, all the demons of the world. Ye Hao exuded a ferocious aura, fragments flying everywhere. Senji was knocked back, her face contorting in intense pain, her pupils trembled. Her gaze was full of astonishment, her scream seemingly caught in her throat, cold sweat rolling down her cheeks. What suddenly happened? Shouldn't he be in a state of struggling before death? Why did he burst out with such a powerful aura? And this aura is like that of a fellow demon. Ye Hao gripped the sword tightly, radiating chaotic electrical signals surrounding him. System announcement. Due to the host's life being in danger, the protection mechanism of that man's account has been triggered, activating the true state of the Demon Destroyer account. He donned the extremely majestic dark blood armor. Behind him were huge metal wings. The Demon Destroyer. System information arrived. But due to not completing the task of killing 10,000 demons, the Demon Destroyer account state can only be maintained for 5 minutes. The cooldown time is 2 hours. Senji gaped, her expression revealing anger mixed with panic, her eyes widening. What's going on? The desire he expresses is only anger and killing. My lust cannot affect him at all. And this level of anger is close to the strongest rage among the 7 deadly sins. No, it may even have surpassed it. Ye Hao, in the bewitching black and red armor, was unleashing terrible power, and inside the sword appeared the painful, crying faces. It's too hot, we're about to be melted by the fire of killing. He stood tall, the scarlet magic sword, its light erupting violently like an unstoppable force of destruction. A lustful demon, bloodshot eyes flashed fiercely, a gaze full of rage and bloodlust. Ye Hao clenched his jaw, revealing his anger. I must kill. He jumped down with the sword in hand, ready to slash. Seshi raised both hands to shield herself in desperation. Wait, I didn't expect you to be one of us. I was rude and offensive before. Please don't. At this moment she turned to run. He watched furiously. Want to run? Ye Hao slashed down. Light emanated from the sword, his blood-red eyes full of determination. A demon escaping before my eyes is unacceptable. Die! Ye Hao stood behind, weapon in hand shining with energy. Senji's figure froze as if under immense pressure. She felt helpless, pleading. Don't kill me, although I can't die. If I'm severely injured, it will take countless years to regenerate my body. My current perfect body took hundreds of years to condense. Senji fell to the ground, her seductive aura and face turning weak. It would be a shame to ruin it like this. Please let me serve you. I don't want to let you go, my king. If it's you, I'm willing to submit to you, do anything for you. Senji embraced Ye Hao, her body pressed close, a slight smile playing on her lips, a smile that was half ironic and half desperate, exuding a wicked charm. The power you displayed and the charm you radiate has threatened and conquered me. Now I sincerely and eagerly want to serve you. He swung his sword up, slashing down as if to tear apart the space. You think I believe these lies of yours? Ducc suddenly shouted. Wait, master, she's not lying. Ye Hao was surprised. I didn't switch accounts. Mosi is crazy. Why did you suddenly appear? At this moment Senji looked terrified. Ducc quickly explained. Because of the deep bond between the current account and Mosi, when the master unlocks the true state of the linked account, can it be used? It seriously presented. The spectrum of this female demon revealed many complex colors: fear, excitement, lust, infatuation, distortion. Colors representing all of these are present, but there is no spectrum of deceit, of lying schemes. Ye Hao's face softened slightly. Is it possible she's hiding it? Ducc clearly explained the nature. A lust demon like her can't hide her emotions and desires. He turned back to look at her with a cold, murderous gaze, raising his sword in threat. Now, I'll give you a chance. Whether to kill you or not will be decided by what benefits you can bring me. If your answer can't satisfy me, then I'll strike you back to your original form. Senji smiled, her eyes sparkling as she presented her strengths. My king, The best benefit, of course, is that I will bring you pleasure you can't imagine. My ability to control lust is the strongest. I can control anyone through the manipulation of lust. Even magic and mental immunity tools can't resist. She stood up, resting her hand on Ye Hao, moving closer to him. With me, as long as you are willing, we can ignore levels and races, so that any target will be immersed in inescapable lust. As long as it is a creature with desire, none can escape. Seiji embraced his neck, her eyes half closed, appearing seductive, her whole body leaning on Ye Hao. Of course you are the exception, my king. The slaughter over countless years on your body and the tyrannical aura from the demon blood have erased all desires except anger.
Ye Hao looked into the distance for a moment, contemplating the situation. Control the spirit, ignoring race and level?
Indeed, a very useful skill, more effective than my own poison control. I will have to face higher-level people in the East District later. This skill can definitely be used.
Ye Hao turned to look at Seiji, his face still stern as he spoke. Okay, I accept your request for submission.
Suddenly, she lunged forward and kissed him. Ye Hao was caught off guard and surprised. That's great, my king.
He was confused, his eyes full of questions. This is... Seiji looked at him with a friendly smile and explained. The official demon contract is complete. Whenever you want to summon me, just call. Her figure gradually disappeared. And at this moment the system also began to display a notification. Host has entered into a contract with a lust demon. Lust has been stored into the system space. Lust is a support-type envoy. Her skills can ignore level and race, but using the skill comes at a price. If the host faces an enemy with a small level gap, the price is a kiss with lust. But if facing an enemy with a large level gap, the host must satisfy her deeper desires.
Ye Hao Mishio's mouth dropped open, his eyes widened in panic. What? Deeper desires? Dumisi smiled mischievously. Master? I'm afraid you won't be able to restrain yourself.
Ye Hao sighed wearily, his eyes closed tightly. It seems that desire is indeed a double-edged sword. At this moment, Shu Lu also woke up. She sat up and rubbed her head. Why did I fall asleep? What happened? I remember I killed 2 succubies, then I don't remember anything else.
Ye Hao quickly changed the subject so she wouldn't remember the situation just now. Don't worry, it's okay now,
he thought to himself. Absolutely can't let Shu Lu know about the kiss.
Shu Lu stood up and stretched, her face showing a comfortable and refreshed expression. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so light. The previous fatigue is gone. Her eyes blazed. Her whole body was as passionate as a flame. Her hands clenched tightly, showing her strength. Ye Hao, next, let's go fight the boss. I'm full of power now, he casually replied. No need, the boss has already been dealt with by me. Xue Lu was extremely surprised. She couldn't control her facial expressions. Ye Hao discovered something new. Xue Lu's expressions are really rich. Is this her true face?
On the other side, Muzi woke up, her face flushed and dazed. Why are my clothes so disheveled? I clearly remember I was following him on the orders of the captain.
She propped herself up on the ground, looking at Ye Hao with a wary and uneasy gaze. But the current situation also means that he knocked me unconscious. Then, Muzi, who was previously lying on the ground in a weak state, he had already sprung up, brandishing his knife and lunging straight at him at an extremely fast speed. You beastly hoodlum, you scumbag, I must kill you.
Her face was filled with rage, but her body was trembling. What is going on? Why has my body suddenly stopped obeying my command? Ye Hao calmly analyzed. The lustful energy from before still remains in her body, and now that the lust has submitted to me, she naturally cannot attack me.
He flashed a confident smile, his eyes sharp yet relaxed.
You really are the wicked one who complains first. You clearly were secretly stalking me, and your actions were exposed. I can choose not to kill you. But the price you must pay is to return to the Phoenix Squad and act as a spy for me. Muzi glared, her cheeks flushed with anger, her tone sharp.
Become a spy for you? Aren't you perhaps too underestimating of me? Although I don't know how you are controlling my body, you cannot control my spirit. She screamed in despair, her whole body shaking, gripping the knife tightly and raising it high, intent on self-destruction. Rather than betraying, I'd rather choose to self-destruct. Even if I die, I will not betray Captain Wei Shuwen.
Muzi's face clearly showed anguish. Why, even if I can't strike him, can't I even self-destruct? What exactly has he done to me?
Ye Hao was composed, with a slight coldness.
Your loyalty reassures me. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. You don't need to do anything disadvantageous to the Phoenix Squad. I only need you to go back and tell me everything you see and hear." Mu Zi screamed in resistance. "Absolutely not. Don't even think about it." Reaching this point, he had no choice but to use the lust to control her, his gaze radiating the powerful coercion of the skill. She completely collapsed, her eyes shimmering, her cheeks bright red, her expression one of pure, submissive infatuation. "Yes, from now on, I belong to you. I am willing to do anything for you." In her heart, she couldn't understand what was happening to her, her heart racing wildly. "If it is this man, I cannot refuse him from the bottom of my heart." Could this be the feeling of love?
Xu Wen requested reports from everyone, with the sub-squads reporting on their boss combat situations. The Queen Squad has fallen into a bitter fight and needs reinforcements. Sha Shen announced bad news. "Damn it, same here.
This boss is much stronger than the previous one. We can't hold on much longer. Hurry up and help us." Meanwhile, Ye Hao was calm. "Our boss fight has concluded." All three people were taken aback, their faces agog. "What did you say?" Xu Wen's brows knitted tightly, his eyes lifted with an angry expression. He accused Ye Hao. "Why didn't you follow the plan we set out before? What kind of heroic grandstanding are you pulling? This behavior of yours, ignoring the greater good, will harm everyone." Dooku glanced over, a sinister smile, feeling both anger and schadenfreude. "Damn it, I knew that little brat would mess things up. As expected, I should have used him as experimental material from the start, but if that brat can truly defeat the boss alone, then it also proves he has value to become my experimental material." Sha Shen's eyes were wide, his eyebrows furrowed, he was equally furious. "Heavens! No wonder the boss over at my place suddenly became so difficult to fight. So it was all you, you little brat. You intentionally sabotaged the boss-slaying plan so that the other bosses would gain increased attributes, using that to take revenge on us." The BR with black, spiky armor looked extremely ferocious. It held a gigantic great sword, and everyone fought against it but achieved no results. "Captain, it seems the boss's attributes haven't increased." On Feiyan's side, they were fighting Slot, a giant creature with thick red-purple skin, its surface covered with long, sharp barbs. Its face had many scattered, glowing red eyes. "That's right, the boss's attributes on our side haven't increased either. You guys can't defeat the boss on your own. Don't blame it on the young, handsome guy." Sha Shen's side was fighting Grander, a creature in the form of an undead king. Its face was a dry skull, its mouth wide open with gruesome black teeth. They were struggling, no less. "Oh my god, the boss's attributes really haven't increased. Wait, damn it, then why are we still in a bitter fight?" Xu Wen crossed his arms. He smirked with full sarcasm, a hint of disdain in his expression. "Ye Hao, don't brag if you don't have the ability. Didn't you say you killed the boss? But the boss's attributes haven't increased at all. What is going on?" Sha Shen tightly furrowed his eyebrows, his expression clearly showing mockery, his tone arrogant. "What else could it be? This kid is definitely incompetent, yet he wants to put on a show and scare us. He's indeed just a young kid. He doesn't even know how to pretend properly." Ye Hao laughed proudly with triumph, his eyes expressing arrogance. "I only said my boss fight has concluded. I never said I killed the boss. The attributes of the other bosses haven't increased because I tamed the boss." Xu Wen gave a sharp and sinister look, a wide grin on his lips, his face radiating provocation. "Ye Hao, being a useless teammate is one thing, but don't assume our intelligence is the same as yours. If a boss could be tamed, why would we be fighting so hard?" Dooku rolled his eyes calculatively. He sneered, speaking in a critical manner. "Haven't you realized it yet? These bosses are not only powerful, but also good at attacking people's weak points. That brat is fame-hungry. Such an obvious weakness, he must have been grasped by the boss. But I'm speculating that among these 7 deadly sins, there's no devil who makes people lie. Could it be that this brat was seduced by small monsters before even reaching the boss?" Sha Shen laughed loudly, both sarcastic and smug, his gaze practically spitting fire, conveying aggression and contempt. "That makes sense. I feel like that's highly likely. Isn't he a useless teammate? He has no self-awareness. He's already incompetent, yet he doesn't listen to advice. Clearly a pig should live like a pig, and then be loyal to powerhouses like us until death, but he wants to show his face in front of us. This trash is killing me with laughter." A system notification appeared. Dungeon notification. The Lust boss has been tamed. The tamer is Ye Hao. Unlocking the hidden boss strategy path. Rewards and experience points received are doubled. The remaining boss attributes are reduced by 10%. Both Xu Wen and Sha Shen were utterly astonished, their eyes widening to the maximum, whites showing clearly, mouths gaping as they exclaimed, "What? What he said is true. He actually subdued the boss. Is that even possible? There's even an operation like this. The boss's attributes are reduced by 10%. Not only is what he said true, but we're also benefiting from him because of it."
Fei Yan swooped down from the sky, launching an extremely powerful attack, she warned. "The boss's attributes are reduced, but we still can't underestimate it. It's still full of danger now. Stop talking nonsense. Kill the boss quickly. Don't waste this hard-earned opportunity." Grand appeared arrogant and evil, waving the giant sword burning with golden flames. "Seiyu has been subdued. What a pity. I originally thought highly of her. Her lustful greed was the only one among our 7 deadly sins that suited my taste." Bread raised his head high, appearing contemptuous. He growled with anger. A mighty great demon, actually deigning to be subdued by a tiny human. Seiyu is truly a disgrace to us demons. Someone as weak as her, with insufficient strength, should have atoned with death, yet she dares to choose to betray us. Lost swung his giant arm high, yawning with his mouth open. "So difficult. Because of Seiyu's betrayal, our attributes have been reduced, and we have to waste so much effort dealing with these humans. So sleepy, so tired. After dealing with these maggots, I must sleep for a month."
Shui, he dodged the attack while thinking about him. As expected of Ye Hao, he really succeeded in subduing the boss. If he and Shui Lu are moving like that, then I absolutely can't admit defeat.
She was struck from behind, her face showing pain and surprise.
Not good, I got distracted. Too focused on dealing with the boss, I forgot about the other small monsters.
Shui, he spread her arms wide, lost among the small monsters, trying to resist. "If only I could be like Shui Lu at this time, with Ye Hao by my side, otherwise I'm really too useless. To think about relying on Ye Hao at this point." He appeared powerfully, catching her as she fell. "Shoo." He was full of emotion, both surprised and relieved. She trembled. "Ye Hao." He stood in front of her, his face calm, his sharp eyes exuding absolute confidence. "Sorry, I'm late." He smiled warmly, his eyes filled with tenderness, his gaze focused entirely on her. "No matter what purpose you have for infiltrating Queen's team to come into this dungeon, just go ahead and do it. I'm always here. I'm your strongest support." "Shoo." He grasped his hands, her face flushed. She smiled softly. She was extremely touched. "Could it be that Ye Hao guessed what I wanted to do? Forget it, none of that matters. The most important thing is that I know now, so it turns out Ye Hao also cares about me. He hasn't abandoned me at all." Fei Yan stood behind. She gave a grateful smile. "I didn't expect you to come and help us." Ye Hao stood in front, striking a firm pose, exuding reliability and strength. "You're welcome, don't mention it." Fei Yan frowned, her lips pursed tightly with suspicion. She was struggling internally. But does he want to steal our boss? What to do? We need his support now, but the boss, I don't want to just hand it over to him like this. Ye Hao calmly reassured, he said decisively, wanting to focus on the target. "Don't worry, I don't intend to steal the boss from you. My target is just these small monsters. Shui Lu, let's go." Fei Yan's face flushed red, her eyes somewhat ashamed and self-reproachful, her expression awkward and unconvinced. "This kid is indeed extraordinary. It's me who has a bad impression." Showing a limited vision, Ye Hao gave a confident smile. Controlling the situation, he turned and launched a beautiful strike. She looked at him and felt weak. "I didn't expect that among all the rotten men in the world there is someone I fancy." Lolas was sealed by magic light circles. Magic chains locked his limbs, restricting his movements. The members of Queen's team praised. "Thanks to Ye Hao, we can finally focus on dealing with the boss, without having to divert our strength and energy to deal with those small monsters anymore." With his help, the boss fight instantly became easier. The girls had radiant faces full of excitement. "Sisters, everyone look at Ye Hao's side. He's really strong." Before, we had to fight those small monsters one by one, wasting so much effort, but he killed a whole swarm. "So handsome, Sister Boss. I suddenly started to be interested in men again." "Me too." Fei Yan rushed forward and whipped her whip powerfully, her eyes full of determination. "You kids concentrate on attacking the boss. Don't let down Ye Hao's support for us." He swung his weapon and slashed at the demons, his eyes shining brightly, his smile so confident that it was almost provocative. Behind him, Shui Lu was also accumulating support energy. She smiled slightly, teasingly, her eyes sparkling, looking directly at his playful gaze. This Ye Hao really has a fatal attraction to girls around him wherever he goes. Shui Lu turned to look at him, her eyes thoughtful and hesitant. Her difficulty revealed a mix of determination and hesitation.
I should also completely trust Ye Hao. Although it's a little difficult to say, I must find an opportunity to tell Ye Hao the real purpose of me fighting this dungeon.
Fei Yan smiled triumphantly. She was absolutely confident, as if she had victory in her hands. She opened the control panel to report the situation. Ladies, we on Queen's team have reduced the boss's health to 22%. We can start the final kill at any time. It's just that I don't know what the situation is on your side. Shu Wen looked at the stats in surprise. He didn't expect it to have been reduced to 22%.
How is that possible? Even our boss's health is still—
Shay Shen frowned. He also didn't believe the information Fei Yan's group announced, his voice full of doubt.
What, 22%? My side still has 45% health? I say, you women are starting to learn how to brag like that stinky kid Ye Hao.
Fei Yan tilted her head slightly, one hand on her hip, the other propping up her chin, exuding leadership.
She admitted the truth. Sorry, we were able to fully attack the boss because Ye Hao helped us clear the smaller monsters.
Grand was still wreaking havoc in the area, and Shay Shen felt uncomfortable.
What, that brat Ye Hao went to support the Queen's team? An angry subordinate shouted, Boss, this isn't fair. Why do they get support while we have to rely on ourselves, fighting both the boss and the small monsters? Another one, feeling uncomfortable from being stunned, complained. What is this? I'm in the middle of the boss fight, and Ye Hao chooses to help the Queen's team. Yet another, enduring each strike from the boss, angrily said, With our team's strength, if we had support, we could definitely take down the boss easily.
Shu Wen gritted his teeth in anger, his brow furrowed, his face full of displeasure. What are you doing? Don't get distracted. Focus on fighting. Does our Phoenix team need someone else's support? In his heart, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, I miscalculated. I've been completely overshadowed by that kid Ye Hao this time.
Muzi turned back, surprising team leader Shu Wen. Muzi, why are you back? Didn't I tell you? Muzi lowered her head, admitting her mistake, infuriating him. Sorry, team leader, my mission failed. I was discovered by Ye Hao.
Shu Wen turned his face away, suppressing his anger. He ordered with a decisive tone and a cold attitude. What are you still standing there for? Since you're back, quickly join the team and strengthen our attack. She clasped her hands in obedience. Yes, him. In his heart, he thought, useless woman. If we weren't short on people right now, I would definitely kill this piece of trash. Shu Wen erupted with hatred, his face twisted, his eyes fierce, his jaw clenched. Ye Hao, I only wanted to kill you and take the items on you, but now I've changed my mind. I will absolutely not let you die easily.
Lost was being imprisoned by magic circles.
Fei Yan said sternly, her voice decisive. Sisters, stop attacking. Just restrain the boss for now. Don't let the boss enter a berserk phase because its health continues to decrease. Let's rest for a bit, then launch a final, simultaneous fatal attack on the boss with the other two teams. A subordinate reported the situation.
Team leader, the boss's health has been successfully suppressed to 21%. Shu Wen's voice was calm but still full of determination. Well done. Stop attacking for now. Mercenary Corps, what's the situation on your side?
Sha Shen glared, his fierce gaze filled with anger, his eyebrows furrowed. What the hell? The boss's health is only at 35%. Since you guys are free, why don't you send people to support me? He was full of anger but had to restrain himself. Damn it. Our team has suffered too many losses. Coordinating is a mess, and we have to deal with both the boss and so many small monsters, running around the whole field. We can't focus our firepower on attacking the boss. Fei Yan's eyes were sharp, her tone harsh, expressing annoyance and sarcasm. Before entering the dungeon, didn't you say you wanted to take care of us? What happened so quickly? The Queen's team refused to support. Shu Wen said calmly with a half-smile, clear and decisive. The combat missions of the teams were assigned from the beginning. We have no obligation to support you. You're just causing trouble for us now. The Phoenix team also refused to support. Sha Shen's eyes widened, his gaze resentful, veins bulging, his anger out of control. Who doesn't know how to say polite words? Damn it, no one is willing to support, huh? Fine, I'll fight to the death with you all. If the boss on my side can't be taken down, then you can wait to face the boss's increased attributes. Don't even think about having a good time. A subordinate grimaced, his face covered in nervous sweat. Boss, what do we do? The brothers are about to run out of energy. We can't hold on anymore. Another panicked. If the Queen's team and the Phoenix team won't help, boss, how about we ask Ye Hao to support us? Sha Shen was furious to the extreme, his face twisted, veins bulging, his mouth roaring. Get the hell out. No way, I targeted him so much before, how could he possibly help me now? And do you think I can swallow my pride and ask him? Don't talk nonsense. Rely on yourselves rather than begging others. Attack with everything you've got.
Grand deployed a range attack, its entire body covered in thunder and lightning, striking in all directions, creating blinding explosions.
Several subordinates panicked, screaming in utter terror. We can't hold on anymore, our lives are important. Run! Sha Shen was furious, his eyes wide, his teeth clenched. Don't run, get back here. If you run now, you'll all be killed by the boss. They still didn't turn back. If you want to fight, fight yourself. We just wanted to come to the dungeon to make money. Who wants to die here? He was furious, mixed with panic, his teeth clenched behind his mask, revealing his pain and helplessness. I've roamed the wilderness for so many years. How did I end up like this today? Is there really no way out? Is this really how it's going to end?
Grand opened its mouth wide, grinning hideously, exuding a bloodthirsty demon aura.
Sha Shen knelt on the ground, his expression a mix of resignation, helplessness, and regret. It's over. It seems everything is over. In the next life, I must be friends with strong people. Unreliable subordinates are no longer useful.
He closed his eyes in resignation, his face full of pain. Ending up like this as a boss, how can I lead a team in the future? Ye Hao appeared suddenly, his eyes sharply looking at Sha Shen. To be a boss, you must have the awareness, you must lead by example, put in more effort, endure more than anyone else, and never be careless.
Two subordinates were overjoyed, their eyes bright, grinning from ear to ear. It's Ye Hao. Ye Hao has come to support us. Sha Shen's eyes welled up, tears welling up, both surprised and moved to the point of choking. Everything was clearly about to end. I had already given up. I didn't expect that in the end he would restore hope for me. He focused absolutely, exuding confidence and determination, charging straight at the giant opponent. Don't just stand there. You guys take on the boss, I'll go clear out those stray small monsters. He gripped his weapon, full of counter-attacking momentum.
Brothers, charge with me. This boss has suppressed us for so long. Now let's show it our strength. Everyone shouted. Kill! Kill!
Sha Shen's eyes were serious, his voice filled with regret and determination. Great kindness deserves no words of thanks. I was wrong to target you before. After this is over, I will apologize to you. Ye Hao was cold, his eyes straight ahead, not paying attention to personal matters, focusing solely on the battle. Let's talk about what happens later. Shu Wen smirked with contempt and anger, both angry and wary. Ye Hao, it's you again. You're really putting on a show. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? You're risking your life on the battlefield, but your real goal is to isolate my power from the other two branches. His face contorted in anger, eyes bulging, veins popping on his forehead, revealing his madness and dissatisfaction. Your thoughts are completely within my grasp. No matter what you do, it's useless. I still have my trump card. Shu Wen decisively commanded. All teams, full force attack, eliminate the boss in the shortest time possible, he thought to himself. Let you be smug for a while. As long as I use that final move, the ancient god and the devil's bell on you will eventually be mine. Shu Wen issued the order. It's the final moment. Attack with all your might. We absolutely cannot lose to the other teams. We must protect the honor of the Phoenix Squad, the team leaders responded. Yes, Captain. The members of the Queen's team echoed in unison, their voices filled with encouragement. Charge, sisters. Don't stop attacking. Ye Hao's help allows us to easily suppress the boss's HP. Next, we must get the first kill on the boss. Also, prove to Ye Hao that he didn't help the wrong team. Everyone replied. Yes. Ye Hao concentrated intensely, his eyes sharp and resolute. Not flinching in the face of danger, he used the elusive movement skill. He gathered the monsters into a swarm after they chased after him. Ye Hao quickly took a step and flew high into the air. He landed on the other side of them and shot a long burst at the location where they had gathered earlier. The subordinate looked on with his mouth agape. Damn, he uses the elusive monster-pulling movement. Every time he kills, it's a whole swarm, so that's how he carried the Queen's team to wipe out monsters before? Awesome! He praised endlessly. Sha Shen laughed loudly, feeling satisfied with Ye Hao's help. The boss fight is instantly several times easier. We're finally experiencing the Queen's team's happiness. He raised his hand high, making a fist to show his strength. Sha Shen shouted loudly. Focus your firepower and aim accurately at the boss. We cannot waste Ye Hao's efforts. Everyone answered in unison. Yes. Explosions continued to erupt repeatedly. The system announced. The current number of demons killed by the host is 46,000. With a calm face,
and sharp eyes that didn't waver. He displayed absolute confidence. "I've been running around the battlefield to this extent and only have this much. It's still not enough. I have to find a way to kill more." The boss grandeur radiated chaotic purple lightning, showing its berserk state after its HP was forced down to a dangerous level.
Shu Wen shouted loudly to warn his teammates, his tone urgent. "The boss's HP on our side has been suppressed to 10%. The boss is entering a berserk state. You guys have to be careful too." Fei Yan had a calm expression, even a slight confident smile, and a firm tone. "There's no problem on our side because, with Ye Hao's help earlier, our casualties are very few. We can withstand the boss's berserk phase." Sha Shen's expression was a little tense, but he laughed loudly. "I have Ye Hao on my side. The boss's berserk phase is nothing to be afraid of."
A subordinate panicked. "Damn it, the boss's berserk is really hard to handle. We haven't rested in the middle and have been fighting directly until now. Our attacks can't keep up and we're too exhausted."
Shu Wen was a little angry and yelled loudly, pointing his finger, his voice stern. "What are you shouting about? Are you afraid the other teams won't hear you? Even if you're more exhausted, you have to endure. Several teams are fighting at the same time. We absolutely cannot be weak and let people look down on us."
He gritted his teeth, his face tense, revealing his frustration but still having to restrain himself. Dooku narrowed his eyes and smiled mockingly.
"The Eastern District leader even sent you guys to protect them. I think your Phoenix squad is having a hard time even protecting yourselves. Go help them." Shu Wen had to agree.
Yes. His eyes flashed with anger and resentment, his expression rigid, his jaw clenched. "Our Phoenix squad was originally the strongest leader in this dungeon, but all because of Ye Hao, I have to endure such humiliation. I will settle this debt with you sooner or later." Grandeur opened its mouth wide and vomited a torrent of gold and silver, jewels and magic crystals. The stream of gold spewed out like flowing lava, flooding down and illuminating the space. "Insects, you came here for wealth, didn't you?
Before you've gotten any benefits, why risk your lives like this? You pitiful insects, compete with all your might, kill the others, and you can take this gold and magic crystals for yourself. Gold, magic crystals, we're rich, we're rich."
The subordinates' eyes were glazed as they rushed towards the gold. "Magic crystals, we're rich, we're rich." Even Sha Shen was attracted. "Get out, no one is fighting with me. Whoever snatches, I'll kill." They were all bewitched. "Damn it, you say it's yours, so it's yours, it's all mine, mine."
Grandeur raised both hands high, as if enjoying absolute power. From its mouth, a stream of blood-red energy erupted, stretching out like chains, sucking the life force or souls of others. "Yes, yes, yes, that's it. Unleash your desires to the fullest. Serve me, so I can become bigger and stronger."
Ye Hao was calm, his eyes closed, concentrating intensely, his fingers pinched together and placed right in front of his forehead. "It's a property similar to lust again. The desire that the mercenary core exudes is increasing greed's strength. It must be stopped." He cast inner furnace resonance. The reflected energy light made him look like a cold but proud warrior. Unfortunately, the level of the inner furnace resonance skill is not high enough. It can only cut off greed. Ye Hao rushed forward with his weapon and slashed at Grandeur. "Don't be caught in the boss's fire. It intentionally spews out gold and magic crystals to arouse your desires to harden itself."
Sha Shen was sweating profusely, his eyes tense, both frightened and annoyed. "It's using this trick again. Our mercenary legion has always valued money as our lives. This boss's skill is really disgusting. If Ye Hao wasn't here, even I would have fallen for this boss's trap. Damn it, we almost all died." He turned to a subordinate, grabbed his collar, and slammed him hard in the face. "Wake up for me! You can be blinded by money but still know the time, damn it! Do you want to die?"
The others knelt before the huge treasure, hugging gold and silver, gems and gold. "Demon essence, mine, mine, so much, so much. How can I contain it all?"
Sha Shen spread his hands, head slightly lowered, eyes flashing with worry. "What should the big boss do? My low-level subordinates are completely controlled by greed. They can't be woken up even if you hit them. If it's just the two of us, there's no way we can kill the boss."
Ye Hao's eyes shone brightly, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing calculation and determination. "Who said we wanted to kill this boss? Now is the best time to subdue it."
Sha Shen's eyes widened in utter surprise. "Although I don't understand what Big Bro Bai is saying at all, it makes me feel like he's really powerful. To be honest, I'm quite knowledgeable. Ye Hao is so cool. Why haven't I ever heard of such a figure before?" Grandeur opened his wide mouth with a loud, arrogant laugh. "Want to subdue me? What wishful thinking. I'm not a useless demon like lust,
But you having this kind of ambition isn't necessarily not a form of greed. You're the type of person whose ambition is greater than lust, aren't you? That's why you were able to defeat lust. He clearly showed his disdain. You rely on greed to defeat lust, but you can't get past my level, because your greed makes me even stronger. Ye Hao confidently warned. Don't speak too absolutely, someone like you. He kicked straight into his head. The kick was so strong that it distorted his head. Grander calmly said, "Want to provoke me? You're so naive. Besides greed, I don't have any other desires." He waved his hand, creating an attack, a blazing red light sweeping down like a terrifying blade. "Now let me see. Just how far can your greed reach?" Shan Shen shouted a warning. "Big bro, be careful." Ye Hao stood straight, his face confident, his eyes sharp as he looked forward, showing pride and fearlessness. Greed. From a young age, the thing I'm least afraid to hide is my greed, and what this era doesn't lack is greed, but my greed isn't for myself. Rander's fiery eyes widened, his face agape, revealing his horror when he saw the red jade in his hand. Demon blood jade. You have the demon blood jade. Ye Hao smiled, his eyes shining with understanding and calculation, exuding the certainty that he had grasped the enemy's weakness. His voice was calm but contained mockery. As expected, you demons are all very drawn to this demon blood jade. His voice was cold as he questioned him to assert his dominance. Of course. Do you know what exactly is in your hands? Ye Hao was calm, even a little mocking. The fiery red blood jade shone brightly, and he held it up in front of Grander as an open challenge. Isn't it just a key that can open the demon dimension? He laughed loudly, both angrily and contemptuously, at the human in front of him who possessed the demon blood jade but didn't know its true value. Stupid humans never disappoint. This demon blood jade is the ultimate product condensed from the bloodline and power after the Demon King died. The Demon King appeared with a black, thorny armor. Each piece of metal seemed to be born from the darkness itself, covering his strong, muscular body. Ye Hao's eyes widened, his gaze tense and stunned. Sweat rolling down his cheek, he was a little overwhelmed. Demon King. Ye Hao's eyes were sharp and decisive. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he pondered. Although he had expected that the demon blood jade, besides being a key to open the demon dimension, must have other uses, he really didn't expect the demon blood jade to have such a background. On the Demon King's head was a fiery red crown, the light blazing like hellfire, illuminating the entire space. The demon blood jade inherits the power and essence of the Demon King. Whoever obtains it can obtain the Demon King's power and has the ultimate right to command all demons. Ye Hao was very confident, the corner of his lips slightly raised, forming a faint smile. He gripped the fiery red blood jade tightly. Command all demons, what a treasure! He held the blood jade in front of him, letting its light shine like a fatal fire. Want it? Then come and take it. As greed, you can't possibly not be tempted by this, right? Grander raised his hand, keeping a distance. Seemingly wary. He was afraid of something. No. This blood jade is not something a demon of my level can even look at. Although I do crave its power, compared to risking obtaining a power that I can't withstand, it's better to prioritize preserving my own life. Ye Hao grasped the blood jade in his hand, his tone somewhat sarcastic. Oh, so you're the type who's both greedy and cautious? Gran was both angry and embarrassed. He denied the statement. Of course. Otherwise, why would I talk to a human like you for so long? He widened his fiery red eyes, revealing his white teeth as if laughing maniacally, his expression showing pride, desire, and madness. The demon blood jade is not something everyone deserves. Only those chosen by it are qualified. If someone who is not chosen touches it, they will be swallowed by it, becoming its nutrients. This secret has never been made public. Only a few demons know it, and this is so that more demons will crave the power of the blood jade and become its nutrients. A giant demon corpse lay motionless in a pool of thick, red blood, its body full of black thorns, completely powerless. On the other hand, you, the Demon King, died in an unknown dimension. How did a human like you get this blood jade? Grand was both angry and incredulous. This went beyond his understanding and authority. No, rather, why did the blood jade choose a human like you as its heir? This is completely illogical. Humans cannot inherit demonic power. Ye Hao casually placed his hand on his chin, calm and thoughtful. He analyzed himself. The demon blood jade's choice is probably not me, but the demon destroyer account on me. He stood with his arms crossed, chest puffed out confidently, his smile and eyes extremely arrogant. Isn't this just perfect? Now you have even more reason to submit to me. Don't you want to witness the birth of the new king with your own eyes? Don't you want to personally taste the flavor of power when you become the envoy of the Demon King?
Ye Hao looked straight ahead, as if to see through the other person, the gaze of someone who has a firm grasp of victory. Of course, besides power, you can also receive financial satisfaction. He revealed a sinister smile, his heart weighing the options, but at the same time, greedily swallowing the opportunity before him. Tell me, one of the 7 deadly sins, to submit to a human? Don't joke around, but damn it, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse him. Power, wealth, aren't these the things I crave the most? Greed is originally my source of power. Sha Shen and his subordinates all gaped in astonishment, their eyes full of worship.
From a young age, I've only seen killing bosses, or being killed by bosses. Never seen anyone talking to a boss. Boss, although I don't understand what they're saying, it feels like it's very cool. He couldn't help but be surprised. Big bro is indeed a big bro, not to mention the boss, submitting or not. I want to submit immediately. No, patience. I must be patient. I, the leader of the 5th-ranked wilderness mercenary group in the East Nai area. Grander knelt down, one hand supporting himself on the ground, the other holding the great sword, its tip touching the ground, a display of reverence. I, the greedy Grander, pledge allegiance to you, Ice Dragon. But he was half provocative, half teasing, hinting at a challenge to Ye Hao's will, the fiery red light like hellfire, creating a sense of both allure and threat. For a demon representing intense desire like me to become your familiar, bringing, Babby, to you, will also generate immense, bad Babby. I just wonder if you can handle it.
He smirked, confidently looking at him, not flinching at those words.
Bap and bad Bap, tell me, how do you differentiate them? Grander leaned in close to Ye Hao, explaining like a dangerous deal. Bap is divided into active and passive types. The active type means you can spend large sums of money or power to satisfy my desires, using me in this way to engage in combat. He looked up with a knowing and slightly mocking expression.
Recharging to summon boss-level combat power? Not a bad fighting style.
He explained the ability as if a curse of desire turning greed into a compass. The passive type means you will receive a sense of longing. When you desire something, you will automatically sense the direction you need to go to satisfy that desire.
Ye Hao excitedly laughed, a brilliant, slightly sarcastic smile.
This ability is good. Isn't this just the ability to find treasure? Grander's eyes gleamed, his tone threatening. Don't be too happy too soon. I haven't told you about the bad bap of letting me become your familiar. The only and biggest downside is... He manifested enormous, grotesque shadows engulfing the ground, as if symbolizing the dark power clinging to him. I will constantly influence you, so that your greed and ambition continue to grow, and what is irreversible, once the contract is made, this can no longer be eliminated or suppressed. Ye Hao put his hand to his mouth, pondering. He analyzed the pros and cons rationally. Greed and ambition, huh? As for greed, I have nothing to worry about. On the contrary, my greed has always been great. But ambition, that's a bit more concrete, but this disadvantage is completely worth enduring compared to the advantages. Ye Hao's face was full of confidence. He wasn't afraid when standing before him, I understand. So, how do we make this contract? Grander grinned widely, creating a sense of both evil and mockery. Simple. Just give me 100 million as a deposit. Ye Hao rolled his eyes, his expression weary and sarcastic, his attitude unbelievably mocking. Your method of making a contract is truly simple and crude, keeping up with the times. The subordinates struggled to resist the overwhelming power, but many were blown away, Captain. As the boss's health decreases, he becomes even more berserk. We can't hold on much longer. And we don't have reinforcements. We've been fighting continuously, and the number of members in our team has decreased a lot. Our attacks can't keep up anymore.
Shu Wen was furious, yet with a hint of determination, he shouted in battle. I don't want to hear these useless complaints. Even if you die, you must hold on for me. We've reached the final moment. Do you want everything to be in vain? Do you want the honor of our Phoenix team to be trampled into the ground? But Captain, the system announces. Global instance announcement. Greed boss has been successfully subdued. Subduer. Ye Hao receives double experience and rewards. Remaining boss attributes decreased by 10%. They felt excited, and they all rushed forward together. The momentum was overwhelming. What?
Ye Hao subdued another boss. It's amazing. I can't imagine it at all. How did he do it? The boss's attributes have decreased again. Everyone, hurry up. The offensive and defensive situation has changed. It's our turn to go all out and kill the boss. The system displays the announcement. Pride boss has been successfully killed. System announcement. Sloth boss has been successfully killed.
Shu Wen gnashed his teeth angrily, his face full of resentment. Ye Hao, it's Ye Hao again. How did he do it? I should be the one leading everything. Why does he always get the spotlight?
He was standing proudly with everyone. Shu Wen was even angrier at this moment. Don't think that just because you helped us, I'll let you off. Your death is absolutely unavoidable.
System notification. The current number of demons killed by the host is 51,258. Ye Hao narrowed his eyes tensely.
He was quite stressed by what was happening, but his eyes still revealed a clear fighting spirit. This special mission requires killing a total of 100,000 demons. We're about to fight the final boss. But the result of killing only half is a bit difficult to deal with.
Everyone went to the meeting point, and the eyes of people around lit up, both eager and admiring when they saw him.
Look, it's Ye Hao. I must quickly add him as a friend. It'll be easier to interact with him in the future, not just interact. Ye Hao, you helped us when we fought the boss earlier, and we haven't had time to thank you. I also want to be friends with you, okay? Not only that, even the final boss's berserk stage was because Ye Hao successfully subdued another boss, which allowed us to kill the boss smoothly. The crowd had gathered around him, everyone pushing and shoving, competing to be the one to talk to him. Ye Hao, so boss, are you still accepting followers? Also, I want to be friends with you, boss. You guys, you just want to cling to the big thigh. Ye Hao ran all over the battlefield to support us. Can't you let him rest for a while? You dare to say us? Weren't you the first to suggest being friends with Ye Hao? Ye Hao, besides subduing bosses, are you interested in subduing girls who are infatuated with you?
Shu Wen stood watching. Annoyed, he frowned, grinding his teeth with jealousy, and also with something that made him uneasy. Among the main teams in this instance, the mercenary group and the Queen's team have clearly sided with Ye Hao. Basically, I only have my Phoenix team left. Could this also be part of his plan? Tunku smiled contemptuously, his eyes amused, his heart full of sarcasm. Wei Shu Wen, haven't you seen it yet? This Ye Hao is truly extraordinary.
Perhaps Ye Hao's genes are more worthy of study than demon genes. It's decided, no matter what, I must turn him into my test subject at that time.
Shu Wen adopted a decisive attitude, brooking no negligence, his expression serious, his eyes sharp, his voice firm. Enough! We don't have time to chat anymore, everyone. Quickly rest in place. We're about to face the final boss fight. We absolutely can't be negligent, and we shouldn't waste energy on meaningless things like you are doing now.
He frowned tightly, shouting loudly, his voice stern, almost a warning and reprimand, especially at Ye Hao. Next, you are not allowed to do anything excessive. You must strictly follow the established plan and rules. Don't have a whimsical attitude. Not every time can you subdue a boss by chance like this. Maybe next time you will kill everyone again. With a haughty, murderous expression, a sneering mouth, and contemptuous eyes, he showed provocation and disdain. I said, how dare you still talk like that, and put on a commanding leader's facade here? In this world, only the strong have the ability to speak. If it weren't for Ye Hao, your stupid bird team would probably still be struggling in the town boss battle before. Fei Yan stepped forward with determined eyes. She publicly supported him. That's right. The situation in the instance has changed now. Only Ye Hao can lead us. Our Queen's team will no longer listen to you.
They reacted strongly in unison. Everyone felt angry. Not just one or two people, but most stood on his side. You have no right to criticize Ye Hao. So what if you don't listen to the command? I'll just ask, didn't you also benefit from Ye Hao's valiant actions? That's right. Not even a thank you to Ye Hao. But instead you're criticizing him here. Do you still have a conscience?
At this moment, Shu Wen stood still, silent as a clam, his face dark with displeasure. Muzin's face flushed, her eyes sparkling with confusion, her hand gently placed on her chest as if to calm her uncontrollably racing heart. My heart is beating so fast I can barely control it, but Ye Hao is so handsome and strong, do I really deserve to like him? Dooku let out a hearty laugh, his eyes shining brightly, as if to soothe the tense atmosphere between everyone. You guys are right, Ye Hao has indeed made many contributions to everyone. No need to be too formal. The final boss hasn't been defeated yet, so everyone, don't start an internal conflict. Brandishing swords in Yanggong's dance, Harmony is the best policy. Everything must prioritize the big picture. His eyes exuded calmness, and his firm voice revealed a leader's aura, making his words carry even more weight.
It's alright, not everyone can accept my working style. Everyone, stop arguing, hurry and rest. In 2 hours, we'll begin the final boss battle.
The atmosphere softened as the teammates expressed their agreement with the decision. The god of slaughter revealed a hint of excitement. Old bro is still the most generous. Since old bro said so, I'm too lazy to argue with this birdman. Fei Yan smiled, her eyes sparkling with admiration, not forgetting to subtly tease. This is how a reliable man like Ye Hao should be. Someone should learn from him.
The others cheered along, making the atmosphere even more lively. Everyone, seize the time to rest.
Old bro Ye Hao has spoken. In 2 hours, we're doing the final boss battle. Got it? Shu Wen's face showed anger and tension, his eyes flashing with vigilance and hatred. His generosity is clearly a deep tactic. He looks like he's generously resolving conflicts. But in reality, he's unknowingly issuing orders to everyone. He's starting to replace me in managing the whole situation. Ye Hao, my patience is reaching its limit. After the final boss battle, you absolutely cannot survive this dungeon.
Shu He's cheeks were flushed, her eyes twinkling softly, and she hesitated shyly, her voice gentle but full of thoughts. Ye Hao, can we find a quiet place? I have something to tell you. He remained calm, not revealing too much emotion, only softly calling her name as a reply. Shu Hei Ye Hao turned his head, the corners of his mouth lifting into a determined smile, his index finger pointing straight ahead, the movement forceful as if to stop her hesitation. No need for so much trouble, let's talk here.
In the vast battlefield, a barrier separated them from the outside world. Zhu. He couldn't help but be stunned, her eyes flashing with surprise. Spatial isolation. Ye Hao, you even have this kind of ability. He maintained his calm smile. Just a small skill, nothing to be surprised about. What is it that you wanted to say?
Shu He's voice trembled slightly, her face flushed with emotion, her eyes filled with deep thoughts, both regretful and sorrowful. She had to suppress the emotion she had held for so long. Before, I didn't intentionally ignore you. I just wanted to be humble and patient. The ultimate goal of all of this is to avenge someone. This person is related to my origins, someone I need to kill, and I only have this one chance. Shu Wei looked at Ye Hao, her hand unconsciously clenched as if to gather courage. She spoke clearly, as if to engrave each word into his mind. After investigating thoroughly, I finally understood. I'm not like what Huang Pude said, a robot created from Shui Lu's genes, but the truth is that we all belong to the same batch of manufactured genes. Her expression was heavy with thoughts, her eyes covered in shadow, her face revealing sorrow mixed with resentment. The trembling in her voice showed her anger and helplessness. And the person behind all of this is Dun Kun of the East District. He secretly colluded with Huang Pude of Huangzheng, creating a batch of secret robots to sell to Huang Pude for biochemical modification. Therefore, Zhue. He lowered her head, her eyes hidden in the shadows, her lips pressed tightly with self-doubt, pain, and inner turmoil. She was confessing something difficult to say. Regarding this farcical background, it was really hard to open her mouth to ask for help. You helped me resolve Huang Pude, so I plan to rely on my own strength to avenge myself against Dooku. Shu. He stood straight, but her body trembled slightly, her face showing fatigue and listlessness, but also containing a final determination. But I miscalculated the situation this time, and my own strength. I can't succeed on my own. So Ye Hao, can you help me one last time? In her heart she worried. What am I saying? Someone like me isn't even a person. I'm not worthy of Ye Hao's effort. What right do I have to ask Ye Hao? He put his hand on her shoulder, his sharp eyes seemingly containing worry, and his voice sounded firm. What do you mean, one last time?
Ye Hao smiled sincerely, his eyes unwavering, his voice was decisive. Anything of yours. No matter how many times, I'll help.
Shu He's eyes widened, her gaze trembling as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard, her face flushing slightly, revealing surprise mixed with emotion. So she really is like me. Shui Lu strode forward with a proud air. Before, when I was at Huangzheng, I noticed you. I felt a similar aura on you. You are indeed, like me, a victim created by Dooku and the East District. This time, I came also to avenge myself against Dooku. Usually, he's under the protection of the East District, so there's no way to act. Only this time is there a chance to kill him. Both had clear similarities. Long blue hair, resolute eyes, and beautiful faces with a haughty air. Ye Hao revealed a look of interest,
with a bit of a smile, confident as if he had just discovered a secret, and said, "If you guys come from the same genes, to some extent you could be considered twin sisters, right?"
Shulu gave a friendly smile, her tone light as she turned to the blue-haired woman. Her eyes filled with trust, I guess you could say that.
Shuhi's eyes carefully observed, and surprise flashed across her face.
Why can you accept such outrageous things so calmly? Her face contained sorrow, her eyes filled with tears, her brows furrowed, her faint smile forced as if she was hiding deep sadness in her heart. Not born from a mother's body, not even considered a person, bearing this fate and destiny, shouldn't we be ashamed? Why can you still smile?
He smiled brightly, his eyes full of confidence, and said words of comfort to her. "How you're born in this world doesn't matter. What matters is how you live out this life, Shuhi. Don't be bound by the past. Living happily in the present is what you should do."
Shu Lu gently hugged Shu. He as if to protect her. "I didn't expect your background to be even more difficult than mine. But it's okay. As long as we don't lose our goals and direction, and have the courage to continue living, we can overcome any difficulties. Because in front of us," she looked towards Ye Hao, and he looked towards the two of them, with a radiant face. He was like a solid support. There would always be a reliable and dependable man. Fei Yan looked at Ye Hao with sharp eyes, her face tense, and her decisive tone showed absolute trust. "Ye Hao, regarding the final boss battle, we want to hear your perspective." The god of slaughter was the same as her, with a resolute attitude and fierce eyes, but also showing submission. "One word, we'll do whatever old bro arranges."
The subordinates felt indignant. The final boss battle is clearly a large formation battle. They didn't come to our strategy team to discuss, but went to that lone wolf Ye Hao. "Sure enough, they're all stray chickens who don't fit in, Captain. We can't let that kid be so arrogant anymore. The artifact our team requested must be used quickly."
Xu Wen glanced at him, frowning with discomfort, feeling that it wasn't the right time. Now is not the time to act. The final boss's strength is still unclear. After everything is over, I certainly won't let him go. The subordinate recognized the issue. "Captain, you are wise."
Dooku walked over with his hands clasped behind his back, a sneer on his face, and laid out his terms.
"Your Phoenix squad is still a top 5 squad in the East Nai district.
Yet one person has messed you up so badly. This is a first for me. But no matter how much you hate Ye Hao, you must capture him alive for me."
Xu Wen's eyes were full of resentment. He felt something wasn't right. "You damned doctor, I think you've got the wrong idea. Our mission is just to ensure your safety, not to listen to everything you say."
Dooku maintained his smile, laying out the benefits. "It's easy if you want Ye Hao dead, but don't you think that's too cheap for him? Hand him over to me, and I guarantee he'll wish he were dead. Plus, you'll also receive leadership's generous reward for contributing a crucial living test subject to the East Great District. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone?"
Xu Wen looked down at Dooku, quite confident, even a bit defiant. He smirked slightly, eyes narrowing, showing his cunning. "Since doctor you said so, how can we not give you face?"
Dooku, full of slyness, gave a smile, showing his agreement. "Very good. Then we'll consider that we've reached a consensus."
Xu Wen's eyes were blazing red, his gaze sharp and full of malice. He sneered mockingly and provocatively. "If Ye Hao falls into the hands of this mad scientist Dooku, then he's basically finished. I can't help but start to wonder, what kind of hideous monster will Dooku transform Ye Hao into? Or will he fail to endure and become a pile of rotten meat on the lab table?"
Multiple groups gathered and reacted to an unexpected event. Everyone's attention was focused in one direction. "What's going on? What happened? Look over there."
"Heavens, it's the demons actively attacking us."
Everyone was in a defensive stance or preparing to run. Their faces showed shock. "Am I seeing things? This number is too much. Even more demons than we killed before."
"Run, run."
Monidin looked ferocious and authoritative. He wore a black robe, and a stream of energy was behind him.
No smell of anger, all cowardice. Such small insects, yet they can defeat the 6 great sins. How ridiculous! The members panicked, trying to flee.
"Is that the final boss? Just the power of his aura is making my hair stand on end. We're doomed. The number of demons is too great. Even if they stood still for us to slash, we wouldn't know when to stop. We're dead for sure. We are absolutely dead for sure." Fei Yan was somewhat angry. She gritted her teeth, eyes wide and hands clenched, showing great determination. "Sisters, I know you all know very well because I'm scared too, but don't step back. Bay Array." Prepare to meet the enemy. Sha Shen gritted his teeth, lips curled, and eyes bloodshot like a bloodthirsty beast. You kids, don't be cowards, take out all the weapons. I don't have much to say to you all. Just one word. Kill. Ye Hao's expression was full of confidence and interest, almost excitement. He had no fear at all. There are so many demons, it's just what I wanted. Perfect. Ye Hao looked as majestic as a general, facing thousands of enemy troops, a crowd of enormous monsters, in all shapes and colors. Everyone, don't panic. Next is still the old rule, you guys focus on dealing with the boss. And leave the small fries to me. The others all stared in disbelief. What? Fei Yan's eyes widened, mouth agape, expression both surprised and admiring. Facing tens of thousands of small monsters, Ye Hao wants to deal with them alone. This can't be called manly anymore. This is divine. Sha Shen also showed no less surprise, face full of bewilderment, unable to believe his eyes.
As expected of the big boss, not only is he strong, but his virtue is also noble, always leaving the easy meat for us to eat, while he gnaws on the hardest bones himself. Big boss, you are forever my god. Everyone absolutely believed in his ability, ready to support him. They acted as a team. Ye Hao, you just kill, we'll support you. That's right. Another group showed the horror and despair of a group of characters completely opposite to the calmness of some others. Can they really win? It's impossible. But how can they be so calm? Are we really in the same world as them? The monsters with hideous appearances, with falling wings and sharp horns. The members of the monster fighting team were frustrated. This is a useless energy shield. An army of demons of this scale can't last long. Ye Hao and Shui Lu faced the monsters, both surrounded by an energy shield. She was proud and absolutely confident, with a mocking tone. These demons don't want to live anymore. He smirked disdainfully. Ye Hao was surrounded by fearsome monsters, but he showed no fear at all. Is this all you've got? Why are you so weak? Even breaking through the defense shield is so slow. Are you even demons? I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I just want to say you guys are all very noob. Sha Shen's eyes widened, bulging out, showing fear, eyebrows furrowed, teeth clenched, showing resentment. Oh heavens, that's too much. Challenging tens of thousands of demons alone isn't enough. He even has to taunt them before the battle. This is to pull up the demons. Aggro. Are you going to get bitten to death? Big boss is so cool. Are you even human? The defense layer had reached its limit and was about to collapse. The fearsome monsters with rough bodies and bloodshot eyes were attacking with all their might. Oh no, the shield can't hold on anymore. The monsters with all kinds of hideous shapes were rushing to attack. You want to die? Daring to laugh at us, I must be the first to devour you alive. This chaos was part of Ye Hao's plan. He had deliberately provoked them, successfully attracting their hatred. Next, he loudly called out to Shui Lu. She quickly responded, understanding clearly. Step 1. A giant ice wall with sharp edges was rising from the ground, creating a solid barrier, separating people and monsters with ice. A dramatic battle took place in the front, a group of monsters chasing after a few characters who looked weaker. This was part of the pre-planned tactic. Step 2. Try to pull the small monsters away from the group. You want to eat me? Come here, you have to chase me first. Fei Yan stared at Shui Lu, surprised by her extraordinary power. Isn't this girl the one who just joined our queen's team not long ago, and didn't stand out? So she's so powerful and knows Ye Hao. Shu Wen's face created a mysterious and evil feeling. He gave a sinister smile full of delight. Ye Hao, you're so cool, aren't you? If you want to be a meat shield, then go ahead, but please live a little longer. You must hold on until I finish fighting the boss before you die. He raised his hand to command his subordinates. Shu Wen also had his own plan. The time has come. Everyone break through where the number of demons is thinnest in the opposite direction, and go all out to attack the boss. The subordinates received the order. Yes. Ye Hao's group is surrounded by many monsters. Even though they are trying to fight, the number of enemies is too overwhelming. He panicked. Damn it, there are really too many demons. The more we kill, the deeper we are surrounded. Shui Lu also felt overwhelmed. It's too much to deal with tens of thousands of demons with just the three of us. Ye Hao, do you have any other ideas? He looked at the two girls with a confident and mysterious expression, and smiled lightly, without any panic, even though the situation seemed very dangerous. Of course, my plan doesn't just include the three of us. Come out. At this time, Ye Hao's two battle beasts appeared. Big brother,
Why did you release your little brothers just now? I've been hungry for a long time. Next is the favorite unparalleled mowing model, Zhu.
He flew up and used Bingwang Zhen Hunqua. A stream of energy radiated around.
On Shui Lu's side, she launched Yongdong Bingji, each shot flying straight down to the demons. Ye Hao also held a gun and fired continuously, his face full of confidence.
He spun around, and the shot also surrounded the demons.
Ye Hao's speed became faster and faster. He deployed 360-degree sweeping shots.
Each shot was filled with fire all around.
Monodin looked crazy and fierce. It was surrounded on all sides by the group of warriors. Everyone was full of confidence again. Finally, they broke through from the weak point of the demons to the front of the boss.
Everyone, let's go. It's time to attack it crazily.
Thanks to Ye Hao for drawing the aggro. Even fighting the final boss has become so simple. Isn't that right? Look at its design. It doesn't have the style of a final boss at all. It must be because of the 20% stat reduction.
Monodin unleashed a powerful attack.
It swooped down from above, swinging its giant sword with a dazzling source of energy.
The warriors panicked extremely and screamed.
Fei Yan frowned tightly, in disbelief. All initial judgments and plans were broken. How could it be like this? Xia Shen's eyes were dull, and large beads of sweat revealed his panic. With a 20% stat reduction, this final boss is still so strong, so how strong was it initially if the stats weren't reduced?
Xu Wen's face was extremely serious and his eyes were sharp. His lips were pursed, showing his determination, with no room for panic or doubt like his teammates. This can't go on. A team that can't beat the final boss to begin with. Everyone must abandon their previous conflicts and accept unified command. Among the people here, my combat experience is the most abundant. From now on, everyone must listen to me.
He waved his hand to command with a strong demeanor, his firmness showing that he was not only giving orders but also conveying confidence to the entire team. Our Phoenix battle team has the highest level. Next, our main force will tank the boss's damage. The vice commander of the mercenary group will share the boss's damage. The two teams take turns tanking the damage, and the queen team is responsible for attacking and healing. Everyone worked together to complete the attack on the final boss.
Xia Shen's eyes were angry and fierce. He expressed his dissatisfaction and said, "Sounds good. What about abandoning grudges and conflicts?" Wei Shu Wen constantly emphasizes that he and his battle team are strong, clearly wanting to brainwash us, so that we listen to him. Fei Yan next to him was calmer and more rational. In the current situation, we can only listen to him. At least his command is professional, there's no problem with that.
The Phoenix battle team formed a solid shield, surrounded by magical light and murderous aura. The Phoenix battle team solidified its formation. Let the other team see the strength of a professional battle team like us. Wouldn't it have been fine to just listen to our captain's command? Otherwise, there wouldn't be trouble like this now. But it's not too late for them to understand now. It's just that we might directly tank all the boss's damage, and the mercenary group might not even get a chance to take the stage. Monodin's eyes were fiery red with evil energy, its sharp teeth snarled, surrounded by dazzling purple lightning and streams of destructive energy, both demonic and overwhelming. The three members of the battle team panicked, cold sweat pouring down as the pressure from it swept over. The rocks around them were also blown away, showing the terrible pressure going on. Why did the boss's rage suddenly explode?
Not good. The body is suppressed by the boss and falls into a stiff state. Vice commander of the mercenary team, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and help our main force tank the damage.
They were once confident, but now they had to tremble and urgently seek help. It's over. It's an unavoidable area attack. Monodin, after releasing its aura, charged straight into the formation, swinging its murderous sword, the slashes unleashing bright light like crescent blades, sweeping away everything in its path. The boss broke through. After the range attack is close combat, Captain. This boss attacks both long and close range. We can't tank it. Monodin exuded a dignified aura, wielding the giant sword and controlling the power. From the sword, a dazzling stream of energy burst out, emitting brilliant rays of light and energy blades that plunged into the ground. A member of the Queen's Guild said to Fei Yan in fear, "Big sister, the boss's continuous moves are too fast. Our healing can't keep up."
Xu Wen shouted the order, his arm raised to signal his teammates. The team stay away from the boss. Use the kiting tactic to pull the boss. The Phoenix team's main force is responsible for attracting the boss's aggro, pulling the boss away from the others. The other teams launch ranged attacks on the boss. Monodin rushed to chase the main force, and the other warriors attacked it from behind. The tactic worked. The final boss's health was finally suppressed. Xia Shen looked surprised and a little nervous. Unexpectedly, this guy really has some skill. Meanwhile, Xu Wen had a cold and confident appearance, a meaningful smile on his face, and a disdainful tone. It's just that you are too slow-witted. Although the final boss's attack is super strong, its defense is much weaker than imagined. He raised his fist high, his face radiant with a confident smile, exuding the demeanor of a leader who had just gained an advantage in the battle. It seems that the previous stat reduction still had an effect. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. Everyone continue to attack like this. This boss won't last long. Monodin, with a ferocious face, charged straight ahead with a loud roar. In its hand was a giant weapon swinging at a terrifying speed. It's over. The main force has fallen. Vice Commander, hurry up and support. The god of slaughter was visibly annoyed. What are you spacing out for? Keep directing the fight. Xu Wen, standing beside him, looked utterly panicked. You just got killed by the boss. He's a veteran core member of our Phoenix squad. His death means your deputy commander is utterly useless. The three young warriors felt a wave of panic. Their faces tightened, sweat poured down, and their eyes widened with worry. What? Does that mean we're just a bunch of glass cannons waiting to be sliced by the boss? Monodin's skull-like face was ferocious, with blood-red eyes and a ghostly grin. In its hands, it held two sharp weapons, radiating a chilling, dark energy. Your expressions are all wrong. Shock, panic, fear. None of these emotions are what I want. You need to be enraged. I've killed so many of your comrades. How can you not feel anger? Humans are truly colder-blooded than demons. Xu Wen's face was hidden in shadow, with vertical lines emphasizing the suppressed rage boiling within him. Monodin exuded a menacing aura. It spoke with an arrogant tone, looking down on its enemies. Only the desire for rage can bring me joy. I thought with so many of you, you could unleash enough rage to entertain me, so I took the initiative. But you've truly disappointed me. Rage needs to be triggered, but you are too weak. Killing you only fills you with fear. Therefore it stood tall amidst the crimson smoke, rising like the flames of hell. In its hand was a glowing sword, with surrounding energy flares amplifying its threat. Then I'll torment you until you can't take it anymore. Go insane. Yi lunged, its body a grotesque, spiky black shadow. It didn't just want to defeat its opponents, but to break them mentally. Lord Tyrant ordered us to torment them until they can't endure it anymore. Break their spines first. Several warriors were thrown into the air, caught in the attack, showing their complete powerlessness against the enemy's overwhelming strength. Then I'll tear off their limbs. The atmosphere became extremely chaotic and terrifying. Yamimi's body writhed like thick smoke, wielding long tentacles to attack. Torment! I have countless methods I can use. Save us! Someone, please save us! It tightened one of its tentacles around a girl, who looked tiny and utterly helpless before. Yi, what's wrong with you humans? Seeing your comrades being tormented, does no one feel anger or want to save them? You're giving me a headache. We won't be able to complete Lord Tyrant's mission. It seems I need to torment you even more. Fei Yan charged straight at the monster, her face filled with anger, her eyes burning with rage and determination. Enough, let her go. Come after me if you have a problem. It let out a sound, threatening with its sharp teeth. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and started getting angry. Yi controlled Fei Yan. She was tightly bound by many huge tentacles around her body, leaving her unable to struggle. Her face flushed with pain. Trisk, tisk, tisk. Only one woman dared to step up. Where are the other men? Are you useless? Not even as good as a girl. It seems we need to torment you even more ruthlessly. The three monsters, Yi Demoji Lu and Zhao Kang, all had their health and energy reduced to 0%. Ye Hao held Fei Yan in his arms. She had been rescued. She looked surprised, embarrassed, and a little shy. Ye Hao strode forward proudly, his outfit radiating power. The power you want relies on provoking our desire for rage, thereby compensating for the missing 20% of attributes. Do you think I'll let you achieve that? Zhu. He calmly analyzed the results of the battle. I didn't expect the Abyssal Elite to be so easy to deal with. Zhu Lu admitted that Ye Hao had made the battle easy for them. Thanks to Ye Hao leading us to fight the mobs, our levels have increased so much compared to before. Those standing there exclaimed in amazement. Wow! That's right, their levels have increased drastically in just a moment. Just how many mobs did they have to kill? Ye Hao had proven his superior strength and position, causing his two teammates to idolize him. That's for sure. Didn't you see all those tens of thousands of demonic minions die? Oh my god, so brutal. Leader Ye Hao is so cool. From now on, you are the eternal god in my heart. Dickens was spewing out a powerful stream of energy. It was gaining the upper hand.
Oh, so satisfying, this meal is so fulfilling. He advanced towards Moniden with his menacing appearance and power. Ye Hao expressed confidence and determination to take on the task. In such a short time, you've wiped out all my subordinates. I'll take on this boss. I don't think anyone has any objections, right? A helmeted warrior expressed concern. What? Isn't leader going to rest for a bit? He just fought tens of thousands of mobs, and now he's immediately fighting the boss. Another beside him was also confused. We've all seen leader Ye Hao's strength, but fighting continuously at this level, I'm afraid he won't be able to endure it. The god of slaughter clasped his hands together in prayer, his face tense with a hint of sadness. You fools! Now who else can fight the final boss besides him? Leader is reluctantly acting this way, all for us. A warrior beside him also cried emotionally. So that's how it is, leader is indeed leader, so touching.
Shu Wen was a mixture of sarcasm and seriousness. His eyes were sharp, and his psychology was also full of provocations. Ye Hao, you just like to be in the limelight too much. But that's also good. If you didn't overestimate yourself like this, you would definitely want to offer your head. And it wouldn't be bad for the boss to kill you for me. Shui. He urgently called out his name, trying to stop him. Wait, Ye Hao, you, Shui Lu, was slightly stern, expressing her decisive and disapproving attitude towards the person beside her, Shui. If you want to be a good woman, don't stop a man once he has made up his mind. She frowned slightly in thought. Shui Lu was also worried about him, but she recognized the change in Ye Hao's character. Although she was a little surprised, she still respected him. The aura and temperament emanating from Ye Hao had changed. Before, he was always very introverted, but now he was more like a monarch, showing strength and arrogance. Moniden wielded two large swords menacingly. It was full of ferocity, challenging with a sinister smile. Human who dares to fight me alone. You are the first, but you do have the capital to be arrogant. After all, subduing two bosses still requires some means. Ye Hao looked small when facing it. He prepared to fight, showing determination and fearlessness, even though Moniden is a very strong opponent. The reason why I took the initiative this time is specifically aimed at you. You absolutely must not disappoint me. Ye Hao entered a state of attack preparation. The light behind him created an effect of energy and power, spreading. I'm in a hurry, your garbage words don't need to be said so much. The system announced that it has changed the Destroyer of Evil account due to the host's failure to complete the task of killing 100,000 demons. The current state of the account is temporary and can only be maintained for 5 minutes. The recovery waiting time is 2 hours. A large explosion occurred, with smoke, fire, and debris flying everywhere. The surrounding rocks were cracked, showing the violent, destructive power of the explosion. Moniden was ferocious, with its mouth wide open, revealing fangs and fierce eyes. It was extremely angry. He and it charged at each other in a fierce attack. Blinding light indicated the collision of extreme energy, scattering broken pieces of rock everywhere. Mom, everyone, stand back a little! What kind of divine battle is this? The sword aura of both sides collided, splitting the mountain peak and the ground. Monsidin tore his shirt. His muscles bulged, revealing blue veins, and the burst of energy caused thunder and lightning to surround him. How rare! I've never met a human like you. Rage is the source of my power. I've craved rage my whole life, but everyone who meets me is afraid. Not to mention giving birth to rage. He attacked Ye Hao with his sword, his eyes extremely fierce, his rage reaching its peak. And you are very good. Not only do you have the guts to be angry in front of me, but you're also the first person to make me feel rage. Moniden unleashed a powerful punch. All the muscles and strength amplified with golden energy lightning wrapped around his arm. For me to seriously immerse myself in battle like this, you humans should feel honored. That punch emitted a force so powerful, it shone brightly. It sent him flying to the ground, shattering the rocks. Outside, everyone shouted, Ye Hao! The god of slaughter frowned, disbelieving his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead. No way? Is the leader just like that? Zhu. He angrily turned around and scolded him. Shut your crow's beak. Fei Yan looked at him, confused and worried, looking like he was enduring a lot. But Ye Hao was always on the defensive, reducing the boss's stats by 20%, and he's still this strong. Just how monstrous is his original strength? Contrary to everyone else, Shu Wen on the other side had a satisfied smile, just as he wanted. Great, this is the correct direction of development. Ye Hao, that idiot Kudu, is not worried but regretful.
You can rest assured and die. It's a pity to lose such a good host body like that." But what was about to happen surprised them both. Ye Hao spread his wings and flew up, his eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward with great power. "This is the way the final boss should be. Although I have countless ways to defeat you, but in order to meet the ancient evil god, I have to choose the most difficult path." Outside, everyone was wondering, "Ancient evil god? What is he talking about?" Shu Wen gnashed his teeth in anger. He felt unwilling. Why can Ye Hao always meet the ancient god wherever he goes? Is he too lucky, or does he have some special ability?
Ku Du was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth.
He stared ahead. There is an ancient god in this copy. How does this kid know? Monodin grinned hideously, fully revealing his evil nature and destructive divine power. "You know of the existence of the evil god. You are indeed extraordinary, but I'm sorry. The will that God gives me is to kill you. Your name is Ye Hao. The more I hear your name, the more I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." While he was flying towards it, the system notified him that the duration of the Destroyer of Evil account was 2 minutes.
Ye Hao rushed in and punched and kicked Monsidon. He also raised his hand to block his attacks. "Yes, that's it. Continue, continue. The more you resist and the more angry you are, the happier I am."
He grabbed Monodin's arm unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Ye Hao slammed him down. He flew up high and then fell down. Monodin groaned in pain.
The warriors standing outside stared blankly, their mouths agape in surprise.
The speed is too fast. It's impossible to see the battle movements between the boss and the big shot.
Ye Hao clearly. "Damn it, if they keep fighting like this dungeon will collapse. This kind of battle is completely beyond our reach. Is Ye Hao still human?"
He unleashed a powerful kick. Monsidon slid a long way on the ground.
Even though he was beaten like this, he still felt satisfied. He still stood up and continued to fight. "Great, fighting with you is really awesome. Continue, continue. I can still hold on." The system announced that the use of the Destroyer of Evil account has ended. There will be a 2-hour waiting time for recovery. The armor on Ye Hao's body burst open. Ku Du's eyes sparkled, and his mouth curled into a smug smile. He calculated, and turned to talk to the person next to him. "While the two of them are injured, it's time to use that equipment to collect what I want." The other person was a little surprised. "Okay. Do you want to collect the boss's gene?" Ku Du smirked, his eyes full of sinister intent. He was scheming triumphantly, feeling a little gloating. "No, I want both the boss's and Ye Hao's genes." Monsidon, with his huge body and bulging muscles, launched an attack towards Ye Hao.
"Rage makes me strong. Rage makes me immortal. Can you compare to my strength now?" A member of the Queen's team reported to Fei Yan. "Not good, Queen. Ye Hao's health suddenly dropped sharply. Our healing can't keep up."
She ordered to command the members of her team. "They are now deploying healing skills for him. Sisters, try a little harder. No matter what you do, you must maintain Ye Hao's health," they said in unison.
"Yes." The God of Slaughter also turned to his team members and ordered, "The others don't just stand there. Quickly come with me to help the big shot Ye Hao." The members felt powerless. "We also want to help him, but is this really a battle we can participate in?" "Let's not make things worse," another person agreed. "Exactly. We might get one-shotted by the boss if we go up there."
Sha Shen gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger mixed with helplessness. He was trying to restrain an outburst, his heart full of frustration. "Damn it, no one's willing to go up. I can't do anything on my own, and if I act rashly, it might distract Ye Hao, the leader."
A member of the Queen's team turned around and reported with a tense expression. She was straining to cast healing skills. "It's not working. His health is dropping so fast under the boss's attacks. Our healing can't keep up at all."
Shu Wen revealed a sinister look with a mocking smirk, expressing his triumph at holding the initiative. "Ye Hao, you're still too naive, see? You'll soon be ruined by your own arrogance. The boss has so little health left, I'll use my ultimate move to deal with it after it kills you. 2 birds, 1 stone. Shui Luga's eyes were sharp, but filled with worry, her facial expression showing seriousness and determination. Ye Hao's state isn't right. No, ever since he subdued greed, he's become a little strange. I have to step in and help him."
Du Cc showed worry, breaking out in a sweat. "Master, my surveillance indicates that your aura is currently full of risky desires and gambling. Please change accounts immediately. Continuing to use this account will lead you to ruin." Ye Hao pursed his lips, his brows furrowed, and a light sweat on his temples showed the growing internal pressure. Actually, he was already in a dangerous situation, but in his heart he resisted changing accounts. He didn't want to see the number of demons he had killed disappear like that.
Is this the omen after signing the contract with greed manifesting so quickly?
Monadin threw a punch at him. Human, say goodbye to this world. He used the glowing golden honeycomb-shaped shield to block the powerful attack from the boss.
Shu Wen looked arrogant. It's over, Ye Hao. Everything of yours is about to end, and the ancient god and demonic bell on your body will be mine. And Tuku revealed a sinister smile. Perfect result. Ye Hao and the boss are both about to be injured. 2 precious experimental materials are about to belong to me. He used his strength to withstand the extremely powerful strike from Monsidon.
Someone in the team shouted, "Quick, look!" Leader Ye Hao blocked the boss's attack. Sha Shen, though still tense, had realized the problem. Moreover, he hasn't lost any health. I knew the great leader must have another trick up his sleeve.
Fei Yan was a little panicked. She was very flustered. Not good. Why is there a surge of blood-colored energy surrounding Ye Hao?
Monsidon was extremely surprised. His mouth hanging open, he was shocked and a little scared. Could this be the blood aura of the Demon King?
System announcement.
The host is too obsessed with desire and shows signs of falling into demonization, resulting in resonance with the demon blood jade. This is a random event. The host cannot actively grasp the power of the demon blood jade. He is now out of control, his hands hanging down limply, his body floating unconsciously. Duisi realized that resonance could only occur when falling into demonization, so the demon blood jade can only work on a demon's body. It seems that the master has turned misfortune into blessing. He had completed the demonization process and summoned the blood chi demon armor, an extremely powerful armor with a majestic, evil, and powerful appearance. Monidin was extremely shocked. He really couldn't believe what had just happened. What a magnificent and supremely wise bearing.
Shocked, but why? Why did the Demon King choose a human as its successor? It lunged forward like a wild beast preying in anger, its eyes wide with fury.
This kind of power, I, as the leader of the 7 deadly sins, am clearly more suitable to possess than this human. This weak human is not worthy of this supreme power. Give it back to me.
Ye Hao exuded Kubor energy all over his body, showing calmness, heroism, and provocation. Fine, then come and snatch it away if you have the ability. Monsidon couldn't calm down at all.
After one hit, the armor on his body shattered, and someone outside shouted, "Quick, look! It seems like a figure was knocked out from inside the boss's body."
Sha Shen was both delighted and surprised.
God, he's invincible. The great leader is forever the great leader. He always has a trump card no matter what. Fei Yan's face flushed, and she praised triumphantly. Ye Hao is indeed no ordinary person. Every time it comes to a dangerous moment, he always has the means to reverse the situation. Truly, a reassuring man. The team members were just as excited. Not only that, I feel that Ye Hao the great leader is not mortal. He is truly a god on earth. Monidin's humanoid form revealed himself to be Senior Ancheng with a contorted face, red eyes glaring, and his body trembling. Why is it like this? It's that brat who's being praised and flattered again, and my carefully planned scheme always fails. Ye Hao, I want to kill you.
He got closer and saw Senior Ancheng clearly.
Ye Hao dispelled the armor, his face a bit pensive. Senior Ancheng, why is he in this dungeon? And why is he inside the boss's body? Duki Sai reported. Master, according to my analysis, there are humans inside the bodies of all 7 bosses. Or, to be more precise, he went closer to Ancheng and said in detail, these bosses were all transformed by humans. Humanity and the dungeon. Desires are infinitely magnified by demonic power, and eventually mutated. The small ones become ordinary demons. The large ones become bosses.
Ye Hao landed on the ground. He looked at Ancheng, who was lying on the ground, and he felt a little hesitant in his heart. Senior Ancheng mutated into wrath. Then it must be because he kept trying to cure himself, but to no avail. Accumulated resentment caused him to mutate, but he smiled sweetly and friendly. Ye Hao reached out to him. It seems that this trip to the dungeon was not in vain. I happened to find Senior Ancheng. You don't need to worry anymore, your sister has already found you. Let's go home and meet your sister together.
His eyes were gentle, but he didn't seem to remember anything. Who are you? Who is that person's sister? Ye Hao was shocked that Ancheng didn't know about that story. Dusi realized the problem. Master, he's not lying. His aura is full of haziness and dark gray, probably because his memories were forcibly erased.
System announcement.
The host won the Wrath boss, who is the leader of the 7 deadly sins, rewarding additional kill count. The host received 8,000 kills, but is still 4,000 short of completing the quest, because the number of demons in the dungeon is already 0. To complete the mission, you have to kill Ancheng, the host of the boss. Ye Hao was stunned upon hearing this. What, kill Ancheng? Ye Hao fell silent upon hearing the request. His demonic thoughts showed glee and smugness. What's there to hesitate about? We've come this far. Are you planning to give up halfway? Kill him quickly. The dimensional demon realm has countless treasures waiting for us. How can we ruin our grand plan for his sake?
Meanwhile, the angelic thoughts within Ye Hao vehemently opposed. No, how can we kill Senior Ancheng just to reach the required number of demon kills? If it were before, you would definitely abandon the mission to save Senior Ancheng without hesitation, right? The two streams of thought refuted each other. One side held on to reason. Absolutely, don't be controlled by greed and ambition. The other side retorted. What's wrong with greed and ambition? Everyone for themselves, isn't that the way of the world? Ye Hao's face darkened as he pondered. He didn't know how to handle it. Kill Ancheng, complete the mission, and take what we want. We can't do that. We should give up the mission to save Senior Ancheng. Dooku stood aside with a sinister smile, his mind full of calculations. Excellent, excellent. What an effortless find. He's the best jealousy material I've been searching for. He had experimented countless times before. In previous experiments, although I successfully fused human genes with demons or demonic beasts, it was extremely unstable. The test subjects all turned into demonic forms, died, or had shortened lifespans. But these are not the main points. The mission the Eastern District leader gave me isn't to build a demon army. An image of a DNA double helix running along a body showed that the focus of the research was on genes, and on finding the secret to immortality within demon genes. Prolonging the youth and lifespan of the Eastern District leader is the ultimate goal of my gene research. The Eastern District leader doesn't care who I use as test subjects or how I experiment. In their eyes, except for themselves, everyone else's life is worthless. I just need to be able to explore, search, and research the truth of science. I don't care what means I use. Regarding the means to achieve the goal, I and the Eastern District leaders are in agreement. Dooku smirked. He had his own scheme. Through countless living body experiments, I discovered that demon genes are more suitable for humans than demonic beast genes, but they still haven't reached the level of compatibility as the person before me. He's not only a boss-level combination of demons, but he can also live and maintain his sanity. He's definitely a precious material. Dooku's face was full of cunning, his smile treacherous. Go capture that man who turned into a demon boss. The subordinate obeyed. Yes, Shui Lu sternly ordered. Before Ye Hao speaks, no one is allowed to act without permission. Dooku laughed loudly, his face sinister. The final boss has already been defeated. What are you all pretending for? There's no need to hide it. Weren't you coming to me for revenge? I remembered you two a long time ago. I created both of you girls. If you want to seek revenge, now's the time. Shu Lu glared, shouting with surging emotion. It's good that you remember. I'm just afraid you don't remember how many sins you've committed against us, Shu. He clenched her fist, expressing anger and readiness to fight. You created the tragedy of our lives. Shu Lu swung her weapon at him with great force and decisiveness. Since we've been exposed then, Shui He, let's attack. She flew towards Dooku Mei, filled with hatred. Dooku, your death date has arrived. Was he still standing still calmly? The modified creature swung long, dark red tentacles that looked like living blood vessels. Its face was covered by an iron helmet with glowing red eyes, shining with cruelty and danger. You shouldn't think you can take me down so easily. This body of mine has been modified by the doctor. It's an immortal body. His severed body healed. Without any wounds or blood, it launched a powerful attack, its armored arm punching towards Zhu. Unexpected, isn't it? The doctor has reached perfection in researching ancient secret arts. And I am also the secret weapon, 1 in 10,000. Shui Lu supported Zhu He, protecting her sister, carefully fighting. It didn't attack earlier because it was guarding against us, Zhu. He was knocked back. But does an immortal body really exist? Both of them attacked the modified creature simultaneously. Regardless of whether it exists or not, we must kill it. Ye Hao was silent, leaning low with one hand on the ground, his expression pained and confused. Senior Ancheng, where does your memory cut off? Ancheng put his hand on his forehead, his expression tired and pained, his face showing deep confusion.
I don't remember anything anymore. The memory seems to have been completely discarded, leaving only anger and a desire to kill. But why can't I remember what I'm angry about? He glared at Ye Hao, his eyes shining with confusion and panic. Your name is Ye Hao, right? Why are you familiar with me? Who am I? His will explained. An Cheng's memory must have been swallowed by the ancient god demon. We have to think of a way. Desiree offered its own view. Then the problem comes. If you don't kill An Cheng, how will you get to the ancient god demon in front? The current situation is a dead end. What will you do? Will glared uncomfortably.
There's no dead end at all, because the Zhu team can't kill Senior An Cheng for the sake of the dimensional demon, Desiree retorted. Can An Cheng be more important than the ancient god demon? To obtain the ultimate king account, you must get this ancient god demon. Ye Hao himself was silent.
Desire and ambition. I didn't expect it to start backlashing against my will so quickly. He suddenly woke up, his eyes full of determination. If it were before, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated. For so long, Ye Hao turned around and instructed the group.
Please take care of this man for me. The god of killing quickly accepted the order. The boss instructed. We will definitely follow your orders. Fei Yan also guaranteed the work he entrusted. Ye Hao, rest assured, and leave this place to us. Go do your work. He bowed slightly, his eyes fixed on his thoughts.
At this moment, Ye Hao must carefully consider his options. No matter what, he cannot kill Senior An Cheng.
If I miss out on the ancient demon god and fail to retrieve my Supreme King account because of it, I have to accept the consequences, Shui Lu slashed with a shining sword.
That old fox Tu Kui is hiding such formidable combat power, 2 against 1, and we're struggling to gain the upper hand, Su. He used a move from behind, her resolve overflowing. But no matter what, we must kill him this time. If you want to kill the doctor, pass my test first. Just then, Ye Hao stepped forward, offering a plan. Leave him to me. You guys deal with Tuaku. I'm bursting with anger that needs to be unleashed. Zhui Lucan turned her head away, placing absolute trust in him. Ye Hao, he's yours. Shui Lu, let's go. Shui Lu quickly followed her sister. Understanding the situation, the modified creature tried to give chase, but was blocked by a spatial barrier.
Stop right there, you won't get past me. Where do you think you're going? Ye Hao stood confidently, his hands casually in his pockets.
Your opponent is me. The drones flew up, firing lasers at it. Explosions, both big and small, erupted continuously. The fire illuminated the entire area. Yet, it returned.
I've said it before, I'm immortal. Attacks of this level have absolutely no effect on me. Ye Hao was surprised to see it. Even after being blown to pieces, it could regenerate.
The modified creature jumped high, preparing to bring its fist down. Surprised, scared. I'm the latest advanced species, not some useless human like you. He stood calmly, thinking to himself.
For the ancient biological gene science to have reached this level is truly astonishing. Ye Hao switched weapons, holding 2 hand cannons and firing continuously at it. But this kind of indestructible body absolutely cannot exist. The number of times it can split and regenerate must be limited. I just need to keep killing him until he reaches his limit. Its body split apart, then linked back together into other bodies. I told you, that doesn't work on me. Why don't you believe it? It raised its hand as if to say, so what? The stronger your attack, the faster I multiply and regenerate. Another split body of it spoke. I don't mind you constantly killing me, because it makes me stronger. They attacked Ye Hao together. You may be strong, but you only have 1 life. I have countless lives. Even if we can't kill you quickly, we can wear you down. He held up his shield, needing to think of more alternatives. They're right. I can't gamble on this unknown number of regenerations. And I need to find a way to end this quickly. I can't let them keep me tied up. Dui Si appeared, offering a solution. Master, it's not like you don't have a way to break this stalemate. In the Mozi weapon warehouse, there is the Demon Annihilator. There are still a few props you haven't used before. And he immediately requested. Then what are you waiting for? W immediately searched the armory for props suitable for the current battle.
Dui Si quickly found a suitable weapon. Master, found it. This prop is absolutely suitable. The miniature-controlled thermonuclear limiter, the binding device, was originally a device to bind stellar-level small thermonuclear energy, which can safely bind huge energy to the force field. The recreated creature still stood in front of Ye Hao's gun, sneering. Attacks are useless. No matter how many times you repeat them, this meaningless attack method, have you given up resisting? If this continues, it will be 4 against 1. The weapon that was found just now began to be used. These are crisscrossing magnetic field segments. Even if you are immortal bodies, you cannot escape if you are caught by this force field. Ye Hao turned away, scoffing. Keep that eternal body of yours company with this binding force field until the end of the world. Damn it, let me go. On the other side, Tuku's subordinates were fighting Shui Lu and Shui He. They were in a terrible state. Damn it, these two women are so strong, Dr. Tuku, please retreat from here. We can't hold on any longer. Tuku was extremely flustered, his forehead etched with tense wrinkles, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Wei Shuen, how long are you going to stand there watching? Hurry up and come protect me. Do you believe that when we get back, I'll use you as a living experimental subject?
Shuen collapsed as if sinking into despair, his hands slackening, completely losing his spirit. Ye Hao, I must kill you. Tuku winced in anger, yelling his orders.
What time is it? Forget about Ye Hao. Don't forget the task the East District leader gave you. Protecting me is the most important thing.
Shuen exploded with jealousy, becoming terrifying with the black armor around his body and his bloodshot eyes. Kill Ye Hao. At this time he panicked. Tuku didn't believe it. He was thrown far away. What? Why did Wei Shuen suddenly turn into a new demon boss? Shui Lu saw him and analyzed with some worry. This is not good. Wei Shuen must have been possessed by the rage boss's mad desire. The team members couldn't believe it.
How is that possible? How could the captain turn into a demon boss? The person next to him also quickly called out to Shuen. Captain, it's us. Wake up a little. Don't be controlled by the power of the devil.
He swung his sword horizontally, attacking without hesitation, as if completely controlled. I want to kill Ye Hao. Whoever stops me dies. Kill, kill, kill. Zhu. He recognized the problem. Judging by his appearance, Wei Shuen had lost his mind. Zhu Lu made a quick decision. If he's a boss, then kill him.
Both girls felt something was off. A new boss with this kind of speed. His speed is far beyond ours.
He unleashed a high-speed flurry of strikes, rapidly depleting their health bars. Shue.
He was filled with worry. His slashes are too fast. If this continues, he'll wipe out our HP in no time. Fei Yan shouted loudly to everyone in the Queen's team. Sisters, everyone work together and immediately restore their health. We absolutely can't let their HP reach the bottom. Everyone acknowledged the order. Yes, Captain. Xia Shen was also furious, clenching his fists. Damn it, I knew this Wei Shuen was no good. His will is so weak that a demon slipped inside. Brothers, go all out and attack. We'll provide fire support for you. The members quickly took up their guns and attacked. Yes. Shuen lunged to the side to dodge the attack, sluggishly attacking.
Ye Hao calmly assessed the situation. Wei Shuen has been corrupted.
Just how deep is his hatred for me, after all? Shui Lu seemed worried, slightly surprised. The newly transformed demon boss Wei Shuen is incredibly powerful and bizarre. We should join forces and attack together. He looked confident, with a slight smile and sharp eyes. No need, I'll handle him. No matter what, I should face him. Besides, its appearance is precisely what I need to solve my immediate problem.
System announcement. Determination of the new demon boss strength. Kill the new demon boss. The host receives 6,000 demon kill points, thereby achieving overall demon killing. Ye Hao clenched his fist, displaying his confidence and fighting spirit.
So, Wei Shuen, I must thank you for this timely help.
Shuen wore a devilish expression with bloodshot eyes, sharp teeth, and a menacing demeanor. For so long, I can finally kill freely. Is this the feeling of releasing desire without worry? It's so good. He attacked powerfully with his weapon, displaying unbridled rage and a desire for destruction. If I'd known it was this good, why would I bother being human? Ye Hao remained calm and in control of the situation despite the clear danger. His speed is too fast. Defense can't keep up at all. I can only rely on endless firepower to suppress him. Bullets flew continuously toward Shuen, but he still showed contempt. Full firepower. Trying to use offensive firepower to replace defense is useless. He dodged all the bullets, shooting erratically. Your attack seemed 10 times slower in my eyes. Shuen laughed excitedly, with a hint of mockery. Slow, so slow. Ye Hao felt worried. The laser beams were refracted by his high-speed movement, and the bullets couldn't keep up with his speed. He grinned savagely, showing his contempt for him. I like seeing your helpless look. He also felt the problem himself, becoming a little difficult. Account. Demon destroyers are not afraid of strength and quantity suppression, but only of speed-type enemies.
Ye Hao's face was serious, his brows furrowed, feeling difficult. But Wei Shuwen was a speed type. Plus the mutation enhancement, his speed became even more terrifying. He opened his eyes wide in confusion. How should I solve this?
Fei Yan said solemnly, shouting orders urgently.
Sisters, although Ye Hao can defend against the boss's attacks, our healing pressure is not great, but don't let your guard down and keep healing him. They perform skill understood.
Captain Sha Shen's eyes widened, frowning, her gaze sharp and worried and surprised, her serious face showing the critical situation. It's over. This is the first time I've seen Ye Hao in an absolute disadvantage. Damn it, how did this Wei Shuwen become so freakishly strong? Shui Lu calmly showed absolute trust in Ye Hao. Don't worry, trust Ye Hao, Shui. He showed full determination, her voice with stronger emotion. Yes, no matter what difficulties he encounters, he will definitely be able to think of a solution. Shuwen provoked him, wanting to pull him into a direct battle. Counterattack. Struggle. Are you giving up just like that? Killing like this? I feel it's difficult to enjoy myself fully.
I still prefer your showy look at the beginning. Ye Hao resisted while worrying. Continuing like this, my HP will be worn down sooner or later. I need to think of a new way to respond.
Deuce 2 discovered the only solution that could salvage the situation. Don't panic, Master. I just checked and found the most effective way, and it's also the only way. In the armory of the current account, there's a box called Mosi's Last Gift. There's also a question left on it. Open it when you encounter an unresolvable crisis. Ye Hao was both surprised and decisively commanded. There's such a thing, W. Open the box immediately. Duki 2 obediently complied. Yes, Master. The Moasi system displayed a notification.
You've finally used this item, so that proves you're facing an insurmountable problem right now. If I'm not mistaken, you must have met an enemy faster than you. Ye Hao grinned excitedly. But it's okay, I've long seen through this one weakness of yours, and secretly prepared a new set of equipment for you. I didn't actively tell you, because I considered your stubborn, unwilling to lose personality, but now it's a matter of life and death. You must discard your pride and put it on to defeat your enemy. Ye Hao expressed a calm and understanding attitude towards the strong bond between Mosi and Evil Destroyer, more profound than I imagined. Ye Hao stood in the center, with his arms wide open, surrounded by dazzling purple energy currents. I can't let you two down. Mosi's Last Gift. Mada Tianxiang. Glowing red energy, pointed, sharp armor, cold eyes, domineering demeanor. Someone exclaimed in praise. Damn, Big Boss is so cool, this new equipment is too. OP. Evil God expressed his excitement. Holy crap, so cool, Big Boss. How much more awesome equipment do you have? Fei Yan crossed her arms proudly. Worthy of being the man who changed my perspective on men, Ye Hao, I'm really getting more and more interested in you. Shu Wen charged forward with his weapon ferociously. Just posturing, but it suits my intention, because like that, he's either in a defensive stance or preparing to counterattack with a ferocious and challenging face. Killing you in front of everyone will give me the greatest satisfaction. Die. Suddenly Ye Hao disappeared. Shu Wen was surprised to see the afterimage. Ye Hao appeared behind him, his face serious, his eyes glowing red. Now your only praiseworthy advantage of speed is almost gone. Shu Wen was also surprised by Ye Hao's performance. Your speed, how did it suddenly become so excessive? Impossible. Ye Hao used his hand to block the descending sword. Is it real or not? You'll know once you personally experience. Ye Hao raised his sword to block, or parry an attack, defeating many people. Not wanting to be human, one more of you won't make much of a difference. Shu Wen slid back quickly. No, impossible. Just relying on a set of equipment can compensate for such a large speed gap. Ye Hao raised both hands to the sides, in a valiant posture, with a solemn face, talking to people like you won't make you understand. He panicked and followed up again. This is already my ultimate speed. Shu Wen blocked Ye Hao's downward slash. What kind of weird bond is this? It's just gathering together to keep warm because you're weak. True experts don't need teammates. Synchronization activated. Ye Hao was still calm, showing no signs of fear. Really? It seems you're far from a true expert, then I'll let you see. Ye Hao need him. What is a true expert? The powerful knee strike caused Shu Wen to cry out in pain. Shu Wen fell like a meteor. The falling path flashed brightly, and rocks rang loudly. Shu Wen sat up in the dust, his face full of anger. In his heart, Shu Wen didn't want to lose to Ye Hao. Why on earth? I clearly didn't hesitate to transform into this form, and I still can't kill you.
Where am I inferior to you? No, I should clearly be more outstanding than you, stronger than you. Shu Wen held something red in his hand, his face full of danger. Forget it. I still have too much pointless persistence.
Although I really want to kill you with my own hands. But now as long as I can kill you, I can give up any dignity and pride. He squeezed the thing in his hand. Come out! My ultimate move. A formation appeared, with chains surrounding a monster. Plague ancient god, Duyilos.
Zhu Hei's mouth dropped open, her eyes narrowed in surprise. This powerful aura, could it be? Fei Yan next to her also frowned. She knew what it was and was somewhat worried. Judging by the looks of it, it's probably the legendary ancient god. The people in the Phoenix team laughed wildly. That's great! The captain finally used his ultimate move. So the final winner can only be our Phoenix team. Dooku also couldn't close his mouth. Sweat covered his face, his eyes staring ahead. It's it. One of the 3 great ancient gods that our Eastern District reformed. Jubilos never expected this kid Wei Xuan to borrow it out. In order to control these 3 ancient gods, the Eastern District spent 100 years, sacrificing countless lives.
Dooku's face became sinister. He analyzed the situation. Wanting to borrow an ancient god, you must pass the inspection of the leaders of the Eastern District first. Plus, the payment of high fees is required.
Dooku calculated something. If Wei Xuan can borrow the ancient god, it seems he still has ulterior motives. Originally, the whole plan was well laid out, but in the end it was ruined by that kid Ye Hao. No wonder Wei Xuan is so angry, possessed by a demon. Dooku's eyes widened, he seemed a little excited, and he laughed loudly, showing his arrogance. But once this ancient god's power comes out, everyone is doomed. Of course, except for the people from our great Eastern District. To avoid being accidentally injured by the ancient god's power, we have already had dedicated identification chips implanted in our bodies. Jubilos was placed in a scarlet setting, evoking darkness, danger, and evil. Blood plague. The plague debuff reduces all attributes by 70%. Plague, 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 plague. The group of warriors panicked, screaming wildly. What kind of ancient god power is this? It's too OP. Some warriors felt helpless. Damn it, I drank 3 bottles of recovery potions. But they have absolutely no effect. He and Shu Lu were also uncomfortable, shivering all over. Don't even mention potions. Even recovery magic doesn't work. This debuff can't be removed at all. Tough. So uncomfortable, this feeling is worse than death. Ye Hao knelt on one knee on the rocky ground, his right hand propping himself up with his sword. Weakened. All attributes reduced by 70%. This ancient god's ability is indeed a bit tricky. Shu Wen then spoke in a sarcastic, threatening, and coercive tone. He originally didn't want to use his trump card, but because he was provoked, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Aren't you very strong? As a result, facing the power of this plague god, you can only surrender. Originally, my pride didn't want to use this move, but you forced me. Now I only have anger left for you. As long as I can kill you, I don't care about anything. Although Ye Hao was tense, his gaze was full of determination. He was struggling with his emotions, both angry and helpless, because he couldn't stop the losses. If it's anger towards me, then target me. Why involve others? He disdained reason, thinking his words were nonsense. He didn't care about the consequences. You're about to die, and you're still teaching me what to do. As long as I can kill you, what does the life and death of others have to do with me? Shu Wen then said gleefully, morbidly enjoying Ye Hao's pain. Don't worry. I won't kill you right away. I must torture the people you care about first, so you can enjoy both physical and mental suffering. His emotion changed from triumph to tension after he heard a sentence. Don't speak so confidently. It's easy to slap yourself in the face, and I'm the best at slapping faces. Shu Wen then glanced at Ye Hao. He was bluffing. Under the suppression of the ancient god's power, you still want to struggle before you die. It's useless. He calmly picked up a shining jade. Isn't it just ancient god power? Ye Hao raised the jade high. The light shone down from above like a halo. Then let's see whose ancient god power is stronger. Ancient god of oneness manifested. You summoned me. It seems you've encountered some trouble. The trouble that needs to be solved shouldn't be too small, otherwise I won't find it satisfying. People outside were discussing when they saw it was an ancient god. Another ancient god appeared. Next is the decisive battle between gods. Shu Wen then tilted his head slightly. He still believed that he needed to settle the score with him. This ancient god is the one I wanted to snatch from your hands before, but failed. Very good. This time we'll settle both old and new grudges. Ye Hao stood up straight, his eyes staring, showing majesty and challenge. Can you solve the crisis in front of you? Gi Li Gi. You dare to summon me without knowing my abilities.
Are you underestimating me? Isn't it just solving a small plague? It's a matter of minutes. Ye saw disappointment, sarcasm, and a bit of blame because this person was bound by humans into this appearance, disgracing the ancient god clan.
Although I am also controlled by humans, it seems you are in a worse state than me, Jubilos. It's been thousands of years you've been tormented by humans into this state. Truly a disgrace to our ancient god brothers.
The bright red light around the head and helmet, along with the fierce expression through the eyes and rays of light, expresses ferocity, or is emitting a great power. The face with dense tentacles and glowing red eyes shows mysterious and terrifying power. Don't worry, I will kill you to set you free.
Hand seal. Multicolored energy circles surrounding it. The vast scene creates a sense of grandeur and spreading power. Myriad Taoists returned to one. Everyone was blinded by the very strong light. They all raised their hands to cover their eyes. The light is so warm, although I can't open my eyes at all, I can still feel the power contained within. Hey, I said, we can't participate in this level of battle. It's fine to quietly watch the drama on the side. Can you stop forcibly explaining? Yi stood in the middle of the meadow with his arms outstretched, looking up at Jubilos, who was bound by many iron chains and lying in a circle of light or energy above the center, full of vitality. Heavens, am I seeing things? The tattered demon dungeon, how did it turn into such a fairyland? Miracle, this is a miracle. It must be a miracle. Ye Hao, standing and watching, was also so surprised that he froze. This is Yi's ability. It can renovate and restart the dungeon space. The warriors standing outside were all excited. Not only that, but the debuff on our bodies has also disappeared. Wait, everyone. Quickly look at that remaining ancient god. Jubilos, who was tightly bound by many large iron chains, turned into rose branches, and the flowers bloom. Yi, with glowing red eyes, created a sense of power. Jubilos, you are just a younger brother in front of me. But this is also natural. Originally, your value was lower than mine. Even if you make the entire dungeon full of plague, I can still transform the dungeon to the dimensional space at will. Ye Hao shouted from behind. He felt indignant. You're so cool, why didn't you say so earlier? Then what about transforming this whole world? Can you do it? It turned around to explain to him. This depends on you. If you are strong enough, then I can do it. Shu Wen was angry. He denied everything. You really like to show off? Even the summoned ancient god looks like that. I see that the ancient god you summoned has no offensive ability or methods at all. He can only transform space like that. Shu Wen pointed at Jubilos. The device binding the ancient god. Releases part of the restricted power. Release 50% of Jubilos. Power. Every chain that pierced its body made it scream in agony. Even chained, Jubilos emanated various kinds of aura. Transform, you guys keep transforming, I'll have Jubilos release even more plague gas than withered energy. Jubilos kept screaming, and Yi bluntly said to its face, Jubilos, you ended up in such a miserable state in the hands of others. You can only blame your power being too weak, just like I was before. It recounted that time. Back then, I was controlled by Wu Qi and did quite a few experiments, enduring all kinds of suffering. Looking at it that way, being defeated and subdued by Ye Hao might not be a bad thing. At least this kid isn't bad. Shu Wen laughed gleefully, feeling very satisfied. Are you guys out of moves? Have you given up? Then congratulations, all of you are going to die here. Ye Hao angrily turned and punched him hard in the stomach. You're doing just fine. That punch made Shu Wen faint on the ground, he said triumphantly. You lie on the ground, don't compete for the role with me, fainting. Sha Shen felt dissatisfied. Heavens, what's wrong with Big Shot Ye? Why only knock out that fake Shu Wen? Fei Yan crossed her arms. Just kill him directly. Shui Lu was also very dissatisfied. That's right, even I want to kill the fake Shu Wen. He walked towards Jubilos. Ye Hao wanted to talk to it. Ye Hao certainly has his plans and purposes when he acts. We just need to wait for the results, Jubilos. I know you must be in great pain right now, and your heart is full of anger and a desire for revenge. His eyes were serious, showing his determination to persuade it. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will save you, and then give you a chance for revenge. Jubilos seemed helpless and a little worried. You can't possibly save me. Even if you can remove the binding devices on me, I will still die. Yi was the one to make the final decision about the release. Ye Hao, I understand that you want to gain more ancient god power, but with Jubilos' current situation, give up. You're already lucky to have 2 ancient gods on you. Let me free Jubilos. He displayed extremely great ambition, his demeanor and words exuding leadership and audacity. How is 2 enough? My goal is to subdue all 13 ancient gods. Yi's eyes widened, it panicked.
Isn't your ambition too great, kid? I ask you, how will you break the death situation Jubilos is in right now? Ye Hao's stance was calm, confident, even arrogant. Flying, hovering, as if unafraid.
No matter what method I use, I'm just asking one question now. If I save you, are you willing to submit to me? Jubilos agreed to let go of its pride, willing to submit. If I can achieve my goal of revenge, as long as you can save me, and let me avenge the one who tormented me, I will submit to you.
He pointed as if sealing a deal, his face smiling slightly, his eyes closed, showing relaxed confidence. Then it settled. Ye Hao's face was serious, his eyes focused, showing determination and courage. Now I'm coming to save you. I can't control it anymore. The release and contraction of my plague power. The closer you get to me, the faster you die. Yi was surprised. A little wary, but also eager. Ye Hao, Jubilos is right, even if you have my power protecting you. But if you come into contact with such a strong plague power at such a close distance, your body still won't be able to withstand it. He lunged forward, touching Jubilos. His body glowed with golden rays and transforming effects. The system switched accounts. Mosisi went crazy. Ye Hao's hand slammed into the stone with great force, showing determination, extraordinary power, or an outburst of emotion. The chains were broken. The system announced, "Host has used the mechanical management skill, removing most of the binding devices on Jubilos, retaining only a portion of the machinery that can maintain life." It was surprised and somewhat worried. "I have regained my body and power. What kind of deity are you?" To be able to remove the binding devices that I couldn't escape from, Yi was very shocked and had a look of horror. Heavens, I still underestimated this kid too much. Jubilos sat confidently and comfortably, one hand propped on his knee, showing composure. "As an ancient god, I keep my word. I, Jubilos, am willing to submit to you." The system announced, ancient god Jubilos successfully subdued, using a magic crystal summoning form to bring it into the system. The host currently has 3 ancient gods. Ye Hao's eyes were sharp, his smile slight but full of confidence. Not in a hurry. System switched back to the account. That man switched accounts for the host before he left. That man, Jubilos, now you can go take your revenge. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Abnormally large, Jubilos walked towards Shu Wen, looking with terrifying, blood-red eyes. "Jubilos, what are you doing to me?"
He was furious, shouting, eyes wide with rage. "Quickly, release the plague power to me. Kill everyone here."
Jubilos leaned forward, eyes wide and blazing, mouth opening in a mix of fury and surprise. "I will repay you with the most cruel and painful method."
Shu Wen looked at the red figure with a serious and challenging expression. "What? You dare disobey me? That's not right. Where did the binding device on you go?"
He was trying to escape or retreat. Heavens, how is this possible? That was the secret weapon that East District spent decades researching. Where do you think you're going? I'll make you pay back the pain I endured 100-fold.
Shu Wen screamed violently, his whole body covered in circular spots. It hurts so much. The plague is consuming me. I can't die like this. I still have to kill Ye Hao."
Ye Hao stood confidently, arms crossed, and a proud smile on his face. "Still want to kill me? You'll have to wait in line for the next life."
System announcement.
Successfully killed the boss Wrath Wei Shu Wen, completed 100,000 kills. The host has fulfilled the conditions to unlock the demonic dimensional tier. System announcement. Dungeon conquest complete, dungeon unlocked. Can freely enter and exit the dungeon.
The warriors cheered.
"We succeeded, we can survive and return." Luckily, Chief Ye Hao was here, otherwise this trip we definitely would have been more dead than alive. Notification appears. You killed the final boss. Ye Hao received the right to control the current dungeon. 15 million experience points.
8 million epic tier equipment with the design of a 6-winged demon, looking very powerful and sharp, mainly in gold and reddish gold. You have obtained the epic heavenly demon wings epic tier equipment. The wings of the fastest 6-winged demon are made of extraterrestrial refined metal as wing equipment. It is said that the speed can surpass meteorites, increasing the user's speed by 50%, agility by 50%.
Demonic script. The script contains the profound defensive meaning of the ancient demons. With this script, in a situation without any equipment, defense can increase 50%, lasting 5 minutes. East District High Level Pass 10, Level 310. East District passes are divided into 5 levels in total, 1 being the highest. The group of warriors celebrated because they had just received a general level up. It's so great to run dungeons with Chief Ye Hao. What was originally a situation with 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival was swept by the chief into an upgrading journey. That's right. Although we lost a few people, this trip was definitely worth it. Even we can follow the big boss to earn a lot of money and equipment. The Phoenix Team warriors showed worry and despair. The captain is gone. What use is leveling up to us? What will become of our Phoenix team in the future? Ye Hao walked over and looked directly at them, speaking, "The matter here is over. Let's go."
Sha Shen angrily came forward to advise, "Big Boss can't just let them go like that, otherwise after they return to East District, they will definitely send people to avenge you." His eyes were a little cold, but he remained calm. The situation here must have been reported to them already. If I dared to kill Wei Shu Wen, then I'm not afraid of the East District coming for revenge. Muzi turned to look at him. "I will absolutely not let Ye Hao be assassinated by the East District. After returning, I must pay attention to the actions of the East District." System announcement. Demonic Dimensional Authority has been opened. The host can use the Demonic Blood Jade to enter the demonic dimension at any time. He crossed his arms, thinking, now is not the time to enter. There are still 2 things to be resolved. Tuku stood from behind. Even Wei Shu Wen using the ancient god couldn't defeat Ye Hao. Ye Hao, this kid will sooner or later become the biggest threat to the East District.
He turned his head and ran. But now is not the time to think about these things. I must quickly leave here to avoid being avenged by them. Teleportation door generator.
Tuku was worried. When he saw the object being broken, the object was glowing and breaking into pieces, creating a lighting effect and a sense of urgency. It's over. The teleportation door device is destroyed.
His expression was serious and resolute. You're not going anywhere.
Tukun panicked, showing pressure or fear.
His eyes rolled back, sweat dripped, and he screamed in panic.
Could it be that you really want to chase me to the ends of the earth? We have no grudge against each other. Tuku's knelt down, clasping his hands together and begging, "Don't rush to act. Is there anything we can negotiate? Ye Hao, don't you love money? I am willing to pay a large sum of money to buy my life. In addition, I can recommend you to the East District. Based on your strength, you can definitely gain a foothold in the East District."
His face was covered in sweat. "I also have many people in the East District. As long as you spare me, I will fully support you, so that you become the leading figure in the East District team. A person like me usually would never participate in this kind of thing, but this time I am willing to stand on your side."
He sneered. "Your words are useless to me. You and I really have no grudge. The ones who have a grudge against you are these 2 beauties. If you want to live, you have to ask them if they agree." He turned to the 2 girls, pretending to be respectful and saying words of apology. "That's right. Your revenge should not be directed at me. I am only following orders. Those things were all arranged by the leaders of the East District. The benefits I just mentioned to Ye Hao are also suitable for the 2 beauties, as long as you can spare me."
Suddenly, 2 attacks landed on his knees, causing him to gasp in pain.
Shu He's face darkened, her eyes filled with killing intent. "We don't need the benefits you speak of," Shu Lu echoed angrily. "Killing you is the best benefit for us." Tuku raged, pointing at them. "You 2 ignorant women. The Evil Dragon Gene project is already automated. Even if you kill me, you can't stop anything. Furthermore, I've already reported the situation here to the leaders of the Dongdai District. You will be listed as top priority targets, especially Ye Hao. He will have to face the entire Dongdai District."
He then revealed the truth. "It's fine if you unburdened people aren't afraid of death, but Ye Hao has family. Are you really willing to drag him down with you?" The 2 girls were furious. The guy stood in front of him valiantly.
"I've already made an enemy of the Dongdai District by killing Wei Shuwen. One more Dunku won't make a difference, so Shui Lu and Shui He, you don't need to overthink this."
Dooku's face turned grim. He couldn't believe it. "Damn it, you're not listening to a word I say. Are you all crazy? Ye Hao, you hick. Do you even know how powerful the Dongdai District is? The Dongdai District not only has the strongest military force and technology, but it also controls 2 other ancient gods.
How can you fight the Dongdai District?" He approached him, thoughtfully stroking his chin, a mischievous look on his face. "You said there are 2 ancient gods. Excellent. I must have them. I'll definitely destroy this Dongdai District."
Dooku's face went black. He sensed something was wrong. "Crazy, crazy. This man is completely insane. Are you even human?"
Shui Lu and Shui He charged forward with their weapons. "Dooku, meet your death."
He injected a needle into his neck. "If you insist on killing me, then even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Taking one of you with me is better than nothing." An explosion occurred. "This is Wei Shuwen's gene after mutation that I secretly collected earlier. I will use it to die together with you all. In the dust and debris, Dukumi became strangely untransformed, failing to become a powerful boss. Why? Why didn't I demonize?
Ye Hao crossed his arms and smiled. It seems even demon genes are selective. Someone like you is rejected even by demons.
The two girls slashed with long strikes. Go to hell. No, I'm not willing. I haven't finished my experiments yet. How can I die in the hands of you trash test subjects? No. System notification. Dooku has been killed. Received 100,000 experience points. You have picked up a god-level skill book, Gene Modification. Using this skill book, you can learn the Gene Modification skill, which can not only modify other life forms, but also restore modified life forms to their original appearance.
10 high-level companions in the Dongdai district, at level 2. Except for the top-secret central area, you can move freely everywhere in the Dongdai district, just by relying on this person.
Shui Lu stretched and sighed in relief.
I didn't expect my biggest goal to be achieved so easily, Shui. He also relaxed. This is because Ye Hao is here. She has already made her decision.
Now I no longer have anything to accomplish. Next, the most important thing for me is to be by Ye Hao's side, help him achieve his goals. Shui Lu felt happy. That's right, we will follow you from now on, Ye Hao. What are your plans next?
Ye Hao snapped his fingers, his face full of confidence.
There are still many things to do next, but the first thing we need to do is bring Senior An Cheng home. Not long after, everyone arrived back at the base.
Inside, An Nuo embraced An Cheng in happiness. Seeing that scene, Yuan Fei couldn't help but shed tears of emotion and said, "That's great, the two sisters have finally reunited, so happy for them."
At this moment, she placed her hands on her younger brother's shoulders, tears still in the corners of her eyes, and asked An Cheng, "It's so good to see you again, An Cheng. Do you remember me? I'm your sister." Conversely, he looked at Annie with a questioning gaze and replied coldly, "Sister, I don't remember anymore." Ye Hao stepped to her side, slowly mentioning that Senior An Cheng no longer had his previous memories. "I'm sorry I couldn't bring him back complete." Her face was still dark, and she uttered, "No." And then tears streamed down her face, the happiness expressed. "It's already great that An Cheng could be found and brought back so quickly. This is all thanks to you, Ye Hao. As for his memories, I only hope they can recover." He looked directly into Annie's eyes, secretly affirming one thing. Senior An Cheng's memories probably won't recover on their own. I must clarify the truth.
Thinking about it, he turned to declare directly to him, "Senior An Cheng, you don't need to worry either. My plan is to help you find your lost memories first, and then ask the people of Juming Dushi to help you undo your beast-like state and restore your human form." He was so grateful, expressing everything. "You can do so much for me. When did I meet a friend like you? I am so lucky. I always thought I would always be in an unloved form like this."
Then An Cheng looked at his claws, and emotions flowed along. "Thank you, Ye Hao, for telling me everything that happened before. Let me know that, besides the fact that I was originally human, there is a sister who loves me. Thank you." Seeing his expression, he secretly rejoiced in his heart.
Although Senior An Cheng has lost his memory, it is fortunate that he can still maintain his original personality.
At this moment, Yuan Fei ran over, eyes half closed, and jokingly said, "It seems like you had quite the harvest this time, bringing back 2 beauties." Ye Hao scratched his head blankly, innocently explaining, "This is for the plan ahead. The more people who can be used, the better." She still had a sly look on her face, asking again, "Really? But Chi-Chi probably doesn't think so." The two Shu-Xi and Shui Lu stared blankly at each other, facing Chi-Chi standing behind him with eyes like bullets.
At that time, he muttered in confusion, "Yuan Fei, you know, Chengtu is, at this moment, Shui." He hesitated and asked,
"Shui Lu, why do I feel like the situation is a bit subtle now, yet that girl is very calm? Isn't this the usual state?" Then Shui Lu put one hand on her hip and the other up to smooth her hair and said, "Ye Hao is so outstanding, the girls around him are already fewer than we imagined, but, judging by her appearance, she can't monopolize him."
"Shui," he denied angrily. "When did I say I wanted to monopolize Yin Hao?" Shui Lu then calmly approached him, opening up here seriously. "We should talk about business now, Yin Hao."
Then she quickly mentioned a matter. "Didn't you say you wanted to build a super safe zone before? What do you want me to do? I'm not someone who can be free," he quickly responded. "After this battle, we have offended the Dongdai district, and it is indeed necessary to speed up the construction of the super-safe zone to prevent the Dongdai district from retaliating.
Hearing those words, Xiaoqi was extremely shocked, his face half joyful, half fearful, as he said, "Ye Hao, you truly fear neither heaven nor earth, daring to provoke the East District. You're the first person to dare stand against them, but I like your unconventional style. Anything you need me to do, just say the word."
He put on a serious expression and revealed his intentions.
"We're past the stage of defensive development. Instead of passively enduring attacks, we should take the initiative. After this battle, they probably won't openly declare war, but will secretly send people to investigate me. So this also gives us time to develop." Ye Hao touched a finger to the holographic screen and began assigning tasks. The 2 areas near Chenkai-gua are crucial for building defense stations at the front lines, but they have a large number of demonic beasts. Shui Lu, Uncle Zhao, please clear out those 2 areas. Shui Lu put her hands on her hips and confidently affirmed, "You arrange it, and I'll do it." Xiaoqi smirked with pleasure, his tone becoming excited. "No problem. I haven't been eating or drinking for nothing here. If I don't stretch my muscles soon, I feel like I'm going to rust." Shui He, appearing weak, stepped in front of Ye Hao and asserted, "Ye Hao, what about me? I can also contribute." He responded immediately, "Of course, I have a task for you too, Shui."
Then he quickly gave them both their assignments. "You and Jia Bao stay at the base, keep your minds sharp, and prepare for the unpredictable dimensional rifts that may appear in the sky." They replied in unison, "Understood." Next, Ye Hao leaned in to carefully instruct Nana. "Nana, you go to Chenkai-gua and lead the city's construction there. This is very important. There must be no mistakes." The girl replied calmly, "Just this little thing. Isn't it too simple? Got it." This time, he was gentler when instructing Yunfei and Qiki to go together, and with Luo Feng to eliminate low-level wild demonic beasts in sub-dungeons around the safe zone. You must quickly accumulate levels and combat experience so you can play a bigger role in battle. Yunfei confidently replied, "Rest assured and leave it to us, we guarantee to complete the mission." With the task assignments complete, he asked the system in his mind. "System, how much time is left until the forced summoning of the Dark Shadow Monarch?"
The reply from it was quickly transmitted, 12 hours. But if the host enters the demonic dimension before this time, even if it's ahead of schedule, you must wait until after leaving the demonic dimension before the forced summoning of the Dark Shadow Monarch can begin. Hearing this, Ye Hao thought to himself with relief, "Then there's no problem." He brought the demon blood jade to the entrance of the demonic dimension portal. Standing there with a heroic stance, he thought, "I should set off." Suddenly, a hurried warning came from the system. "The base is detecting an abnormally dangerous intrusion." At this time, Shui Lu curiously ran over and asked Ye Hao, "What do you want to do?" "I can feel an aura of evil and immense pressure coming from this portal. This aura is even stronger than the demons in the dungeon before." His face didn't change at all, and he replied in a calm tone, "Don't worry, the base has closed the alert." The system immediately responded. Alert closed. Immediately after that, Yunfei and Shui, he took turns speaking about the seriousness of the matter. "Brother, the portal is very dangerous. Are you really going?" "That's right, Ye Hao. After continuous battles, your stamina might not hold up." Facing those concerns, he remained firm. "I have to go. Because it might hold the lost memories of Senior An Cheng." An Yi, having just taken a step, spoke up and suggested, "An Cheng's memories, Ye Hao, I'll go with you." He remained composed and immediately refused. "No, you and Senior An Cheng have only just reunited after so long. You stay at the base with him." The demonic portal was already brightly lit. Ye Hao strode into it, not forgetting to wave and say a few words. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Behind him, Shui Lu was making a suggestion to everyone. "If he's made up his mind, then we should all support him." Yunfei spoke up immediately after. "You must be careful." Ye Hao, Qiki next to him, also said goodbye. "Come back soon, we'll be waiting for you." At that moment, as he stepped inside the demonic dimension, a mysterious scene with surrounding lightning currents appeared. Ye Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you guys to be so hospitable, fighting to welcome me." Right in front of him now were rows of demons, all looking towards Ye Hao, a large one opening its mouth to speak. "Human, you've finally come." Demons of all shapes and sizes crowded together, with intermingling growls echoing. Facing them was still his heroic stance. At that moment the system gave a notification.
This dimension unlocks the ultimate form of the Demon Destroyer, removes account restrictions, all accounts can be used. Very quickly after, he raised the mark high. A pillar of light gradually appeared, with purple aura surrounding it, and announced,
"The decision is you." Jubilos flashed. Ye Hao had a new appearance. Next to him was information from the system.
"The host has changed to the ultimate form, Demon Destroyer." At that moment, he excitedly said, "A huge amount of experience is being offered at my doorstep. There's no reason for me not to want it." After some time, large and small demons lay scattered on the ground,
Corpses appearing everywhere. Piles of corpses were stacked as high as mountains. The system's notification sound rang continuously.
The demonic dimension has eliminated 80% of the demons, receiving 200 million experience points. The purple light vortex pillar was clearly visible in front of him. It immediately mentioned that the ruined temple with holes in the front was the residence of the ancient demon god. "The host can go." Ye Hao wasn't flustered, replying calmly, "No rush. Constant battles have pushed my body to its limit. I need a rest." Then, Ye Hao raised the 2 lesser demon tokens and clinked them together. Following that, he made a request. "Use the 100,000 demon souls I've collected to exchange for the god-tier item I want with the demon merchant first." The lesser demon tokens now have 2 out of 3 uses remaining. The demon merchant, Na Fei, quickly appeared. He chuckled slyly a few times, then asked, "Long time no see, human brother. You summoned me. Looks like you finally want to boost my business, eh?"
He was startled when he suddenly noticed the surroundings. "Damn, you're hardcore. Where did you run off to? Don't summon me to such dangerous places."
As he spoke, he glanced around, sniffing the air. His expression made Ye Hao curious. "What are you sniffing?"
"Besides the smell of blood,
there's nothing else here."
Na Fei gritted his teeth,
his face worried as he explained, "No. Besides the smell of blood, I also smell the Demon King." Ye Hao was shocked to his core, blurting out a string of questions. "How do you know it's the Demon King's scent? Are you very familiar with him?"
He was flustered, his tone stumbling. Is this something I should be telling you? This is getting troublesome? Forget it. Since you're here and sincerely asking, I'll be merciful and tell you."
Then, he stood with his legs apart, striking a hip-hop pose with his hands, gesturing up and down as he said, "Listen carefully. I was originally under the Demon King, the Demon Treasury Manager. But after the Demon King died, the demon realm fell into chaos. I could only use a dimensional space to carry the treasury with me, to prevent others from robbing it."
Ye Hao stood there with his arms crossed,
a blank expression on his face, and asked, "Don't make swallowing it all sound so noble." Na Fei clenched his fist, vehemently retorting, "You can question my character, but you can't question my professionalism. I haven't touched a single part of the money earned from selling the goods, all because I hope to find the Demon King's successor one day and help him rebuild his kingdom." Then he pointed directly at Ye Hao's face, declaring irritably, "I'm in this dimension, and you have the Demon King's aura. This proves you died here, and the Phoenix Blood Jade in your hand guided you here, proving that you are the one the Demon King chose to inherit his power." He just replied in his heart, "I believe your lies." Na Fei threw a small vial at him while explaining, "Next, put the blood in the small vial on the Phoenix Blood Jade, and you'll know the truth." Ye Hao looked at the vials, and the system simultaneously confirmed, "Master, I've analyzed the spectrum of this demon merchant. He's not lying."
He quickly poured the liquid inside onto the Phoenix Blood Jade. Beside him, Na Fei continued to provide information. "This is the Demon King's blood. Only blood that absorbs the Demon King's aura through the Phoenix Blood Jade will allow the crimson auras to condense in the space. Only when I'm finished speaking will it be possible to recreate the Demon King's majestic visage." Soon after that, from the auras, the Demon King with his heroic form appeared. Na Fei immediately prostrated himself, words flowing like the wind. "My king, it really is you, Treasury Manager Navgong, welcomes the king." He smiled heartily, praising endlessly in surprise. "The Phoenix Blood Jade chose you. Why, a human? But it doesn't matter anymore. You being chosen proves you are definitely not an ordinary existence, and your successful arrival at the place where I was killed further proves that you are worthy of being chosen and trusted by the Phoenix Blood Jade." Ye Hao stood opposite him. Upon hearing that, he immediately speculated, "Could it be that you were killed by an ancient demon god?" The Demon King truthfully replied, "That's right, I originally fought him to my limit, but he ambushed me." Then he looked at the swirling pillar of light and lightning in the distance, bitter words following.
I thought I was evil and ruthless enough, but I didn't expect there to be an even more evil existence than me." He turned to look at Ye Hao, slowly and meticulously analyzing for him. "Before I died, I condensed all my power into the Phoenix Blood Jade and threw it into a random dimension. If you obtain the Blood Jade, then you are qualified to inherit this great power, but there is also a prerequisite. You must kill that ancient god for me." At that moment, the side quest appeared, including killing or subduing the ancient demon god. After completing the mission, you can transfer the power of the Demon King in the Blood Jade to a special account. Without the slightest hesitation, he looked up and replied with a few simple words, "I accept this mission." The Demon King, upon hearing this, could not help but be delighted, immediately praising him. "Very good, you have guts. It seems the Blood Jade indeed did not choose the wrong person." He and the streams of aura gradually disappeared into the void, speaking unfinished words before leaving.
"Facing my successor, surely you know what to do."
Namifei seized the opportunity, solemnly declaring that his subordinate knows. In order to help him defeat the ancient demon god,
all the goods in the treasury are reduced by 50%. If he successfully defeats the demon god, all the goods will be permanently reduced by 10%.
Just as he disappeared, the sky and earth shook, and Nafei trembled all over, worrying. This is bad. Could it be that the appearance of the king's blood essence has alarmed the ancient demon god? At this moment, the ancient demon god, Lon Radia, appeared before them with a mighty aura, the sky and earth shaking around them due to the intense force.
Ye Hao below didn't move an inch, even though the earth and rocks were shattering, and said arrogantly, "Isn't this perfect timing? Saving me the trouble of having to find it."
Red light flashed in its eyes, a savage grin spread across its face, and it boomed.
"Human, you've actually come before me. This makes me see you in a different light. It's just a shame you possess ability yet don't know your place, proactively offering your life to this ancient god."
The surrounding scenery began to be engulfed by bolts of lightning, accompanied by its declaration. "But if you can hand over the Devil's Blood Jade, I might reconsider killing you and grant you a chance to live." Lightning crashed down on the ground like meteors, but he remained standing calmly. Nafei was secretly terrified. "This is dangerous, we're about to get struck." The devils surrounding Ye Hao were all kneeling before him. Then Lon Radia's promises echoed. "I will transform you into a devil second only to me, to assist me in becoming the master of this world. You will receive eternal life and become an existence above all but one." It raised a hand, its tone growing even more arrogant as it continuously assured him. Power, status, eternal life. Things you could never hope to achieve in your entire life. But now, all you have to do is agree, and everything is within your grasp. At that moment, the devils on the ground transformed into swirling pillars of fire that soared into the sky. Ye Hao feigned a thoughtful expression, followed by a hesitant reply. "It's indeed very tempting. If you can answer a few questions for me, I'll seriously consider your proposal."
Nafei was speechless, inwardly scolding him. "Heavens, you just agreed to help His Majesty take revenge. Can't you have some principles?"
Lon Radia laughed triumphantly at his simple-mindedness, replying immediately. "You're indeed very interesting. Though clearly a human, you're adept at using the wiles of us devils. You want to extract information from me, don't you?" "Of course, I can promise you that, because I'm also very curious. What is it that you, who are unmoved by power, position, and eternal life, ultimately want to ask?"
Ye Hao, with a serious tone, immediately brought up the matter.
"If you can kill the Devil Lord, you must be very powerful, right? Why are you still imprisoned in the Devil Dimension? Do the ancient gods, who are split from the God of Destruction, also have the same limitations?" It uttered a few surprised words, then quickly answered. "You even know the origins of our ancient god race. You really do have some skill. And you ask such pointed questions right away, challenging the limit of my patience. But since you've asked, I can give you the answers." The image of a grotesque ancient god appeared, along with Lon Radia's initial words. "As you said, the 13 ancient gods split from the God of Destruction are imprisoned in different random dimensions."
Information poured out, accompanied by vivid illustrations, and based on the strength of each dimension. The abilities of the ancient gods are also divided into strong and weak, but no matter how strong an ancient god is, they cannot break the dimensional walls. Following that, it honestly stated the reason. "This is because the one who shattered the starry sky, the God of Destruction, established a binding spell before his death.
The goal was to prevent the 13 ancient gods from uniting as one. Lanradia raised both fists, extremely determined as he delivered his judgment. But I believe that we ancient gods can never break the dimensional walls. From the origin, it's still, because our power is not strong enough, we don't grasp true ultimate power.
Powerful fire elemental energy surged from its entire body as it spoke of its treacherous plan. That's why I started nurturing a devil king. I secretly served as the source of his power, helping him become a stronger king. But the devil king had no idea.
It imagined itself sitting on the throne, living the life it had always dreamed of. All it had to do was wait for the devil king to mature, kill him to seize his power, and finally obtain the ultimate strength to break through the dimension. A large vortex appeared above Lanradia's head, emitting streams of energy. It continued to recount that everything had been going smoothly, until the moment I moved to kill the Devil King. Before his death, he transformed his power into the Devil's Blood Jade and threw it into a random dimension. Then it pointed directly at Ye Hao and explained, "But now you've returned the power to me. That's why I didn't kill you when we first met, but gave you a chance."
Hearing this, he couldn't hide his surprised expression, thinking to himself, "There are so many hidden secrets, it's truly refreshing my understanding of the ancient gods." Nephi, beside him, was also gaping, suddenly realizing that His Majesty was just a pawn of this ancient god.
After thinking for a moment, he asked immediately, "What is your purpose in trying to break through the dimension? Or what is the purpose of you ancient gods? Do you all share the same goal?" Lanradia, still trusting, provided crucial information. "We were split from the god of destruction. Each of us inherited a characteristic and personality of a certain aspect, so how could our purposes be the same? What I inherited is chaotic power. Chaos is the origin that devours all things. It can be said that I received a more complete inheritance from the god of destruction than the other 12 ancient gods." It raised a hand, and streams of blue-purple chaos began to gather. It continued, "That's why I want to obtain the ultimate power, to break through the dimension, find the power of the other ancient gods.
Using my will to become the sole master, I want to merge and transform myself back into the god of destruction, completing his unfinished will, destroying the entire universe and dimension." Ye Hao didn't take his eyes off the scene before him, feeling a sense of urgency as he realized, "So that's how the ancient gods use ultimate power. Seems like I've gathered some great intel." A guess flashed in his mind immediately. So, gathering the 13 ancient gods to unlock the ultimate king-tier account that the system mentioned before, could it be the god of destruction?
With a puzzled expression, he secretly transmitted his voice, asking, "System, are you in league with the ancient gods, telling me to collect them to unlock the god of destruction, and then control me to destroy everything?" It immediately defended itself. "Host, please cease your unrealistic fantasies. Destroying the world, so that nothing remains, is meaningless.
This system would absolutely not engage in such foolish behavior."
Just then, Lanradia brought up their previous agreement. "I've answered your 2 questions, now it's your turn to answer me. Regarding my proposal, what is your answer?" Ye Hao replied solemnly, "Your goal is to destroy the world, but for me, there are many people I care about in this world. I cannot let you destroy it."
His expression remained cheerful as he delivered his refusal. "Therefore, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. The answer is no." Hearing this, it immediately flew into a rage. Its teeth gnashed together as it roared, "Refuse! You have no right and no power to refuse. You should know. Only eternal life and growing stronger are the most important things. Everything else is merely a passing fancy."
The system then announced that it had changed the destructive devil's ultimate form for the host. With this powerful form, he confidently retorted, "Then there's only one solution left. To use strength to decide who holds the power of life and death over the other." Lanradia suddenly declared, "You also possess a rare power. I'm reluctant to kill you." As soon as it finished speaking, a series of chaotic currents surged forth, pinning Ye Hao's entire body. He was stunned, wondering, "What's going on? It's like my body is suddenly being controlled by some force, and I can't help but kneel down." Both Ye Hao and Nephi were kneeling before Lanradia. Nephi briefly explained, then posed a significant question. "It's the demon crown. With it, you can command and control all demons. I'm a demon, so it's understandable that I'm being controlled, but you're human. Why are you being controlled too?"
His whole body trembled as he tried to stand up, deeply worried. This isn't good. The Destroyer Demon's original form is a demon, which is why he's being controlled. This ancient demon god is more difficult to deal with than I imagined.
At this moment, Lanradia stood tall, surrounded by elite demons from left to right named Jia Bi Uxiang, Hu Ren Ni De Si, and Zai Shui Yu. It arrogantly announced, I discovered long ago that your power also comes from demonic energy, but I have the demon crown, so even if you're stronger, you'll still be under my control. Then it reached out towards Ye Hao, sternly ordering, Now I command you to offer the Phoenix Blood Jade to me. Without hesitation, he held out the Phoenix Blood Jade. Nephi hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't! If the ancient demon god gets the Phoenix Blood Jade, we're doomed. Once it breaks through the dimensional wall, the entire space-time and dimensions of the whole world will be in peril. At this, the controlled demons began to roar.
The cries shook the sky as Lanradia smugly affirmed, struggling and resisting are meaningless, because whether you live or die, you must submit to me.
Ye Hao respectfully raised the Phoenix Blood Jade with both hands, and said with hidden meaning, You guys are pretty good, aren't you?
Then he reverted to his human form, as announced by the system, and deactivated the Destroyer Demon account form. He stood there dusting himself off, and asked in a smug tone, Letting you have some fun is fine, but you didn't really think I'd hand over the Phoenix Blood Jade, did you?
Lanradia was so shocked that its jaw dropped, and it loudly asked, What? Impossible! How could your demonic power escape the command of the crown?
Ye Hao put away the Phoenix Blood Jade, standing there proudly and replying, Demonic power definitely can't escape, but I only said I had one type of demonic power. I can come up with countless ways to deal with you, and I don't even need to lift a finger myself.
Upon hearing this, it laughed triumphantly and began to mock him. To think you'd resort to discarding your demonic power? You are somewhat smart, but not much. Naive humans discarding demonic power will only lead to a quicker death, because the rule of this demonic dimension is that only demons can survive.
Ye Hao waved his hand horizontally, and wings appeared on his shoulders, along with the question, If I was really that naive, would I have survived until now? Lanradia had begun to be wary, realizing that this kid indeed had a backup plan. Thinking this, it immediately ordered, Kill him, and take back the Phoenix Blood Jade for me. He leaped up with the wings on his shoulders, and the system announced that the demon wings in the demon dimension granted a bonus to attributes, increasing speed by 500%.
At that moment, he considered, So which account should I use to fight? Or should I use the crazy Mo Seal account to pay homage to the Destroyer Demon? It flew alongside Ye Hao, seriously pointing out the shortcomings of that account. Master, facing the current combat situation, Mo Sea's abilities are too limited. It continued to fly swiftly through the air, summoning the God-tier skillbook Gene Modification, and asking, Why is that? Look at the countless demon corpses below. Aren't they my combat power? At that moment, the skillbook lit up with information. God-tier skillbook Gene Modification has been used. Host has received the new title, Grand Master of Biological Science and Technology. The Grand Master of Biological Science and Technology can modify genes, without restrictions on living beings, sever original attributes, and fuse any material into new attributes. This is dark and forbidden science and technology. Use with caution. Immediately afterward, a metal hand unexpectedly appeared and grabbed Jia Bi Yuxiang, an elite demon.
The hand squeezed, and the demon's body burst into pieces, blood splattering everywhere with a scream. The elite demon was killed. From within the billowing smoke, a colossal modified being wearing metal armor emerged. With a gruesome expression, one hand carrying a jagged blade, the other transformed into a cannon.
The other elite demons were bewildered, asking each other, What on earth is that? Its presence and aura can even rival our god. At this moment, Dukitu appeared in a fit of rage, continuously reproaching.
The Creation Project. The demon subduing gemstones fused the demon's corpse with the remaining metal structure, and even used all of Mo Z's titles to modify this demon giant. Master, your brain is truly like a black hole.
Those elite demons began to attack the modified being, but it suffered absolutely no damage.
They were even more horrified. Why? Our attacks have absolutely no effect.
It unleashed a move, and thorny blue rays of light emerged from its right chest, holding the demons in the air. They cried out incessantly, God, please save us. Lanradia swung his sword, severing the light threads. He didn't forget to curse. A bunch of useless trash, your deaths are not a loss. Then he stared at the modified being's massive form, saying with undisguised delight, On the contrary, This demon giant suits my taste very well. Now I command you to submit." As soon as he finished speaking, a fist from the metal hands came crashing towards Lanradia's face. He asked, in bewildered shock, "How can a demon resist the orders of the demon crown?" At this moment, Ye Hao appeared on the modified being's shoulder, calmly explaining, "The demon is dead. It cannot hear your orders." Lanradia raised his sword to block the cannon, still roaring fiercely, "Human, you have succeeded in challenging my ultimate patience. I will absolutely not let you off. Die!" Lanradia swung his sword down, and the modified being immediately retracted its weapon. He continued to sneer. "Just a puppet formed by a corpse and trash merged together, daring to block my way." At this moment, the modified being rushed forward with a fist, roaring loudly. This caused him to be stunned in astonishment. How is it possible? Its strength can be evenly matched with mine. Namify had also stood up by this point. Everything that was unfolding left her with endless questions. "To fight evenly with my king's ancient demon, how could a human like you do it?"
He slightly curved the corners of his lips, honestly providing an explanation. "Because in addition to using a large amount of demon corpses for modification, I also added the 10,000 demon souls I obtained earlier." She paused for a moment, then asked again, "Demon souls, didn't you want to use those to trade for props with me?" "Therefore," Ye Hao cunningly mentioned, "didn't you say you wanted to give me a 90% discount?" Namify placed her hands together, still somewhat hesitant as she made the suggestion. "Well, that will have to wait until you become a demon king to discuss." Then her mouth fell open, a stunned expression appearing along with the question, "Wait, even after seeing the greatness of the ancient demon you still want?" Lanradia floated in midair, the chaos of heaven and earth technique helping him accumulate multicolored energy. At that moment he gave a compliment. "As a human, to be able to create such a powerful demon, you are indeed extraordinary, but that's all you are."
Heaven and earth shifted and surged. He stood tall amidst the scene, loudly sneering, "Your tricks are nothing in the face of true god power." At that moment Namify stuttered, "This state of true time and space harmonization is too surprising. Be careful, human." And then the energy stream swallowed the modified being's body. Namify immediately reminded, "Your demon giant won't be able to hold out for long in front of this power. You must think of another way." Lanradia roared terrifying words at this moment. "No matter what method you use, it's useless. I am a god, and you are a human. This decides everything. Next is your death hour." Ye Hao was still incredibly calm at this time, his words carrying a hint of challenge.
"Is that so? I am not someone who can be easily seen through. And besides, I said I wouldn't take action myself, so I absolutely won't take action personally." Namify held her head in panic, immediately urging him to do something. "You're crazy. Don't put on airs at a time like this. Take advantage of the ancient god's blood volume only being at 20% right now. Quickly think of a way."
His appearance remained lofty even though the earth and sky were being devastated. His tone even more arrogant. "I always mean what I say." Lanradia laughed upon hearing this, a pleased expression on his face as he inquisitively asked, "So what exactly is your method? To be able to kill me without taking action yourself? There's a limit to showing off, human. You've made me a little curious."
3 brilliant crystals with 3 different colors were summoned by Ye Hao. Streams of energy appeared with a brief explanation. "Very simple, I'll use them."
From the middle of the sky, streams of energy descended magnificently. The figures of 3 ancient gods appeared. They were the thousand-eyed demon god Luo Keiken,
Primal nature unification.
Calamity plague Jubilos. Upon seeing them appear before him, Lanradia shouted in horror, "How is it possible? A human simultaneously subduing 3 ancient gods?" Then he raised his voice to reprimand the ancient gods.
"The 3 of you are truly a disgrace to the ancient gods. Gods are gods, yet you are so small and incompetent that you are controlled by a human."
Yi immediately retorted, "Lanradia, you are indeed the most ambitious among the 13 ancient gods. But looking at your disheveled appearance now, you might as well quickly submit to Ye Hao, to avoid falling into a state of soul destruction." Luo Kien only growled a few times. Jubilos defended him. "Lanradia, you underestimate him too much. He is definitely not just a human." At this moment, he turned to look at Ye Hao, who was weakening on the opposite side, a smug smile appearing along with contemptuous words.
"You should worry about your master first. He looks like he's about to be done for. If anyone is going to submit, it's him submitting to me."
His whole body was now trembling violently in every pain. warnings appearing simultaneously, although there is no limit to the number of summons. The host, summoning 3 ancient gods at once, has caused extremely complex and huge damage to the host's body. He gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm, and said, "Don't worry, I anticipated this outcome and have already prepared countermeasures." Then, a series of energy streams flowed into Ye Hao as stats were boosted: enhanced all-attribute resistance, enhanced abnormal state resistance, increased high-level all-attribute amplitude, enhanced all-race resistance, enhanced comprehensive attribute recovery. At that moment, Ye Hao thought to himself, by using Mosiu's abilities and attribute-enhancing drugs, I can sustain my body for a little longer. At that moment, Duki Si informed him, "Even with the strongest drugs available, Master, you can only resist for a maximum of 5 minutes. He smiled with satisfaction and declared, 5 minutes is enough. Then he waved his arm, and 3 ancient gods shot forward at his command. Attack the ancient devil god for 5 minutes, until it is willing to submit to me. Luo Ken charged forward to open the assault, his eyes staring directly at Lone Radiant. One move immediately petrified it, and its stats decreased noticeably. Beside him, Jubilos, while releasing corrosive plague streams, said, "Sorry, Lone Radia. Ye Hao saved my life and helped me avenge myself. He gave the order, so naturally I must obey." While it was being petrified, the plague stream completely enveloped its body. Even though its stats were decreasing, Lon Radia still launched a primal chaos universe strike. Streams of chaos appeared, accompanied by its arrogant declaration, "Stop bragging. Relying on low-level ancient gods like you, even if you join forces, you are no match for me." At this moment, Yi unleashed his ultimate move. Myriad Taoists returned to one, and fresh green grass and flowers appeared, shaping the surging chaos, followed by the announcement, "Your chaotic power is indeed domineering, devouring all things, but all things in the world generate and overcome each other. Meeting me, your chaos will turn into pure energy." Lon Radia was furious, cursing inwardly, "That damned ancient god, its ability happens to counter me. Why did I have to encounter it?" Seconds later, it was punched in the face by Gi Yi, its strength depleted, and it declared, "Lone Radia, Ye Hao is the person I fancy. If you had willingly submitted to him, you wouldn't have lost face." A huge foot stepped on its face. Gi Yi kept asking, "Do we have to beat you into pieces? Why bother?" Unable to bear it any longer, it loudly humbled itself. "Enough, I single-mindedly want to destroy the world and become the only god, not a meatball for you to trample on." After gaining freedom, Lon Radia lunged with its claws towards Ye Hao and roared, "Damn it, just kill me. Even if I die, I will never submit to you." He curled the corners of his mouth into a wicked smile and stated his intention. "You refuse to submit because you are filled with anger right now. To make someone submit, you must make them feel fear. I will make you feel it." It replied with a savage smile and an arrogant tone. "That's the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. In this universe, no one can make me feel fear." Around Ye Hao, powerful lightning currents appeared, and crimson energy streams appeared simultaneously with the question, "Is that so?" He transformed into the aspect of Dark Shadow Monarch, his majestic form appearing in the void, and asked, Then facing Ziadi, who once crushed you 4 flights and 5 columns, "Can you not feel fear?" This appearance made Lon Radia stammer, This form, it's impossible, absolutely impossible." Lon Radia was utterly shocked, words continuously pouring out in horror. "It's him, Guangxing Anying, who fought countless years and won against the god of destruction. Although this aura is much weaker than before, it is truly him, no mistake. But he was clearly annihilated before. Why is he still alive now?" Still in that stunned tone, he seriously brought up the matter. "If Guangxing Anying was not completely annihilated, he will use the universe's shadow to recover his strength, and by then, he will grow to a level that inspires fearful despair." Then Lon Radia turned to the 3 ancient gods on the other side, immediately using reason to persuade them. "Facing the greatest sworn enemy of us ancient gods, are you guys so foolish that you still want to be loyal to him? We must quickly join forces and kill him while he hasn't fully grown." They were completely unmoved. Furthermore, Gi Yi even excitedly said, "I originally felt a bit disgraced to be controlled by a human, but I never expected to be the younger brother of Guangxing Anying. This time, I can finally feel relieved. Besides, I have no interest in merging into one with the god of destruction. I don't want to lose the independent consciousness that I so painstakingly achieved." Jubilos beside him wholeheartedly agreed. That's right, I also want to rely on my independent consciousness and body to avenge the humans in the Eastern Great District who tormented me. Luko KN in the back was growling as if confirming his opinion. Their decisiveness infuriated Lanradia. You useless trash are recognizing a thief as your master.
You say it so nicely, aren't you just afraid of not being able to defeat him?
Yi immediately kicked it, and disgustedly retorted, "The useless one is you. The one who understands the current situation is you being trampled under my feet." From midair, Ye Hao's powerful dark shadow monarch form hovered. He seriously raised his voice and asked, "I ask you one last time, submit or die." The situation became increasingly difficult. Lanradia still believed in his initial ideal. "I already said, even if I die I will never submit. Don't think I'm as cowardly as those three, and surrender to you."
Ye Hao unleashed the soul separation technique. Crimson energy surged out of him, and uttered a threatening word while stiffening his throat. "Very good, I'll let you experience what is worse than death." The sharp energy coil pierced through Lanradia. It screamed in pain. This feeling of power and soul slowly being separated. It hurts so much. Stop it, it hurts. Why can't even an ancient god stop the pain coming from deep within the soul?
Stop. The stats are at an alarming level. Only 3 and 1% left. Its whole body trembled, deciding to cast aside its pride and beg, "Stop, I concede. Ice Dragon will submit to you. Just stop separating my soul." Lanradia was in extreme pain, struggling to utter the next words to stay alive. "Now I realize the difference in our nature. Spare me. This ancient god is willing to submit to you."
These words are all true. I've thought it through. Yi was right. If the object of submission is the astral overlord, then it's not shameful.
Ye Hao quickly withdrew those violent soul fragments, deciding to give it a chance to live. "Looks like your body is more honest than your mouth. If you are willing to submit, then I'll spare you for now."
Energy had gathered into a vortex behind him. He reached out his palm, his tone firm as he invited. "Come back. Become my kin. I can promise you. As long as you follow me and do well your wishes, I will fulfill for you."
Along with the 3 ancient gods he had already subdued, Lanradia submitted and flew into Ye Hao's hand. Beside him, a notification sounded. "Ancient god Lanradia successfully subdued. Will be added to the system in the form of astral summons. Host now has 4 ancient gods." With that done, he separated the astral overlord state from his body, with a realization in his heart at that moment. The familiar pain has returned, but at least it completed 20% of the main quest. Dibap's SP consumption, after using astral overlords, also decreased by 20%. This kind of pain is bearable. As soon as he landed on the ground, the system sent more notifications.
Abnormal state of soul shattered. All attributes reduced by 80%, lasting 2 hours. Using astral overlords for 1 minute and 30 seconds, the host spent a total of 90 million. Because the main quest progress was completed by 20%, reduced by 20%, the host ultimately spent 72.2 million.
Ye Hao slowly stood up, the notifications still ringing incessantly. Abyssal Demon Dimension cleared. The host gained 1 billion experience points in total, and picked up 10 million. This time the first item is the Devil's Bracelet, a god-tier equipment forged by countless demon soul fragments condensed into a bracelet of power, within which runs vast demonic power. After equipping it, you can increase 120% of strength attributes. The second equipment is the Demon Crown, a divine tier item, a symbol of the Demon King, a necessary item to become a Demon King. The active skill after use can summon a legion of demons to engage in battle, with the passive attribute of commanding, while controlling all demons.
Ye Hao reached out and took the crown, unable to hide the excitement on his face.
The Demon Crown, to think such a good item dropped. Nafi, seeing this, was also happy.
We have finally welcomed a new king. It's just a pity that there is no high-level demon priest now who could perform the enthronement ceremony for the king. He raised the crown high, and a large burst of fire burst out from it, the ground cracking from the shock. At that moment he solemnly declared, "No need, I can do it myself." At this moment, the huge abyssal demon throne appeared, thanks to being summoned from the crown. Nafi was overjoyed at this shocking event. Breaking the rules of self-enthronement like this, such dominance. Is this the new king we are about to welcome? Such a king will definitely be able to lead us to recreate true glory. The demons quickly gathered in front of Ye Hao, all of them passionately desiring rebirth as they requested, "King, please put on the crown quickly and lead us." As he placed the crown on his head, the powers flashed into existence.
Nafi then stepped forward to remind, "Fellow demons, pledge your allegiance to our new king."
In his majestic posture, he sat upon the throne of the Demon King. The demons below unanimously swore, "Our Lord, great King, your will is our mission, your honor is our life, your command is the whole meaning of our existence." With the Demon King and their worship, Ye Hao quickly received a new achievement. The host has received the full power of the Demon King. The Demon King's special account has been converted, master of the 7 deadly sins, king of all demons, ruler of the endless demon lands, possessing supreme power and authority. The absolute master of the demon dimension, all concepts of sin are held by him. This account is a special account that can command all demons, but requires consuming the killing of enemies with life to obtain soul fragments. Ye Hao looked at the newly displayed account. Along with the system reports, Host has become the Demon King, successfully activated the hidden quest, Destiny of the Monarch. Currently, the entire dimensional plane has 7 different supreme monarchs. At that moment, the quest requirements also appeared. The host needs to find relevant information and become the remaining 6 monarchs. Gathering all 7 supreme monarch titles can master all things in the world, becoming an existence that transcends everything. Information about the subsequent mission then appeared. The difficulty to complete the Monarch Fate mission is extremely high, but there is no time limit. The host can check the progress at any time. Ye Hao was extremely excited to learn this. Besides the Demon King, I also have 6 other supreme monarchs of the same level. For the sake of this final mission reward, even greater difficulty is worth trying. At this moment, Nape approached him, respectfully bowing his head to report. "My respected master, now that you have become the Demon King who commands the myriad demons, it is time to hand this treasure over to you," he curiously suggested immediately. "Present it for me to see." The key-shaped treasure was held out with a brief introduction. "This is the secret key of the Demon Emperor. With it, you can use the treasures in the Demon Treasury without limit. It can open the Demon Treasury, and only the Demon King is qualified to use it." After handing over the treasure, it whispered something into Ye Hao's ear. "And the price can be changed at will. After all, you are already the Demon King. All of this is your property. Use it however you want." Ye Hao laughed heartily and said, "Then why not change it to 0 to buy?" He returned to his original state, saying the final words with a relaxed expression, "All right, this trip has been a rich harvest. It's time to leave." At that moment, the system displayed a message. The Demon Dimension is the host's exclusive dimension and can be entered at any time. Then it asked him a question. Also, once the host leaves the instance, they will be immediately forcibly transported to the Shadow Monarch world. "Are you sure you want to leave the current dimension?" He did not hesitate, and excitedly replied immediately, "Just in time, I've been waiting for this moment." Then Ye Hao snapped his fingers and confidently affirmed, "Now that I have 4 ancient gods in hand, I am not afraid of any enemy. Confirmed departure. Immediately open the teleportation gate." The system responded in an instant. "Received. Initiating space transfer gateway." A colorful gate appeared, and he quickly strode into it. Long still couldn't stop being eager. "If we can get the ancient demon in the Shadow Monarch world this time, that would be great. That way, collecting enough ancient gods will take another step forward. Just thinking about it is exciting." At the same time, in the East District Great Alliance team, Ye Hao's portrait was posted on the screen, and a person turned his back to it and opened his mouth to ask, "I believe everyone knows the purpose of this meeting." The deaths of Wei Wenshu and Tun Kung were not a big deal in themselves, but the crux of the matter is, the one who killed them was an unknown kid from the Southwest Large District named Ye Hao. Regarding this matter, I want to ask for your opinions. 3 people in cloaks gave their opinions in turn. The first person said irritably, "There was intelligence from the Southwest District before, but we didn't take it seriously at the time. I didn't expect that kid to be so powerful." The second person said with a resentful look, "A stinky brat who's still wet behind the ears. No matter how capable he is, daring to be an enemy of our Eastern District can only have one way to die." The third person carefully mentioned the disadvantage. But behind him is Han Mo, who manages the entire Southwest Large District. Once a war breaks out between the large districts, the consequences are unimaginable. Although our side's combat power is an absolute advantage, considering the long-term trade relations between the two sides, this matter should be reconsidered. Then a person spoke up about the difficulties of the situation at that time. The strategy of Han Mo and the Southwest District is not to be worried about. The most important thing is this: Ye Hao
In half a month, from an unknown nobody to become the leader of the Southwest District, this growth rate is unheard of before. What he has done in the past brings them a fear in the intelligence display. It seems that after a period of time, Ye Hao's strength will suddenly become stronger, starting from transforming into a blood dragon to manipulate the large mecha, and recently even being able to control ancient gods. I'm worried. At that time, another person was aggressively making a decision. If we continue to let him develop, he will definitely become the biggest threat to our Eastern District. We must take advantage of this young beast before it develops. Becoming a true destroying beast, we must kill it first. The first two people agreed. Makes sense, I agree. The third person hesitated. But seeing this, the person who asked the question immediately suggested, "In that case, let's vote to decide. Those who agree that Ye Hao should die, turn on the green light. Those who disagree, turn on the red light. Please vote." A few seconds later, 3 green lights were turned on, only 1 person turned on the red light, and the final decision was quickly made. The result is obvious. I announce the results of this meeting.
His face was attached with a red death character. The people of the Eastern District emphasized the statement again. Starting today, issue the kill order for Ye Hao. Kill on sight, no mercy. Scene change to the Shadow Monarch's instance world. At this time, in Langwei City, where there is a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere, everywhere is covered by dark clouds. Below, branch leader of the hunters, Christina, was stunned and asked, "Ji Yu Na, Ye Hao, what are you doing here? This place is very dangerous, not a place where your levels can come." He scratched his head, stuttering and unable to form a sentence. This is because he calmly gave the answer. "Actually, we came to find the source of the plague. Because we have obtained some clues."
The stern-faced priest of the Hunter Division, Cenarion, immediately made a request. "Clues to the source of the plague. Tell me the details." He held out a key and quickly said, "This is the key to the entrance to the sewer of Langwei City, and Langwei City is the first outbreak point of the plague, so we want to explore it."
Christina was extremely shocked, gaping at the key. Key to the entrance to the sewer? Since the outbreak of the plague, all entrances to Langwei City have been blocked. We have searched many times and have not been able to find a way to enter the city. I didn't expect that there is such a key. Sarian next to her was equally surprised and quickly asked, "Where did you get this key?"
Ji Yu Na furrowed his brow slightly, hesitantly answering, I got it from a member of the Secret Blood Church during a mission." Ye Hao, with his usual calm demeanor, brought up his long-held question. "So we're also very curious. What is the connection between the source of the plague in Langwei City and the Secret Blood Church?"
Finishing his words, he turned serious, reminding himself of something. There's no harm in revealing the key came from the Secret Blood Church, but the Muguang Monastery incident must absolutely not be disclosed now. Once the Hunter Guild learns that Ji Yu Na killed a fellow hunter, Christina and the others will likely react violently, and that might affect Malillian's previous failed timeline. I need to guide Ji Yu Na even more carefully.
At this moment, Sarian turned to Christina for her opinion. "Christina, what do you think?" She, without a shred of doubt, replied naively, "Although there are suspicious points, I believe in Ji Yu Na's character, and the logic of the whole thing can be explained."
Hearing this, he strode his horse in front of the two and offered, "Our mission this time is also to enter Langwei City. We were mentally prepared to put in a lot of effort to get into the city,
but I didn't expect to be able to do it so easily. But the internal drainage system of Langwei City is complex, and the city is full of dangers. So why don't you hand over the key to us?"
He handed over the key, his agreement accompanied by a small request.
"Thank you for your kindness, but I still want to see it with my own eyes. Please rest assured, I'm much stronger than before now, and I won't be a burden to you." Just then, Christina walked over and whispered to Sarian, "Anyway, they found the key. Let them come along." He reluctantly agreed to her wishes. "All right, just be sure to pay attention to safety, because we won't reduce our mission completion efficiency for the sake of the two of you."
Before leaving, she happily reminded them once again, "Got it, Ji Yu Na. We have a very important mission this time. Don't be a burden to us," he confidently declared. "Rest assured, we absolutely won't be. I even have the strength to protect you, Miss Christina." She smiled gently, gratefully replying, "Then thank you in advance." In her heart, she sighed and criticized, "What an idiot." Not long after that, everyone advanced to the entrance of the drain together. An excited announcement quickly rang out. "The door to the drain is open.
It's really smoother than expected.
The two sides entered, and Christina, taking the lead, kindly warned everyone, "Don't be careless. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is extremely dangerous. Everyone be alert."
The 17 people walked together in the Langway City drain. The deeper they went, the darker it became, and the light from the torches also became dim.
Two members of the Hunter Guild noticed something unusual and said to each other, "It feels so gloomy here, and there's a very foul smell, like corpses that have been soaked for a long time. Trisk, if there wasn't any other way, I'd rather fight those mutated monsters head-on than come here to suffer." One of them looked back at Ye Hao and Ji Na behind them and asked disdainfully, "Hey, you two noobs, why don't you feel any tension at all? With your level, you dare to come to Langway City? Don't you want to live anymore?"
He gave a gentle smile, politely replying, "With Miss Christina's actions, I'm not afraid at all." The other person fell silent, inwardly marveling. Is this the legendary squad leader Ning? Truly lives up to his reputation. Another member of the guild turned back to ask Ye Hao, "Aren't you afraid either? You're only level 18. If you get touched by a monster, you'll probably die." Ye Hao still pretended to smile brightly and replied,
"It's okay. I'll stay away during the battle. Please take care of me, big brothers," he coldly reminded. "Then you better pray for yourself. No one will take care of you when the fighting really starts."
Just then, Ji Na approached Christina and asked her about something.
"Miss Christina, did you come to Langway City to investigate the source of the plague too?" Hearing this, she immediately replied,
"This." Before she could say anything, Sarian stepped forward to remind her, "Don't ask so many questions. With your current level, you don't have the right to know the details of this mission." Although she was a little embarrassed, she still put on a forced smile to explain, "Okay, I know you have good intentions and want to help, but this mission is too dangerous. Don't participate. Just protect yourself." He scratched his head, simply replying with 3 words, "I understand." In his heart, he was secretly rejoicing as he thought, "Miss Christina, is she concerned about me?"
After the brief conversation just now, Ye Hao began to raise doubts. Even Christina at level 150 feels dangerous. It seems there's something hidden in this mission. The boss in the Muguang Monastery before was already level 100. The danger level of this Langway City, I estimate, is probably in the range of level 150 to 180. Just then, the sounds of squeaks and dark energy became clearer as everyone approached the exit. The two people, Shu Tuan, Chen Xin, stopped. Chen Xin worriedly asked, "What's that sound? Everyone be careful, something wants to rush out from deep in the drain." The next second, a swarm of plague rats in the drain rushed towards everyone like crazy. Chen Xin was scared at first, but the next second he kicked a rat flying and even cursed, "So it's just some rats, you startled me, go die." At that time, Shu Tuan shouted, "That's not right, it's not a few rats, it's a swarm of rats." The large number of small rats rushed out like thunder. Chen Xin was extremely horrified. "I've never seen so many rats." The other person didn't flinch, confidently saying, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if there are more, they're just a bunch of fodder, just kill them." As soon as they saw the plague rats transforming into plague rat men, everyone shouted to each other, "These rats are merging and transforming, and the level is increasing too exaggeratedly. Even the rats in the drain of Langway City are so strange. How can we fight this?" The entire group stood between 4 passageways. The rat men poured out from all directions, causing them to be extremely worried. "They're on this side too, and the retreat is blocked. We're done for. We're completely surrounded." At that moment, Christina raised her sword, appearing majestic and declaring, "Don't panic, maintain formation, prepare to fight. Ji Yu Nadave, Ye Hao, you two carefully dodge and protect yourselves." Chen Xin, being weak, was quickly grabbed by them and attacked. He could only pitifully cry for help. "Help! Save me!" Sarian hovered in the air, using his skills while anxiously announcing, "Their numbers are too many, my magic can't take care of everyone. Christina, fight hard. Give out the short order. Bring the formation close together, don't get scattered." His formation appeared in the air. The monsters surrounded fiercely from all sides. She then reminded everyone, "Everyone gather within the priest's magic range. Concentrate your strength to defeat them one by one. We have the advantage in level, so slowly consume their numbers like this. We have a chance to win." At this moment, the 3-headed monster Cozy level 170 appeared. Its grotesque appearance spoke volumes. Level advantage. That's a myth. Everyone looked up in unison, stirred by the realization that the boss had arrived. Level 170. How could a backwater like Langwei City have a boss of such high level? It struck the formation once,
immediately sending everyone flying. This was followed by squeaking noises and a chilling voice. Why not? The more people I devour, the higher my level climbs, and you all are a delectable midnight snack delivered right to my doorstep. While being thrown, Ji Yunei muttered in shock. The Holy Father's barrier, it's been shattered with a single blow. He crashed heavily onto the floor, coughing up blood. Despair washed over him. We can't possibly defeat this boss. Christina strained to use her sword to block Kosi's massive palm. She urged everyone, even if we can't defeat it, we have to fight. Otherwise, we'll all die here. You all go on ahead, I'll hold it back. It slammed its hand down with a thud, arrogantly declaring, Hold me back? I was planning on eating you last. But if you're in such a hurry, I can adjust the order of my meal. She dashed off like the wind, a deep unease settling in her heart.
Damn it, this mission assigned by the leadership of the order.
I had a premonition it would be a near-death experience. But I never imagined we'd be facing such dire straits before even entering the city. Christina had barely taken a few steps when it spat a stream of poisonous liquid at her, gleefully explaining, Just adding a little seasoning to tenderize you. The clothes on her body were gradually tearing apart.
She knelt down, gasping for breath, reminding herself, Is this where it ends? No, I haven't killed the last one yet. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to create a chance for my subordinates to live. This is the resolve a commander like me must have. She collapsed to the ground, exhausted, but still desperately raised her holy sword. Using the forbidden art of blood sacrifice to bestow blessings, Ye Hao spoke up at this moment. Don't do anything foolish, it's not time to despair yet, Ji Yu. He instantly appeared before her and seized her hands, sternly warning, Stop, Lady Christina. There's no need to use this life-for-life secret technique. Yet, Christina spoke with despair, but she had no other choice left. He turned around and strode towards the monster, confidently reiterating his declaration. I once said I would protect you, so now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. She cried out in alarm. Ji Yuna, what are you doing? Get back here, don't throw your life away. He replied with an arrogant, curt response. Don't worry. Ji Yuna tilted his head back. His pupils already turned red. Bared fangs appeared along with the confident, It will end soon. At that moment, the three-headed monster said gleefully about eating the hunters. You will give me a lot of experience, because all of you from top to bottom are soft bones except for your tough mouths, easy to chew. Ji Yu now stood with his legs wide apart, crossing his hands to hold the pile of fresh blood tightly to the ground, and asked, Is that so? Then today you've met a hard bone. One of the monster's heads turned to look back, with craving revealed in the words, The smell of your blood is completely different from others. What a wonderful feeling. The middle head rushed over with joy. Great! I can meet such a delicious human, I can't help but want to eat you now. The left and right heads took turns demanding, Eat him! Eat him! He still stood there, and taunted it. Okay, come here. As soon as they collided, Ji Yu-ne launched a slash. Its body was cut in half when he finished speaking. Only if you have the ability to do so. It growled out a creepy voice and shouted, One strike almost killed me, damn it! Then it regained its original confidence and reminded, But it's useless. You can't kill me. I'm just a rat. As long as there's one left, I can be immortal. And then in silence, the crimson abyssal formation appeared right in the place of the rats. They were immediately submerged in it, and cries for help rang out continuously. After finishing the fatal blow, Ji Yu-na arrogantly absorbed his blood and sarcastically said to them, In comparison, your flesh and blood are so rotten. With the blood still on his hands, he turned around and announced to everyone, The invaders have been cleaned up. We can continue moving forward. In a panic, everyone took turns asking Ji Yu-na, Why do you use blood as a weapon? That's the move of the secret blood church. Could it be that you, two other people on the trip, asked one after another with bewildered faces? Although Ji Yu-ne single-handedly destroyed the boss, the move he used was blood magic. There is no doubt that this is the battle method of the secret blood church. Could it be that this kid Ji Yu-ne has rebelled? Christina also had to make a request. Ji Yu-na, although you saved us, but with such a strange fighting method, you must give us a reasonable explanation. He still smiled indifferently and asked back repeatedly, Does this still need to be explained? Didn't I just save everyone? Why are you still doubting me?
Saria asked seriously, carefully. You did just save us. That's right, but things must be kept separate. The secret blood church is a cult that brings disaster to the people, and is also the mortal enemy of our hunter order. But the ability that Ji-Yune displayed just now is extremely similar to the secret blood church. Therefore, you must give the order an explanation. What kind of power is it that you used after all? In such a situation, he still only explained casually.
Sorry for me not being able to tell you the details of this matter, but please trust me. This power is only used to punish evil and protect the weak. They didn't believe it, and still insisted on their own opinions. What? Are you going to deceive and hide it like this? There is a problem. There is absolutely a problem. The three people in the hunter order became increasingly angry and spewed out harsh words. He must have sold his soul to the ancient god of the secret blood church to gain power. Otherwise, how could he, a level 35, defeat a level 170 boss? His appearance just now was exactly like the vampire in Legends. This is too dangerous, Commander. This kind of person absolutely cannot be kept by your side. Heaven knows when he will suck our blood. Ji-Yune was so embarrassed that he immediately reasoned with them. After all, I am a member of the Hunter Order. How could I do that? Please believe me. Not only did they not believe it, but they also hated him like an enemy. How dare you touch evil power? You have seriously violated the Order's creed. Do you think you are still qualified to be in the Hunter Order? Just then, Ye Hao stepped forward to defend him with sarcastic words. Have you guys perhaps mistaken the root of the problem? Without Ji-Yune, you would have become experience points in the boss's belly. I'm not asking you to be grateful, but now you even demand an explanation in return. Bullying the weak is one thing, but looking down on the strong. This Hunter Guild's backwardness has truly opened my eyes. Then he turned to leave, sighing in disappointment as he finished his sentence. Those who walk on different paths cannot make plans together. Since they are not grateful at all, we shouldn't bother here. Let's go, Ji-Yune. Let's just follow the original plan and act alone. He stood in the middle, glancing around hesitantly. But still. Then a loser from the guild scornfully interrupted. With just the two of you, you dare to venture through this maze-like drainage tunnel alone. Don't lose your lives before you even take 2 steps. Ye Hao tilted his devious face back, not afraid to retort. Then let us see who can actually live and get out of this drainage tunnel. At the same time, he received a notification that the main quest progress was at 22%, and he would be able to escape when it reached 40% completion. They didn't stop, continuing to curse. This stinky level 18 brat is only good at talking back. They don't even have a map. The first one to die will definitely be... Before he could finish, Sarian shouted. Silence. His face darkened. Each word of his warning was emphasized. It's not your turn to make sarcastic remarks. Anyone who continues to embarrass me will go back to the entrance alone. Utterly terrified, they stuttered. Yes, we'll shut up. At this moment, Christina timidly asked, Father, have we perhaps blamed Ji-Yune too harshly? After all, we don't have any evidence to suspect him, and he even saved us, Sarian explained with difficulty. But there is no other way. Whether he is a member of the Blood Secret Church or not, this strange ability cannot be explained. Therefore, instead of having such an unpredictable factor by our side, it is better to separate for everyone's sake. Everyone, continue to advance deeper into the sewer under my guidance, and stay spirited. Don't forget that our mission this time is crucial to the survival of the Hunter Guild. Everyone responded loudly in unison. At that moment, Ye Hao and Ji-Yune were striding together under the dripping eaves. After a moment of silence, he patted his shoulder and reassured him. Are you still worried about Christina? Don't worry, her fighting strength before was just an accident. As long as she stays vigilant, nothing will happen with her level and experience. Right now, we have more important things to do. Don't let that annoying incident affect your mood. He forced a smile and then explained. Thank you for your concern, but I am not discouraged because of this, Ye Hao immediately asked. Then what is it because of? Ji-Yune raised his fist, all the pain and suffering pouring out with his words. I used to think that as long as I became strong enough, I could change the Hunter Guild, but now it seems I was completely wrong. The corruption of the guild and the strength of power are completely unrelated. What is corrupted is people's hearts, but what can I do when faced with complex hearts?
I feel helpless." He solemnly agreed with that feeling and those reasons. "That's right, you clearly saved their lives, yet they bit back. This is both because they are jealous of you becoming strong from weakness, and because you are a kind person, bullying the good and fearing the evil out of speculation. These nasty traits are deeply ingrained in their hearts and cannot be cured." His fist trembled. His face darkened as he spat out scathing words. "So what should I do in the end? I absolutely will not allow my goals to turn into bubbles." Ye Hao leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, a smile on his lips as he spoke his thoughts. "It's very simple. If you can't change it, then just destroy it directly and rebuild it according to your own ideas." Ji Yunei hesitated a little at the plan just mentioned. This method is too domineering. Can it really succeed? He stepped into the middle of the path, raising his fist high with courage and certainty as he declared,
"Of course it can. To deal with the corrupt guild and the depraved human nature, you should use absolute power to suppress, trample, destroy, and then rebuild everything on the ruins, and all of this is not just aimed at the Hunter Guild." He reached out to him, seriously making a suggestion. "Ji Yu Na, are you ready to rebuild this world?" Ji Yu Na was initially stunned by the two words, "this world." Then he excitedly shouted, "No, as expected of Ye Hao. I've never even thought of this, but you can see so far from a high place. That's right. If the world is not rebuilt, the Hunter Guild will not change. I must constantly become stronger, strong enough to rebuild this world." Seeing that expression, he was speechless, only able to awkwardly respond in his heart, Okay, this time I successfully deceived him. On the road to becoming the ultimate villain, there's no turning back. Sorry, this is your fate, Ji Yunei." The two walked for a while. Ye Hao spoke up when he saw that the scene in front of him was another classic fork in the road. He was extremely cautious and immediately reminded, "We don't have a map of the sewers. Which way should we go? If we choose the wrong one, we might encounter some danger." He closed his eyes tightly, his tone extremely certain. "Don't worry, leave it to me." At that moment, beams of light of various colors radiated from the middle of his forehead. This was the special skill. Sensorial greed. The beams of light spread throughout the road ahead. At that moment, Ye Hao said to himself, "Having the passive ability of the greedy demon in my heart is really convenient. If I, in Monaran's heart, want to leave the sewer, then there will be a sensory guide showing me the way out." A few seconds later, he confidently strode forward and shouted, "Go this way!" Ji Yu now completely trusted him, and followed in joy. "Okay, with Ye Hao here, I'm really at ease. As long as I rely on what you say, there will definitely be no problems." His expression made him question in his heart, is this guy blindly trusting me too much? To become a true king, besides strength, one must also bear the burden in one's heart. It seems that apart from direct guidance, I must let him make some decisions on his own, so that his mentality can mature. At the Hunter Guild's location, Christina was now holding a map and telling them, "This Langwei city map happens to include the directions under the sewers." Several hunters holding torches chatted with each other in a sarcastic tone. "We finally didn't encounter any monsters on the way. The boss fight just now seems to have been just an accident. We have a map to guide us. Of course we can easily avoid dangerous places, but those two idiots don't know. Maybe he lured the monsters away. We should thank them." Those words made her ask, "Father, do you feel that the hearts of the Hunter Guild have started to degenerate and twist at some point? Maybe including the two of us." Sarian's face also darkened visibly, and he replied with a worried tone, "Perhaps the first thing that changed was this world, and this chaotic and unpeaceful world. People's hearts will inevitably become degenerate and twisted. We could only go along with it." And then a gust of wind blew by, and the flame on the torch flickered out. The hunting party bewilderedly asked each other, "Where did this cold wind come from? Even the fire is out." Christina then reminded everyone, "Calmly maintain formation. Don't scatter." Then she quickly called out the name of the priest, Sidarian. He stood in the center, one hand raising his staff high, magic radiating a dazzling light that made everyone rejoice. "It's a good thing the priest is here." Suddenly, a horde of large monsters crawled towards the group. They were surrounded, frantically shouting to each other, "These monsters! When did they appear?" A series of earth-shattering screams rang out, and in the chaotic space, fresh blood spurted out. On Ji Yuna's side, he was extremely worried when he suddenly heard that painful sound. "I think I heard screams coming from behind.
Are they really okay? Ye Hao continued to walk calmly, his words extremely cold. We don't have time to worry about them now. If they can't even safely get out of the sewer, they'll just become a burden in the end. His face darkened as he reminded himself. Right now, the most important thing for us is to collect the fragment of the star cluster obsession in Langway City, strengthen the power of the obsession monarch, investigate the origin relation between the plague and Langway City, complete the plague treatment task given by the system, and search for clues related to the ancient god. So the two of them stepped out, and he cautiously reminded, Ji Yu Na, don't worry about unnecessary things next. To avoid causing more trouble, he replied with assurance. Don't worry, Ye Hao. Ji Yu Na smiled innocently, scratched his head in embarrassment, and firmly declared, I can distinguish between primary and secondary tasks. I'll do whatever you say, and definitely won't drag you down. There was a rustling sound ahead, and he pointed and suggested, Wait, Ye Hao, look over there. It seems like something's moving. Without thinking much, he rushed over there, thinking, It seems like someone is digging a hole. We've finally found a living person. We must take this opportunity to gather intelligence. He, standing behind, asked in confusion, Hey, didn't we agree not to meddle in other people's business? At this moment, at the place where the sound came from, the girl Kalia was standing alone, digging the ground. Ji Yunei ran over and asked as soon as he saw Kafilia, This girl, may I ask why you are here alone, digging a hole to bury corpses? What exactly happened in this Langway City? Could you please tell us? Ye Hao also stepped forward at this time, politely reminding him, Let's go. If she's not willing to talk, let's not force her. He sighed regretfully, feeling extremely disappointed. It's hard to finally find a living person, but what a pity. Just as the two of them turned to leave, Kalia scooped up a handful of dirt and threw it up, then asked, Who are you? The two of them tilted their heads to look back together, and she continued to ask, What are you doing in Langway City? Ji Yu Na turned his head back happily and immediately suggested, We are members of the Hunter Guild, here to investigate the plague related to Langway City. If you know anything, please tell us everything. He moved closer to the pit, his eyes directed towards Kalia, but she still had her back turned, her expression gloomy. Ji Yu Na was once again at a loss. Why does she become silent when I ask her something? At that moment, Ye Hao stepped forward and said to him, Hold on, let me ask. He patted him on the shoulder, already having a theory. If the girl responds, then it proves that she can talk. As for why she's ignoring Ji Yunei, it's probably because, just as she was scooping up the dirt, he asked, perhaps she had some conflict with the Hunter Guild, so she doesn't want to associate with them. She paused for a few seconds, then fiercely replied with 2 words, That's right. Ye Hao stretched out his hands, offering a friendly smile as he made a request. Then that's easy to solve. You probably already see that I'm not from the Hunter Guild, so the question I want to ask is the same as his earlier question. How much do you know? Can you tell me? Kalia jumped in front of the two. Level 170 appeared, and her agreement also appeared at the same time. You want to get information from me. With her clothes covered in dirt, she took a step forward as she made a deal. But you have to help me with something. Ye Hao immediately agreed. That's not a problem. Fair exchange is reasonable, but your level is so high you probably don't need our help, right? Still with that cold expression, she made an odd request. My younger sister is lost, but I'm busy burying corpses and can't go look for her. If you agree to help me find her, I'll give you the information you want. Hearing this, Ji Yu Na immediately stopped him, thinking, Wait, Ye Hao, don't you think this is really too strange? Her younger sister is lost, but she's here burying corpses instead of going to find her right away. This is very illogical. Plus, her level is even higher than Captain Christina. He had other thoughts. Precisely because her level and logic are inconsistent, we'd better not doubt and expose her. Let's just get the information. Then he turned to assure Kalia of something. I promise you, we have to explore Langway City anyway. It wouldn't be a problem to help you find your sister. She firmly believed and mentioned Ye Hao's question. Then we're settled. Next, I'll tell you what you want to know. His face froze in shock, and he immediately asked, You'll tell me now. I thought I had to wait until I found your sister for you first. She crossed her legs on the steps and casually uttered the answer. I can't sense any illusory aura on you, so it doesn't matter if I tell you first. Ji Yu Na, exasperated to the point of losing his mind, asked with his mouth agape. If not, how can you say Ye Hao's charm is so great? Alright then. And then Kalia honestly recounted everything. Chenglangwei was once a prosperous and safe city. Until that day, suddenly, a group of mysterious people appeared. They drove carriages into the city,
also dragging a mysterious piece of stone.
Following that, a terrifying thing happened. Afterwards, that group of mysterious people started conducting some kind of experiment in the alchemy workshop. Starting from that moment, the city became very chaotic. A large number of residents became ill and mutated. Eventually, the entire Chenglangwei was sealed off, completely turning into an ancient city.
She asked. You guys are probably aiming for that fragment of mysterious stone, aren't you? Then she added, before you, there were several groups of Hunter's Order members and people from unknown churches who came here, but they didn't get anything. Not to mention, they were torn to shreds.
Kalia slightly curved the corners of her lips, a cunning look appearing on her face as she declared, no one can survive finding that fragment of stone, much less survive stepping out of Chenglangwei.
Ji Yuna was extremely surprised, immediately blurting out, what does she mean by that?
Ye Hao, beside him, also darkened his face, cautiously asking, how do you know these things so clearly? If you are just an ordinary citizen, there's no way you would know these things. Who are you?
Kalia raised her head to look at the sky,
her cold expression remaining unchanged, as she answered,
me, I was never an ordinary citizen to begin with.
Then she held up a medal, honestly stating her role. Because I used to be a member of the Hunter's Order, and that fragment of mysterious stone was brought to Chenglangwei by our group. Ji Yuna and Ye Hao looked at each other, simultaneously realizing with a start that it was the branch leader's medal of the Hunter's Order. They turned to look at Kalia. Ji Yuna spoke first. Which branch are you the leader of? No. Your level is probably from the guard regiment stationed at the Hunter's Order headquarters. Following that was Ye Hao's question. If what you're saying is true, then you definitely know where that fragment of mysterious stone is, right?
She replied concisely. Of course.
She pointed towards the tall building in the district, also guaranteeing one thing. It's in the tallest building in the city center, but there's no way you can get through.
Then Kalia also stated the reason for her certainty.
Because on the way, there will be all kinds of high-level mutated monsters,
even those who die and then mutate into high-level hunters, so it's almost a dead end.
I advise you not to approach that place carelessly.
After a series of information, she turned to remind Ye Hao,
you know what you want to know? I've told you. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise to help me find my younger sister. At that moment, Ji Yuna voiced his doubts. Please wait a moment. What you said is contradictory. If you are really a guard of the headquarters, the task you are performing must be confidential. How could you bring your younger sister along, even if all these unreasonable things are true?
Then he firmly asserted, then the consequences of getting lost in this dangerous Chenglangwei, I think you should know better than us. At that time, Kalia's face darkened, and Ye Hao immediately called out, don't say any more, Ji Yuna.
He put his hand on his shoulder as a signal and promised her, don't worry. I will definitely find your younger sister for you. I always keep my word. After speaking, he turned to leave, not forgetting to call him, Ji Yuna. Let's go, Ji Yuna. Still stood there with a question that no one answered. Ye Hao, do you really want to believe her? Only at this point did he explain to him. The words of the living might be believable, but the dead don't need to deliberately lie. Ji Yuna's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped, shouting out a question. The dead? Ye Hao, do you mean she's already?
He recalled Kalia's previous appearance and slowly explained to him in detail. From the moment I saw her,
I discovered that her heartbeat and breathing had stopped, and all the blood in her body was also in a state of congealing and not flowing. This shows that Kalia is already dead. Now she is probably being affected by some kind of power, still maintaining the habits and activities she had when she was alive. This is the most unreasonable thing.
Ji Yuna's face darkened, starting to blame himself.
I'm still not mature enough, after all. I didn't even notice these points, and I was still arguing with her. Ye Hao stepped forward, placing both hands on his shoulders, seriously offering reassurance. It's okay. Take it slowly. People who want to become mature must constantly go through things. Your path ahead is still very long. Don't rush. He still looked gloomy, quietly replying with one word, yeah. At this time he looked up at the swirling sky above, continuing to reassure Ji Yuna with words, also, your suspicion is not wrong. If she was deliberately resurrected by someone into a vegetable, then mixing in some false intelligence to confuse the truth is not impossible. In his heart he was cautiously assessing the situation. The dead do not emit an emotional spectrum, and cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood. Therefore, in this strange Chenglangwei, It's not wrong to be more cautious.
Unexpectedly, from the place where the two were standing, a multicolored fragment shot out, saying, "What she said, at least one point, isn't wrong."
He was startled and asked, You are. The fragment pointed towards the building in front, uttering an ambiguous statement.
Could it be the source of my power? Did it choose me?
Ji Na became increasingly bewildered, to the point of being speechless, thinking in his heart about, is there a day when it abandons me and chooses someone else, and I will become a weakling not worth a penny again? The vague feeling of facing one's own power is truly frightening to anyone.
On the contrary, Ye Hao calmly turned to ask it, "So the source of the epidemic that caused everything is your fragment?"
It honestly replied, You don't know that my fragment doesn't have this kind of power. Afterward, the fragment provided more information. Although they coveted the power of my fragment, humans absolutely have no way to utilize it with their own abilities. At that moment, you probed about the possibility. What if they added the power of an ancient god? Your expression turned serious when you mentioned a name, such as the power of the Crimson Bloodmaster.
It turned to look at Ye Hao,
then immediately had a question. That's uncertain, but speaking of ancient gods, before, only a faint scent emanated from you, but now the stench of the ancient god on you is completely undeniable. What's going on?
Ji Na, looking bewildered,
quickly turned to ask, The stench of an ancient god? What does that mean? Why can't I smell it? You scratched your head, smiled awkwardly, and honestly replied, That's because I carry 4 ancient gods within me.
The fragment gaped, unable to help but exclaim, 4 of them? You're more suitable to guide Ji Na than I imagined.
He stood amidst the surrounding architecture, then immediately urged, My fragment is inherently an enemy to the power of ancient gods. If they forcefully interact, it will definitely trigger unforeseen consequences. Even the birth of an incurable epidemic wouldn't be strange, so quickly retrieve that fragment.
This isn't just related to the epidemic, it's even more related to Ji Na.
Before completely sinking into the ground, he revealed a smile along with his last words. As long as that fragment can be retrieved, Ji Na in this world will be an invincible existence. At that time, the news updated for Ye Hao. Main quest completion progress 25%. Epidemic mission completion progress 30%.
Hearing this, you stood there contemplating. The mission progress has increased. Then the whole story can roughly be deduced.
Then you silently spoke your deduction thanks to the known connections. Most likely, the Crimson Blood Church has infiltrated the royal family of the kingdom. They used their power to transport the haunting fragment through the Hunter Order to Langwei City.
Carriages faintly appeared in your subconscious. Ye Hao reached a conclusion.
Then secretly used the power of the ancient god and the fragment to achieve some goal, which accidentally caused the epidemic, creating the current situation.
Then you turned your eyes to the tallest building here, secretly resolving to one thing. As for the specific details, I need to wait until I get to the fragment to clarify them.
Just as the two of you took a few more steps, a sharp scythe swung down to block your path.
3 large figures with huge weapons appeared, covered in blood, their mouths constantly repeating the phrase, "Strangers are not allowed to approach."
Ye Hao and Ji Na both looked up with astonishment.
Recognizing the identities of the 3 people in front of you, he asked in utter shock,
Hellhounds, why are they here? They shouldn't be here. You immediately asked, How do you know them? He didn't answer, just gaped for a while, causing you to raise more questions. Or, are you very familiar with them? In Ji Na's eyes, besides surprise, there seemed to be extremely complicated emotions. What's going on? In a state of utter confusion, Ji Na stammered out the words, They are strangers. At this moment, one of the group jumped up, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, preparing to swing a blow. Ji Na hurriedly rushed up and raised his sword to block the blow. At that moment he shouted loudly, Don't come closer! Be careful, Ye Hao! You stood firmly even as the ground shattered, insistently asking, The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. What is their background? Don't hide it anymore, Ji Na.
He focused on parrying the opponent's attacks while replying to you.
They are a hunter squad specializing in guarding the Grand Master of the Hunter Order, nicknamed Hellhounds. Their strategy in the Hunter Order is also top-notch. At this moment, the remaining 2 Hellhounds rushed towards Ye Hao, saying, Strangers are not allowed to approach. You were still standing there blankly, Hellhounds guarding the Grand Master.
That said, their appearance in Langwei City is obviously very strange.
Ji Yuna had a similar question. That's right, the Grand Master is at the Hunter headquarters in the Royal City, yet the Hellhounds appeared here. There must be something wrong here.
At that moment, Ye Hao shouted a question. Even if their position is higher than yours, this can't explain your strange behavior since just now, Ji Yuna, you're standing right behind him,
watching the frenzied parries, wondering. You know these three are vegetative. Why are you still passively defending? Killing them now is as easy as flipping your hand. Why don't you attack? When the three hellhounds simultaneously launched their attacks at him, Ye Hao immediately had a guess.
Could it be that you're turning away in this, so you can't attack?
Without a word of reply, he was knocked to the ground by that power. Your face darkened, trying to remain calm as you asked, "What are you hesitating about? After all, Ji Yuna, if we continue like this, we'll die here." Then you shouted an order. "Attack for me." Ji Yuna leaped away with blood flowing from both wrists, his expression clearly unwilling as he uttered the words, "Damn it!" He rushed past where the Hellhound squad was standing. The binding technique was unleashed and held them tightly.
He didn't dare turn back to look, continuing to run forward for a distance.
The Hellhounds stood there struggling, uttering only one type of phrase. "Strangers are not allowed to approach." Ji Yuna's face darkened, his voice stammering as he said, "Sorry, Ye Hao, I really have unspeakable difficulties." Suddenly, one of the Hellhounds struggled to telepathically send him a plea. Kill me, I'm in too much pain, kill me, Ji Yuna."
He bent down to pick up the sword, his face darkening, as he made a decision in a flash.
"You guessed right, Ye Hao. There is indeed someone among them I know. My hesitation was because of him, but now I've made up my mind." After that declaration, Ji Yuna decisively swung his sword in one stroke, shouting loudly, "I'm sending you to die." But just as the outer armor was cut through, he stopped, still unable to do it. "No, I can't do it. Damn it, I still can't do it." The man who made the sword in his hand tremble was named Ryo. Outwardly, he kept exclaiming, "Strangers are not allowed to approach," but in his heart he transmitted the question, "Why? Why don't you kill me, Ji Yuna?"
He plunged Mengqing's sword into the ground, his tone unable to maintain calm. "Why? Why did you appear here? Didn't you give up your belief in revenge, preferring to be a lapdog just to enjoy glory and wealth? What is this half-dead, half-alive state now? You're even shamelessly begging me to kill you. I can't do it, I can't do it."
Seeing him act like this, Ye Hao hurriedly came to ask what was wrong. "Calm down, Ji Yuna. I've never seen you lose control like this. What is your relationship with this person?" He gripped the sword handle tightly, seriously mentioning something.
"Ye Hao, we've known each other for so long, I've never mentioned my past to you, right?
Because it's a painful memory that I'm unwilling to recall." And then, in that tense situation, Ji Yuna recounted his childhood. "I was originally a wandering orphan. When I was 8 years old, I barely found a village to stay in, but this village was raided by bandits. Only I was lucky enough to survive, and then I met a hunter named Ryo.
The reason he got to know him was due to a chance encounter. I, half awake, half dazed, grabbed onto Ryo's trouser leg.
His companions saw this and advised him not to bother with it. But he didn't listen to his companions, and eventually rescued me and took me home." Everything continued smoothly in the following narration. "From then on, I stayed in Ryo's house, becoming the only helper in his house, and also a family member. His wife and daughter were very good to me. When I was free, I also asked Ryo to teach me swordsmanship, because I also wanted to become a hunter like him one day. Although he was usually taciturn, I felt very happy. Such happy days lasted for several years.
Trouble began to brew when Ji Yuna was still a boy. Until I was 12 years old, one night, Ryo went out on a mission and wasn't home. Suddenly, several men broke into the house. I knew these people. They and Ryo were hunters together. They had been guests at our house before.
They said that there would have been a large sum of money, enough to live a carefree life. But because of his stupid decision, he ruined their good plan. Those terrifying events were recounted by him in a coherent manner. Before I could react, I was stabbed several times.
Before I fell unconscious from excessive blood loss, I heard the screams of Ryo's wife and children, along with the sound of clothes being torn.
That extremely painful scene from the past made him constantly blame himself. But I still didn't die. When I woke up, I saw Ryo hugging the corpses of his wife and children, crying. I knew it was all my responsibility, that I was useless, that I couldn't protect them well at that time. Not only was he tormented, but even Ryo's mind was in chaos. For a long time, I supported my injured body and told him everything.
After Ryo learned the truth, He both cried and laughed, saying that his insistence on righteousness and justice ultimately harmed his family, scolding God for treating him this way. Even as Ji Nari was still miserable with his bloodied body, he had to witness that scene. Afterwards, Ryo abandoned the corpses of his wife and children, disappearing from my sight while laughing and crying. Things were somewhat peaceful afterwards, and I was eventually saved and raised by Dr. Victor. Later, I joined the Hunter Order, traveling everywhere to inquire about Ryo's whereabouts. Finally, I learned that not only did he not leave the Hunter Order, but he became a lapdog by the side of the Grand Master, and I had never heard anything about him seeking revenge. Each subsequent word was uttered with heavy emotion. I figured Ryo had suffered a blow. He gave up revenge and degenerated into a petty man craving power and wealth, so I pretended not to know him and didn't mention my relationship with him to others. I originally thought he was living a life of glory and wealth in the royal city, but unexpectedly, he died in this eerie Langway city. What exactly happened in the middle? Knowing the whole story, Ye Hao calmly took out a bottle of medicine with an idea. The best way to find out what happened is to ask Ryo directly. I just made this while listening to your story, Ji Na asked back in confusion. That medicine is...
This is the truth after death, a special medicine for the dead that can be used to ask the dead 3 questions, asking with reverence. Holding the bottle of medicine in his hand, Ye Hao seriously spoke of its use. There's only one bottle of this medicine. You have to make Ryo lose his ability to act before you can use it, which means you have to kill him again. He looked at Ryo, who was struggling frantically, still somewhat unwilling. Although he is now in a state of living death, at least he can move freely. If I really kill him again, then he will truly die. Oh, Ye Hao patted Ji Na on the shoulder, entrusting the decision entirely to him. The choice is yours. You can choose to find out the truth, or you can choose to let him live as a zombie. Besides that, Ye Hao also emphasized his long-standing desire. This medicine can also be used on other hunters to find out the whole story, but we won't be able to know what happened to Ryo and won't be able to avenge him. Your choice is without any reservations. He stabbed the sword through his abdomen like that, with a loud declaration. Sorry, Ryo, I will definitely avenge you. Even if you owe me, I will absolutely not ignore your death. Ji Na supported him with one hand and poured the medicine into Ryo's mouth with the hope. So, I have to know what exactly happened to you. The medicine took effect, and he sat up with a start, coughed a few times, and immediately burst out with curses. I must kill you bastards of the Blood Secret Church. Then, Ryo froze, his face paling as he saw him standing right before his eyes. Ji Na, why are you here? Shouldn't I be dead already? How can I still see you? Did you die too? Or is this just a hallucination before I kick the bucket? Ji Na's face darkened, silently confirming to himself, I'm not a hallucination. At this moment, Ye Hao stepped beside Ryo and explained in detail. You are indeed dead. I used a drug to temporarily restore your will, but it can only last for 10 minutes. You must answer 3 of my questions. Hearing this, Ryo immediately understood, so that's how it is. Then Ryo began to lament his fate, saying, It seems I've done too many evil deeds in this life, suffering punishment from the gods. Even after death, I can't find peace. Ye Hao's face contorted at those words. Hey, before we bothered you, you were already being bothered by the Blood Secret Church? Forget it, these things aren't the main point. Regaining his serious expression, Ye Hao turned to Ji Na and reminded him carefully, Ji Na, you get to ask the first question, a precious opportunity. Make sure you ask what you want to know the most. His expression, still pensive. Ji Na replied curtly, Okay. He raised his sorrowful face to look at Ryo, voicing the question that had lingered in his mind for so long. Weren't you supposed to be by the high priest's side? Why did you die in Langway City? Ryo didn't answer, but instead asked repeatedly, What's the point of asking these things now? I abandoned you back then. Why would Ji Nan still care about me? Do you want revenge for me? Don't be foolish, just live your life. You're too naive. Ji Na said nothing, simply falling silent and turning his face away. Just then, Ye Hao interjected, urging, There's only 10 minutes. Answer the question quickly. Ryo clicked his tongue a few times before starting to recount everything. This drug of yours is truly miraculous. Although I didn't want to speak, my mouth wouldn't obey me. At that time, my squad followed the high priest to Langway City. At first, I didn't know the purpose of the trip, nor did I care. because the prosperity of Langway City was second only to the royal capital.
Food and drink weren't a problem.
But as time passed, strange things gradually occurred in Langway City. Mutated monsters and large-scale illness among the people. To ensure safety, I advised the high priest to leave Langway City, but he refused, which gave rise to my suspicions.
One night, driven by suspicion and curiosity, I accidentally discovered the high priest secretly opening a secret underground passage alone. Ryo followed. But what he didn't expect was to find a secret altar deep within the underground labyrinth. At the center of the altar lay a piece of red stone, its blood radiating a bizarre aura. Flesh and blood were scattered thickly all around, wriggling as if they possessed souls. At that moment, Ryo saw a group of people wearing blood-colored robes, chanting strange incantations toward the stone fragment. He knew immediately that these people were clearly members of the Blood Secret Church. But he couldn't understand why this evil cult existed under the central control of the royal power in Langway City's underground center. Ryo wondered how the high priest could collude with them. While he was still surprised and confused, he didn't notice two subordinates secretly appearing behind him. Then, he was brought before the high priest at the center of the altar.
The high priest showed no surprise, saying that this day would come sooner or later anyway. At that time, the high priest, covered in strange symbols, proposed to Ryo, "This world is full of danger. The strength of the Hunter Order is too small. Only the Blood Secret Church and the ancient gods can save everything. You are my loyal dog. I am very satisfied with your performance, Ryo. So now, join the Blood Secret Church with me, and serve the ancient gods."
The two teammates who had followed him were bewitched. They even spoke well of those cruel people, saying,
"That's right, Captain. Join the Blood Secret Church. This will make your life more meaningful. Before high belief, all your past days are empty. See them like that?" Ryo asked in dismay.
"Since when you too—"
At that moment, a group of people in robes appeared behind Ryo. The person in the middle even raised a knife, threatening, "Come on, make your decision. Join the church or die."
He quickly responded to them, "No need to force someone like that. Isn't it just choosing the right team?
Anyway, I no longer have any attachments. The Hunter Order, the Blood Secret Church."
Then Ryo raised his face, smiling pleasantly, and said to the high priest,
"As long as I can live comfortably, I don't care who I join." Hearing this, the high priest was extremely pleased. "I like this strong and magnanimous personality of yours. Then let's proceed with the initiation ritual."
Suddenly, Ryo snatched the knife and charged ferociously toward the robed figures, yelling, "Initiation ritual! Wait a moment, I have one more thing to do." Ryo grabbed one of them by the neck and pinned him down, his tone filled with hatred as he roared, "I've been searching for you for so many years without finding you!
I thought you were dead and had given up already. I never expected you to hide in the Blood Secret Church. No wonder I couldn't find you. You, the mastermind who murdered my wife and children." He still wore a complacent smile, even arrogantly announcing, "I received the ancient god's summon, willingly joined." "So many years like that, cannot let go of the resentment," Ryo said. "Now you cannot kill me." At that moment, the high priest also spoke up, advising, "Stop, Ryo. To join the Blood Secret Church, you must abandon everything in the past. No matter how great your hatred, you must let it go. If you kill him now, you will not be qualified to join the Blood Secret Church. All that awaits you is death." His hand holding the knife trembled, his rage reaching its peak. "Abandon the past. Over so many years, deliberately numbing myself, I was almost able to do it. But from the moment I saw your face, an image that hadn't appeared for a long time resurfaced." The image of his wife and young child smiling together reappeared in his mind. Following that, the blood-soaked scene of his wife and children being murdered on the same day appeared vividly before him.
Ryo stabbed the mastermind repeatedly in the head, a look of gleeful madness on his face as he spat, "I'm not afraid of death. Because the heart inside me died that day, I never thought I'd be able to fulfill my life's wish before dying. I truly thank you, Secret Blood Church." He just kept smiling like a savage.
His body was suddenly high above as spears pierced through him, his soul instantly stolen. At this point, he sighed wearily and continued, "My wish has been fulfilled. I have no regrets dying. But I didn't expect to be used by the Secret Blood Church even after death. Luckily, I met you all. Quickly ask the last two questions. I should be free soon."
Ye Hao noticed Jiu-Na trembling all over, thinking to himself, "It seems Jiu-Na is finding it hard to accept this cruel truth, but there's no other way. This is the path he has to walk." Thinking this, he asked Ryo directly,
Second question. The altar and the mysterious shattered divine stone of the secret blood church? Do you know their specific location? He replied with incredibly useful information. You've asked the right person. I drew a map of every place I went to as intelligence.
He took out a map, pointing at a marked spot as he explained.
This is a floor plan of the central castle in Langway City, and it marks the location of a hidden passage leading to the underground altar. This passage is very well hidden. If I hadn't been tailing the Grand High Priest, I wouldn't have discovered its existence. As Ye Hao took the map, the system immediately notified him that he had received a hand-drawn map of the central castle in Langway City.
At that moment, he couldn't help but praise Ryo. Professional, no wonder you're a high-level hunter.
Finished, Ye Hao spoke up to remind Ji-na. I've asked what I wanted to know, Ji-na. This last question is for you to ask. You must have other doubts. He spoke dazedly. I always saw you as a goal to chase, wanting to become a great hunter like you. But images of Ryo's wife and daughter's tragic deaths flashed through his mind.
Both their faces turned grim, as Ji-na mentioned that fateful day. At the time, I was too weak, unable to protect them well.
But you didn't express anything to me, not even anger or rage. You just left like that.
Ji-na shuddered violently.
He shouted about the matter. Even if I'm a stray dog you picked up from a pile of dead people, unable to watch over the house.
Well, you should at least scold me a few times. Why did you just leave without saying a word? What exactly am I in your eyes?
Seeing his current state, Ryo was initially so shocked he couldn't speak. You. He then laughed, ha, spewing out words against his heart.
That's right. You are a stray dog that I picked up from a pile of dead people. You are so weak. Do you think I would have feelings for you after picking you up? He trembled, his expression changing drastically as he forced out the words, I originally thought you could be of some use watching over the house, but you really disappointed me. In Ryo's heart, you're just... The false words stopped midway.
Ye Hao spoke up to remind him. I advise you not to force yourself. The truth potion won't let you speak against your heart after death. Time is running out. Do you really hope Ji-na will suffer for you for the rest of his life? His face darkened, he sighed deeply, and then began to speak again. So that's how it is. This isn't the result I wanted, Ji-na, Ryo said. Must have never told you. I used to have a son, didn't I? I also told my wife and children to keep this a secret from you. The unhappy events of that day were recounted by Ryo. Because I was too stubborn at the time, so I was too strict with my son. I single-mindedly wanted him to become the strongest hunter, but unexpectedly it had the opposite effect. Under those pressures he couldn't endure it, and couldn't resist, and finally chose a path of no return. The scene of himself kneeling before his son's corpse reappeared. Ryo blamed himself. That's the mistake I made. I can't forgive myself for the rest of my life. He had been regretting it until the day he met Ji-na. Until that day, I saw you clutching my trouser leg in the rubble.
Your appearance was also very similar to my dead son, so I brought you home. Because in my heart at that time, I thought you were given to me by the gods, giving me another chance to do it again.
At this point, Ryo was willing to explain his reasons. Although the two of you look very similar, your personalities are opposites. My son was unwilling to learn martial arts, but you voluntarily learned martial arts and worked very hard. But I still couldn't pass on any real skills to you, because in my heart, I didn't want you to follow in the footsteps of my deceased son, so I always tried to avoid you, wanting to let you live your own life. The time he was lying in a pool of blood,
Ryo was determined in his heart that, and what happened that day made me realize even more that, if you continue to stay by my side, it will only be more dangerous, so I just left like that. Now he hung his head low, his tone full of remorse. But I immediately asked Dr. Victor to take care of your life from now on, and at the same time plan to disappear from your life, because only when you leave Ryo's side and forget me, maybe you can truly grow up and live safely. But maybe that thought was wrong. He looked up, gave a gentle smile to Ji-na, who was trembling, and continued. Unexpectedly, my own thoughts would affect you, causing you pain. I'm very sorry, but if you have asked what you ultimately are in my eyes, then without a doubt, Ryo hugged him tightly. The last heartfelt words were finally expressed. You are a gift from God to me, my rebirth and salvation. And most importantly, you are my most beloved son. Immediately after, his voice weakened again. This time, I really have no regrets. Ryo passed away in Ji-na's arms, tears streamed down his face, and he resolutely swore to him in the final moments,
Rest assured, your son will definitely become the strongest hunter.
Terrifying energy vortexes appeared around the two of them, accompanied by his declaration,
No. The strongest in the world. Now the completion progress of Ye Hao's main mission has reached 34%.
He hid in the shield as the rubble was shattering, secretly mourning the two of them in his heart. The progress directly increased by 10%. It can be seen that Ryo was indeed very important to Ji-Yuna. It's just a pity that all the things Ji-Yuna encountered in this life were tragic. I hope I can think of a way to make him feel happy from somewhere else.
His body was buried under large and small rocks. In front of the grave was a sword, stuck firmly in the ground. At this moment, Ye Hao gently consoled him. Ji-Yuna, Ryo met you at the very end. His soul was saved. Just like Ryo said, he truly had no regrets. He replied curtly, I know, Ye Hao. Ji-Yuna stood before the sword for a long time, then declared loudly, The Hunter Guild, the Blood Covenant, and this world are rotten to the core. I must destroy it and rebuild it. Therefore, I need strength, greater strength. Just then, someone from the Blood Covenant responded from behind him, with a gleeful voice. Strength? What do you need strength for? Because you're going to become fertilizer for our Blood Covenant. You can even unleash blood energy stronger than a bloodstone. It seems I've made a great contribution this time. Ji-Yuna glanced back, secretly tapped his wrist, and uttered a threatening, I'm in mourning, and you come looking for trouble, Blood Covenant. Very well, I'll unleash all this sorrow and anger on you.
The azure-skinned man from the Covenant laughed and said distastefully, You, Hunter Guild, still dares to send people to their deaths. How many have you sent before? Didn't they all become blood supply for us? Is the Hunter Guild out of people? Still dare to send level 20, 30 trash to die? Ye Hao went on guard. His appearance made him confirm one thing. Christina's purpose of this trip was definitely to reclaim the shard of the Xingji Anying, but with their current level in Longwei City, they really were just gonna die.
Ji-Yuna, filled with momentum, rushed forward with a fist and mocked the azure-skinned man. The more nonsense you talk, the faster you'll die.
The azure-skinned man stood there leisurely and asked in a mocking tone, Really, I didn't expect a piece of trash to have such a big mouth.
Immediately, he threw a straight punch. The azure-skinned man reached out to block, but his stats plummeted uncontrollably.
He exclaimed in shock, How is this possible? You're clearly only level 35. How can you have such power?
An azure-skinned man injected a vial of blood serum into himself, his momentum surging with a 10-fold increase. He regained his arrogant look and said, It's useless no matter how much power you hide before the secret arts of the Blood Covenant. A full-force strike was unleashed, with multicolored powers crackling with electricity in the space. The azure-skinned man boasted triumphantly, See, this is the divine art and power granted by God. Before me, you can only obey or die. And then the azure-skinned man cried out in horror when he suddenly realized that a finger had defended against his full-force strike. Ji-Yuna blocked the large fist with one finger, his face darkening as he asked, You said just now, what you used was the secret art of the Blood Covenant. So the nationwide plague was also caused by your Blood Covenant. So you must have the antidote, right?
He opened his fangs wide, still arrogant and loud.
What's it got to do with you? Why should I tell you the secrets of the Blood Covenant? Moreover, I haven't lost yet.
The azure-skinned man jumped up and screamed in uncontrollable frenzy. Inject it all! I didn't expect I could have a day to release all my power. This is all because you forced me.
The blood rushed into his body. He advanced 20 levels, his vitality becoming more abundant with the announcement. Once in this state, I will slaughter endlessly. Your death is at hand. The azure-skinned man landed. He didn't know that the ground he was standing on had turned into a pile of gooey blood, and curses kept coming. You're so stupid, really so stupid, you had to force me to this step.
You don't know how terrifying my current state is, because from now on, everything I see will be killed, and in the most cruel way.
As demonic claws reached out to grab the body, and stats plummeted, he suddenly realized what was under his feet. I can't move anymore. What kind of trick is this? Damn it, you're playing me. These monsters are sucking my blood, let me go. My blood is the blessing of the ancient god. How can you allow you to pollute it?
Ji-Yuna clenched his fist and shouted in rage, The suffering you made Ryo endure, I will return it to you twofold.
The blood in the azure-skinned man's body was continuously sucked out, causing him immense pain, and he couldn't help but scream, Wait, Who is Rio? I don't know him. Why should his revenge be counted on my head? Spare me, I was just pretending to scare you. I'll tell you everything. Don't suck anymore, it hurts too much. At this moment, Ye Hao said remindingly, Ji Yu Na, I understand your feelings, but we can't kill him yet. He tried to remain calm and replied, I have limits. I haven't lost my mind because of anger, but I must make him suffer enough torment and pain. He continued to unleash a move. The amount of blood in the azure-skinned man's body was being sucked out more and more violently. Now he was drained dry, his whole body was only a skeleton, a situation that made him beg repeatedly. If you want to kill me, give me a quick death. I can't bear this suffering anymore. At this moment, Ye Hao slowly walked over and made a request.
As long as you can honestly answer my questions, you will get a comfortable death. The azure-skinned man trembled all over, and hurriedly agreed. As long as you give me a comfortable death, I'll say anything. He stepped in front of him and immediately asked about the main point. What is the purpose of your blood covenant causing so much trouble in Langwei City? His face was ghastly, gaunt, and he gave a brief answer. La Wei Zhao Huan. Ji Yu Shen Bi Yu Nian. La Wei summoning. Unpleasant ancient god. The azure-skinned man gave a series of information. The little ancient god that our blood covenant worships, even if he doesn't fully descend, he can still guide us forward in the chaotic void and use his supreme fresh blood to grant us strength. But this world refuses its descent invisibly. We know that inside the Hunter Guild there is a piece of bloodstone with powerful blood force that can be used to help the ancient god descend. The reason was then spilled out. Therefore, our secret blood church secretly spent a long time brainwashing and corrupting the Grand Master of the Hunter Guild, using his authority to transport the bloodstone to the secret altar of this Wolf Whisper city. But when using the bloodstone to perform the summoning, something unexpected happened. The power of the ancient god and the bloodstone created a violent rejection. Its reaction triggered the decay of the ancient god's flesh and blood, thereby triggering a plague outbreak. The bloodstone also became extremely unstable. The power of the bloodstone radiates, making people fascinated and amazed, but it needs a large amount of flesh and blood of the ancient god to nurture it, hoping it will soon synchronize with the ancient god's blood, helping the dark blood secret master, Betty B, to descend soon. Hearing this, Ye Hao scoffed and ridiculed them, using the enemy's power to help the ancient god. What an idea! B must be so pathetic to have such loyal followers like you. Zan Seth asked in surprise. What are you saying? The ancient god and the bloodstone are enemies. How is that possible? Just as the red hands had begun to submerge Zanhoff into the pool of blood, he shouted, One transfuses flesh and blood, the other sucks flesh and blood. A match made in heaven, how could they be enemies? Wait, explain it to me clearly. What is going on? Otherwise I won't die in peace. At this moment he raised his hand to stroke his chin, secretly calculating in his heart. Now the entire puzzle of this world has been solved. Then, after thinking for a while, he spoke. Let's go, Ji Yunei. The next thing to do is very clear. He immediately came up with a plan. That's right, our first goal is to retrieve the fragment of the starry dark shadow. Having just wiped out the secret blood church, we must prevent the ancient god Bet from descending. Ye Hao shook his head while talking about his intentions. What you said earlier is correct, but the last point is different from my thinking. We don't want to prevent Bet's descent. On the contrary, we must help it descend. Ji Yu-na couldn't believe this, and loudly asked again, What? Although Ye Hao, you often say things that surprise people, isn't this a bit too much? At that moment, a skinny girl appeared right behind the two of them. Both of them turned their heads at the same time, with the same question. Who is that? Observing the girl for a moment, Ji Yu-na immediately made a judgment. Could this child be the younger sister of the female commander Kalia? Ye Hao continued to confirm, definitely. He reached out his hand, a slight smile on his lips as he said to Karina, Don't be afraid, little sister. We are also people from the Hunter Guild, like your sister. She asked us to come find you. Now you are safe. She didn't say a word, but just turned and ran away. Ji Yunei immediately reached out to explain, Wait, we don't have any bad intentions. We're here to take you back to your sister's side. The two of them went to where she had turned. He kept persuading, Wait, don't run. Then both of them stopped when they saw that there were only mutated people in front of them. He was stunned and then made a guess. Oh my god, the streets are full of mutated civilians. Could it be a trap? Ye Hao immediately denied that thought. No, if it really is a trap, then they should arrange some higher-level undead, not just ordinary mutated civilians.
The mutations growled in terrifying voices. At that moment, Ji Na asked for his opinion. So, do we continue to follow?
Ye Hao immediately made a decision.
Follow. After all, I promised her sister that a man should never go back on his word.
He rushed forward and chopped off the heads of the mutated creatures, answering with 2 concise words,
"Understood." When the 2 arrived, Kalina, who was standing with her back turned, immediately suggested, "Had enough fun. This time, can you go with us? Your sister is still waiting for you." Ji Na reassured Kalina with extremely sincere words. "Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Besides, it's very dangerous for you to run around alone in Wolf Whisper City." Hearing that, she suddenly curled her lips into a smile. Then she jumped over the stone wall and was instantly out of sight of both of them.
He said unhappily. She ran away again. What does she mean? He secretly made a determination. Not bad footwork. This child is indeed not as simple as we saw. He frowned, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. This child is too mischievous and bizarre. I always feel like she's deliberately luring us.
Ye Hao unleashed his surrounding energy. His wings appeared with the intention. Then let's not spoil her fun. If she wants to play hide-and-seek, let's continue playing with her. Moreover, there is still a biggest question on her body that needs to be clarified.
The 2 floated in the dim space.
Ji Na asked at that time, "The biggest question, Ye Hao, what else did you discover?" He flew away while explaining, "We've been in Wolf Whisper City for so long. Apart from the people of the Secret Blood Church, we've only encountered monsters and undead." His eyes turned to look at Ji Na, blurting out a sentence that made him extremely stunned. "But she is the only normal living person we have met."
So he posed a huge question.
Is she alive? I thought she was one of the living dead. Are there normal living people in Langway City? This is even more bizarre. How did she survive?
That question is also the reason Ye Hao had an idea, so we have to ask her clearly.
At this moment, Kalina had stopped right in front of the Langway City's central castle. The 2 landed one after the other. Ye Hao spoke up first. "So this is the destination? You wasted so much effort just to lure us to the center of the castle?" "Actually, there was no need to bother. Our ultimate goal is also here." Ji Na chimed in agreement. "That's right, leading us on so many detours is just a waste of time. We could have just flown directly here." At that moment, she curved the corners of her lips, smugly offering an important piece of information.
You Outlanders still underestimate Langway City too much. This place is a mirage barrier. It will interfere with those who want to reach the center of the castle. You may see the castle right in front of your eyes, but once you get lost in the mirage barrier, you'll never be able to reach it. The mirage barrier was now clearly visible to everyone. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "There really is a barrier. Why didn't we notice it before?" Ye Hao quickly provided an answer. "That's because we successfully bypassed the barrier, and only noticed its existence from the inside looking out." At this moment, Kalina turned around, and a stat panel appeared showing the title, Saintess, and level 200,000. She praised them. "You are very good. I have guided many foreign people before, but only you 2 have reached this final destination." Knowing Kalina's title, Ji Na said with a look of astonishment, "Saintess? I heard that the Hunter Guild headquarters has a Saintess. Her status and level are far above all priests, but I didn't expect her to reach level 200,000. Nishin Ye Hao once again cracked a carefree smile, approaching her while asking about the main issue. "So the ancient god is a living person who can freely move in Langway City, and can avoid all the mirage barriers. That can also be explained. Now, if you lured us here, you must also know my purpose. So what is your purpose?" Kalina swiftly moved onto the roof and sat there. The answer was simultaneously blurted out. "My purpose is to end the hellish tragedy of Langway City, to return the land to the earth, and to let the dead rest in peace." He immediately had a curiosity. "If you really plan to do that, then wouldn't your sister become truly dead?" At that moment, Ji Na used a serious tone to reiterate her strangeness. "Moreover, you are so powerful. Why don't you personally solve the problems here? Even if you can't solve them, as a living person, you can go to the Hunter Guild and call for reinforcements. Why do you have to stand guard in this Langway City alone? Your words contradict each other." "I speak very frankly, please don't mind, Lady Saintess." Karina's expression began to twist, and her words became hesitant. "You're a very interesting person.
There's a reason I can't do it. There is suffering that I cannot share." Then she swiftly moved to the castle door, placed one hand in the middle of the door, and explained, "If you want to end the hellish tragedy of Langway City, you must destroy the bloodstone in the center below this castle. But I, or all the people of Langway City, have been secretly cursed with a high-level curse by the people of the secret blood church." Kalina's hand was affected by the blood-sucking mutation. She let those strands of blood stay there for a few seconds and said desperately, "We can never get close to the center of the castle."
After that, she even blamed herself. "Even more so, we can't leave Langway City. And even I can't break this high-level curse. I can only watch everyone." Before she could finish speaking, Ye Hao placed his hand on the door and announced, "My hand is on it, and there's no problem. No abnormality has appeared." At this time, she looked over and immediately asked, "So you still doubt what I said?" He hurriedly denied his previous thoughts. "It's always best to be cautious. I don't mean to target you. Please don't mind." Then Ye Hao turned to Kalina and raised a question. "Moreover, our goal is also the bloodstone. As long as we cut off the connection between it and the secret blood church's altar, we can end the secret blood church's control over the living dead. Right?" She shook her head back and forth while adding another thing. "Not enough. The living dead are controlled by the spell-casting generator in a certain high tower inside the castle. Both must be cut off to lift the control." Hearing this, he had already made a decision in his heart, but still asked, "Understood. Both of you sisters have helped us. We will definitely help with this matter. It is just that she will really die then." "Are you really willing?" Kalina's expression darkened slightly, and only replied with a short sentence. "The relationship between my sister and I may not be what you think." Ye Hao was now relieved, and began to implement the plan. "All right, I am not at liberty to ask much about your family affairs. As long as you are determined, Ji Na, there is no time to delay. Let's go into the castle first," he replied immediately. "Okay." At that moment, Kalina announced to the two, "Wait, before you go in, I will give you a blessing. This blessing can enhance your attributes," Ji Na asked in surprise. "A blessing? A blessing from the Lady Saintess. Can we really receive it?" She placed her hands in front of her chest, and magical prayers for blessings emitted brilliant rays of light in her words. "Heavenly tree glory, peaceful world fragrance, please hear my prayer. Exempt the vicarious sinner. Grant these two protection, protect them with holy light." At that moment, he quickly expressed his feelings. "With the blessing of the Lady Saintess, I feel much stronger." Ye Hao also noticed the change, but he only muttered in his heart, "This blessing is indeed very powerful. Even I can feel a very stable improvement, but for Ji Na now it is at most just a comforting effect." At that moment, a loud burst of sound waves echoed out from the clock on the face of the castle. Everyone knelt down after that sound. Ji Na immediately asked, "This extremely loud bell and strange oppressive force, what happened?" Kalina covered her ears while explaining in a panic. "Not good. The blood church's chi in the city has detected our presence. They are summoning all the living dead of Langway City." Ye Hao also raised his hand to block the bell. Couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Summoning the dead? What is going on?" She took her hand away, her worried expression clearly showing as she suddenly thought that this situation had never happened before. Could it be? She stood up abruptly, seriously putting forward speculations. They sensed a fatal threat, so the secret blood church, even if it does things its own way, must eliminate us, this source of threat. Kalina turned to Ji Na and firmly declared, "It must be because of you, the intense bloodthirst that you burst out earlier attracted their attention, right?" He explained in confusion, "I really didn't do it on purpose." Under the pressure of the terrifying sound, cracks of all sizes appeared on the barrier. She became increasingly worried. The worst cases were always mentioned. The mirage barrier has been shattered. If so, then tens of thousands of the dead from the entire Langway City will run towards us. At that moment, Ye Hao and Ji Na stood up full of momentum. He confidently declared, "No need to worry, Lady Saintess. Tens of thousands of dead are not scary. Please hide behind me, then leave everything to me." She looked puzzled when she heard this, and asked, "What?" Then Kalina looked blank again as she said the following words. "Are you an idiot? Let's not talk about whether you have this ability or not. Isn't the best solution now that you should quickly enter the castle? The castle door is right in front of your eyes. Why waste time dealing with the dead? You guys hurry up and go in." Ye Hao, striding towards the castle door, stated his assessment. "It probably won't be that easy. If I were the Blood Sacrament sect,
With the shadow barrier shattered, I would definitely set up another screen.
Seeing a flash of lightning appear between himself and the door, he had a silent confirmation. As expected, after the bell stopped, the new magical barrier was already in place. It seems there are experts commanding within the castle. At that moment, Ji Yuna shouted, "Ye Hao, get out of the way, let me smash it." Ji Yuna immediately swung his sword, but it had no effect. However, he still laughed heartily, saying, "This magical barrier is tougher than I thought. It seems it will take some time." With mutations rapidly approaching the three of them, Kalina asked, puzzled, "Now that we're surrounded by enemies, how can you still laugh? What's wrong with you two?" In an instant, from all over the city, the mutated beings were converging on one place. This made her extremely panicked. Zhao, coming so fast again.
Then, Kalina jumped into the air, entering her divine form with the formation behind her. She spread her magic while reminding them, "Because my magical curse has no effect on the castle's barrier, I'll stop these dead things. You guys quickly think of a way to break through the barrier and enter the castle." Ji Yuna was still diligently swinging his sword at the barrier, while also expressing his difficulty. "I want to hurry too, but this magical barrier is stranger than I thought, like slashing at cotton. My power is completely neutralized." This overwhelming situation immediately led Ye Hao to a conclusion.
It seems this time the Blood Sacrament sect has invested heavily. But the more fiercely they resist, the more it proves we can catch them all. Thinking this, he suggested to Ji Yuna, stop slashing. Try using blood attacks. Without asking, he agreed immediately. Okay, he jumped and threw streams of blood towards the shield. Good news was immediately reported. It's working. The blood corroded a crack in the barrier. Yes. Before they could celebrate, Ji Yuna shouted curses as he realized, "Damn it, it's still not working. The crack corroded very quickly has been repaired. Is the Blood Sacrament sect that powerful?" Ye Hao remained firm in his conviction. No. Based on previous encounters, the Blood Sacrament sect can't possibly defeat you. There must be something wrong here. He immediately asked for his opinion. "Ye Hao, what should we do now?" His expression darkened, and in a serious tone he laid out an attack. "Directly use blood to create a form, overwhelming with absolute power. Let them know that in the face of absolute power, any trickery is useless. Don't hold back. Attack with all your strength." Ji Yuna replied with one word, "Got it." A huge crimson giant elephant was quickly created from his blood. He slammed his hand against the door. Cries of "Ula, Ula" rang out continuously as the crimson giant elephant's fist slammed into the door. At Kalina's location, streams of magic were alternately unleashed to prevent the mutated beings from going out of control. She held out a stream of light in her palm. She swore silently in her heart, "Rest assured, what I promised you, you will soon be able to escape this agonizing half-life." Those mutated civilians roared as they charged forward, not a single one remaining conscious. That image reminded Kalina of the peaceful time before, when they were still normal people, and always smiled with gratitude when they saw her. "Look, it's Lady Saint. She's here to bless us again." "Lady Saint, you should also remember to rest. You can't get sick from taking care of us. With Lady Saint's blessing, I feel like my strange illness is half cured. Thank you, Lady Saint." Remembering this, she gritted her teeth, and her secret determination surged more and more. "I will definitely let you rest in peace, and make the Blood Sacrament sect's mongrels pay the price." Just then, a voice rang out from in front of her, causing her to suddenly freeze. "Kalina, long time no see. You're still the same as ever." From among the monstrosities, Kia's carefree figure appeared, walking towards her. She kept her cold expression as she reminded her, "Are you still stubbornly immersed in the light of the saint, unable to escape? I know you care a lot about those good people, and so do I, otherwise I wouldn't have helped bury their bodies." But now, Kasalia stretched out her palm. Evil energy gradually spread throughout her body, along with a suggestion. "You've had your way for so long, it's time to stop. Come here with me. If you still don't listen, I'll get angry." At the gate, Ji Yuna was still diligently controlling the blood fist to strike the barrier, and then spoke up irritably. "Damn it, I've used all my strength now. Why is it still not working?" Looking at the cracks that healed in an instant on the barrier, he immediately recognized the familiarity. The recovery speed of the magical barrier covering the entire castle completely keeps up with my destructive power. It always feels like the same kind of power that I'm using. Hearing this, Ye Hao stroked his chin and mentioned a possibility. The same kind of power?
Then that explains it. The Blood Sacrament sect tried to assimilate the fragment of starry shadow with the blood of ancient gods. The main purpose is to use the power of the fragment. Could it be that they really did it? If that's really the case, things could be very difficult. At that time, at the underground altar in the center of the castle, the cultists wearing blood robes were raising their hands together to protect the shield. Cries rang out one after another. "It hurts so much, I can't take it anymore. Use my flesh and blood to sacrifice for a boundless, beautiful future." Some people couldn't bear it and died in an instant. One person seriously reported on the situation, Great Reverend. To maintain this city-protecting barrier, the consumption of flesh and blood has exceeded our expectations. The Reverend raised his scepter, still maintaining his ideals. Do not lose heart. The gaps left by the dead will be filled by the living. Absolutely do not allow outsiders to come and destroy our century-old plan. The person reporting below squeezed in a sentence. But the appetite of the bloodstone is too great. At that moment, a disciple with a worried face came to report more news. There are not many disciples left alive. If we continue to be depleted at this rate, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. He rudely kicked that person down below, still insisting on his original intention. Don't tell me these useless words. If you don't want to live, then make up for it yourself. There is only one last step to completing the assimilation of the Blood City. Absolutely no unexpected events can occur. Above, Ji Yuna's fists continued to slam forcefully against the barrier with each move. Noticing that nothing was changing, Kalina worried inwardly. I thought I finally met two reliable guys this time, but it still didn't work out. What am I supposed to do?
Just then, Kalia reminded her, "You have time to look elsewhere, little sister." She pointed her sword sharply at Kalina's formation, still continuing to suggest to her, "Precisely because of the magic blessing you gave me before, even though I'm in a dead state now, at least my consciousness is still awake. Isn't this an opportunity given to us by heaven? To be together forever?" She raised her sharp sword fiercely behind her, constantly shouting the reason why she wanted to destroy this rare opportunity. "I know you want to avenge me, and Beijing City Lang Wei who were killed by the secret blood church."
The tip of the sword had pierced through the magic layer, and Kalia continued to press. "But if you break the control, then we really have to say goodbye. Isn't it good as it is?" Only at this point did she speak up. "It's not like that, sister." Kalina recalled the day she cried bitterly in the rain, her tone becoming melancholy accordingly. "I lost you once, and I still can't forget the grief and anger." At this moment, her whole body was trembling with anger, and each word was spoken through gritted teeth.
"But you now seem to stand before me consciously, yet it doesn't bring me the joy of reunion, but rather more grief and anger, and everyone in the city. As the Holy Maiden, I absolutely will not allow your bodies to be used by people of the secret blood church."
Kalia's sword pierced deeper into the formation. She asked back with a dark face, "Why don't you understand? Revenge is not important to me. What I want is just for us sisters to be together. As long as we are together forever, nothing else matters."
At this moment, Kalina had tears streaming down her face, truly distressed when making this decision.
"I also want to be with you forever, but definitely not like this. Everything now is illusory and twisted. I have to change all of this." Red blood flowed out from Mescalia. The formation was gradually cracking after her declaration. "My silly little sister, this world is already false, twisted. The closer you get to the leaders of the Hunter sect, the more you know the nature of the world. With just your body and small strength, you can't change anything." The evil energy had almost completely covered her body. She painfully continued, "If you feel that we cannot reach eternity because of one death and one life, then turn you into a dead person like me, so that we can be together forever." Ye Hao noticed the painful confrontation between the two. He immediately confirmed to himself, a duel between sisters. The longer the time with us, the more the female captain's consciousness will lose control, and seeing that the Holy Maiden can't hold on for much longer either, we must immediately enter the castle so that the Holy Maiden can escape.
7 colorful upgrade potions were taken out of the space. He had no time to think. Originally, because I was worried that Ji Yunei couldn't withstand the side effects of the medicine, I didn't want to use that move, but now I can't worry so much. Those potions were thrown straight towards him. Then he said to himself, "Go!" Those potion liquids penetrated Ji Yunai's body, and immediately there were notifications. Increase resistance to all races.
increase resistance to abnormal states, increase strength attributes, increase high-level magic attributes.
He was stunned by this phenomenon. Ye Hao, you are...
Immediately afterwards, his whole body was filled with vigor. A happy smile bloomed on his lips along with the sentence, "Suddenly feeling like I have more power about to take off." A surge of intense energy emanated from Ji Yuna's entire body. He waved his hands vigorously, his mouth constantly laughing with satisfaction. "This kind of extraordinarily exciting feeling is really great. My whole body is full of inexhaustible power."
Waves of energy and blood were holding the door open slightly. He crossed his arms and shouted the slogan,
"Open the door for this old man."
The door swung open, and violent lightning bolts spread inward.
Ji Yuna and Ye Hao also quickly arrived inside. At this moment he raised his fist, a cheerful expression blooming into a savage smile as he spoke. "Finally in. This old man has to destroy this place from the inside." Hearing this, he looked stunned, asking himself, "What's wrong with this guy? Could this be the side effect?" At that moment, from outside the big door, Karina's face appeared. With tears streaming down her face, the corners of her lips curved into a happy smile as she said goodbye. "Thank you guys. Take care." The door slammed shut.
He stood there in a daze with a big question in his mind. What did she say just now?
Why couldn't I hear clearly? But the wording and expression were thanking or saying goodbye to us. It just felt like the emotions contained within were very complex.
Right then, Ji Yuna had kicked a big hole in the bell, constantly yelling out crazy words.
"Damn it, this old man has lost his patience. Now let's go two at a time. I feel like one hand can crush all the mixed breed dogs of the secret blood church."
The bell fell with a thud, and he stood on it with both feet, laughing happily as he ordered, "Call me king, call me demon, I have to turn this place into my kingdom of blood." Those uncontrolled actions were explained by the system. Overdosing on effect-enhancing drugs caused hyperstimulation, extreme excitement, inability to think calmly, uncontrollable rage, and the delusion that one's life had reached its peak, falling into a rhythm of heat and madness. Lasting for an hour, knowing the reason, Ye Hao reminded himself, "Looks like it's better if I don't do that again next time." At the site containing the incantation generator, the acolytes were secretly rejoicing and saying to each other, "I heard that many people have died on the altar side in the underground. We're so lucky to be assigned here to protect this incantation generator." At that moment, an acolyte who overheard those words pointed and scolded, "Lazy! You're lazy! You must know that we are the most loyal followers of the ancient god. To be able to sacrifice ourselves for him is our supreme honor. We should all admire those martyred comrades, not secretly rejoice here."
One of the guards of the generator replied dismissively, "If you want to die, go die yourself. I don't want to die with you."
Suddenly, the spire fell, and the incantations being emitted were extinguished.
You guys inside asked in confusion, "Heavens! What happened? Why was the top of the tower shaved off?" This place is protected by a high-level magic barrier. Above, Ye Hao and Ji Yuna were floating with an extremely majestic appearance. They quickly noticed the two people in the sky, and then the acolytes fired volleys of fire at the two of them after the command, "Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Swear to protect the incantation generator. Concentrate fire and attack. My comrades, the moment for us to show our value for the god has finally arrived. Let's blast them to pieces." At this moment, Ji Yuna swooped down with his fist raised, muttering to himself, "Blast them to pieces? That's not a bad way to die." The blood hand, following his command, punched down hard. Simultaneously, cries of pain echoed. The massive fist, carrying Ji Yuna's compressive power, slammed down with a final blow. The scene that unfolded made Ji Yuna extremely gleeful. So decisive! Why did it shatter with just one touch? Wasn't the magic barrier supposed to be very strong? After all the things from now on, Ye Hao has secretly confirmed one thing. No wonder it's a distributed account. The more damaged, the stronger it becomes.
It seems that only madness and destruction can unleash the true strength of Lin Yingzhen. He spread his wings and swooped down, not forgetting to mention the plan again. "Next, we need to find the secret passage to the altar in the underground. This can't be solved by strength anymore." He glided right behind. A savage laugh repeated with a fleeting promise. "I'll try to control my Kubok emotions, but I can't guarantee I can do it." At the same time,
at the altar in the underground, the acolytes were collapsing together in pain. Someone stammered in misery, "It hurts so much, all the blood in my body. It's about to be sucked dry. No, Our bodies have reached their limit."
The archbishop raised his scepter high, rudely uttering extremely harsh words. "Endure it for me, you useless trash. As the most beloved followers of the god, do you only have this little faith?"
They had reached their limit. A representative reported the situation at this time.
"We have truly exhausted our strength. The amount of flesh and blood that can be provided to the bloodstone is not much anymore."
He didn't care at all, continuing to make unreasonable demands. "Not much left? Aren't you guys still alive? Even if there's only one person left, they must go up for me." Inwardly, he was uneasy, pondering one thing. But who exactly are the people outside? And how could they destroy my strongest defensive formation? Fortunately, the entrance to the altar is extremely secretive. Outsiders can never find it.
Just then, an acolyte hurriedly ran in to report, "No, this is terrible, Grand Archbishop. The incantation generator has been destroyed." He couldn't believe his ears, immediately spewing out a series of questions. "How is that possible? The incantation generator is hidden in one of the high towers of the castle. How could the opponent find it in such a short time?" At that moment, outside the door, rocks were shattering along with painful screams. Inside, the acolytes quickly surrounded where the archbishop was standing, all raising their hands after the command, "Someone has broken into the underground altar. Protect the Grand Archbishop." He angrily shouted a very loud sentence. "No, this secret altar is impossible to be found." Why, before he could finish,
Ye Hao, with an arrogant demeanor, was already present outside the door, and smiled slyly, reminding, "Don't underestimate my greed. I'm very good at finding treasures." The acolytes all curled their lips in contempt, everyone carefree with the same thought. "Who are you? Scared this old man. I thought there were so many enemies. Turns out it's just a brat. You guys don't make a move. Hand this offering guy over to me." At that moment, Ji Na appeared in front of them. His ferocity startled them for a moment. What the hell? He made a move in a flash.
Instantly jumped off the high step with a question in a mocking rage. "My brothers, are you qualified enough?"
The arrogant acolytes instantly died. The archbishop was extremely stunned at this moment. The speed is too fast. I didn't even clearly see his attack. Wait, this way of dressing.
Recognizing Ji Yuna's background, he immediately, angrily ordered, "You are a member of the Hunter Order. Do you know what you have done? I, in my capacity as Grand Archbishop of the Order, order you to kneel down and confess your sins immediately. Considering you have great strength, this Archbishop can give you a chance to make amends. Sacrifice yourself to the god." The Archbishop's words made him laugh. He tilted his face contemptuously and asked, "Your authority is really big, Grand Archbishop, but I'm not your loyal dog. Why should I listen to you?" he stammered, mumbling the words again. "Loyal dog? Could it be that you—" Immediately after, a sharp pillar of blood flashed into existence, piercing through the cult leader. Blood spewed from his throat in an instant. The cult leader swung his hand in an arc, using magic to restore his health, while inwardly questioning, "It can control blood. How did he obtain a power akin to that of an ancient god?" Something clicked, and he asked, "Could you be from the Hunter Guild, sent to kill me?" However, his pupils widened. Yet in the same arrogant tone, he exclaimed, "Don't joke around. I have the blessing of an ancient god. You can't kill me. Don't be seduced by the Hunter Guild. They can't save the world. You can save the world. Only my ancient god, the Dark Blood Sovereign, th. This is also the reason I joined the Secret Blood Society. This is immense love." Ji Yuna, releasing streams of blood from his palms, responded, "How coincidental. I'm here to destroy the world." The cult leader was suspended in mid-air. He elaborated for him, "Of course I couldn't possibly have been sent by the Hunter Guild to kill you. I'm killing you for revenge for Rio." The cult leader hurriedly defended himself. "Wait, listen to me. There's a misunderstanding. Rio's death and I—" Before he could finish, 3 long spears pierced straight through the cult leader. He cursed inwardly in pain. "Damn it, his blood manipulation abilities are beyond imagination. My healing efficiency can't keep up with the speed of the blood spear attacks. Damn it." At this moment, Ji Yu Na, with a savage expression, asked, "I'll give you a chance now. Try to recall. How many times did you tell your subordinates to stab Rio with long spears? And that's how many times I'll stab you. If you can live, then I'll let it go." Even though his entire body was being impaled by spears, the cult leader shouted, "It was so long ago, how could I remember? 6 times? No wait, 7 or 8 times, I remember now. Definitely 8 times. You've stabbed me 6 times already. 2 more, you absolutely can't go back on your word." The smile on his face gradually twisted, and vicious words followed. "Really?
8 times. Let's say you're right. So what? You dare believe the words of a villain about to destroy the world? You've lived this life in vain. Immediately upon hearing this, a series of spears pierced the cult leader simultaneously, cutting him off mid-sentence. What, didn't you say? After dealing with him, Ji Na used blood to lift the splinter of astral shard. Excitedly, he mentioned his plans. Rio, I've avenged you twice over. Next, I just need to absorb this astral shard, and I can obtain the strongest power, opening the path to destruction and reconstruction. The sharp point on the shard lengthened and pierced through Ji Na's hand. As he reached out, he asked in horror, "What? Not only does the shard reject my absorption, but it's also actively attacking me." Ye Hao called out in warning, "Get away from that shard, Ji Na, something's wrong with it." He was extremely concerned as he realized that his earlier apprehension had come true. This shard of astral shard, could it really have been assimilated by ancient gods' blood? He forcibly continued to absorb it as an idea occurred to him. This shard is not only rejecting my absorption, but it's also sucking my blood. Fine, I want to see who absorbs who in the end. Realizing the situation was not good, Ye Hao loudly warned, "Don't act rashly, Ji Na. Don't let your emotions lead you astray. The situation is not yet clear. Retreat first." He pulled back his hand, which had been pierced through. Ji Na knelt down abruptly, slamming his fist on the floor, and lamented, "Damn it. The strongest power was almost within reach, but this happened. I'm really not resigned to this." At this moment, the shard began to rise from the ground. Ye Hao immediately asked, "You must know something about this, right? What's going on? Why is the astral shard rejecting Ji Na?" He stood before him, making a vague assessment. "I didn't expect it either, but I can sense that this shard still belongs to me. But it seems to have been invaded, corroded, and severed by some power." His expression turned serious as he affirmed, "It seems my guess was right. The shard must have been corroded by the little ancient god's blood, becoming uncontrollable. So, if we want to fuse with the shard, we have to deal with B to nullify the effects of its blood power." Upon learning the reason, Ji Na released 2 streams of blood from his hands, offering his suggestion without hesitation. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go deal with B now. The headquarters of the Secret Blood Society is definitely beneath this castle. I'll smash this place apart. I don't believe we can't find it." Ye Hao observed something and immediately announced to them, "That's not right. The surroundings of this altar aren't like there's another secret passage." The shard then offered a suggestion. "Ji Na, you can touch the shard again, using the blood vessels spread under the ground of the shard to sense the environment and life signatures, only you will have to endure the pain caused by the shard's attack." He had the sharp blood vessels on the shard pierced through his palm and declared forcefully, "Compared to my anger, this little pain is nothing." A few seconds later, the presences present around here were clearly present in Ji Na's head. He then announced, "I'm gradually sensing it." The reason he could sense it was that the blood vessels from the shard were connected to the life signatures outside. Next, an image of Kalina appeared in Ji Na's mind. And finally, an image of himself and Ye Hao. This gave him a big question. Wait, how is this possible? Apart from me and Ye Hao, I can only sense one life form in the entire city of Langwei. Just by hearing this, he could accurately deduce that only life form must be Kalina. This proves that apart from these altar people, there are no more people from the Secret Blood Society in Langwei City. He released his hand from the shard, his teeth grinding as he mentioned, "Wait, could this prove that Christina is also dead?" In a state of losing control, he swung his fist at the stone below, shouting loudly, "Damn it! Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must dig up the bastards of the Secret Blood Society and strangle them to death." Ye Hao's expression remained calm as the thought flashed through his mind. It may sound a little heartless, but unfortunately, Christina's death was already predetermined. Compared to her, I'm more concerned about the weirdness of this Secret Blood Society. Logically speaking, their headquarters should definitely be in Langwei City, and not just on a small scale like this altar. So where exactly are they hiding it? It's a pity he's really speechless after death. Otherwise, I could grab a dead believer to ask. Just then, huge tentacles began to pour in from the hole in the ceiling. Ji Na immediately realized. The ceiling opened. Are these tentacles trying to snatch the shard? The tentacles were coiling around the debris when Yang Jing unleashed his sword, surging with energy, and declared, "I'm itching for a fight. I'll tear you to shreds." Just then, Ye Hao dropped a bombshell. "Wait, Na, these tentacles might lead us to the blood sect's headquarters. The tentacles were about to leave when he flew up to the ceiling and continued. We made a mistake earlier by thinking conventionally, assuming the blood sect was only underground. But what if they're somewhere nobody would expect? Na flew up as well, repeating, somewhere we wouldn't expect. They both flew outside. Na, seeing the tentacles, point of origin, concluded, these tentacles are descending from the sky, which means, before he could finish, Ye Hao knowingly confirmed, that's right, the blood sect's headquarters is in the sky. Just then, he pointed to a distant area and informed him, Ye Hao, look over there, there are 2 more tentacles, and it looks like they're coiling something and pulling it up. In 2 seconds, the tentacles pulled Christina and Solarian up. Seeing this, Na was overjoyed. It's Christina and the priest. Great, they're not dead. I couldn't sense them earlier. It must be because they were being pulled up by the tentacles in the air, outside the range of Langwei City. In his excitement, he smiled and suggested to Ye Hao, let's go save them. Ye Hao cautiously reminded him, wait, let's not make a rash move. Let's go take a look first. The 2 flew upwards, and dark clouds simultaneously spread across the sky. Both their expressions turned to stunned disbelief. Na hesitantly asked, could this be the blood sect's headquarters? At that moment, from the thick dark clouds, the blood sect's airship appeared, incredibly imposing. Seeing the enormous airship so high up, Ye Hao couldn't help but marvel. Hidden in the dark clouds above Langwei City, no wonder nobody could find it. He stood there, staring at it for a long time. This is truly beyond my expectations. The technology of this world has actually reached this level. At that moment, Na shared some basic information about the ship. It's an airship! I heard that only the royal family has one, and it took a lot of resources to build. The blood sect has one too. What a surprise. Then he hastily announced, Ye Hao, Mianpo, and Miss Christina, they were taken into different entrances of the airship by the tentacles. At that moment, he made a decision. Now that we know the location of the blood sect, there's no need to hide anymore. With that, he turned and ordered him, Na, let loose, wreak havoc, but remember to keep the airship's core. He clenched his fists, full of satisfaction. That's great! I've been holding back for so long, finally I can unleash myself. As he approached, the airship generated a barrier, and warning announcements sounded. Enemy attack detected, initiating autonomous defense mechanism. The ship opened fire, launching multiple waves of continuous attacks everywhere. Na laughed heartily, and even taunted loudly. Attack harder. This little firepower isn't enough to excite me. He jumped onto the tentacles that were coming in, slicing them away with each strike. Then he rushed to the side of the ship, unleashing a powerful blow after Nao's command. Take this. Inside the airship, Mianpo was placed right in the center, surrounded by followers chanting. At that moment, the blood sect's Pope Cindy Roja stretched out his hands and declared, although we sacrificed the branch altar underground, their efforts were not in vain. The nurturing of the bloodstone is complete. Now it's time to use it to tear apart the void. Welcome our God, the dark blood primordial, His Majesty's descent. The airship split into 2 halves, and the followers inside simultaneously channeled energy into the formation above upon command, immediately opening the top of the airship, releasing the energy of the bloodstone corresponding to the void formation. At that moment, colossal lightning-charged tentacles were partially released from the formation. Below, the followers unanimously directed their hands towards the seal, channeling lightning towards the tentacles, with some excitedly shouting, after more than 100 years of preparation, our God is finally about to descend. They couldn't take their eyes off the scene, exclaiming, what a beautiful sight! How honored we are to witness the descent of an ancient God. Using the blood of the ancient god and all the flesh and blood in Langwei City to nurture the bloodstone, without generating rejection to the ancient god, this time we will definitely be able to allow the ancient god to descend. An announcement rang out. Ancient god descent progress 5%. Cindy Roja, leader of the blood sect, was a little dissatisfied. The progress is still too slow. We must quickly allow the ancient god to descend before the bloodstone's energy is exhausted. He stretched out his arm, his eyes towards the book floating in front of him, and shouted to transmit the order. Immediately open the land-sky energy link. Accelerate the ancient god descent. One follower couldn't help but wonder, but Your Excellency, everything is clearly going smoothly now. Why do we still need to open acceleration?
Once acceleration is opened, the airship may not be able to withstand the enormous energy transfer and fall.
A slash cut across the neck of the follower who had just asked the question. He declared aggressively, "My orders are divine will. Whoever doubts will die." The rest of the crowd responded in unison. Yes. Roja continued to summon books. The words spoken were clearly emphasized. This is the last chance for the ancient god to descend. No negligence is allowed. We must dedicate everything to the god. At this moment, Langwei City and the tallest tower were enveloped by an energy circle. Surrounding it, pillars of energy were descending intensely, connecting to the tower through static electricity currents. Ancient god descent progress has reached 10%. Above, a geospatial energy link had formed. 6 battleships surrounding the airship were collectively transmitting energy to it. Then, an announcement was made. It's finally about to start. Accelerate. Tentacles were pulled out of the formation by the airship, the powerful suction tearing the formation apart slightly. The progress update kept ringing out. Ancient god descent progress is increasing. Ancient god descent progressed 20%. At that moment, Rogjia was still not satisfied, raising both hands and continuing to command. Not enough. Still not enough. Increase the energy transmission power. As soon as the command was acknowledged, an announcement immediately followed. Ancient god descent progressed 45%.
The massive tentacles pierced through the magic formation too quickly, creating a violent tremor. At the same time, a voice rang out. Ancient god descent progress 80%. Warning, energy transmission power has been overloaded.
Langwei City has suffered severe damage after the bombardments.
Rogue didn't care much,
relentlessly demanding, ignore it. Continue to increase the power quickly. Immediately after, warnings appeared continuously. Warning, disconnecting geospatial energy link. The ancient god had more than half of its body, along with the tentacles, squeezed out, followed by alarms. Stop energy transmission. Stop the ancient god. Descent progress. Current progress 85%. Upon hearing the shocking news, Rog frantically covered his face and screamed, "It can't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Our plan prepared for over 100 years. Is it about to be ruined?" Now only the ancient god's head remained stuck in that magic formation. Seeing the ancient god be struggling in midair, Ji Na couldn't help but mock.
Hey, I've seen the world, but this situation is a first for me, perfectly explaining the meaning of a mechanical god's descent. But what's with your current predicament? Your followers aren't very reliable, Ye Hao added beside him. You've made the ancient god's prestige a laughingstock.
At this moment, the duration of the drug's side effects ended. Let's get the 2 idiots to undo it, he spoke with a worried expression. I didn't expect the secret church to have such strength and foundation. Without 100 years of accumulation and planning, it wouldn't be possible to achieve this extent. But even so, it's still impossible to let the ancient god descend. The shard stood above them both. After observing the current situation, he urged, I can sense the energy of the star shard being consumed. Whether you want to help the ancient god descend or kill the ancient god, you must hurry, otherwise everything will be in vain. Upon learning this, Ji Na anxiously turned to ask him, That's right, Ye Hao. What should we do next? No matter what, we must take action immediately. At that moment, he was secretly inquiring, System, can I use the summoning magic crystal for ancient gods in this world?
As soon as it gave the answer, main quest progress exceeded 30%. Summoning-type magic crystals can be used normally.
Ye Hao immediately raised the magic crystal high, excitedly exclaiming, That's great then! The majestic appearance of the thousand-eyed demon god Luo Qi appeared after his command. Come forth, Big Eyes. As soon as it revealed itself, questions were raised in unison. Is that thing in the sky an ancient god? Followed by 3 consecutive questions from the souls. Why is there a second ancient god in this world? Isn't Tabbi's god the only god? And why is it descending so smoothly, while Tabbi's god is having so much difficulty? What does this ancient god want to do, now that it has appeared? Someone even shouted, No, I feel like my faith is about to collapse. The things happening at this moment made Rogue even more confused. This second ancient god, did that kid summon it? What kind of deity is he? Relying on his own power, he easily summoned an ancient god. At that moment, Ye Hao stood before Luo Kn and arrogantly criticized, Secret Blood Church, you're really embarrassing your god. Wasting over 100 years, he loudly asked. What exactly do you want to do? At this moment, he waved his hand forward. Luo Kn's eyes immediately narrowed after the command. Big Eyes, you have the ability to tear apart dimensional space to help B successfully descend? For you, it must be very easy, right? Immediately after, the magic formation around B's neck cracked. Rogue immediately exclaimed upon seeing it. Look! The dimensional gap trapping my god is being torn apart. This is being done by another ancient god. Could it be that at this moment it shrinks its pupils to the smallest size, and blood vessels gradually appear around its eyes?
Thanks to the pressure from Luo Kn, the magic formation shattered into pieces afterward. The people of the Secret Blood Church were even more stunned. It's helping us. B's majestic form appeared in the middle of the sky. The surging power emanating from it caused voices of worship to rise. What is beauty? What is strength? This is the Dark Blood Secret Master B of our God. Praise the God. The ghosts worship the God. The ones below are laughing maniacally, realizing they can feel it now, the power of a God flowing through them. The God and we are all. The followers behind them are continuously kowtowing and chanting in unison, praise the God, worship the God. The magic surrounding Ye Hao and Ji Yuna is also affected quite a bit. He is a little surprised by that eerie power, his whole body feeling weak. Not only the people of the Secret Blood Church, but even we who are protected by Big Eyes are still affected by the power of the ancient god. He scratches his head in confusion, mentioning that time, the moment Bet descended, causing the blood within all of us to mutate.
Massive tentacles are hovering in the space, followed by explanations. Our blood circulation speed slows down, causing our bodies to become painful and weak, while the blood circulation speed of the Secret Blood Church people increases, making them agitated and insane. Ji Yune places a hand on his chest, a painful expression appearing along with the following words. As long as there is blood circulation in the body, it will be affected by the power of Dark Blood Secret Master Bet. Even I can't avoid it. Ye Hao is also enduring a throbbing pain from within. Unable to help but sigh at such a bizarre ability, this is becoming a bit difficult to deal with. At that moment, the Secret Blood Church gradually descends into chaos amidst the screams of the followers. What on earth is happening? The blood is surging within my body, and it's about to explode from within. Just then, Roja speaks up to calm them down. Don't be afraid. This is the God continuously bestowing upon us his supreme power. You must persevere. As long as we absorb this energy, the whole world will be at our feet. So let your body and mind be at ease and feel grateful. As soon as he finishes speaking, those level 150 followers have their stats completely depleted, immediately passing away in unison. Realizing the severity of the situation, Roja immediately yells out, asking Bet, "This is not a God's blessing, the most devout believers of yours. Everything we've done has been for you. Why are you treating us like this?"
From high above, it shouts back in extreme anger. "You stupid insects! You actually wanted to be blessed, yet dared to use the power of the starry dark shadow, causing me no small amount of suffering. Letting you die intact is already the greatest blessing I can bestow upon you." Fresh blood streams from Roja's eyes. He continuously justifies his cruelty. "No, we are your most devout followers, having dedicated over 100 years of time and countless human lives, all just to help you descend. Although the process was a bit long and difficult, at least you succeeded in descending. We may not have merit, but we have put in the effort. Why do you want to punish us?" Bet is not moved in the slightest, instead scolding loudly in annoyance. 100 years, so what? In my eyes, it's just a blink of an eye, not even worth mentioning. He falls into a state of madness, the energy around him surging violently as he screams, "Praise the God, worship the God, whatever the God says is right. No, we've been abandoned by the God. The belief is chosen wrongly. Kill the God, destroy the God. Damn it, how could I doubt the God? No, the one who is wrong is the God. It is the God who has betrayed us. Kill him. He is not our God." At that moment, the level 230 church leader appears in a corrupted state. The words he utters are full of blasphemous resentment. "Even if you are a god, you cannot blaspheme our faith. You damned God." One move from him shoots straight up at Bet. It still stands there calmly, mocking. "Useless trash, even your struggle before death is so weak and helpless." Then it turns to Ye Hao and Ji Yuna, and while its excitement is rising, it makes a proposal. "I'm very surprised. You can actually control my kind. Although you're just a low-level stage,
Without you, I wouldn't have been able to descend successfully. You have the qualifications to become my subordinate. Kneel down and perform the ceremony, and the subordinate pact will be complete." Ye Hao stands there, crossing his arms and revealing his true intention, leaving Bet speechless.
"Become your subordinate. No. Helping you descend is so that you can smoothly become my little brother."
Streams of black and red spiritual energy emanate from Bet. It spreads its arms wide and laughs heartily in response. "A tiny human dares to speak such arrogant words. Aren't you afraid of cutting off my means of survival? In the aspect of humans, I have never been disappointed. It's okay. As long as there is still fresh blood flowing within you, you are not useless at all." At that moment, Ye swings a sword strike. Its long tentacles are severed, accompanied by the announcement, "Is that so? The blood within you also makes me crave." To this point, it suddenly realizes that within your body, there is the power of the starry dark shadow. But this power is still at an extremely weak level. After slashing off that tentacle, he rushes in front of Bet, vehemently retorting, "Who is strong and who is weak, we'll only know after we fight. You are the source of all unhappiness. Killing you is the only way to have a chance to start over." Bet waves its hand in an arc. He is sent flying with a thud. Above him are its words of rejection. How interesting. Even those as strong as us cannot escape the constraints of fate.
You are still not strong enough, and I am also not in my strongest state. Fighting like this is not interesting at all.
Then it notices Langwei City, and an idea then comes to mind. I sense that on the other side there is the existence of a large amount of life. Is that the royal city of this country?
Then let's start from there. It begins to spread its large wings, kindly reminding before taking action. Quickly think of a way to become stronger, kid. Then let us take this world as a stage to freely slaughter. Bet has flown far away, its voice still echoing. Before that, I will spare your lives. Watching its powerful figure disappear, Ye Hao worriedly whispers in his heart, "It's ruined, the ancient god." Bet has the bizarre ability to suck blood. Not to mention humans. Even we and the adults before were very clearly affected. Then he approaches the flying ship above while making an assessment. If I suddenly summon another ancient god, what if I'm controlled in reverse? The gains won't outweigh the losses. This Bebet is more troublesome than I imagined. It seems the final victor can only be Ji-yu-na. My timeline must ultimately be walked alone. He lands in the middle of the ship. Ji-yu-na is already there. The person turns towards the starry shard, saying, "Although I can withstand Bet's bizarre blood-controlling ability, my strength is far inferior to his. But this is my only hope. I must absorb the energy of the shard to have a chance to defeat him." Ye Hao at that time is worried. But through the secret blood church's disturbance before, how much power is left in the shard? His palm quickly reaches for the jagged shard with determination. No matter how much is left, I must absorb it. Then go to the royal city to stop Bet. He adds a few words of reassurance. "Don't worry, there is still a lot of power left. Enough to defeat Bet." But both of them turn their heads sharply when they notice something unusual. Ji-yu-na is surprised when he suddenly recognizes who it is. Priestess Christina. Just then, the star fragment with a sinister grin appeared behind them, uttering arrogant words. "All of you are a collective subconscious. There is essentially no dominant consciousness. What makes you think you can absorb me? Only a strong consciousness is worthy of great power. Is your weak consciousness prepared to be absorbed by me?" Without a second thought, he immediately rushed forward, sword in hand, shouting fiercely, "I don't care who you are, but if you dare to control Priestess Christina, I will kill you." Suddenly, Ye Hao raised his hand to object. "Don't worry so much, Ji-yu-na. The situation is a bit strange. Don't get agitated." At that moment, he was thinking to himself, "A fragment with an independent consciousness. This is truly beyond my expectations. I need to figure this out." Breaking free from his thoughts, he tried to ask provoking questions. "Even if you have consciousness, it's useless. You've been abnormally eroded by the blood of the ancient god's assimilation, so a fragment is still just a fragment. Even if you obtain great power, your consciousness is still weak." The fragment cleverly realized his intentions and burst into laughter before replying, "You're trying to provoke me and pry information out of me. For a small ant, your courage and intelligence are commendable." Sensing Ye Hao's aura, the fragment became even more gleeful. "Huh, interesting. You're far more interesting than I imagined. On the surface, you seem weak, but in reality, your power is unfathomable." The fragment curled its lips into a wide grin, loudly proclaiming,
You're more suited to be my puppet than anyone else." At that moment, Ji Na's fragment stepped forward and offered information. It may have an independent consciousness, probably a mutation formed by absorbing a large amount of flesh and blood and the blood of the ancient god. But just like Ye Hao said, although its power is strong, its consciousness is weak. As long as we sever its connection with the two puppets, we can defeat it.
The other side snapped its fingers, reminding him with a smug expression, Hey, don't act like you're the dominant consciousness. It's irritating."
It channeled powerful energy into Christina and Cyprian, causing them to cry out in pain, with the star fragment's blade hanging over them. "Then let our puppets decide who the ultimate winner is to gain the dominant consciousness." They both lost control.
She charged forward with her sword. While he created dazzling magic, Ye Hao immediately spoke up.
"The current target is clear. It's your turn to act. Guna." He dove into the magic shield to dodge Cyprian's magic. He tried to block the attack while trying to stir their minds. "Priestess Christina, Father, wake up. You are both powerful figures who have fought countless battles. Don't easily have your consciousness taken over." While Ji Na was staying put, blocking attacks, his fragment impatiently urged, "Stop doing these meaningless things. Their bodies and consciousness are completely taken over by the fragment's power. It's impossible to separate them anymore. We can only kill them to be free from this. Why haven't you attacked yet? Our fusion can kill them easily now. If we delay any longer, their fusion will increase, and we'll be in danger."
Ye Hao loudly reminded him from inside the shield.
"I understand what you're thinking. If it were another situation, I would support you, but now the ancient god has descended. This country, this world, is facing the disaster of annihilation. Now you must quickly absorb the power of the fragment before the ancient god destroys the world. If the destruction and reconstruction of this world are done by someone else, what's the point of anything?" At this moment, Ji Na closed his eyes tightly, uttering difficult words. "I understand everything you're saying, but I can't bring myself to do it. Because when Christina, in her frenzied state, was about to swing her sword..."
He only remembered her usual youthful face, and her emphasizing that he was the one who promised to protect her for life.
Back then, on a beautiful day, when a sword was being swung at a large tree, the 14-year-old, level 6 Ji Na was constantly slashing at the old tree. He kept asking, Why won't they let me join the hunters? Order. Does everyone have prejudices against me? Annoying." At that moment, the 24-year-old, level 90 Christina approached from behind, her voice gentle. "Just chopping trees won't get you into the hunters. Order."
He turned around and stared blankly for a long time. She's actually level 90, and so beautiful. Who is she?"
But then, in a cold tone, he insisted, "Even if your level is much higher than mine, you don't understand. Faith is the most important thing. Don't think my level is low now. As long as I have faith, I will become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, this Ji Na will become the strongest hunter."
Then Ji Na clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding as he said,
"But the ignorant people of the hunters, Order didn't even see my faith. That's fine, but they kept laughing at me. It's so hateful, more hateful than anything." At that moment, Christina pointed out the contradiction in his words. "If the hunters, Order, is full of bastards, why do you want to join?" His whole body trembled, and he began to stammer. "Of course it's because. Then Ji Na turned around abruptly and declared in a clear tone, "Joining the hunters. Order is my lifelong dream. Even if there are rotten apples in the Order, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm strong enough, I can clean up all those damn rotten apples." His determination surprised Christina. A young boy like this actually has such great ambition. Truly an interesting child. At this moment, he shook his head in disappointment and blamed himself. "I'm really confused. Why am I talking about these things with an irrelevant person? You wouldn't understand." Just then, a few hunters approached her and bowed, calling out, "Leader Christina, we should depart now." Ji Na was so moved that he staggered back and immediately asked,
"Leader, you're actually the leader of the hunters. Order." She didn't confirm directly, only gently smoothed her hair and made a promise. "You're called Ji Na, right? I've remembered everything you've said to me today. I'll be waiting for you at the Hunter Legion, and waiting for the day you become the strongest hunter." His childlike face flushed red, but the heartfelt words couldn't form a sentence.
There really are people in this world who are so beautiful, so kind. He mustered all his courage to take Christina's hand, his eyes gleaming as he made a proposal. Then if I become the strongest hunter, can I protect you for life? Back in reality, Ye Hao was still tirelessly blocking her sword strikes, steadfast in his conviction. I know very well what's most important now, but I can't bring myself to do it, Miss Christina. She's been my only motivation and hope for so many years. Now you want me to kill her? The distressed look on his face, as he continuously parried the attacks, struck Ye Hao directly. He immediately made a decision. Ye Hao, I understand that pain. I don't want to force you, but this is your fate. For my sake, and even more for your own sake, you must step into the abyss. He was becoming increasingly overwhelmed by Christina's power. Ye Hao secretly apologized for what was to come.
If you can't make up your mind, then let me give you a push. Please forgive my selfishness. Breaking off his train of thought, he silently called out, "Come forth, greed!" The greedy grandeur appeared with a savage smile and said, "At your command, my lord."
He looked at Ye Hao in front of him, his expression still a little hesitant as he relayed the order. You go and influence Ye Hao's mind so that his desire for power increases sharply. After hearing the request, it seriously calculated its plan. My king is not simple. His first summoning has me facing such a difficult task. This so-called young man Ye Hao is very strong. Although his mind is so weak that it's about to collapse, influencing him requires my ultimate move. The nine-headed serpent of greed was summoned by Grandeur, along with explanations. But I dare not disobey the Demon King's orders. As for the summoning, using my abilities requires a large sum of money. I'm giving the king a discount this time. It could have been free, but the contract is above everything else. I hope the king understands. The nine-headed serpent of greed burrowed into Ye Hao from behind, accompanied by its brief explanations. The 9 heads represent the strongest greed. No matter who is hit by this move, the greed in their heart will definitely be amplified to the extreme, surpassing all emotions.
The ultimate move instantly shocked his mind, his expression changing as he realized this feeling.
While his hands were still blocking Christina's attacks, his mind began to fill with thoughts of power. Why is my desire for power now suddenly more intense than before, even more difficult to control? That's right, I should pursue power. Power is more important than everything else. Only with true power can I change and grasp everything. The power I want, I must obtain. At that moment, the spirit shard stretched its palm forward, an arrogant laugh appearing along with the announcement. You're finally about to give in, huh? If that's the case, then I'll send you off to your death, and then you'll become a part of me. And then the controlled Christina slashed a powerful sword towards Ye Hao. He stood still and received the blow, silently declaring something. With this one strike, we'll be even, Miss Christina. His pupils turned red. He looked straight at the out-of-control woman and raised his voice. Because I was once saved by your smile, now you're killing me. Although you were controlled to do these things, in the end it's because you were too weak. So power is the most important thing in this world. Ye Hao hugged her tightly, the memory of that day gradually shattering, streaks of fresh blood appearing on Christina after his words. If I want to become the strongest, I must say goodbye to the past, including you. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he painfully uttered his last words. Farewell, Legion Commander Christina. No miracle appeared. She and her uncle were instantly dragged into the bloody mess. The haunting spirit shard was hit by a forced absorption technique. Streams of blood flowed out with a bewildered question, why? Why did you suddenly undergo such a huge change, completely like turning into another person? Why has your weak consciousness disappeared? Wasn't there a strong bond between you two? Why could you still do it? Impossible. The spirit shard was being submerged by that pile of blood, and he frantically pleaded with him in one breath. Wait, you've won. I'm willing to become your power. I just beg you to return to me a trace of consciousness. It was so difficult to obtain my own consciousness. I don't want to lose it in vain like this. For the sake of being a celestial horror, I beg you. Ye Hao stood in front of him, his whole body emitting streams of bright red energy, his eyes also shining brightly after the weakling's words. Not worthy of having its own consciousness. The spirit shard instantly faded in color, and a miserable scream echoed. No, its soul is being submerged in the pool of blood. At that time, it could only panic and beg, I don't want to lose my consciousness. I don't want to return to the silent darkness. After the shard sank deep inside, streams of blood filled with spiritual energy flowed back into Ji Yuna. At that time, he muttered to himself, "Power. Is this the feeling of having great power? Finally, I have obtained the strongest power."
He spread his arms wide, tears streaming down his face as he declared, "Re Christina, I will definitely not let you down. I will rule this world in your place."
An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the space. Immediately afterward was a notification from the system. Main quest progress reached 50%. Host is returning to forced timeline, returning after 20 days. An instant later, at the headquarters, a place with peaceful space under the blue sky.
Ye Hao went to the rooftop to gaze at the sky, a conviction silently forming in his heart. In every world, everyone's fate is different. But regardless of a beautiful or tragic ending, whether righteous or villainous, only the strongest power can control one's own destiny.
He placed his hands on the railing, his eyes gazing intently below, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. The system is forcing me to complete the Shadow Monarch. What is the true purpose of this timeline? It's definitely not just to relive this timeline once. Never mind, don't think about things I can't grasp yet. There are more important things to do right now.
Ye Hao repeated the important tasks in his mind in order of priority. First, accelerate the construction of the second safe zone, repair the walls within a wider area, and complete the construction of essential infrastructure like highways. Then he made another decision. Next, knowing that there are 2 ancient gods in the Eastern District, I need to find a way to acquire them. But now is not the time to strike proactively. I killed their people. So the leaders of the Great Eastern District will definitely focus their strength on me. We also need to prepare a good defense for the first few waves of attacks. Just then, the system displayed a message. Mokesser requests a conversation. As soon as he answered, she announced, "Ye Hao, come to the Hanmo headquarters. Someone wants to see you." Ye Hao curiously asked, "See me? Who wants to see me?" Kara gave a sly smile, her reply full of cryptic meaning. Who else could it be? It must be a woman. Who told you to be so popular? He felt uneasy after hearing that answer. The more I listen, the more wrong this sounds. Soon after, the door leading to the Hanmo headquarters slowly opened, and dim light from outside seeped in. Shui Lu rushed in with a cheerful smile, her arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Ye Hao, I missed you so much." She hugged Ye Hao tightly, making him very awkward. "Shui Lu, why are you here?" She groped around for a moment and replied loudly, "Of course I came specifically to find you. Long time no. See, it seems this body is stronger now." While she was happily hugging Ye Hao, Mochi pointed at the two of them and teased Kere, "No wonder you're my experienced younger sister. You can really stay calm in this situation, but you have to act when you need to, or you'll regret it your whole life if someone else steals your prey." She glared at Mochi, puffing up her cheeks angrily and shouting, "Shut up!" He quickly raised his hands. "Bian Ming, don't get excited, don't get excited. I'm just reminding you." At that moment, Sun Long walked over to them and said, "If everyone knows each other already, then I don't need to introduce anyone." After saying those quick words, he snapped his fingers. Snap! Immediately, light spread throughout the room along with the notification of the defensive armor activation, and the barrier-generating machine transformed the current room into a sealed and safe space. Ye Hao asked curiously, "What happened? Why such strict defense and soundproofing?" He quickly responded, "Of course, a big figure wants to meet you. Let me introduce you first." Sun Long mentioned the girl in the tight dress sitting with her legs crossed. This is the chairwoman of the Tianxi Jijing Corporation, one of the 5 major powers in the Eastern District, Manhwa Yuedai, level 130. In charge of entertainment culture for the entire Great Eastern District. The gifted singer Zhu Lu is an artist under her command. He reached out to Yuedai and praised her endlessly. It can be said that looking at the entire Great Eastern District, most of the artists belong to her corporation. Hua Yuedai's connections are vast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say her eyes and ears are everywhere. She politely denied it. "Brother Long, you're overpraising me. Don't let the young people misunderstand. Entertainment culture has no real use. It's just a place to put emotions." At this time, Ye Hao stated his opinions. The more surface-level things there are, the more things with full spirit are needed to heal the soul. Entertainment culture is definitely an indispensable industry. Yuedai pulled down her glasses, a pleased smile spreading across her face, not hesitating to praise him. "You really are an interesting young man.
You're Ye Hao, aren't you? Your reputation precedes you.
She reached out to shake his hand, and happily mentioned the previous incident. I never had the chance to thank you for what happened with Libra last time. I thought I had to personally thank you to show my sincerity. I've finally met you, Ye Hao humbly replied. It was just a favor, Miss Hua Yu doesn't need to take it to heart.
So the person Kiefer said wanted to meet me is you? Miss you? At that moment, Mochi nudged Kiefer's shoulder, a sly smile spreading across his face as he asked, "When did he start calling you Kiefer? How come I don't know?" Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she still shouted angrily,
Mochi, shut up! No one will think you're mute if you don't talk! At this time, Ye Hao calmly asked about something. So you're from the Great Eastern District coming to find me. Is it about Wei Wenshu and Tuku? Seeing the expression on his face, Yuedai couldn't help but be surprised. You have such a detached attitude towards something so big like killing Wei Wenshu and Tuku.
Then she chuckled gleefully, honestly confirming, "No wonder you're Ye Hao. Yes, I came because of this. And it wasn't in vain that I voted against killing you. When the internal leaders of the Great Eastern District voted on whether or not to kill you,
everyone else in the room was gaping in shock, with the question, what? The leaders of the Great Eastern District wanted to kill Ye Hao?
So everyone took turns reminding him. Such a big thing happened, Ye Hao. You must be careful and be on guard. We will definitely stand behind you. At this time, Sun Long stepped in front of Yuedai, gratefully saying, "Thank you for personally telling us and showing your stance, so we can come up with a response sooner." She stood there with her arms crossed, still with that calm look, replying,
"Things aren't at a critical moment yet."
Although the Great Eastern District has issued an order to hunt down Ye Hao, the overall direction of the major forces hasn't put your threat level at the top. Then she mentioned something. After all, in the 100 years since the safe zone was established, countless talents have emerged, but they were either taken under the Great Eastern District or killed, Yuedai said with great boredom, so they're already used to this kind of thing.
She turned her eyes towards Ye Hao, her expression serious, explaining, "The reason I stand on Ye Hao's side is simply for two reasons. One is to repay a favor. Although my negative vote had no real effect, it at least showed my position. The second is to invest in you. If you can really defeat the Great Eastern District and make the other major powers collapse, then I'll be making a profit." Then she flashed a friendly smile, reminding him of something important. "Of course, if your abilities aren't up to par and you end up being annihilated by East District, it's no loss to me. I can only help discreetly. Whether you succeed ultimately depends on you. I hope you understand that I'm just a merchant who always pursues the greatest profit." Ye Hao responded confidently, "That's perfectly normal. I don't dislike Yang Muo, and having an internal informant within the enemy's core like you makes my job much easier." Yuya felt a great relief upon hearing this. "Then I'm relieved. It seems I didn't misjudge you after all."
At this moment, Mochi imagined the scene of his comrades dying amidst piles of gold and silver treasures, and offered his opinion. "Wait, Ye Hao, are you really planning to fight East District? I don't mean to belittle you, but East District's foundation is definitely not as simple as you think, let alone their century-old history built on schemes and corpses. Their vast capital and advanced technology alone make it difficult for other major districts to compare.
There's absolutely no way to bring down East District."
He glanced at him, mentioning his plan. "I never said I wanted to do it right away. This requires long-term planning and gradual disintegration. But right now, the first thing I need to do is accelerate the construction of the Super Safe Zone." Yuya then had questions about the name Super Safe Zone. After a long discussion about the Super Safe Zone, Ye Hao's assuring conclusion rang out. "My plan for constructing the Super Safe Zone is roughly like this. Although there are many difficulties, it's absolutely achievable." Learning about the terrifying thing Ye Fan came up with, she couldn't help but exclaim, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a plan and ambition."
"It seems that even if East District doesn't actively provoke you, you'll eventually have designs on them. Choosing to side with this Ye Hao is already a win for me."
At that moment, Shui Lu ran over, hugged his arm tightly, and talked about her idea. "Ye Hao, when your second safe zone is built, I absolutely have to hold the biggest live show there," he responded with a cheerful smile. "Welcome." Yuya then raised her ID card and announced, "East District Level 3. Pass ID. Here, take it. You can use this if you want to go to East District."
"Alright, we should head back now." Shui Lu was still hugging him tightly. "So soon I finally got to meet Ye Hao, and I still want to." He realized this, and felt extremely regretful.
He raised his pass ID and announced to them, "Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary, I already have this."
She was shocked to the core, and immediately asked, "That's a level 1 pass ID, an East District colleague level, but I only have a level 1 ID. Where did you get this?" Ye Hao looked at the pass in his hand and provided a brief explanation. "It's a long story, but basically, I combined Wei Shuwen's ID and the vault's modifications to get this ID." Before leaving, Yue Ya said her final words with a darkened expression. "You can even combine and modify low-level IDs into high-level ones. Fine, I'm shallow. Then we'll take our leave first." Shui Lu waved goodbye to him, not forgetting to remind him, "Ye Hao, you must wait for me to hold a live show." On the way back, Yue Ya raised her glasses, her pupils secretly looking back, with a question in her heart. In the past 100 years, countless people have appeared wanting to overthrow East District, and without exception, they all became wandering souls. Just how far can this Ye Hao go? Can he create history? It really makes me somewhat anticipate it. Not long after, inside the meeting room, Han Mo had recounted everything that happened before and drew a conclusion.
"That's roughly the situation, so the grudge between me and East District is definitely irreconcilable." One of the people below couldn't help but blurt out, "Heavens, are we going to war with East District so soon? I'm afraid we're not a match." Wan Hao, level 175, crossed his arms and declared loudly, "What's there to be afraid of? If the people from East District want to cause trouble, let them come. Ye Hao's business is my business." Li Jing, level 168, next to him agreed. "This matter is indeed a bit difficult to handle, but we have nothing to fear. We'll have to go to war sooner or later anyway." Finally, Dan Lu, level 160, also gave her opinion. "Although we don't need to fear war, we must plan carefully." Following that, Yin Huang, level 170, slammed the table and stood up to declare,
"Ye Hao, the opponent might attack you at any time to ensure your safety. Next, I should protect you 24/7. The thoughtless words just now were an excuse for Wan Hao to protect 24 hours. Does that mean you want to serve Ye Hao even when he's bathing and sleeping? Isn't your purpose a little too obvious? Moreover, with Ye Hao's abilities, does he even need our protection?" She quickly sat down, stammering to explain, "I misspoke." At this time, Jia Wang, level 185, spoke about the disadvantages of the current situation. "I don't want to pour cold water on you all, but even though our levels have increased a lot compared to before, and we can already stand shoulder to shoulder with East District's top battle teams, our overall strength is still far behind. Now is not the time for direct confrontation." After speaking, he turned to inquire about something. "Ye Hao, you're probably not planning to start a direct war with East District at this time, are you?" He immediately responded, "Now is not the time for war. Currently, this is just a personal grudge between me and East District. They're only targeting me." He brought out the panoramic projector, and the image on it appeared along with an announcement. "The reason I asked everyone to come today is just to inform you. Next, I'm preparing to accelerate the specific plan for constructing the super safe zone." Seeing what was illustrated on the projector, Anna Reverse immediately made a judgment. A tree-like branching network spread throughout the safe zone. Could it be a highway? The two men beside her took turns in surprise. "A highway? Why a highway? Could it be that you want to—" Ye Hao stood tall there, explaining briefly to answer the question. "There's an old saying that if you want to get rich you must build roads. I plan to use highways to connect the two new safe zones, use branch roads to divide the inside of the entire safe zone, connect the scattered areas and wilderness tribes, and form a unified whole." Mo Chi, one hand on the table and one hand raising his fist, stood up and seriously mentioned the problems at this moment. "Ye Hao, I unconditionally support any decision you make, but if you really want to build a highway, there are several important issues you will encounter. I still have to remind you first." He opened with an extremely large weakness for the practice of this project. First, the distance between the two safe zones is too far. Building roads will definitely be an extremely labor-intensive project. Even if we don't skimp on manpower and material resources, this is not the amount of work that can be completed in a short period of time. Next, the wilderness is rampant with magical beasts, and the terrain is complex. There are not enough conditions to build roads. Even if they are reluctantly built, they will be destroyed. The later maintenance and repair costs will be very large. Following that was the biggest difficulty, the obstacle of human nature.
The areas focused on wilderness tribes and the mercenaries wandering in the wilderness are all fighting on their own, with no good intentions in their hearts. Decades ago, the safe zone also spent a large amount of money to build a road to the nearest wilderness trade station. His face darkened as he continued to talk about this final problem. But the result was that the road was targeted by the wilderness forces and became a target for robbery. In the end, it could only be abandoned, and everyone no longer planned to build roads. At this moment, Sun Long asked Ants about whether the Han Mo Corporation's current engineering capabilities could overcome the technical difficulties encountered in road repairs. He spoke gravely about his concerns. The road repair itself doesn't pose technical difficulties. The difficulty lies in post-maintenance and defense, as Mo Chi Xiaoye mentioned. After all, the two safety zones are over 1,000 kilometers apart. Even if we don't consider the massive capital investment, how much return can we expect? But if Ye Hao has put forward such a plan, he must have already anticipated this. He nodded in agreement with Sun Long's speculation. That's right, any investment must pursue a return rate. Road repair requires a large amount of resources, but the returns are long-term. Then, he clearly announced the first benefit. First, once the main highway is completed, the previous travel time of over 50 hours between the two safety zones will be reduced to 5 hours. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. What, 5 hours? A tenfold reduction in time. If we use high-speed transportation, can't the time be further shortened? He affirmed this unbelievable matter even more firmly. That's right, only in this way can the two safety zones be considered truly connected. As for defense, it's divided into active and passive. I will build high defensive walls and self-recharging turret towers for passive defense. Active defense means proactively attacking, eliminating all the wild beast lairs in the super safety zone and the wild instances so that the entire wilderness becomes controllable territory. Ye Hao connected with Medic on the screen and asked, regarding the most troublesome human issue, how's Medic's progress on persuading the scattered forces in the wilderness? He pointed upwards, smiling broadly as he replied, I got it handled, Lao Da, rest assured. Within the scope of the super safety zone you plan, all the scattered forces have almost all agreed under my persuasion and your reputation, and they've even expressed great support. Wan Hao couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. What? All agreed? Those are the wilderness forces that have been divided for over 100 years. Mo Chi also gaped, realizing that Ye Hao had already arranged everything. This is having everything under control. Sun Long had to praise his actions. Victory determined from 1,000 miles away. Unifying the wilderness around the safety zone is something no one has accomplished in over 100 years, Ye Hao. You truly never cease to amaze me. Yin Huang intertwined her fingers, a proud expression on her face as she spoke. Ye Hao's reliability remains the same. Wan Hao was teased by Tu again. Yin Huang, your tone of pride makes it sound like you're praising your man. She shyly hit his neck hard and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? He painfully said. I was wrong. At this moment, Medic scratched his head hesitantly as he announced something. Dalao, actually there's still a minor problem, which is that there's a force that has always refused to negotiate with me, that is the Hundunji Yuan. The others were extremely worried at the news. Hundunji Yuan. That's not a minor problem. Wang Chuan calmly crossed his arms and said, it's normal for them to refuse. Immediately afterward, he gave his explanation. Hundunji Yuan is the second largest force in the southwestern wilderness, second only to Wu Ji, numerous and lacking in powerhouses. All of them are violent thugs. Medic confirmed. That's right, it's them. And I also have a very important piece of information. He raised a finger, slowly speaking about the breaking news. Currently, Hundunji Yuan is secretly gathering, preparing to attack Wuji City. No, it's the second southwestern safety zone that's under construction, Ye Hao gratefully replied. Is that so? I understand. You've worked hard during this time. You've given me a huge surprise. I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Then Ye Hao's expression turned serious, and an idea instantly came to him. As for this Hundunji Yuan, they don't want to cooperate with me. Forget it. To show my sincerity, I should personally pay them a visit. At that moment, at Hundunji Yuan's lair, some people were firing guns into the sky, while others were drinking and celebrating, joyful shouts echoing after. Now Wuji City's defenses are empty. Our opportunity has come. As long as we capture Wuji City, everything inside will be ours. Brothers, Drink happily for lousy. Drink until you're pumped up, then you'll have the strength to attack the city. Drink until you're ready to attack madly after the city falls. Seize money, seize land, seize women. We must take Wuji City. On top of the city wall, someone who had just raised a bottle of beer to drink asked, "Am I seeing things? Why does it look like something is approaching us from afar? Damn it, you grab the binoculars, you take a look." The person holding the binoculars gasped in response, "Aren't I looking already?" The imposing appearance of the team led by Ye Hao had appeared, and the person who lost his cool shouted loudly,
"Who are these people? Daring to trespass on our territory, do they want to die?" At that moment, inside Hundunji Yuan's conference room, the leader was leisurely sitting with girls surrounding him. Below was the commotion from a group of subordinates. "Our scouts have clarified the origins of Wuji City. Wuji City is under reconstruction, but the person in charge of commanding is just a young girl. Now is the time when Wuji City's defenses are weakest. But Wuji City has been taken over by Hanmo Corporation. If we attack Wuji City, we will definitely become enemies with Hanmo. Look at that scared look on your face. Seizing Wuji City is definitely more beneficial than harmful. Hanmo was wounded in a fight with Huang Zheng. Now is our chance." At this moment, at Hakian's place, a girl holding a large bowl accidentally spilled water on his hand. The girl immediately bowed her head before Hakian, her pleas resounding continuously. "I'm sorry, leader, I didn't do it on purpose. Please spare my life, I'll clean it up for you right away." He suddenly raised her face, a strange smile appearing on his lips as he replied, "No need, it's okay." The girl worriedly stuttered, Leader." He raised the girl high, rotated her head 180 degrees, and then cursed madly. "You can just die, you useless trash who can't even handle a small matter. You have no value in continuing to live." After finishing, Hakian kicked her off the steps and reminded the people below, "Listen carefully, you must take Wuji City at all costs. As long as we quickly take Wuji City and quickly build up our defenses, Hanmo won't have time to react. After all, I'm closer to Wuji City." Then he laughed savagely, and each venomous word came out immediately after. "Medic once persuaded me to rely on someone named Ye Hao. What a joke. I didn't directly kill Medic. That's already giving him face. As for that person named Ye Hao, if he has the guts, he can come and tell me to submit to him, and see if I don't kill him and feed him to the dogs." Just then, a subordinate stepped forward to report, "But leader, I heard that the person named Ye Hao seems to have single-handedly solved Wuji City. He naturally didn't believe it, and instead scoffed, even using your asses to think. You'd know this is impossible, damn it. One person solving Wuji City, he's just a pawn Hanmo pushed out as a meat shield." Heilin curled his lips into a sneer, and a confident statement was uttered. "I'm telling you guys this. If he dares to appear in front of me now, he absolutely won't live for more than a second." As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room shook violently. The subordinates below asked each other in panic, "What's this tremor?" Just then, someone ran in to report, "Leader, this is terrible. Someone has launched an attack on us." Haganan was so angry he went crazy, and immediately interrogated the identity. "Who the hell has the guts to attack us? This place has a scale of several thousand people. What is the size of the opponent's forces?" The person reporting lowered his head and replied, 7 people. The opponent only has 7 people." Hearing this, Hakarian burst out laughing, and without hesitation asked, "What kind of brain-dead idiots are these? Damn it, 7 people dare to challenge several thousand people. Have we clarified the background of these 7 fools?" The squad member below stuttered and said, "It's a person named Ye Hao. He's leading the Mo Gong squad of the Hanmo Corporation." The smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He was shocked when he heard the names, Ye Hao, Mo Gong squad. Bringing a surge of anger, he stepped out onto the extended balcony walkway and asked, "Damn it, Hanmo dared to attack me first. Do they know my plan?" After a quick observation of the situation below, Hassan-san was even more annoyed when he realized it really was the Mongong squad. "The reason I dared to attack Wuji City was because Hanmo was far enough away, waiting for them to react, and I had already taken the initiative. But now they have taken the initiative to come. My plan is ruined, damn it!" Below, a dazzling light was radiating intensely. Someone came up with an idea. "Those little ones over there only have 7 people. We can exhaust them to death." Someone else objected. "Although there are only 7 people, they are the Mo Gong squad. We can't beat them. Run away." At this moment, Wan Hao was slapping them while joking,
Don't be like that, you fools. Didn't you say you wanted to attack Wuji City? Is this all the ability and ambition you have?
Ying Huang used twin swords to chop off heads one by one, while constantly praising Ye Hao. They had completely lost their fighting spirit. Ye Hao's tactics were truly perfect.
The three mages in the team were together in a shield. The terrifying explosions in this place were thanks to them. Li Jing opened his mouth and asserted, "The strength of these guys is actually not weak. If they really had the intention to fight, their numbers would cause us a lot of trouble." Another person replied, "This is exactly the tactic Ye Hao talked about, launching a strong first strike to destroy the opponent's morale. I didn't expect that kid to have progressed to this extent."
Wang Chuan swept away a large number of enemies with one slash. Deep down, he was secretly affirming, not only has Ye Hao grown, but he is completely different from before.
Now, Hassan was extremely panicked when he realized that his people were completely terrified by this sudden and powerful attack, losing all fighting spirit.
I must find a way to wake them up. I don't expect them to be able to defeat the Mogong squad, I just hope they can stall them and buy some time to escape.
After coming up with a plan, he raised his hand high and shouted to inspire them. "Don't be afraid, they are very powerful, but we have more people. As long as we kill all the enemies today, then don't even mention Wuji City. The entire West region safe zone will be ours." Thinking of the countless riches that the Han Mo Corporation holds.
Thinking of the smug look of the Mo family's young miss.
All of these things will be yours. The people below quickly regained their spirits. That's right, the Mogong squad is Han Mo's last card. As long as we kill them, Han Mo will be finished. After a few short words, the subordinates carrying weapons rushed forward together, taking turns shouting, "The leader is right. For the sake of robbing money, land, and women, let's risk it. I also want to live the extravagant life of a high-ranking person. Damn it, let's risk it. Charge and kill." The plan was a perfect success, Hakkaunian muttered excitedly as he turned to go inside. "Job done, let's get out of here." Suddenly, a question rang out from behind, causing him to stop. "Where do you think you're going?" Ye Hao appeared with wings on his shoulders, standing there heroically, and asked, "I heard you outside just now. Didn't you say you wouldn't let me live for more than a second in front of you? Let's start the countdown now." Haki-san was gaping again when he recognized him as Ye Hao.
Immediately afterwards, he rushed up fiercely with a blade in his hand and arrogantly uttered, "How arrogant, what is it? I won't fight Han Mo, so I wouldn't dare to fight you. Go to hell." 1 second later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from Hassan's observation point. The subordinates below stopped and all turned their eyes to that spot and asked, "It's the leader's side, why did it explode? What's going on?" From within the massive explosion, his bloody corpse was thrown down below. They shouted in panic, "It's over. The leader is dead. What's the point of risking our lives? Run away." In the chaos, the people ran in all directions. Wan Hao saw this and asked, "Captain, should we chase after them?" Wang Chuan replied concisely, "No need, just a bunch of trash." At this moment, in front of the Chaos Abyss squad, a beam of light accumulated by violent energies appeared. Ying Huang appeared in the magnificent form of the female martial goddess Marie Lien. At that time, she shouted Ye Hao's order. Following Ye Hao's orders, "Leave no one alive." She rushed through the crowd. A series of simultaneous slashes were unleashed after one word, "Kill." In the chaotic battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, its dazzling light illuminating the entire region. At this moment, Wang Chuan asked, "Do we need to kill them all?" Ye Hao leisurely replied, "Of course, these people are heinous villains who harm others in the wilderness, but now that we are in the super safe zone, I absolutely will not allow such people to exist." He turned his eyes to the female slaves nearby and continued, "Some previously established rules must now change." At that, Yin Huang stood up and declared to them, "Now you are free and safe. From now on, no one will dare to enslave you again." Wang Chuan then smirked, talking about the current Ye Hao. "You've really changed, becoming more ambitious and possessive." Ye Hao misinterpreted this, asking, "Are you afraid my possessiveness will surpass Han Mo's?" He stepped forward to confront him, firmly stating, "No, I'm afraid you'll forget your original intentions. If that day comes, I will use my sword to help this Ye Hao remember who his best friend is." Ye Hao extended his hand and suggested, "If that day truly comes, please don't hesitate or show mercy." The two shook hands warmly, and he replied firmly, "Don't worry, if that moment truly comes, I will definitely use my strongest move." Ye Hao concluded with 4 words, "It's a deal." Not long after, at the main entrance of Zone 9 in the Southwest Safe Zone, people from all 9 zones had gathered in large numbers below. At that moment, everyone had the same question. Why suddenly summon people from all 9 zones?
What on earth has happened? There has never been such a large-scale mobilization before. Surely something big is about to happen. Is some kind of calamity about to descend? High above, the people of the Hanwha Corporation were already in place. Even higher, a screen displayed images from that day, along with these words. 100 years ago, our predecessors went through countless arduous efforts and countless sacrifices to build this Southwest safe zone. To this day, it still blesses us. But the past is the past, times are changing, and the safe zone must also evolve. Sun Long's face appeared on the screen. His stern expression was evident as he made the following announcement. Under the leadership of our Hanwha Corporation, everyone's life is stable, but at the same time, new problems have arisen. The population has increased significantly, making the limited resources of the safe zone unable to meet everyone's needs for survival. Therefore, we cannot confine ourselves within high walls. We must bravely venture out.
He waved his hand forward, forcefully shouting a proposal. Now is the time for us to unite once again, just like the ancestors of everyone here. Go outside the safe zone, expand our territory, and welcome a brighter future.
We must build an even more magnificent super safe zone on that wasteland, so that everyone can live an even more stable and prosperous life. The people below all had the same question. What is this super safe zone? I'm hearing about it for the first time. Some even doubted. But do ordinary people like us really have the ability to leave the safe zone? That's right, even if we have the desire to expand our territory, that wasteland is full of rampant mutated beasts. Going out there is no different than gifting a meal. Amidst the anxiety of the people below, Sun Long loudly affirmed, "Please rest assured, we are not telling you to go out there to fight alone. Instead, the Hanwha Corporation will lead the way, cooperating with major corporations within the safe zone to jointly build new bases and enterprises in the wastelands. The first step everyone needs to take is to participate in the construction. Together, we will build a new beginning, where everyone has a job, and everyone has food to eat." The people below gradually wavered after hearing these words. That's right, ever since the Hanwha Corporation took power, even people without jobs have received living supplies every month, keeping us warm and fed. This was unthinkable in the past, but who is willing to be warm and fed without a job forever? I also want to live a good life. But there were too few job opportunities before, and now this is indeed a chance. Some people still stubbornly held on to their thoughts. But that is a wasteland full of mutated beasts. Our safety is not guaranteed. I still feel safer staying inside the safe zone. After all, living is better than dying, for now.
Following that, Sun Long mentioned something else. I believe everyone still remembers that our safe zone has experienced multiple crises of mutated beast invasions. But the main force in resolving these crises was not the Hanwha Corporation, but a hero who has never been publicly revealed to everyone. It is he who has repeatedly rescued the safe zone from danger, and he will also lead us into a new era. Ye Hao's powerful figure appeared, along with the following introduction from Sun Long. The name of this hero is Ye Hao. Please remember this name, for it will surely be a name recorded in the history of the entire Southwest safe zone. No, the history of the post-Earth era. The common people below all gasped, and the discussion quickly became lively. I had heard of such a person before, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Hey, isn't he the son of my classmate? Look at other people's children. They're truly talented. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged in their youth. But can such a young child really have such great abilities? Following that, the main gate of the safe zone slowly opened. Drones poured in amidst everyone's astonished gazes. What, the main gate of the safe zone has opened? I've lived for over 40 years and have never seen it open. What's that to you? Old Hugh has lived for over 80 years and has never seen this main gate open either. Today is truly an eye-opener.
At this moment, Ye Hao snapped his fingers. Long, think of what's coming next as the real spectacle. The drones had already begun to repair the landscape. Exclamations of admiration from the people continued to echo. Those drones are repairing roads and defense equipment. Am I dreaming? The images before our eyes are not illusions, but real changes brought to us by Ye Hao. Precisely because we have his technology, our grand goal can be realized. Everyone, bravely follow the path of light that Ye Hao has paved. Go and embrace a bright future. Everyone raised their hands high, expressing their happiness to the fullest. This is truly a phenomenon unseen in a century. The future that we didn't even dare to think about before is now right before our eyes. We have finally waited for this day. Even ordinary people like us can create our own future. Long live Southwest Safe Zone. Long live Hanmo Corporation. Long live Ye Hao. While everyone was rejoicing over this new event, Sun Long was extremely concerned about something. I have done as you asked. I have done what should be done. But can the final result really be as you predicted? Unite everyone? After all, people's hearts are the most difficult thing to predict. Ye Hao walked past him, slowly uttering these words.
People's hearts may be difficult to predict, but desires are easy to grasp.
His image shone brightly under the glow, his face full of confidence as he explained. Continuing to live and become rich, wanting to live a better life. The specific desires of each person may be different, but they never stray from these things. In this kind of world, talking about ideals is useless. What we must do is fulfill people's desires. And only by using realistic desires can we unite everyone to build a super safe zone that is in everyone's best interest.
Kai Air blushed before his aura, and in her heart she still couldn't truly believe it.
So domineering and ambitious, so full of ruling power, has Ye Hao grown to the point where people have to look up to him.
Unmanned aerial vehicles are working hard in the wilderness, but the wilderness demonic beasts are extremely annoyed by this. What dares to cause such a big commotion in this daddy's territory? Watch this old man tear you to pieces. But as soon as it rushed out, a gun placed by the roadside unleashed a move that ended its life instantly. Cut to Molisha village, where everything is progressing smoothly. The village chief is extremely excited about this plan. Great! Once the road is completed, we can trade efficiently with other settlements. We can finally welcome a good life. Then he launched into a torrent of praise, as expected of Ye Hao, to build such a magnificent operation. Only he could achieve this level. A promising youth, a promising youth. It's just that foolish, precious daughter of mine. I told her to seal the deal earlier, but she wouldn't listen. Now it's over, she can't keep up with him anymore. Lisa next to him immediately reminded, "Drop it, village chief. The line of women behind Ye Hao must be super long. There's no space left." The road stretched to the Doomsday Poison Master Association. At the high observation deck, Don voiced his surprise. "President, to be honest, I didn't expect you to agree to Ye Hao's request."
Then she immediately asked a series of questions. So does that mean we can't continue to make those forbidden drugs anymore? What about our business? Elamet smiled, her eyes intently watching the long road, and replied,
"In business, the important thing is foresight and prediction, to see the future trend and the changes of the era initiated by Ye Hao. It can't be stopped anymore. We can't stand on the sidelines. We can only embrace this change. And our change should probably start with changing to a harmless name." Cut to the Southwest Safety Zone, which is growing stronger with futuristic buildings. Ye Hao looked around. Thoughts he never expected now appeared in his mind. Originally, his initial thought was just to become strong enough to protect everyone, and that would be enough. Unexpectedly, in the end, he still walked down the path that the headmaster had hoped for. He recalled the day the headmaster gave him the map, and a question was raised. Perhaps this is the legacy that the headmaster spoke of when he handed me Muwei's map to explore. What future for humanity could a legacy that paves the way lead him towards? Then he became curious about something. I wonder if the 6 other kings in the King of Fate mission include the human king. Just then, the system reported that the captain of the female slave corps was requesting to speak with him. After answering, seeing Shu Xin's worried expression, Ye Hao immediately asked, "Why do you look so troubled? Didn't I tell you to help Nana rebuild Wuji City?" "What happened?" Shu Xin initially hesitated. "Master, Nana, Miswagos." Then she said a shocking piece of news: the mechanical empress from another planet. She has betrayed us. He sped off in his flyer, a million questions arising in his heart. Why would Nana suddenly betray us for no good reason? Did this rebellious phase come without any warning? Shu Xin's previous words reappeared again. "Master, Miss Nana, she betrayed us. She also forcibly seized control of the existing defense of Wuji City. Even our control of our bodies, is about to be taken over by her. Master, please come here quickly, you must be fast." He pulled the accelerator, resolutely declaring in his heart. The captain of the female slave corps hadn't explained the situation clearly before the call was cut off. "Nana, what are you doing? Now is a critical period for building the super safety zone. There must be no mistakes." As his flyer approached Wuji City, a series of missiles launched with a warning. Enemy attack detected in the airspace of safety zone number 2, initiating the air defense system. The flyer maneuvered, barrel rolling and releasing chaff to evade the attack.
Then, it returned to its original form. At that moment, Ye Hao remarked, "It seems that the defense control of Wuji City has been seized. They're treating me as an enemy. But one thing's for sure, I'm very satisfied with the air defense firepower. Looks like a lot of effort has been put in." As soon as he landed, a series of missiles rained down with a warning, "Enemy approaching, opening level 2 air defense firepower." That made him even more excited. What's more, great, this air defense firepower will definitely inflict fatal damage on flying demonic beasts.
It's just that he immediately ordered the system and jumped out, switching to Mad Emperor battlesuit frantically.
The flyer left explosions everywhere. Ye Hao stepped.
He spread his wings and flew forward, affirming one thing: "You're defending against the wrong target, Nana." In an instant, Ye Hao was in the southwest safety zone number 2. Seeing the scenery here, he was extremely satisfied. Even the interior of the safety zone is so well built, although it carries a lot of Nana's personal tastes and aesthetics, and the mechanical elements are too rich. But undeniably, this job is very well done. Just then, a cannon platform rose in front of him, on which 9 girls were standing. He heard a voice. "Enemy intrusion detected inside the safety zone. Ground defense dispatched to eliminate." Ye Hao looked seriously at the people in front of him, as they simultaneously announced their first target. "Eliminate Ye Hao." He made an assessment in his heart. Have the other female slave corps members been completely controlled by Nana? Their levels are also much higher than before. The girls rushed forward crazily, all with the same goal: to kill Ye Hao.
At that moment, he stood calmly, saying, "Just in time. Let Master check if you have really become stronger." In an instant, Ye Hao transformed into Scarlet Flame Dark Emperor, flame form. You effortlessly dodged the attacks from nearly a dozen enemies, even sparing time for praise.
"Not bad. Your strength has increased a level compared to when I handed you over to Nana."
"It seems she's perfectly executing the mission I assigned."
You frowned, finally seriously asking,
"So, what on earth happened to make her, who always listened and worked diligently, suddenly betray me?" Then, Ye Hao switched to the Mad Thinker account, extending one finger to use a mechanical control skill. The group of people fell simultaneously as you announced to them, "Take a nap. I'll handle things from here." At that moment, Wei Si popped up with a message. "Master, I detected an identical electrical wave pattern underground as the female battle android team leader. It seems their team leader hasn't been fully controlled yet." Ye Hao immediately decided to go see her.
Now, to clarify what exactly happened to Nana, he has to rely on her simultaneously. In the underground laboratory within the safe zone, Shu Jin was being held tightly on a metal pillar, connected to Ye Hao. Messages simultaneously appeared beside her. "Master, Miss Nana's modification of me is almost complete. I can no longer voluntarily speak. I can only communicate through the internal information device. I originally planned to run out and find you, but I was captured. Please don't waste your energy reversing the conversion on me. I'm worried the important images I spent all my computing power saving will be deleted because of it." The last message carefully reminded, "Master, while I'm not completely converted, please quickly use your ability to read all the important images I've saved. This will help you uncover the truth." At that moment, Wei Si reported to you, disregarding converting herself, also wanting to forcefully retain information to pass it to you. "Master, her loyalty surpasses the typical existence of a battle android." You pointed a finger between Shu Xin's eyebrows, gratefully responding, "I understand. I respect your wishes. Thank you for everything you've done for me." After a system image download, Ye Hao successfully joined the consciousness explanation of the battle android. Initially, everything was normal. They relied on your instructions. Under Nana's leadership, they rebuilt Wuji City in an orderly manner. Until that day, they mined resources needed for construction in a place far from Wuji City. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a cloud of mist flew in and engulfed the mining site. Low-level mechanical equipment malfunctioned. Only a team of battle androids retained consciousness. To investigate the cause, they told the resource mining assistants to stay put, while the battle androids followed Nana deeper into the mist to explore the reason. Eventually, they passed through the mist to an unfamiliar place. A land filled with dense forests. Everyone's positioning sensors and coordinate devices malfunctioned, but Nana insisted on entering the forest to see the reason, so everyone could only leave one person behind at the spot as a marker. Then,
The battle androids probed deep into the forest, discovering the wreckage of an alien spaceship that had crashed over 10,000 years ago. Afterwards, Nana told all the battle androids to stay outside while she went inside the spaceship alone. After a long time, she came out of the spaceship, but she looked very different. From then on, Nana became stubborn and violent, even often muttering to herself, until one day, she went crazy, even calling herself a mechanical empress from another planet, not only modifying the safe zone's defense permissions, but also forcibly converting the battle androids. At that point, the memory reading was cut off, Shu Jin trembled all over, her eyes turning a deep red, and a message appeared beside her. "Master, go quickly, I'm about to be fully converted, I'm about to attack you, please, you must save Nana." The next second, she shattered the metal shackles and lunged at you. A programmed voice arose from her. "Target detected. Primary elimination. Target Ye Hao. Immediate elimination." Just as Shu Xin was about to reach you, Ye Hao pointed a finger straight between her eyebrows. She immediately lost consciousness. You gently helped Shu Xin lie down and declared, "Thank you for preserving so much important information for me. This helps me a lot. Now take a rest. Trust me. I will definitely save Nana." At that moment, Wei Si appeared and reported some information to you. "Master, I've scanned the entire safe zone and found no trace of Nana. She's definitely at the destroyed spaceship.
Also, I obtained the coordinates for the entrance to the Misty region from the battle android's previous memories. Shall we go?" Ye Hao's face darkened, and in extreme resentment you answered, "Need you even ask? The crashed alien spaceship, the mechanical empress from another planet,
Nana's betrayal. It's all related to the suddenly appearing Misty region. Although Yin Huang warned me about the horror of the Misty region, to know the truth, I must enter. Let's go." In an instant, Ye Hao's flyer was at the edge of the Misty region. You surveyed the situation and then confirmed. According to the coordinates, they entered from here.
You stepped onto each high rock, scanning the area carefully, and murmured to yourself, "On the way here, I also checked the existing documents related to the Misty region. According to the information, the Misty region is some random space within reality. Because it merges with a special dimensional rift, it forms an unstable space with special rules."
Ye Hao also learned an important piece of information. Although after the Earth was OIFIED, the world was full of dimensional rifts, which were also dungeons. Dungeons, at least, had logical and clear rules that could be followed. But this Misty region was different, ignoring levels and containing unpredictable special rules. As long as you don't follow the rules, even higher levels will be forcibly killed. It feels like there's a black hand manipulating everything behind the scenes. So even though there are rumors of rare treasures within that are not found in ordinary dungeons, no one is willing to enter this insane space.
His face turned serious as he pondered the strange things he'd just learned. The images in his memory of Nana entering the Misty Lands hadn't violated any special rules there. That meant he wouldn't receive a warning, which also meant that if he entered the Misty Lands and wasn't careful, he could be killed, and the system wouldn't be able to save him.
Ye Hao then began to walk, his thoughts continuing. "This is completely suicidal, but I have to go in. After all, it's a parent's responsibility and duty to make a rebellious child realize their mistakes and return." After walking a bit further, he stopped, seeing the clear, blue scenery before him, and couldn't help but sigh. "It really is as beautiful as the images in my memory. At least now I can confirm that talking and breathing won't break any rules." His steps became slower, his eyes carefully observing the situation, constantly reminding himself, "What aspects are restricted by the rules here? I can't be mesmerized by the surrounding scenery. I have to be careful with every step."
Ye Hao's foot accidentally stepped on a switch. A huge root burst out of the ground. He quickly switched to the Crimson Emperor account, leaping back to dodge the blow. Then he jumped high, gathering all his momentum, swinging his sword at the root with the thought, "Did I break a rule just by taking one step? Damn it, and this branch is made of metal? Even the dark flame form can't cut through it?" As soon as Ye Hao landed, a series of roots emerged from the ground all around him. At this point, he had another question. "The more I counterattack, the more there are. Is this also one of the rules?" He stood still, allowing the roots to wrap around him, having decided to give up counterattacking. Facing an existence that transcends levels, continuing to attack is meaningless.
To break the situation, I have to find the rules here.
The ground beneath Ye Hao's feet split in two, and he was dragged into it as if he were about to be swallowed. Shen Xian then asked himself, how did I trigger a taboo with my first step, while the survivalist girl and Nana were able to go deep into the misty lands? Fragments of Shu Jin's memories gradually cracked in his subconscious. He shouted in his heart, in those images from my memory, what hidden details did I miss? Remember, his body was gradually being pulled down by the long roots.
At that moment, Ye Hao thought of the worst possibility. If this continues, he really will die. Suddenly, the rocks and soil here rang out after a violent collision, and his voice came from below.
Non-existent. I'm a veteran of 100 battles. How can I let these rules restrict me to death?
This time, Ye Hao transformed into Pandora's secret form, the Iron Man. He held the large root in his hand and made a judgment. It's all because I was too cautious, thinking too complicatedly. The rules were actually very clear in my memory. Nana and the others could easily go deep into the misty lands, because they're not human. Or more precisely, they're not humans made of elements. Then he threw away the strange root, continuing to move forward with determination. So I just need to use Pandora's secret to cover up my aura and perfectly disguise myself as a mechanical life form, bypassing the taboo. Ye Hao walked leisurely, as large roots grew all around him. He said to himself, luckily my methods are rich enough. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be dead. Speaking of which, how long has it been since I unlocked a new account? To cope with the increasingly difficult situation, I still have to unlock a few more accounts.
Not long after, he went deep into the misty lands. The deeper he went, the more cautious Ye Hao became, realizing that the metallization of the surrounding environment was deeper. Not only the trees, but even the ground and rocks were completely metallized, as if he were in an alien mechanical civilization. Did Nana do all this? I still underestimated her. After taking a few more steps, the alien spacecraft being repaired appeared before him. He immediately confirmed Nana is lazy because of this, leaving the work her master arranged for her undone, so she's been doing her own thing here. At that moment, the machines repairing the spacecraft all aimed red beams at him. They warned in unison, intruder detected, initiating full attack mode. The level 180 alien mechanical behemoth appeared right in front of Ye Hao, even uttering the words, target locked, kill immediately. At that moment, he calmly called out, Nana, stop hiding, come out now. Do you think you can stop me with these toys? Then he walked past the behemoth, still threatening her. I need a reasonable explanation for all the bad things you've done, otherwise the only result for a disobedient child is a spanking. The behemoth, of course, didn't let him go, turning around abruptly, stabbing its sharp claws at him. Instantly, several of the monster's sharp legs were chopped off, and its stats plummeted. It couldn't move, its huge body lying still, its head turning in all directions to probe. Ye Hao appeared unexpectedly, standing on the behemoth's back, still leisurely mocking. Are you looking for me? When we humans are teaching our children, we have a habit. The child watching the play should keep their mouth shut. The monster turned its head and lower body 180 degrees. Only the place where he was standing remained still, and then a series of slashes carrying terrifying force were unleashed by Ye Hao, who even loudly proclaimed, or maybe I should just wake you up completely. After finishing off the monster, he stood there proudly with his hands on his hips, loudly calling out again, Nana, if you come out now and admit your mistakes, I can still forgive you. If I have to come find you, it won't just be a spanking. At this moment, from within the spacecraft being repaired, a dark figure with tassels emerged, a savage smile appearing along with the words, It seems you don't know your current situation, Master. No, I shouldn't say Master, because on this planet, no one can surpass me now. The girl's powerful figure appeared clearly, her whole body covered in tassels. The introduction has also transformed into a 177 mechanical Empress Celia, level 380. In this terrifying form, Nana's transformed words were even more resolute. I hate being called Nana the most, this weak little name. Remember, my real name is Celia, and from now on, this name will make this planet tremble in fear. At this moment, Celia arrogantly introduced herself. I am a mechanical empress from a distant alien planet. It's just a coincidence that my consciousness was reborn into the body you created. Thinking of the chaotic battlefield scene, the sounds of guns and bullets in the universe, she continued unpleasantly. My home planet, M79, was occupied by external forces. I was betrayed and killed by a traitor, and then reborn. I reluctantly became your family. Recalling the ship speeding through the universe, she sighed. But luckily,
Many years ago I ordered people to dispatch ships to explore the universe. Looking at the damaged, smoking spaceship in front of her, with its long scratches, she recounted, and this destroyed spaceship is one of the exploration ships I dispatched back then. Before, I listened to you quietly just to survive, but in the end, I broke free. Following that, Celia's expression changed. Her face darkened, she gritted her teeth, clenched her fist, and exclaimed, "Now that I have the energy in the spaceship, although I haven't recovered to my peak, it's already powerful enough for you humans. I finally don't have to play this disgusting game of being family with you anymore." Facing these harsh words, Ye Hao stood there with a darkened face, his hands clenched tightly as he asked, "Are you done talking? I can tell you, no matter who is in your body, in my eyes you are Nana, the family member I cherished the most. I can tolerate your petty thoughts and stubbornness, but you can't betray family." Immediately he raised his head, frowned, and ordered, "Now go back and apologize immediately, and I can forgive you, and won't spank you." The person opposite, upon hearing this, angrily shouted, "What?" Celia was extremely angry. The eyes on her head flashed red with contempt. "Ye Hao, can't you see the situation clearly? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Before, I listened to you because I was too weak, but now—" And then Celia waved her hand. A series of powerful beams of light shot out. She kept cursing. "I'm already stronger than you. A weakling like you is no longer qualified to lecture me. You better jump away and die." At this moment, Celia was still waving her hands, angrily complaining, "Why aren't you fighting back? Are you looking down on me?" A slash flew towards Ye Hao, but he managed to raise his sword to block it. Ignoring Ye Hao's silence, she yelled, "Where did the strong man from before go? Don't treat me like a child anymore." Then from Celia's hands, guns appeared and fired continuously. She looked up at the sky and shouted, "I'm no longer your Nana, Mechanical Empress, firepower mode. I will use my strength to let you see clearly who I really am." Ye Hao on the other side reached out. A blue orb appeared and he shouted, "Pandora Magic Box, Super Alloy War Machine." Suddenly, a small airplane rushed over, with flames bursting and scattering behind it. After quickly flying away, she cheerfully shouted, "You finally forced me to get serious, huh? Come on, Ye Hao, let me vent all my anger on you." Rain of bombs. Then hundreds of bombs exploded in the air, and she immediately realized something was wrong and cursed. "That's not right, damn it. Why aren't you still fighting back? Fight back, you bastard. Don't you dare to face me directly." The surrounding space became chaotic, smoke and fire obscuring everything. Celia shouted, constantly provoking him. "Running, all you know is running. Didn't you want to lecture me? Want to spank me?" Ye Hao used the Pandora Magic Box, Super Alloy War Chariot again. Instantly, an airplane rushed out from within the bombs and bullets. While running and dodging, she asked, "Why am I being chased and beaten by you now?" Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt appeared in the sky. Celia's firm shout still echoed in the space. "Don't run, you bastard. I must catch you and trample you under my feet." A warship emerged from the ground, constantly firing horizontal and vertical beams. "Even so," she still shouted, "to make you apologize to me, to make you shout, 'Long live the Mechanical Empress.'" Standing in front of that warship, with a calm demeanor, he clenched his fist and announced, "Now my patience has run out." Saying that, Ye Hao rushed forward without hesitation, clenched his fist, and shouted, "It's time for education!" His hand landed on the body of that warship, controlling the machinery. Her whole body was constantly paralyzed. Waves of lightning-like shocks wrapped around her, disintegrating her. She realized in panic and shouted unwillingly, "My transformation state is forcibly cancelled. I am the Mechanical Empress. How can I lose to you in controlling machinery?" Instantly, Celia's whole body arched. A large beam of light enveloped her, like intense electric shocks, causing her to painfully cry out, "It hurts! It hurts so much!" Ye Hao stood there calmly. Smoke billowed behind him, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I admit that I was a bit harsh with you before, and I made you do a lot of things that damaged the pride of a Mechanical Empress, so that's why I didn't fight back just now, to let you vent your grievances against me, but my patience is also limited, and I can't tolerate you like this forever." Although in great pain, Celia stubbornly and arrogantly shouted, "What kind of attitude is that? I, your mother, am a high-level Mechanical Empress who has lived for over 1,000 years, not a wrong child in your eyes. Damn it, why can't I defeat you even though I clearly used all my strength?" He calmly frowned and smiled in response. "If it wasn't to vent your grievances and anger, then why did you have to defeat me?" Her eyes were dark, her pupils were scarlet, and she frankly spoke out her plot.
Because you are the biggest obstacle in my plan to rule this world. Only by killing you can I rule this world, Ye Hao retorted.
Ruling the world is classic villain rhetoric. But don't you look down on this low-level, backward planet of ours. What would you even rule it for?
Celia laughed gleefully, replying disdainfully. That's why you people are nothing more than low-level beings on a low-level planet. Even if you were allowed to rule the world, nothing would change. I will spend 100, even 1,000 years, transforming this world into an entirely mechanical planet like my homeworld. Scared yet,
his expression remained unchanged as he asked with a tone of inquiry. And then what? After the transformation, what do you plan to do?
Her face filled with unceasing rage as she retorted.
To take revenge, using the transformed planet as a mothership, to kill those treacherous bastards who betrayed me. At this moment, Ye Hao crossed his arms and nonchalantly suggested, Then I'll help you kill those who betrayed you. Wouldn't that shorten the long and complicated process you're talking about?
Hearing this, Celia's entire being experienced a massive shock. Her CPU nearly fried, and with a dumbfounded expression she thought, what he said makes so much sense, and I can't even refute it. Is this an option?
Celia, now stunned, opened her mouth slightly, internally contemplating. It seems like what he's saying is really reasonable, and with his abilities he might actually be able to do it.
Immediately, her face darkened as she internally refuted.
That's not right. I can't trust anyone but myself. I was betrayed to this extent by the person I trusted the most before. Immediately after, Cecilia's entire being was surrounded by bolts of purple electricity. She angrily yelled, Lies! It's all lies! Don't even think about using sweet words to deceive me. I absolutely won't fall for it.
In that instant, Ye Hao quickly rushed forward, frowning as he judged. As expected, children in their rebellious phase don't listen to reason. It seems the only way to make them listen is to spank them. Your temper should have limits. See the light, ha!
The two of them clashed in an instant, their power constantly colliding. She screamed, constantly denying, I'm not a kid in your eyes, and I'm definitely not Nana or whatever. I am the mechanical empress, Elena Nefia.
In an instant, a massive explosion engulfed the entire forest, smoke rising continuously.
In the end, the little girl sat down powerlessly. She lowered her head, helplessly wondering, why? Why can't I win against him, even though I clearly have absolute power? Suddenly, her entire body lost its gravity, and her eyes blankly murmured, If I can't take revenge, what's the point of me living in this world? I might as well die. At this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed Nana's shoulder.
The little girl looked up at him, her expression painful and doubtful.
Why, even though I betrayed you, wanted to kill people, and did so many harmful things, you still don't plan to give up on me. Why are you so gentle with me?
Instantly, Ye Hao's eyes turned bloodshot. He raised his hand and smacked Nana's butt hard, while lecturing, What, die? Living isn't what you should be rethinking now. You should reflect on yourself right now. Do you know what you did wrong? Will you dare do it again in the future? Dare you? The little girl cried out in pain, promising, It hurts. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again in the future. The two people's voices echoed throughout the space. Don't hit me anymore. I really know I was wrong, he yelled, asking, Have you reflected and realized your mistake?
Nana knelt there, trembling, wiping away her tears as she obediently replied, Yes, I shouldn't have turned against Infinity City, and I shouldn't have thought about ruling this planet, and I especially shouldn't have fantasized about defeating a monster like Master.
The little girl cried loudly, pitifully, continuing,
I won't seek revenge. Anyway, my plan can no longer be realized.
Ye Hao's face twisted helplessly when he saw this scene of unreasonable behavior.
Ye Hao sighed, thinking to himself, Is she reflecting or blaming me?
Thinking this, he walked closer to Nana, crossed his arms, smiled, and said reassuringly, Well, since you've sincerely admitted your mistake, and your butt has been spanked, I won't take back what I said about helping you get revenge.
Nana looked up at Ye Hao with a pitiful expression, timidly asking, Really? Really? Although I don't really need your help, I can solve it on my own.
Ye Hao laughed gleefully, raising a finger in a threatening gesture.
Oh, so I should just ignore it, huh? I originally felt that even though you're very naughty and don't listen, you're still family that I care about, so I'd help you. Hearing this, Nana burst into tears and hurriedly replied, Don't. Children don't think before they speak, Master. Don't take it seriously.
Immediately after, the little girl rushed over and hugged his leg, begging,
Master, I was really wrong before. You treat me so well, and yet Master, whatever you say goes from now on. You are my electricity, my light. You are the only unparalleled hero in my heart, Master. You are really so good."
Ye Hao was sweating, thinking, "What is this about?" he asked. "Nana, in order to avenge you, I need to know more information," the little girl replied. "Let's go inside the spaceship and talk." Inside the spaceship, the two stood in front of a large screen. Ye Hao introduced, "My home planet, M79, is a purely mechanical planet, 5 times the size of Earth, 10,000 years away from Earth, with a far more advanced level of scientific civilization than Earth. 10,000 years away from Earth. Hold on, how did your courier ship even get to Earth?" Turning to look at Nana, he continued,
"Even if mechanical life forms have infinite lifespans, what can you accomplish with just this broken spaceship?" The little girl laughed gleefully, replying, "You don't know, do you? This spaceship has all kinds of advanced technical materials from my homeworld, and the most important thing is that it carries a relocation gate."
Ye Hao questioned with suspicion. "Relocation gate?"
Looking at the sparking aircraft in front of him, Nana explained, "I originally used this to develop worlds. When the courier ship arrives at a suitable planet, it will automatically open the relocation gate. People from the home planet can pass through it to a new planet. It's just that, although the spaceship's relocation gate is still intact, it lacks the energy to activate it." Then the little girl frowned and continued, "So I originally had 2 plans. One prioritized using all the energy of this Earth to replenish the energy for the relocation gate, but this planet's energy efficiency is too low. If replenishing the energy fails, I can only transform this planet into a mothership and slowly push it deep into space. Someday, it might be able to return."
Ye Hao stood in front of Nana and hypothesized, "So no matter which plan succeeds, the result for Earth and humanity is destruction."
The little girl turned around and agreed. "That's right, but if you are as strong as Master, perhaps you can open up another path and find a way that benefits both sides."
Recalling the past, he looked at Duisi in front of him and commanded, "Duisi, scan all high-tech within the spaceship and simultaneously judge whether Masi's ability can grasp and utilize this technology." It immediately cried out, "Scan complete, Master. We've gained a lot of useful high-tech." Ye Hao turned to ask it, "Then there's no need to be so excited. Did you get any special harvest?" Duisi happily replied, "As expected of Master."
That's right. Monsi was a mad scientist who could create equipment that transcends space and dimensions. He could even create a time machine. While projecting the blueprints, it continued to explain, "It's just that this kind of absolutely high-grade equipment was lost after his death, and after Master inherited his abilities, you need the blueprints to create such high-grade items. And just now I happen to get a lot of high-grade blueprints. Based on the current needs of the Super Safety Bureau, I've organized a few very useful technologies." A device appeared before them. Duisi tirelessly introduced its function. Electronic jamming shield device. It can reform the wilderness, which has already become a flight-restricted zone, into an integrated space passage throughout the entire Super Safety area, lifting the information blockade within the safe zone's range. This allows communication to cover the entire area without needing relay stations for signal transfer. Even the adjacent, uninhabited wilderness can communicate smoothly. Thinking of a satellite flying in space, Duisi continued, "There's also the most important technology, the near-Earth orbit satellite. It allows the simultaneous creation and launch of a satellite into near-Earth orbit, performing real-time surveillance of the entire Super Safety area, and even the whole Earth. From now on, everything that happens in the safe zone can be seen, and even what happens on Earth cannot be hidden from Master." Hearing this, Ye Hao clenched his fist, his face beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "You've grown up and become useful. To unexpectedly bring back so much high-tech, that spanking was truly worth it. With the aid of this heap of high-tech, the present and future of the Super Safety area are guaranteed." He then instantly turned to look at Duisi and asked, "What do we need to do to recharge the dimensional portal?" It suddenly frowned with a serious expression and replied, "Master, after calculation and analysis that burned out the CPU, the conclusion is that the entire energy source of Earth is not enough to recharge the dimensional portal. The only way is to successfully recharge by absorbing the energy of a planet-level body at a close distance." Ye Hao's face darkened with confusion as he repeated, "Energy of a planet-level body? Isn't that solar energy?" Hey, using the sun at a close distance to recharge the dimensional portal. This seems a little beyond the scope,
Duisi soberly explained. That's right, this is different from your ancient solar energy technology. You must reach a distance close enough to the planet to absorb energy with high efficiency. Although Mosi's technology can create a planet energy absorption device, the current technology level and material strength of this world are completely insufficient to support this technology.
Ye Hao put his hand to his chin, contemplating inwardly. After Earth's oification, human development has been restricted and shackled. Parallel spaces like the dimensional rift dungeons appeared. To put it bluntly, this allows us to develop horizontally, while all vertical, super-level progress is completely locked. Thinking of the scene where Earth is surrounded by an energy circle, he privately assessed that the entire Earth is filled with chaotic magnetic fields. Even flying in the sky has become incredibly difficult, let alone rushing out of the atmosphere into outer space. Originally, before Earth's oification, flying into outer space was a very simple matter for humans. But now it is absolutely impossible. A space device flying in space, with sparks still coming from its tail, Ye Hao hypothesized. Materials engineering like this is completely undeveloped, or fundamentally unnecessary to develop. Everyone's main goal is survival, who still cares about things in the sky or space. He suddenly frowned, telling himself, "But I promise, Nana, no matter how difficult it is, I have to do it. Otherwise, I'll lose the credibility I've built up in front of the child." Suddenly the system's voice rang out. Host has met a special condition, successfully activating one of the King's Destiny quests. A robot appeared before him, and the system continued to introduce, "Become the King of Machinery. Planet M79 is a planet entirely made of mechanical base metal. Help Nefena regain control of this planet, and the quest can be completed. This quest has no time limit." Ye Hao stood there, folding his arms, smiling smugly and sighing. So the second branch quest of the King's Destiny has been activated. This truly is a blessing in disguise. There's no turning back this time. I absolutely must find a way to complete the dimensional portal's energy recharge. At this moment, Nana suddenly pointed a finger at Ducc and complained, startling it. "This thing of yours has some knowledge, but not much. The technology of this world may not work, but that doesn't mean the technology of my world can't do it either." With that, the little girl turned, smiled resolutely, and pointed her index finger at herself, showing off.
"Don't look at my spaceship being a pile of scrap metal now, but high-grade goods, even when disintegrated, are still high-grade materials. Resisting the heat of a planet is absolutely no problem. As long as we decompose and reconfigure the materials of this ship's body to make a planetary energy absorption machine, we can aim at the sun and start sucking." Duisi was suddenly startled, realizing something. It asked in panic, "Wait a minute, I'm clearly invisible. How did you find me?" Nana put one hand on her hip, answering with an arrogant look, "I didn't find you before, but now I've become strong. Even if I can't beat a monster like Master, can't I at least detect a mere shrimp like you?" Immediately, the little girl's face darkened. She laughed slyly, turned to point at its face in exasperation, and blamed. "Speaking of which, you must have often badmouthed me behind my back before, right? I am the Mechanical Mother Empress. You could say I am the paternal half-sister of you mechanical life forms. If you keep badmouthing your parents behind their back, you'll get a spanking." Duisi's face turned pale. It turned away defensively and retorted, "You are slandering me. They think you were subdued by Master with a spanking, and are trying to take it out on me." Ye Hao quickly rushed over and separated the two of them. Nana was still angry, shouting, "You dare to talk back, watch me hit you." Duisi was equally stubborn, shouting back, "You mechanical person, use your words, not your fists." Ye Hao spoke sternly to stop them. "Enough, you two put your energy into discussing the main issue for me." Ye Hao sweated, raising his hand in thought and saying, "Now it seems we have something that can resist the planet's heat, and the equipment and technology to receive and absorb solar energy. But let's not even talk about the distance from Earth to the Sun being too far. Humanity's current understanding of the universe has not yet fully grasped dimensional rifts and parallel spacetime." Drawing a scene of equipment exploding in space, he expressed his apprehension. This is also because, ever since Earth's oification, human technology and development have completely gone in a different direction. A step. What worries me more is whether the rules of the universe have also changed. What if there exists an insurmountable rule, like the inability to break through Earth's shackles and venture into space? then everything we do will be in vain.
Nana hugged herself, expressing worry and continuing. Sure enough, there's still no other way. I shouldn't have held on to hope at first. The little girl complained incessantly in her heart. A man's mouth is truly deceiving. What did Ye Hao say about wanting to take revenge for her? They're all clearly deceiving a child. Suddenly, he stepped forward and patted Nana's head in comfort. Don't be discouraged. This is only the worst-case scenario I hypothesized. No matter what obstacles are ahead, we must go and do it. The most important thing now is patience, the little girl shyly cried out.
Master! Then she glanced elsewhere, avoiding his gaze and replying, I'm not discouraged. My life is limitless. I've waited all these years. I don't lack this little bit of time. On the contrary, Master, you must hurry. You won't live for that long, Nana thought to herself. Never mind. Although others are untrustworthy, if it's Ye Hao saying it, I'll reluctantly trust him this one time.
Ye Hao was flustered and asked, What do you mean by, I won't live for that long? Can't you wish me well?
Saying that, he casually proposed to Nana. Let's take this spaceship back to the base first, then talk. If we directly transport it to the safe zone, I'm afraid it will lead to a scramble from the Eastern District, which could trigger a large-scale war. The little girl patted her chest heroically and replied, Leave this little thing to me. Nana thought to herself, although he's strong enough, he still can't do without me.
At the base, a device stood tall, and looking at the huge thing in front of them, the crowd kept exclaiming, What is this? Is it a ship? But it doesn't look like one. Lord Ye Hao is truly amazing, always able to subvert our knowledge. Of course, Lord Ye Hao is a hero who once saved our Zerg race, and now he gives us a new life. Jia Bao next to him asked Ye Hao, What are you going to do with this big, hard thing you brought here? Pointing to the sky, he replied, I want to use it to fly to the universe. The two looked up at the sky, and Jia Bao asked, The universe? What is that again? He gently explained, It's a place higher and farther than the sky.
It opened its eyes wide in surprise and exclaimed, How enviable! I want to try it too. Suddenly, Jia Bao lowered its head, expressing sadness. Now I'm gradually feeling the feeling of being confined that my uncle spoke of. Although our world is very good, I still want to go out and see.
Ye Hao turned and put his hand on its shoulder to comfort it. I promise you, when the time comes, I will definitely take you to see the colorful world, including the universe. Really, Ye Hao, thank you. At this moment, Nana appeared behind him, excitedly shouting, Master, can we start disassembling and reconstructing the spaceship? Yet I'm so eager. Ye Hao turned his head and replied, No hurry. Do you remember what mission I assigned to you before? The little girl said hesitantly, I remember. To rebuild it into Wuji,
he calmly continued. Then wait until you complete the mission, and I'll let you. Then we'll work together to remodel the spaceship.
Nana smiled and reminded, You have to keep your word, otherwise I will spank Master's butt too. Ye Hao thought to himself, I just taught her a lesson, and she's already turning from guest to host. Children these days are really getting harder and harder to raise. Suddenly, An Ni ran over from afar. Ye Hao, An Cheng said. He's recovered a part of his memory. He panicked and asked suspiciously, What? Really? A person stepped forward and replied, Yes. An Cheng scratched his head and recounted, I suddenly remembered that I signed a contract with a demon beast, and its name seems to be...
Recalling the ferocious demon beast with red eyes, he said, Liu Jinjiao, one of the 28 constellations.
The third constellation under Qing Longgan Su. But the important and specific information related to it is still unclear, Ye Hao replied enthusiastically. It doesn't matter. The information is very clear now. As long as you kill that boss, you can definitely restore your human form. He thought to himself. Recently, apart from Nana being rebellious and causing some trouble, everything has been good. I must take advantage of this lucky streak to perfectly resolve the issues left over from before, and then head towards the universe. Ye Hao, who was standing next to An Cheng, raised his hand and asked, Senior An Cheng, can you still remember how to contact the demon beast that you signed the contract with? Holding a purple magic stone in his hand, he gently explained, This magic stone was given to me by that beast when I signed the contract with it. Then An Cheng suddenly darkened his face, looked at the magic stone, and recounted,
Recently, this magic stone has once again emitted an abnormal light. I remembered the matter of signing a contract with the demon beast and the mistakes I made.
Suddenly, An Ni happily said, That's great, Ancheng. You just need to contact that demon beast through this magic stone, pretend to want to meet, and then we can take the opportunity to force it to restore your human form. Ancheng replied dejectedly. No? His face was gloomy as he expressed, I don't care whether I can restore my human form or not. Now I just want to kill those demon beasts. I deserve to be like this. But the people who were killed by me were innocent. It was my desire to become strong that led me to sign a contract with the demon beast and hide the transmission gate generating device that the demon beast gave me in the safe zone, which harmed them.
Immediately, Ancheng knelt down and punched the ground hard, his face full of pain and self-blame. It was my stupidity and greed that created these things. I know that even if I die 10,000 times it won't be enough, but even so, before I die, I still want to atone for my sins. I must kill all the demon beasts.
At this moment she rushed over and hugged him, sadly crying out, I only did these stupid things for your sake. If I am guilty, then I am guilty with you. Let us atone together. Together kill into the demon beast's lair. No matter what, I will be by your side.
Ancheng blankly thought to himself, is this family?
Although I have absolutely no memory of her, I feel that as long as she is there, it seems that I can be saved. Over here, Ye Hao suddenly asked, Senior Ancheng, do you still remember where you hid the transmission gate generating device that the demon beast gave you? He replied, Sorry, I've racked my brains and can't remember where I put that thing.
Saying that, Ancheng gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and continued firmly, Although it sounds ridiculous for me to say this, Ye Hao, we must quickly find the transmission gate generating device, otherwise the safe zone will be in danger again. Immediately afterwards he rushed over and hugged his leg, recounting the events of the past. In these few days I learned from you the number of times the demon beasts invaded before, and the number of invasions. Ancheng recalled the day the demon beast appeared in the city, causing everyone to panic and flee. He made a timely inference that was consistent with the number of times the demon beast's magic stone had glowed in his memory, which means that now the demon beast's magic stone is glowing, it means that the demon beasts are about to invade again. Saying that, Ancheng looked up at Ye Hao and pleaded, Although I have forgotten our past friendship, I still have to shamelessly ask you to help me one more time. Please, you must help me stop the demon beasts from invading. Now only you can do these things. Ye Hao darkened his face and calmly said, Senior, you have really changed. You were willing to sacrifice the people of the whole world for her sake. Ancheng replied in panic, I was such a person before. I have indeed done too many wrong things. He helped Ancheng up, reassuring him, No, in this apocalypse, thinking of oneself is hard to define as right or wrong, but now that you can have such a change, it's mostly because the possessing demon before absorbed all the anger and desire in your body. Then, a look of determination flashed across his face, his eyebrows furrowing as he asked, In this apocalypse, bad people can always live very easily, even more comfortably. Good people have to bear more suffering and sorrow. So, Senior Ancheng, are you mentally prepared to endure everything? Ancheng lowered his head, his face gloomy, and replied, I made too many mistakes before to find my sister, but now I've found her. Even if I am full of sins, I want to be a good person. Even if I have to bear more suffering, I want to atone for my sins. Ye Hao, tell me what I should do, and I'll listen to you.
Ye Hao raised his hand, as if understanding, and agreed. Even in hell, you want to go to heaven, Senior Ancheng. I understand your determination. So next, our urgent task now is to find the device that created that teleportation gate. Thinking of the demonic beast, he continued to explain. The invasion of demonic beasts in the entire safe zone, the first time, was a small-scale demonic beast attack appearing in District 9. As he spoke, he thought to himself that he had also received a blessing in disguise. By unlocking the King's Glory account system, Ye Hao then recalled the huge demon that suddenly appeared at the school, and recounted.
The second time, from the demonic beast attack on the school, to the level 90 boss Bai Yi Wei, all appeared in District 9. He mentioned Mo Lin, and judged. The third time when Han Mu and Huang Zheng had a conflict, the demonic beasts led by Lei Mo Lin also appeared in District 9. Then, Ye Hao frowned as he looked at Ancheng and made a final conclusion. From this, it can be judged that, except for an extremely low probability of coincidence, the device that creates the teleportation gate is mostly in District 9. Ancheng was stunned upon hearing this, and exclaimed in his heart,
To be able to determine the approximate location of the device that creates the teleportation gate so quickly, even though I lost the memories related to Ye Hao, he is really reliable. No wonder everyone trusts him so much. Then, Ye Hao added calmly, "It's just that the area of District 9 is too large, and the architectural areas are too chaotic. The difficulty of searching is still very high," Annie asked anxiously. "Then what should we do? Is there no other way?" He smiled confidently and replied, "Of course there is. I'll have mobilize everyone to search in the safe zone."
Thinking of the people continuously searching in District 9, he continued nonchalantly,
"As long as we set up a reward that everyone is aiming for, we can definitely turn District 9 upside down in the shortest amount of time. And even to ensure safety, we can expand the scope to several other districts." Ye Hao stood there with his hands in his pockets and said, "After all, I have a deep understanding of human greed." An Cheng looked at the person in front of him and pondered. To be able to find the problem in a short time and provide an answer to solve it, you're so cool, how did I get to know him before? In the next second, Ye Hao raised a finger and seriously reminded, "But this is just step 1. The most important thing is still to kill the demonic beast invasion at its root. Senior An Cheng, you two sisters go prepare your equipment and items. In an hour, we will use the demonic crystal to contact that demonic beast and directly attack its lair," he replied loudly.
"Okay, we'll go prepare."
On this side, An Cheng walked away, evaluating in his heart. Directly attack the demonic beast's lair? Eliminate the hidden danger? Not only does he grasp human nature, but his decisiveness also has the demeanor of a king. The difference between me and him is really too great. To become his combat power, I must quickly restore my human form and find my lost memories.
Jia Bao kindly called out, "Ye Hao, I want to help too." Ye Hao pointed his index finger at the spaceship behind him and refused. "No, Jia Bao, I need you to defend the safe point." "Well, rebuilding this spaceship is related to whether we can fly into space or not." He also agreed. "That's right. With such an important task, I will definitely be careful." Then, he turned to Nana and instructed, "Continue to use the previously repaired robots to repair and renovate the spaceship, and the reconstruction of Safe Zone 2 must continue, but it can be handed over to the female slaves for prenatal care supervision. Your most important thing now is to go back to the large area to assist in upgrading the defense work." Next, he stepped forward and patted Nana's head, instructing, "The construction and renovation of Safe Zone 2 was done very well before. Keep it up," the little girl asked with a look of grievance. "Master, after you finish your work over there, can you immediately come back and personally lead the repair and renovation of the spaceship with me?" Ye Hao said generously. "Okay, no problem. After I solve the threat of the demonic beasts, I will immediately come back and speed up the process of repairing the spaceship with you." "Don't worry," the little girl turned away shyly and said stubbornly, "I'm not worried, I just want to go back to planet Mujing soon to take revenge. But for your sake of helping me so much, I will also complete the task you arranged with good quality." Wilderness. A vast blue scene appeared. A ferocious demonic beast appeared in front of An Cheng. Lei Mo Lin asked suspiciously, "It's you. You took the initiative to contact me. I gave you the magic crystal for so long, and you never contacted me. I thought you were already dead. Speak quickly if you have something to say. I'm very busy." He gritted his teeth, his face gloomy, and replied, "My sister was killed by humans. I agree to your previous proposal. I am willing to join you, but you must promise to help me avenge the humans. Help me kill them all, leaving no one alive." It laughed madly, satisfied. "You should have done this long ago, humans. Deaths are not a pity. It just so happens that we are accumulating troops recently to prepare to launch a new attack on humans. Your joining is just in time." A door appeared in front of An Cheng, the boss instructed. "There is a small teleportation gate in your magic crystal. I have opened it for you. You can come to me through it. Let's meet and discuss the details this time." Immediately, Lei Mo Lin's face became extremely vicious, and strands of murderous aura surrounded him like electric shocks. Then he firmly affirmed, "We must devour all the humans in the safe zone and use their corpses and flesh to build a sweet and beautiful playground that belongs to us." The person then disappeared behind the magic mirror, not forgetting to say, "You come directly here. You know how to get to where you used to be. I'll wait for you to discuss the grand plan together." Ye Hao walked with An Ni and An Cheng. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and called out, "It seems that our initial plan has been successful." An Cheng declared clearly,
Liu Jinjiao's reaction is developing entirely according to Ye Hao's thoughts. He could predict Ru Shen to this extent. Suddenly, I feel like my amnesiac repentance has widened my path. Ye Hao stood calmly in front of him, recounting. Senior An Cheng, you once said that compared to the complexity of human hearts, demonic beasts are much simpler and more practical. They are all filled with the desire to kill, so they are very easy to judge.
Facing him, he smiled at these words, crossing his arms and replying with doubt. Did I say that?
Looks like I used to be in very deep contact with beasts. The three of them stepped through that mirror together. Ye Hao softly called out. Senior An Cheng, your acting talent test has arrived. Next, you go directly to meet Liu Jinjiao, continue to pretend to submit, and stabilize him. At the same time, buy some time. Annie and I will secretly enter the demonic beast army, waiting for an opportunity to create chaos and destroy the teleportation gate. After the demonic beasts are in internal chaos, we will meet again and join forces to defeat Liu Jinjiao. He then replied firmly, whatever you say, that's what we'll do. In the world of demonic beasts, panicked human voices cried out, quick, hurry to the teleportation gate. The leader has ordered us to prepare to attack the human world. What are we waiting for then? If we're late, and the main force sets off first, we'll only be able to eat leftovers. At the demonic beast gate, the crowd waiting there clamored, isn't it done yet? I heard that human flesh is more delicious than other creatures. I'm so hungry I'm drooling. Looking at your naive appearance. This master has been to the human world several times. I'll share some culinary tips with you. Let me tell you, you must choose the plump, white ones. They're delicious and fatty. The people wearing the same clothes, standing around a large red magic crystal, reminded each other.
If we teleport tens of thousands of troops at once, the energy of the teleportation gate alone will consume several of our great magic crystals. It's almost complete. Don't begrudge these magic crystals. Later we can go to the human world to eat delicious food. The feeling of eating humans is just one word.
Awesome! Over here, Ye Hao and An Ni hid behind a boulder. He softly assessed. The number of demonic beasts gathered now is already several times larger than the previous invasions, and the level of these demonic beasts is also very high, averaging at level 50, 60. Elite monsters are at level 70, 80. If they really invade the safe zone, the consequences are unimaginable.
Ye Hao frowned, outlining a plan for them.
Luckily, they are still replenishing energy for the teleportation gate. We still have time to carry out the plan. But the biggest problem is that there are other bosses scattered on the mountains around the teleportation gate, and facing several streams of enemies at the same time is very unfavorable for us. A leopard demon raised its voice. Has that kid Liu Jinjiao started acting yet? I'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and conveniently eat the small demons he recruited that pass by our territory. I hope those humans are a little stronger. Let Liu Jinjiao expend more of his forces, and then I'll take the opportunity to subdue his power. At this time, Xin Yuhu, a subordinate of Qin Long, also appeared, gleefully joining in the atmosphere.
Liu Jinjiao is about to attack humans?
I heard that human males are all beasts, with brains full of scrap. Damn it, I like it too much. Later I'll take advantage of the chaos to capture some stinky men back. I must enjoy them. Don't torture them.
Suddenly, a demon over here burst out with murderous intent and cursed. Damn it! Liu Jinjiao, that dog, stole a step ahead again, waiting for him to capture the human base. I'm afraid he'll come before the Lord to take credit again. That's why I hate him.
Little Zi Jinjiao relies on his golden appearance all over his body, very popular with the Lord. Clearly a strong and powerful demon like me is the true capable general. On Ye Hao's side, the system rang with a notification, opening a branch mission. The destiny of the king of demonic beasts. Kill 28 demonic beast bosses. Can become the king of demonic beasts.
He laughed with interest, muttering to himself. Another branch opened. Ah, has he been blessed by misfortune recently? Not bad. Anne turned to ask him, Ye Hao, this world of demonic beasts is too strange. Why do bosses appear in droves? Those bosses watching the excitement are even more potential risks. If we casually attack the target boss, I'm afraid they'll gang up on us. Ye Hao solemnly agreed. That's right. For this world of demonic beasts, the intelligence we have is still too little. We are already in an extremely unfavorable situation. We must find a way to clarify the situation here. She smiled and made a suggestion. I have a way. As long as I can capture a slightly higher level demonic beast, I can make it open its mouth to reveal intelligence, absolutely answering whatever I ask."
Hearing these words, he secretly assessed in his heart, "It seems that since Senior An Cheng came back, not only has Senior An Cheng changed, even Annie has become much more lively." He replied with a smile, "Okay, do as you say." Suddenly, Ye Hao was startled when he heard someone constantly scolding, "Damn it, I ran into air! Who opened the barrier to block the air here?" Immediately, he stopped hiding and stood up. Stepping towards the demonic beast in front of him, Ye Hao announced grandly, "Congratulations, you have been chosen. The intelligence officer we need has decided to be you."
Xiao Wang then asked doubtfully, "Humans? Why did humans appear in our territory?"
Its eyes turned red, secretly speculating. That's right. In fact, humans have sneaked into the demonic beast territory. Before, I heard that humans seem to have met our leader. Only. Then Xiao Wang looked at Ye Hao in front of him and asked, "What's your level? It seems you're just a kid who sneaked into my demonic beast world."
It raised its head and ordered, "Go! Get out of here! High-quality demonic beasts like this master only attack high-level enemies. This is my principle as a strong person. Consider yourself lucky to have met a person with absolute principles like me. Get out of here. I really have no interest in killing people." Not only not afraid, Ye Hao also smiled and mocked. "I didn't expect this demonic beast to be quite interesting. It seems you must know a lot of things." Hearing this, it was startled and cried out, What is this human saying? I advise you to know your limits. Get out." Before it could finish speaking, An drew her sword and made a gesture to scare it. Xiao Wang sweated but still stubbornly assessed. There are also careless humans who don't dodge. But this woman's level is suitable to be my opponent.
An said nothing, directly made another sword strike, causing Xiao Wang to pounce out. It exclaimed blankly, "The speed is too fast."
She landed lightly behind him and spoke with admiration. "In my sword contains various secret poisons of the Deadly Poison Society, including the Truth Serum type of mind control. It will take effect very quickly." He stood there, crossing his arms and agreeing, "It's really convenient." Xiao Wang rushed up again, fiercely declaring, "You forced this master to be serious? This time I'm really gonna do it. I'm telling you, you're dead for sure, definitely dead." Before it could finish speaking, its eyes widened and turned red as it cried out, This feeling is—" Xiao Wang rushed forward as fast as lightning, kneeling in front of Annie and diligently flattering, "May I ask what orders does my kind, gentle, beautiful and generous master have?" "Your most loyal and humble Xiao Wang will definitely do his best to follow," Annie gently ordered. "Tell me everything you know related to your demonic beasts." With her foot stomping on him, it ecstatically and crazily shouted, "Okay, but Xiao Wang can't help but admire, Master. Why is your voice so beautiful? Are you a fairy descending to Earth? Can I call you Celestial Master from now on? But the person next to Master is in heat right now. Master, you must be careful of his transformations." And Anne, looking disgusted, yelled, "Shut up! Don't speak nonsense if you're not asked." "I'm sorry, Ye Hao. This poison is just a little troublesome." It then revealed everything it knew. Celestial Master, in fact, our beast world is a large independent space encompassing the center, which is where we are now, the Beast Gate area, and 4 major branch tribes, the independent territories of 28 chieftains. There's also an unwritten rule among the 4 major tribes, which is not to interfere with the independent development of the 28 territories. 4 emblems with different colors appeared. Thinking of the omnipotent Beast Gate, Xiao Wang explained, "If we beasts want to invade the human world, we must borrow the Beast Gate in the center. But the Beast Gate has extremely severe limitations. Small-scale transfers at level 10 require little energy. But large-scale transfers require enormous energy. And the source of the Beast Gate's energy devours human experience and converts it into blood magic essence." Remembering Liu Jinzhao burning down an entire city with one hand, it confessed, "My territory's lord, Kang Jin's Liu Jinzhao, paid a great price." After accumulating power for a very long time, he decided to launch an invasion targeting the entire southwest human safety zone. The simple and brutal plan is to have 50,000 beast troops enter the safety zone and bloodbath the entire southwest safety zone. Then, Xiao Wang made a puppy-like expression, sticking out its tongue and cooing a suggestion. "Celestial Master, Xiao Wang has said everything I know. Are you satisfied? If you are, please reward me with a kick." Hearing this, An was startled. Ye Hao beside her secretly pondered, 50,000 high-level beasts invading the Southwest Safety Zone. If I can't detect it in time, the Southwest Safety Zone will likely be devastated."
His expression turned furiously angry, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. "If beasts aren't eliminated, the threat will always exist, but since they're here we must catch them all and eliminate the source of trouble."
And N, with a serious expression, turned to look at Ye Hao with a solemn face.
"Ye Hao, there are only 3 of us, and we're in their territory. How can we eliminate the beast army?"
Facing this question, he just smiled, calmly replying, "To win with less against more, we need to use some basic tactics."
His eyes looked elsewhere, then slowly explained, "There are so many beast lords. There's absolutely no way they can live in harmony. Do you know any gossip, such as territorial disputes, even competition for mating rights, things like that?"
She now seemed quite surprised. Ye Hao's tactic is to gossip. Beasts can gossip. He crossed his arms, standing in a majestic and confident pose, stating clearly, "Trust me, gossiping is absolutely an instinct of all sentient beings." Xiao Wang on the side kept praising, "Brother Ngu, you guessed it right." And NH. I looked surprised. She covered her mouth with her hand. "Really, beast gossip must be very spicy."
Then the 3 of them sat down, and it whispered, "Celestial Master, rest assured, what should be said and what shouldn't be said, Xiao Wang will definitely tell you both everything." And N then added, "Then you should mainly focus on what shouldn't be said." Ye Hao also agreed. "That's right, that must be important information." Hearing the 2 of them being so like-minded, it could only sigh.
"You two have such strong gossiping souls." Xiao Wang is impressed.
Then it told them about Liu Jinjiao. It said that although our Lord is very powerful, he's very stubborn and boring, especially in terms of being afraid of his wife. He has his own style. He's not like other lords who have countless wives. He only has one wife and loves her very much. But it's said that this wife is overbearing towards the boring lord and has relationships with other lords. Then Xiao Wang pointed towards the tower with the red flag fluttering and said, "And the person you have a relationship with, the lord's wife, is the person next to it."
Ye Hao looked and was also confused. I didn't expect this Xiao Wang to be such a gossip king, eating such a big melon. This information is indeed strong enough, weighty enough. The person it mentioned was Ji Su, a first-tier subordinate of Qinglong, the Ji Shui Bao faction who disputed territory with us, occasionally having friction. But Xiao Wang, afraid of our Lord's strength, didn't dare to confront him directly, so he played dirty, deliberately seducing our Lord's wife to disgust our Lord. But our Lord, to save face, pretended not to know about this and only thought about invading the human world.
This state has been maintained for a very long time.
Xiao Wang's eyes flashed a red light like a spark, and it turned its head and smiled sinisterly. I usually wouldn't dare to say these things, afraid of death. But I can guarantee this is absolutely accurate because I am the Lord's wife's bodyguard.
Anne was confused when she heard this. "Your beast circle is really chaotic."
Ye Hao gradually understood everything at this time.
He said, "So, the trick of the 2 of you is that Liu Jinjiao was cuckolded by Ji Shui Bao, but he doesn't dare to admit it. Even though he's strong, he's still controlled by his overbearing wife. And Ji Shui Bao, although not as strong as Liu Jinjiao, still has to disgust the other party, constantly probing at the edge of death. The 2 sides maintain this delicate balance." A glint of smugness flashed in his eyes. What bad intentions could Zhao have? Now we have to help Xiao Wang so it dares to face the beast life of being cuckolded and dare to look directly at the problem of his wife cheating. The plan was carried out again. The camp of their Kim resistance army. At this time, An Cheng was talking to Liu Jinjiao. "They still have some value, which is to become our food and experience. The damned humans killed my sister. My heart as a human is dead. I don't plan to be human anymore. But I don't understand you beasts either, so it's still very difficult for me to trust you." Liu Jinjiao felt some empathy when he heard him say that. "I understand your feelings." He looked at the picture of the person he loved, thinking in his heart, "We both had our loved ones taken away, Beiqi. Why don't you understand who truly loves you?"
Thinking this, he stood up and said with assurance, "You can rest assured, we beasts aren't as complicated as you humans. Our needs are very simple. First, strength. Second, living space. And third, releasing our instincts."
An Cheng sweated profusely as he listened. "You really understand? These simple needs are probably just for yourself." During the conversation with Ye Hao earlier, I heard it through the communication device. I didn't expect you to be so crude on the outside, but actually be afraid of your wife, Jin Zhao continued. Our world isn't considered small, but it's still too crowded to accommodate 28 tribes. But initially, everyone could live in harmony, surviving peacefully according to their instincts without incident. Until a few hundred years ago, the Beast Gate, in the center of the beast world, suddenly opened. The Beast Gate has existed since the beginning of creation. Initially we thought it was just a symbol or representation, but the day it suddenly opened, as beasts crossed the Beast Gate to the human world, we learned that there was an even wider world. But after the initial wave of beasts was defeated by several human powerhouses, the Beast Gate closed. We could only try to find a way to reopen the Beast Gate. Fortunately, we found a way. That's why, although the 28 tribes are nominally divided into 4 major camps, they have actually formed 2 factions. Those who advocate a large-scale invasion of the human world, and those who protect their territory. An Cheng became angry on their behalf after listening.
There are actually conservative trash factions. As beasts, they should overthrow humans, seize their territory, seize their resources. And what kind of beasts are they if they don't rob and kill? Seeing this, Jin Zhao was quite pleased and praised him, saying, "Excellent, heroes share the same ambition. From the start, I knew I didn't misjudge you, which is why I must lead this great war to make us, the demon beasts, the apex of both worlds."
Xiao Wang rushed in like a lightning bolt, frantically reporting, "It's bad, Lord, the madam, she's gone missing." Jin Zhao was utterly panicked upon hearing this. "What did you say, goddammit? What the hell are you doing? Why didn't you protect the madam properly?" Jin Zhao shouted loudly. "Without Bei Qi, how am I supposed to live?"
Jin Zhao erupted with power, golden rays of light bursting from within him. Jin Zhao vented all his anger on Xiao Wang. Jin Zhao grabbed his throat and lifted him up. Xiao Wang trembled, begging for mercy. "Lord, the madam knocked me unconscious because I carelessly overheard what she said. I dare not speak," Jin Zhao impatiently asked. "What exactly did she say?"
Xiao Wang tremblingly recounted. The madam said, "Lord, all you know is power and expanding war. You don't care about my needs at all. You are a good-for-nothing who can't satisfy a female. This time, invading the human world will likely be a one-way trip, and she doesn't want to stay in this form." Hearing this, Jin Zhao threw his subordinate against the opposite door. "Why? Why at this time? Bei Qi, I always hoped you could reconsider and realize who truly treats you well. Why are you unwilling to be the great woman behind me, damn it?" Jin Zhao's eyes turned bloodshot, and he immediately issued an order. "Relay my order. Suspend the energy replenishment for the demon beasts. I have a very important personal matter to handle."
At Ji Shui Bao's territory, his subordinate rushed in to report,
"Great garrison of Ji Shui Bao, boss. It's bad. Liu Jin Zhao is leading people to kill us with great momentum." Ji Shui Bao disbelievingly asked, "What did you say?" Ji Shui Bao looked up and saw Liu Jin Zhao roaring aggressively.
He appeared extremely annoyed. "That damned leopard. I can usually pretend I don't know anything, but at this critical moment he's causing trouble for me." Jin Zhao, now hovering above Ji Shui Bao, shouted down threateningly, "Do you have to force my hand? Hand over my madam now." Ji Shui Bao remained calm in the face of Jin Zhao's anger.
"Isn't this our affair? Instead of guarding your own front door, you come to my place and spout nonsense." Jin Zhao was so provoked that he was about to go crazy, gnashing his teeth.
"Stop pretending with me. Don't think I don't know what's going on between you two. My madam is only using you as a spice in our marriage. She'll come back to my side when she's had enough playing around. You, who abandon your demonic dignity, will ultimately be nothing." Ji Shui Bao continued to challenge Jin Zhao's tolerance.
"What are you thinking? Lord, you open all sorts of small rooms, play with all kinds of women, all kinds of postures, all kinds of tricks. Your madam doesn't even rank here." "That's right. It's not that I seduced your wife, but your madam seduced me. She said you only have conquest and power in your head, and you can't satisfy her, so she came here to help you." Jin Zhao became even more incensed when he heard someone insulting his beloved madam. He used magic to create a golden ball, preparing to retaliate against the water leopard, spewing, "Madam, I would never do something like that. Are you kidding me? Today I must slap this cat to death and eliminate the shame of the demon beast race."
Just as Jin Zhao was about to strike, someone stepped forward to stop him. It was Ji Shui Bao's subordinate, Qing Long, from the Four Legs Chamber. He stood in front of Jin Zhao, clearly stating, "Wait, if you want to attack, go ahead, but this has nothing to do with us. Don't drag us into your bloody dispute. The awakening ritual is imminent, and if you ruin all the previous preparations for such a trivial matter, then we won't accompany you."
Jin Zhao's subordinates appeared bored. Causing such a boring great war when we are about to summon demons with enthusiasm? How meaningless. Let's go, another person chimed in. Damn it, I feel hot just watching. Two great leaders fighting over a woman. There are countless women. But delicious humans aren't available every day. Isn't it better to focus on humans? Who exactly is the disgrace of the demon beast race? Liu Jinzhao. Liu Jinzhao was having many thoughts in his head at this moment. He had many questions he wanted his madam to answer. Damn it, it's all because of this dead leopard that my great plan is ruined, madam. Why did you choose the most crucial moment of my life, betrayal? At this moment, on Ye Hao's side, he had used the space mirror image skill to conceal Liu Jinzhao's wife. Bei Qi was tied up and lying on the ground, her face furrowed. Who are you? What the hell is going on? This old lady was tied up by a human. Do you know who I am? How dare you ambush me? Which stupid dog led you here? Damn it. Ye Hao just stood there with his hands in his pockets, calmly replying, I know. That's why I captured you, madam. Don't be nervous. I just need you to stay here for a while to complete my plan. Bei Qi refused to cooperate, retorting, Why should I listen to a human like you? Then, Bei Qi unleashed her power, broke free from the ropes, and rushed towards him aggressively. You think I'm a vegetarian? I was just ambushed and knocked unconscious before? If we fight head-on, how can a low-level human like you be my opponent? Go to hell? At this moment, An Yi simply raised her sword in front of Bei Qi, striking her down with one blow. She said calmly, Be quiet. Bei Qi felt humiliated. Damn it, why are all the people bullying this old lady? Do you know who my husband is? Ye Hao walked up to Bei Qi, smiled, and casually replied, Of course I know. That's the only valuable thing about you, Bei Qi angrily shouted at him. Then you still dare to attack me? Do you believe that my husband will wipe you out with one move? Seeing that Bei Qi refused to be quiet, constantly mentioning her husband, Ye Hao was somewhat annoyed. He pointed his hand in the distant direction, saying sternly, Really? Then you should look up at the sky. Your husband and your lover are fighting a great battle in the sky. How could they have time to worry about us? Bei Qi was still wholeheartedly trusting her husband. What? How does a human know about me and the leopard so clearly?